You and your 6 female disciples were reborn together, but you couldn't feel any happiness at all. You even wanted to kill them with your own hands again. This was because in your previous life, you had painstakingly trained them to become great emperors, but in the end, they conspired against you, resulting in a mutual destruction. After rebirth, you suppressed the urge to slap them to death, knowing that wouldn't be enough to erase the hatred in your heart, because you knew that without your help this time, their dream of becoming emperors again was nothing but a fool's hope. On Shaoyun Peak of the Tianjin sect, you looked around in disbelief, realizing you were not dead. At that moment, a young disciple-less voice came from outside the door. Elder Mu, the sect's assessment has ended. The sect master asked me to call you to come select disciples. Got it, I'll be there soon. You immediately snapped back to reality. What a coincidence, it was exactly the day of the sect's assessment when you were reborn. The Shaoyun Peak you were in charge of was one of the 7 main peaks of the Tianjin sect, responsible for training disciples. In your previous life, it was during this assessment that you selected 3 female disciples. Thinking of this, you shook your head, composed yourself, and transformed into a streak of light heading toward the sect gate, arriving there quickly. At this moment, elders from other peaks and the sect master had all gathered. Below stood over 100 spirited young men and women, almost all with excited expressions. However, among them, 3 exceptionally beautiful girls had frost covering their delicate faces. These 3 were none other than the recently reborn Lu Rushuang, Zhou Qingxue, and Lin Yan. Especially when you appeared, their eyes immediately filled with deep hatred. Lu Rushuang and Zhou Qingxue looked unwilling. So close, just so close, we almost killed him. We didn't expect him to hide so deeply. Even though he was severely injured, he still had the strength to slay all 6 of us. Lin Yan, however, snorted disdainfully. He destroyed his Dao foundation and ruined his meridians to break the formation. In the end, he probably won't escape death either. But then she gritted her teeth and said, damn it, we were just one step away from attaining sainthood, yet we ended up dying at his hands. Now we have to start all over again, 3,000 years of effort completely wasted. At that moment, Lu Rushuang noticed you. Look, that guy named Mu is also watching us. Could it be that he was reborn too? Your gaze was icy cold, even carrying a hint of killing intent. So what if he was reborn? This time, I definitely won't accept him as my master. Zhou Qingxue snorted coldly and glared back angrily at your indifferent stare. Without him, we can still cultivate to become great emperors. Watching these 3 ungrateful wolves, a strange sense of satisfaction rose in your heart. Although you failed to attain sainthood in your previous life because of these traitorous disciples, weren't they the same? But this time, you were confident you could attain sainthood, while these traitors, without your help, would find it nearly impossible to reach the great emperor realm. At this moment, Yun Yan, the sect master of Tianjin sect, stepped forward and said, elders of each peak, please come forward now and choose the disciples you favor. As her words fell, the elders of the 7 main peaks all hurried forward to select, fearing that if they were late, these outstanding disciples would be chosen by others except for you, of course. The young disciples below were also invigorated, all hoping to be noticed by the elders of the 7 main peaks. After all, within Tianjin sect, the treatment between the 7 main peaks and the 12 auxiliary peaks is on completely different levels. Even Lu Rushuang and Zhou Qingxue followed the crowd forward, their faces showing expressions of anticipation. In the previous life, they were chosen by you to join Shaoyun Peak, so this life their hope was also to join one of the 7 main peaks. But Lin Yan stood still and did not step forward. Because the thing she regretted most in her last life was choosing you as her master. If she had listened to her parents and apprenticed under Qiyun Xianzuan, she would not have fallen out with her parents and could have become an emperor sooner. So this life, she planned to descend the mountain and return home, intending to obey her parents and apprentice under Qiyun Xianzuan. At this time, some elders had already started selecting disciples. Lu Rushuang and Zhou Qingxue watched as one disciple after another was chosen, but they themselves were never selected, which made them a bit anxious. They certainly did not want to go to the 12 auxiliary peaks. However, they did not know that the reason they were able to join Shaoyun Peak, one of the 7 main peaks, in their last life was because you did not value talent and innate aptitude when selecting disciples, which is why they were chosen. Now, with their current talents, the elders of the other 6 main peaks simply would not look at them. Soon, the elders had all selected their satisfactory disciples. The disciples below who were not chosen were somewhat dejected, but Lu Rushuang and the other woman's disappointment was different from the others. Their faces were blank. Why did the elders of the 6 main peaks not choose us? Lu Rushuang found it hard to accept this result. In her last life, as the eldest disciple of Shaoyun Peak, she rose rapidly with absolute dominance. In less than a year, she became the brightest prodigy of Tianjin sect, even overshadowing the true disciples under the sect master. But now, after rebirth, she could not even enter the 7 main peaks. Zhou Qingxue felt the same. Behind them, Lin Yan was also somewhat surprised by this outcome. She did not expect that both senior sisters would not be chosen, which meant they could only settle for the 12 auxiliary peaks. You had been closely watching the reactions of those 3 rebellious disciples. At this moment, seeing the 2 women looking extremely unwilling yet helpless, you felt a wave of satisfaction in your heart. Without you in this life, they had truly been brought back to their original selves. Just then, Yunyan looked at you and urged, Elder Mu, the other 6 peak elders have all taken disciples, now only your Shaoyun peak remains. You snapped back to your thoughts. Right now, you weren't really interested in taking disciples. After all, you had just experienced the betrayal of 6 rebellious disciples. How could you sincerely want to take on new ones? But you were the main peak elder, and if you didn't take disciples, Junyan probably wouldn't agree. Your current idea was to casually take 2 disciples and just go through the motions. It was impossible to be as devoted to your disciples as you were in your previous life. The disciples below were those left over and unwanted by the other 6 main peaks. At this moment, hope rekindled in their eyes as they looked at you eagerly. Only Lu Rushuang and Zhou Qingxue snorted coldly, showing a trace of disdain on their faces and turning their heads away. Even if they went to the 12 auxiliary peaks, they would rather not accept you as their master again. Chen Yang scanned the circle, somewhat hesitant, not knowing who to pick. Suddenly, he noticed that in the middle of the crowd, there were 2 plainly dressed, skinny teenagers. The 2 stood there quietly, and did not look like the other disciples who were filled with excitement. It seemed that they had already accepted the fact that they were unable to worship the 7 main peaks. Chen Yan thought for a moment and reached out to point at the 2 teenagers. You two, come out for a moment. The 2 teenagers who were pointed at immediately showed astonishment, as if they did not expect that Chen Yang would pick them. The 2 of them looked at each other in dismay and forced themselves to hold back their excitement as they stepped out from the crowd. Immediately, the people around them cast envious gazes at them. Would you like to worship under my little cloud peak? Chen Yang said to the 2 teenagers, who had yellowish faces and thin muscles and appeared to be chronically malnourished. It was thought that their family's situation should not be very good. Disciples are willing. 2. The 2 teenagers were overjoyed. Where was there any reason for them not to be willing? At this moment, they hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed, thanking Chen Yang for taking them in. All right, get up. Chen Yang waved his hand. The 2 teenagers got up and stood behind Chen Yang. After accepting the 2 disciples, Chen Yang turned around, arched his hand at Yunyan and said, Patriarch, I have already chosen. Yunyan was a little surprised. You're only taking in 2 disciples? One had to know that the other 6 main peaks, accepting disciples was at least 5 to start with. Chen Yang surprisingly only accepted 2, which was too little. Yes, 2 is enough. Chen Yang smiled back. He had accepted these 2 disciples all for the sake of giving Yunyan a face. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to accept any of them. This is fine. Yunyan couldn't say anything more. And below, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmen, as well as the 3 of them, Lin Xianer, were currently looking at Chen Yang's 2 newly accepted disciples. For some reason, they inexplicably had some bad feelings in their hearts. This feeling was like something they didn't want, being obtained by someone else. Although we don't want it. But others can't take it either. After all, it was something that once belonged to them. Especially when they looked at the 2 disciples' happy and excited appearance, it was even more difficult for them to avoid a pang of sourness in their hearts. However, they didn't have time to think about it too much, because the elders of the 12 vice peaks had already begun to select the disciples. Soon, they heard an elder call out their names. Ruyan Lu, Xingmin Zhou, are you 2 willing to worship under my green destiny peak? Ruyan Lu and Xingmin Zhou glanced at each other, both seeing a hint of unwillingness in each other's eyes. They were tempted to say no. They wanted to worship the 7 main peaks. But in this current situation, they had no better choice. Disciple is willing. 2. Ruyan Lu and Xingmin Zhou opened their mouths at the same time and reluctantly agreed. With that, the 2 women walked out of the crowd. Together, they went behind the green destiny peak elder. Even if I can only worship the 12 vice peaks, I can just as easily become a proud son of the heavens like I did in my last life, and in the end, I can just as easily become a great emperor. Lu Ruyan looked towards Chen Yan, who was standing not far away, and secretly clenched her fists. She wanted to prove to Chen Yang that she could become a great emperor just as well without relying on him. Chen Yang. That's right, even if we didn't manage to worship the 7 great main peaks, we can still crush our peers' heavenly pride in this life. Zhou Qingmen said in a similarly unconvincing manner. Soon, as the disciples below were picked off one by one, this disciple intake was nearing its end. Lin Xianer, are you willing to worship under my sunset cloud peak? In the end, Lin Xianer was the last one left to be picked. Among the 12 sub-peaks, the other 11 peaks were unwilling to accept her. In the end, the elder of Sunset Xia Peak saw that she was really unwanted and quite pitiful, so he reluctantly opened his mouth and decided to take her as his disciple. Lin Xianer had long thought about going down the mountain and returning home, so she was naturally unwilling at this moment. Many thanks to the elder for his kindness, disciple is unwilling. Hearing these words, everyone's eyes widened in some surprise. Good fellow. You a piece of trash that no one wants. Now it's so hard for someone to be willing to take you as a disciple. Surprisingly, you are still unwilling? No, where did you get the confidence and backbone? The expression of the elder of the Sunset Cloud Peak stagnated, and she was immediately a little embarrassed. She didn't expect that this disciple that others had picked out and didn't want would actually reject the olive branch that she had thrown out, rejecting her good intentions. It was just as well that he was unwilling, it was just as well that she didn't want to accept trash either. So she spoke, "Since you are unwilling to be my disciple and have no affinity with the other peaks, then you can go down the mountain on your own." "Yes." Lin Xianer nodded her head and agreed with incomparable alacrity. With that, she raised her head and looked deeply at Chun Yang, who was standing above her. Then, she turned around and went down the mountain without looking back. In this life, she was going to worship immortal Reverend Red Cloud as her master. In her parents' mouth, that was a true worldly master. High moral character and immortal style. By following him in cultivation herself, she would take a lot less detours. She had a feeling that the other party would be a very good master. A master who was 1,000 times better than Chen Yang. And she, too, wouldn't turn against her parents and be separated from them because of the matter of worshipping her master. As soon as she thought of her parents at home, a pang of longing surged in her heart, and her footsteps down the mountain unconsciously quickened. Chapter 5. This is the resources, send the caller it. The once every 3 years sect examination ended successfully like this. Chen Yang also brought his 2 newly accepted disciples and prepared to return to his own little cloud peak. System, why is there no reward for my disciple intake in this life? On the way back, Chen Yang questioned the system in doubt. In the previous life, he had received a lot of rewards when he first accepted a disciple. But now, after he had accepted 2 disciples, there was no reward at all. This was unscientific. Host, this system has already reached full level, so there's no need for you to work for me anymore, understand? You mean to say that you're full leveled, so there's no more rewards for me to take in more disciples in this life and teach them how to cultivate? Chen Yang reacted, and immediately had the feeling of being started and stopped. Did this not mean that in this life, this system was useless to him? That's true, but those rewards that you obtained in your last life are still yours. Because of the rebirth, they are now kept in the system space, and the host can withdraw them at any time. The system then made another turn of phrase, giving Chen Yang a few moments of hope. Are you saying that those rewards I obtained in my last life, I can draw on them from you at any time? Chen Yang stared blankly, and then couldn't help but have a joyful look on his face. One must know that in his last life, he had obtained too many rewards from the system. All sorts of pills, all sorts of magic treasures, all sorts of techniques, all sorts of divine weapons. These rewards not only allowed him to become the famous 9-Dragon Emperor, it also allowed him to cultivate those 6 rebellious disciples into renowned human emperors. Now that he was reborn and returned, he would want these things whenever he wanted them. In other words, he would basically have no shortage of resources to cultivate in the future. All of a sudden, Chen Yang was in a much better mood. Soon after, he returned to his little cloud peak with his 2 newly accepted disciples. Chen Yang first arranged a place for the 2 to stay. Unlike the other 6 main peaks, Little Cloud Peak was not like the other 6 main peaks, where there were many disciples and relatively lively. On Little Cloud Peak, it was just the 3 of them, master and disciple, so it was destined to be cold and quiet. There were empty courtyards everywhere that no one lived in. Chen Yang quickly arranged a place for the 2 of them to live, each with a single small courtyard. During this time, Chen Yang also learned the names of the duo. The tall and thin, clean-looking teenager was named Li Qingyun, 17 years old this year. Slightly shorter, plain-looking teenager named Zhao Chuan, just turned 16 this year. The 2 are from a small mountain village. The family is penniless, often do not have enough to eat. When they saw their own separate courtyard, both of them were surprised and happy. This spacious and clean courtyard was much better than the dilapidated dirt house at home. Subsequently, Chen Yang gave the 2 of them another identity token, a book of the most basic qi refining techniques, and 2 sets of customized clothes that belonged solely to the Heavenly Sword sect disciples. In addition, Chen Yang also gave the 2 of them the cultivation resources they deserved according to the standards of the 7 main peaks. These included 10 medium-grade spirit stones, 5 qi-gathering pills, and 3 Peiyuan pills. Among them, the qi-gathering pills could accelerate the absorption of spiritual qi, while the Yuan Pei pills were to make up for the deficiency of qi and blood caused by too fast a cultivation speed. Both were only applicable to low-level cultivators. Finally, Chen Yang thought for a moment. He had now become the master of these 2 since he had accepted them as disciples. However, he did not intend to fulfill his responsibility as a master to guide these 2 in their cultivation in the future. Then was it somewhat unfair to these 2 if he did so? After all, these 2 hadn't wronged him, and they weren't those ungrateful white-eyed wolves. Thinking of this, Chen Yang simply took out 2 divine elemental dawn from the system space, and after informing the 2 of the effects of the divine elemental dawn, he distributed them to the 2 as compensation. This way, he would also be able to have a clear conscience in the future. Moreover, Chen Yang still had a lot of these pills, which were not useful to him, so Chen Yang didn't feel any pain in giving them to these 2 people. This divine elemental pill was not like the first 2 low-grade pills. This was a divine-grade elixir from the system. Even the top alchemists of this world would find it difficult to refine it. This elixir could cleanse the sinews and marrow, allowing one to shed their bones. Even if you had mediocre roots and bones, you would be able to leap into a heavenly pride after taking this Dan. In his last life, those few rebellious disciples of Chen Yang were given the divine Yuan Dan by Chen Yang. It was only then that they had leapt from ordinary disciples with mediocre talent and root bones to become some of the brightest heavenly prides within the Heavenly Sword sect. Even the true disciple under the sovereign, the absolute pride that was said to only come out once in 1,000 years. He was also strongly suppressed by his 6 rebellious disciples. One could imagine just how heaven-defying this elixir was. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan received the gongfu and the elixir as if they were treasures, and then went down. Chen Yang also turned around and returned to his room. Right on Chen Yang's side, he had already placed the 2 disciples properly. On the other side, the 2 girls, Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou, had also been brought to Qingdian Peak by their new master. Compared to the 7 main peaks that were lofty and majestic, one of the 12 secondary peaks, the Green Destiny Peak, looked a lot less impressive, and when it was said to be a peak, it was actually just a higher hill. There is no momentum to speak of. The main hall on the Green Destiny Peak wasn't even as big as one of the side halls on Little Cloud Peak. The disciples who were traveling with them all looked uplifted, as if they were full of longing for their next cultivation. Only the 2 girls, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin, had undisguised disdain in their eyes after seeing the entirety of Qingdian Peak. However, the 2 girls didn't say anything and were silently brought to the Green Destiny Peak like this. Their new master, named Qi Wuji, was a terrible old man with gray hair. Just after arriving at the place, Qi Wuji arranged them to the senior sister of the Green Destiny Peak. Yu Yan, you take these newly enrolled senior siblings to receive their identity J tags, and then arrange a residence for them. Master has other things to do, and has to make a trip down the mountain. Yes. Yang Yu Yan respectfully received the order. After her master left, she put up the stance of a senior sister, puffed out her chest, and scanned the group of newly initiated disciples with a serious expression. From today onwards, you are the disciples of this Qingdian Peak. I am your eldest senior sister. My name is Yang Yuyan. Now, I will first take you all to receive your identity jade tags and clothing. With that, Yang Yuyan took this group of disciples away. Soon, Ruyan Lu's Zhou Qingmin got her own identity token and clothes that uniquely belonged to the Heavenly Sword sect's disciples. There was also a copy of the most basic chi refining technique. For these 3 things, both girls were very familiar with them and didn't really care about them. What really made them care was the cultivation resources they received. There were just 5 lower-grade spirit stones and 2 chi-gathering pills. Then it was gone. Seeing that it was just this pitiful amount of cultivation resources, the 2 women immediately couldn't bear it any longer. Immediately, they stood out and pulled Yang Yuyan to inquire. Senior Sister Yang, why do we only have 5 lower-grade spirit stones and 2 chi-gathering pills? With just this amount of cultivation resources, how can we have enough? Lu Ruyan frowned slightly and asked in dissatisfaction. It was hard for her to imagine that just this much could be called resources. This was too shabby. In their previous life, when they worshipped at Little Cloud Peak, every month they were given 10 medium-grade spirit stones, 5 chi-gathering pills, and another 3 Peiyuan pills. This was not enough for them to use. From time to time, they had to ask Xinyang for various cultivation resources. Now, Qingdian Peak was giving them this much, how could they cultivate? What was the difference between this and sending a beggar? Chapter 6, How to Live in Such a Shabby Place. That's right, this amount of resources is too little. I'll use it up in 3 days at most. Where is it enough for a month? Zhou Qingmin also expressed her dissatisfaction. Not enough to use? Yang Yuyan looked at them and couldn't help but frown. Other people also have this amount of resources. How is it that while others have enough, you guys don't? Moreover, this amount of resources is the standard for the 12 subpeaks. All disciples of the 12 subpeaks have this amount of resources. If you think it's too little, why don't you guys go to the 7 main peaks and come to our Green Destiny Peak? Yang Yuyan didn't spoil them and directly disliked them without any hesitation. There were so many new disciples today. Just these 2 disciples are more than enough. They've been reduced to only being able to come to the 12 vice peaks, and they still dislike this and that. You don't even look at what kind of goods you are. The garbage that the 7 main peaks don't want, their green underworld peak is kindly taking them in, but they still dislike them everywhere. You. The 2 women, Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou, were dumbfounded by her dislike. In the end, the 2 girls could only hold their stomachs of anger and did not have an attack, continuing to follow behind Yang Yuyan, and together they arrived at the area where the disciples lived. You 2, you'll be living here from now on. Yang Yuyan pointed at the 2 dilapidated huts and said to Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin. We'll live here from now on? Lu Ruyan looked at the tiny one wooden hut, slightly wide-eyed and somewhat incredulous. No, this is for people to live in? No, senior sister, this is too shabby and too small, isn't it? Zhou Qingmin pushed open the door of one of the wooden huts, and a musty smell immediately hit her. She forced herself to endure the musty smell and looked inside. She saw that the wooden house was very small, and inside there was only a wooden bed and a table, and nothing else could be put inside. Moreover, there were several holes in the roof, so it would not leak if it rained. How can people live in this environment? Senior Sister Yang, this wooden house is so broken, where is it for people to live in, and it stinks so bad, how long has it been since no one cleaned it? Zhou Qingmin turned around and looked towards Yang Yuyan with a puff of anger, directly opening her mouth to question. Her status, at least, was a princess of a country. From childhood to adulthood, they were all well dressed and well fed, and in her last life, when she followed Chen Yang did not treat them poorly in terms of food, clothing, and shelter. But now that she had worshipped at Qingdian Peak, she was even allowed to live in such a small cabin. Wasn't this bullying? Yang Yuyan coldly said in a bad humor, on our Green Destiny Peak, this is the condition, you guys love to live or not, humph. After saying that, Yang Yuyan turned around and left. Only left Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin, two women, standing in front of the cabin holding a belly full of fire with no place to vent it. Senior Sister, this wooden hut isn't even as big as a thatched toilet on Little Cloud Peak, how can this be inhabited? Zhou Qingmin clenched her fists and couldn't help but grumble through gritted teeth. One must know that in their last life, when they worshipped at Little Cloud Peak, each person could have a separate small courtyard building. Not only was it spacious, but it was also very clean. The small wooden hut in front of them couldn't be compared at all. Senior Sister, forget it, who made us worship the 12 vice peaks instead of the 7 main peaks? Lu Ruyan finally chose to swallow this breath. After all, the current them, they had no choice. Senior Sister, why don't we not stay in the Heavenly Sword sect? Let's go down the mountain and become casual cultivators. I just can't stand the environment here anymore. Zhou Qingmin covered her nose with a disgusted expression. Lu's cultivator? Lu Ruyan immediately froze, then shook her head. Senior Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? It's not like you don't know that the rich spiritual Chi Cave and blessed lands under the sky are almost all occupied by major clans, and all sorts of cultivation resources are also firmly controlled by major powers. There is pitifully little space left for scattered cultivators to survive. At that time when we become casual cultivators, no matter what cultivation resources we want, we can only rely on ourselves to find them. Whether we can find them or not is another story. Even if we find them, we may still have to snatch them with others. This is very dangerous. At that time we don't have the blessing of the clan. If we die in someone else's hands, then it's a real death. Lu Ruyan said bitterly. Dispersing cultivation, it wasn't like she hadn't thought about it after being reborn. The problem is that in this world, the cultivation resources are firmly controlled by the major clans. All kinds of rich spiritual Chi Cave heaven blessed land are also occupied by the major clans under the situation. If you are a casual cultivator, you are destined to be very miserable and extremely dangerous. It would be better to stay in the sect. Although there were fewer resources now, it was still better than nothing. Moreover, in the sect, one could also do various tasks in exchange for cultivation resources. This was much safer than being a loose cultivator. Furthermore, even if there were no cultivation resources, just staying in this spiritual chi-rich sect to cultivate, the speed was much faster than being a loose cultivator outside. Therefore, being able to stay in the sect, little cutie. Only then would they go to be a loose cultivator. Alright. Zhou Qingmin also hung her head in resignation. She was just speaking in anger just now. If she really wanted to let her become a loose cultivator, she was definitely unwilling. After all, she was still more willing to stay in the Heavenly Sword sect compared to the hardships of being a loose cultivator. Alas, it is unimaginable that the treatment of the disciples of these 12 vice peaks would be so poor that we didn't even pay attention to it in our last life. Lu Ruyan looked at the broken and leaky hut in front of her, and couldn't help but sigh a little in her heart. In her last life, after she worshipped at Little Cloud Peak, she quickly became the Heavenly Sword sect's well-deserved #1 heavenly pride. Whatever cultivation resources she wanted, Chen Yang gave her. Even if sometimes Chen Yang didn't have them, Chen Yang would ask the sect to give them to her. For her requests, the sect would also oblige every time. The place where she lived was even changed from a separate small courtyard. Eventually, it was replaced with a specialized mansion, and the sect had also equipped her with 2 maids of honor. That treatment. And then looking at today's small wooden house. Alas! If only we could worship the 7 main peaks. Zhou Qingmin sighed lightly and suddenly couldn't help but speak. The tone of her voice was tinged with a bit of sourness. After these words were uttered, both of them were stunned. Immediately after is a long silence. At this moment, they couldn't help but think of the life they had in their last life after joining Little Cloud Peak. They also remembered the master who had responded to their requests. Humph. Senior Sister, this time we were just unlucky and didn't worship the other 6 main peaks. But even if that's the case, we can't compromise with that fellow. We will definitely prove it to him. Even if we don't worship him and don't join his Little Cloud Peak, we can just as well become a heavenly pride that is admired by millions of people like we did in our last life. Ruyan Lu raised a hand and clapped it on Qingmin Zhou's shoulder with a defiant look on her face. Right. Even if we don't have that surname Chen, we can just as well. Zhou Qingmin nodded heavily, and her eyes became determined again. Wasn't it just that we didn't worship the 7 main peaks? Just this difficulty could not defeat them at all. They were the Heavenly Sword sect's pride of heaven in their last life. This life could be the same. Chapter 7 Heart-Eating Compulsion. The sky gradually darkened. In the end, Ruyanlu and Xingminzhou had no choice but to compromise with reality. After the two of them cleaned for a good while, the dilapidated cabin was finally livable. As for the two women, they were also exhausted, not to mention sweating all over. They were also dusty and looked extremely wretched. It couldn't be helped that the current girls hadn't started cultivating yet, they were just ordinary people. After entering the wooden house, the exhausted two women did not rush to cultivate but laid down early to rest. At the same time, on Little Cloud Peak, Chen Yang didn't know that his two rebellious disciples, on their first day of worshipping at Qingdian Peak, were living such a miserable life. At this moment, he came above the bed and sat down with his knees crossed, preparing to start cultivating. System, give me 10 immortal spirit pills. As the words fell, 10 white pills appeared in his hands, emitting a burst of medicinal fragrance. Chen Yang stuffed them into his mouth in one gulp and took them all. The immortal spirit pill was a type of elixir that aided in cultivation, and after taking it, it could increase the speed of cultivation by 10 times. The effect of each elixir could last for an hour. This was a very precious type of elixir, and in his last life, Chen Yang had only spared one at a time. Now that he had returned from rebirth, the system space was piled high with rewards from his previous life. There were tens of thousands of immortal spirit pills alone. He simply couldn't use them all by himself. Not to mention the various other elixirs. Chen Yang naturally didn't need to be stingy. After taking the elixir, it melted in his mouth. Immediately, he felt a warm current arise in his body out of nowhere, and it was as if his entire body was in a hot spring. His entire body was warm and soothing. Chen Yang hurriedly revolved his gongfu and began to cultivate. The technique he was practicing was the 9-dragon heaven swallowing technique, which had a total of 9 layers. In his last life, Chen Yang had cultivated to the unprecedented 9th layer. He had become the 9-dragon emperor who had shaken the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. The current Chen Yang had only cultivated to the 2nd layer. However, with the experience of his previous life, it was not difficult for Chen Yang to cultivate, it just took some time. With the added power of the elixir, Chen Yang's cultivation was simply like a godsend. 2 golden dragons emerged behind him, their bodies snaking and coiling, blossoming with brilliant golden light. Each one was as solid as substance, with distinct scales and claws. The dragon's head was even raised high, from time to time emitting a low dragon's roar that shook the room's furnishings and gently trembled. In his last life, Chen Yang had spent 10 whole years cultivating from the 2nd to the 3rd layer. And now, 7 hours later, behind Chen Yang, a 3rd dragon chi actually slowly emerged. It was just that compared to the first 2 dragon chi, the golden light emanating from this one was very dull, and it looked somewhat illusory and not real. At the same time, Chen Yang, who was in the middle of his cultivation, also abruptly opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. I've broken through to the Yuan Dan realm. Chen Yang didn't expect that so quickly. He had cultivated the 9-dragon heaven swallowing technique to the 3rd layer. At the same time, he had also broken through from the Spirit Sea realm to the Yuan Dan realm in one fell swoop. Feeling the Yuan Dan that had just been born in his body, Chen Yang had a smile on his face. In this world, the cultivation realms were divided into Qi Condensation Realm, Big Dipper Realm, Spirit Sea Realm, Yuandan Realm, Yuanin Realm, God Transformation Realm, Cave Void Realm, Holy Domain Realm, Supreme Realm, and Great Emperor Realm. Now that he has broken through to the Yuandan Realm, it can be said that his cultivation has surpassed that of the other peak elders within the sect. Other than the patriarch and those few supreme elders, as well as the old ancestor who had been in seclusion for 100 years. He was the strongest in the Heavenly Sword sect. Continue cultivating. Chen Yang quieted his mind and continued to cultivate. The night was already deep. Just as Chen Yang seized the time to cultivate, in a small county 10 miles away from the Heavenly Sword sect. After Lin Xianer descended from the mountain, she embarked on the return journey home. Because the journey away from home was still far, she chose to temporarily stay within this county town. At this moment, she was staying in an inn in the city. She was sitting cross-legged on the bed. She was also meditating and practicing. With the experience from her previous life, she only used 2 hours. She successfully drew qi into her body and stepped into the qi condensation realm. One must know that in her previous life, she had spent half a month to draw qi into her body. Now, it only took 2 hours. Lin Xianer was very satisfied with this. Only, just as she was about to drum up some energy and continue her cultivation, preparing to break through to the 2nd level of the qi condensation realm in one fell swoop. Yet, she suddenly realized. The speed of her cultivation was very slow. It was more than tens of times slower than in her previous life. Lin Xianer opened her eyes and frowned lightly. Could it be that this place has a thin spiritual qi, and that's why it's so slow to cultivate? Unable to help it, such a guess rose in her heart. But immediately afterward, she shook her head violently. No, this place is not too far from the Heavenly Sword sect, and the spiritual qi isn't too thin. Am I cultivating so slowly because my roots are too poor? She quickly realized the problem. Right now this root bone of hers was completely incomparable to her last life. The previous life. When she had just joined Shen Yang's sect, Shen Yang had given her a divine elemental pill. It allowed her to wash her tendons and marrow, completely transforming her bones. From a disciple with mediocre roots and bones, she had leapt to become a heavenly pride within the Heavenly Sword sect. The speed of cultivation was even faster. Nowadays, cultivation is so slow. That must be because the present day her has not gone through the process of cleansing her tendons and marrow and transforming her bones. Therefore, the cultivation speed could not be raised. I didn't expect that a small divine elemental pill would have such a divine effect. I didn't even pay too much attention to it in my last life. I just thought it was a mediocre pill. Lin Xianer frowned tightly. In her last life, when she had just joined Shen Yang's sect, she did not know anything about cultivation and did not understand anything. Shen Yang gave her whatever pills. She came to all of them. Every time she took the pills, she just focused on cultivation. Then she just logically became a Heavenly Sword sect's Heavenly Pride disciple. At that time, she thought that she already had outstanding natural talent, or else Chen Yang, one of the 7 main peaks, wouldn't have picked her as a disciple out of hundreds of disciples. But now, she then suddenly realized. She didn't seem to be any kind of heavenly pride. Without the divine elemental pill, she couldn't even compare to the ordinary disciples of the 12 vice peaks of the Heavenly Sword sect. Humph. When I return home and worship Immortal Emperor Red Cloud as my master, he will definitely give me a meridian cleansing elixir that will help me transform my body into a new one. It's not just the divine elemental pill. If he, Chen Yang, can have a pill, others will surely have it as well. Lin Xianer snorted lightly, then no longer cared. In her opinion, this kind of elixir that cleansed the muscles and marrow, if Chen Yang could have it, others would naturally have it as well. She wasn't worried at all that she wouldn't be able to obtain this kind of elixir. She quieted her mind, closed her eyes, and continued to cultivate. It was just that. Not long after she started cultivating, she however suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from within her heart. She stifled a grunt and instantly opened her eyes, covering her chest with a terrified expression. This is the heart-devouring compulsion. Dusty memories were opened, and Lin Xianer snapped to mind. In her last life, before she worshipped the Heavenly Sword sect, she was suffering from the heart-devouring compulsion. This kind of compulsion, not knowing who put it there, had accompanied her since she was 10 years old, and it attacked every 3 days. Every time it struck, it was as if there were millions of parasites gnawing at her heart. This kind of pain is something that no one can endure. In her last life, she endured it for 7 years. Until she joined Shen Yang's discipleship, Shen Yang's power to help her force out the parasites in her body, she was able to be relieved. Because after 3,000 years, she had long forgotten this past event. Now that she had been reborn and returned, the parasites had struck again. It was only then that she remembered this past event. Why does it hurt so much? Lin Xianer covered her chest in death, rolling around on the bed in pain, her face gradually turning pale, her forehead veins rippling, cold sweat pouring out. In the end, she was even in so much pain that she tumbled off the bed and rolled all over the ground. However, this pain was not relieved. Instead, the pain became more and more intense as the compulsion continued to strike. Within the room, Lin Xianer screamed heartbreakingly, her voice having a kind of hysterical madness. What's all the noise, not sleeping in the middle of the night? Within the next room, an angry man's voice resounded steeply. Obviously, Lin Xianer's miserable screams had woken up the other guests within the inn. However, at this moment, where did Lin Xianer have the heart to care about the other people? She felt like her entire heart was about to be gnawed away. That extreme pain made her almost faint. It wasn't until a quarter of an hour later. The pain gradually receded, only then did Lin Xianer lie on the ground, panting heavily. At this moment, her entire body was cloaked in hair and drenched in sweat, her entire body was exhausted and weak. She lay on the ground and rested for a while, which restored some of her strength. Then bracing herself, she slowly got up and laid back down on the bed. Damn it, I actually forgot that at this time, I'm still suffering from a compulsion. The day this compulsion is not solved, I will have to keep enduring this heart-eating pain. It seems that I go home as soon as possible, and worship Immortal Emperor Red Cloud as my teacher as soon as possible. Chen Yang was able to force out the heart-devouring compulsion in my body, he will surely be able to lift this heart-devouring compulsion for me as well. Lin Xianer thought like this in her heart, and her heart gradually calmed down. Soon, exhausted, she fell into a deep sleep. On the next day, just after dawn, Lin Xianer left the inn. Lin Xianer then left the inn, and after buying a fast horse in the city, she immediately left the city. She went home on a fast horse, returning to her heart. Chapter 8: The Importance of the Divine Elemental Pill. At the hour of the day, the sky was brightening. On Little Cloud Peak, in the room, Chen Yang sat cross-legged on the bed, still immersed in cultivation. Behind him, 3 dragon chi hovered and stood, their piercing golden light filling every corner of the room. At this moment, that 3rd dragon chi, after a night of cultivation, had also become more and more solid. It no longer looked illusory, but exuded a majestic and domineering aura. Half an hour later, Chen Yang ended his cultivation and opened his eyes. Unexpectedly, in one night's time, I have already cultivated to the late Yuan Dan realm, just one step away from breaking through to the Yuan Ing realm. Chen Yang did not expect that after being reborn, his cultivation speed would be so amazing. If this was known to the other elders within the sect, their jaws must not drop in shock. However, Chen Yang was not in a hurry to break through. Sometimes breaking through too quickly was not a good thing. This would lead to an unstable Dao foundation and endless consequences. Master, have you gotten up? Just at this moment, a respectful teenager's voice rang out from outside the door of the room. Chen Yang heard it out. This was the voice of his newly accepted disciple, Li Qingyun. What is it? Chen Yang did not get up, but only opened his mouth indifferently and asked. Master, we have prepared breakfast for you. Li Qingyun's voice was a little timid. Breakfast? Chen Yang was slightly stunned, then he said, come in. The next moment, the door of the room was then pushed open. The duo, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, walked in with breakfast. Chen Yang got up and came to the table. He saw two simple dishes and a bowl of white porridge on the table. Looking at the meal on the table, Chen Yang gently sighed. He could not even remember how long it had been since he had eaten. After a cultivator had broken through to the spirit sea realm, he would be able to dispel the grain. There was simply no need to eat to maintain bodily functions. These two disciples of his should not know that he didn't need to eat, so this was why they prepared a meal for him. He slowly sat down, picked up the bowls and chopsticks, and ate slowly and methodically. As for the two of them, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, they stood respectfully at the side, silent. After simply eating 2 bites, Chen Yang remembered something and turned his head to look at the two disciples. Right, have the two of you eaten yet? Master, we have eaten. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan hurriedly replied. Chen Yang nodded, then said, in the future, you two, master and brother, there is no need to cook my portion. Those who have cultivated to this realm of master already do not need to eat. Yes. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan nodded their heads in unison. Chen Yang did not say anything more and continued to eat. Drinking the hot white porridge, Chen Yang suddenly felt some emotions. These two disciples that he had taken in nowadays, at least they would still cook for him, fearing that he would go hungry. But in the previous life, the 6 rebellious disciples that he had taken in, when they first worshipped under him, they also didn't know anything. But they never cooked for him, and they didn't even care about him as their master. They would only ask him for all kinds of cultivation resources and were insatiable. The Chen Yang of his previous life, on the other hand, felt that there was nothing wrong with this. At that time, he felt that if he was a master, he should do everything he could to help his disciples cultivate. Thinking about it now, how foolish his thoughts were at that time. By the way, the divine elemental pill I gave you, have the two of you taken it yet? Chen Yang casually asked while drinking the white porridge. Master, we have both taken it. The two of them replied back in unison. Chen Yang nodded. The divine elemental pill was mild in nature. He was not worried that the two's bodies would sink to withstand it. Then have you guys started cultivating? Chen Yang asked again. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan looked at each other with slightly awkward expressions. Finally, Li Qingyun stepped forward and bowed, replying, Master, we started cultivating last night after taking the pills, it's just that my disciple was foolish and failed to draw qi into my body. Chen Yang said indifferently, there is no rush in cultivation. Since you have taken the divine elemental pill, then I believe that it won't take long for the two of you to be able to draw qi into your body and step into the qi condensation realm. Chen Yang was not worried that his two disciples would not be able to induce qi into their bodies. These two had just come into contact with cultivation and knew nothing about it. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. They were definitely going to have some difficulties now that they were just cultivating. However, as long as the qi was drawn into the body, he believed that these two, they would definitely be able to cultivate by leaps and bounds. After all, the divine elemental pill he had given them was a divine elixir produced by the system. It was the only one of its kind in this world. This Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan were destined to become the heavenly sword sect's pride of heaven. This was something that no one could stop. On the contrary, it's his few rebellious disciples who don't have the divine yuan pill in this life. They were destined to die out. He would like to see how far these few rebellious disciples could go without relying on him, Chen Yang. Speaking of which, nowadays, Ruyan Lu, Qingmin Zhou, and Xianer Lin should have already started cultivating. With the experience from their previous life, they should be able to easily draw qi into their bodies and step into the qi condensation realm. However, immediately afterward, they would realize that without the divine elemental pill to help them cleanse their veins and marrow and shed their bones, when they cultivated, their speed would be very slow. At this time, they would realize the importance of the divine elemental pill. And in this world, the divine elemental pill was only available to him, Chen Yang. As it turned out, Chen Yang had indeed guessed correctly. On the Green Destiny Peak, the two of them, Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou, had already succeeded in drawing qi into their bodies after 2 hours of cultivation. At first, the two of them were happy. After all, this cultivation speed had broken the record of the Heavenly Sword sect ever. It also refreshed the record of the entire southern wasteland. Cultivating at this rate. They believed that in this life, they would shine even brighter than in their last life. They will become the pride of the heavens that countless people are chasing after. It's not too much to say that there's no one like them before or after them. It's not too much to ask. But immediately afterward, they were slapped in the face. Because they realized that after they successfully induced chi into their bodies, their cultivation speed, unexpectedly, slow. Yes, slow. Incredibly slow. Strangely slow. How can this be? Ruyan Lu stopped her cultivation, her expression in disbelief. Logically, with the experience of their previous life, they should have cultivated at a very fast speed. But the truth was the opposite. Senior sister, why is it that our cultivation speed would not even be a tenth of what it was in our last life? Zhou Qingmin pushed the door in and asked with great anxiety. At this moment, her face was filled with worry and bewilderment. Senior sister, don't be anxious, there must be a reason why our cultivation is so slow, allow me to think. Ruyan Lu frowned and fell into deep thought. A moment later, she jerked her head up and said, Senior sister, I know, it's the divine origin pill. Divine elemental pill? Zhou Qingmin froze, her expression slightly confused. In her last life, Chen Yang had given her too many pills, and she could no longer remember what kind of pill this divine elemental pill was. Plus, every time Chen Yang had given her an elixir in her previous life, she had never cared or asked about it. Every time, she just took it in one gulp and then just cultivated. Now, for a moment, she couldn't recall any information about the divine elemental pill at all. Senior sister, in our last life, when we first worshipped Chen Yang as our master, he gave each of us a divine elemental pill, which has the effect of cleansing the muscles and marrow. In this life, we didn't take the divine elemental pill and we didn't cleanse our muscles and marrow, so this is why our cultivation is slow. It must be like this. Ruyan Lu's expression became more and more certain. So that's how it is. After her reminder, Zhou Qingmin's eyes gradually brightened up as well. In her mind, she also vaguely recalled that it seemed like there was indeed such a thing. Then senior sister, what do we do now? Without the divine elemental pill, we won't be able to cleanse our veins and marrow, so if we cultivate in the future, won't we have to stay this slow? At this rate of cultivation, how long will it be before we can cultivate into a great emperor? Knowing the reason, Zhou Qingmin immediately became a little anxious. One must know that in their last life, they were the Heavenly Sword sect's pride. The speed of their cultivation crushed the cultivators of their peers, leaving them in the dust. But even so, they cultivated into great emperors. It took them 3,000 years. At their current speed, she didn't dare to think. How many years would it take to reach the heights of her last life? I'm afraid that they wouldn't even be able to reach it in 30,000 years. When she thought of this, Zhou Qingmin's heart became more and more irritated. 3,000 years felt long to her, let alone 30,000 years. Senior sister, don't be anxious, let's go find Master and ask, maybe he has a divine origin pill as well. Lu Ruyan was a senior sister after all, her character was a bit more composed. Soon, she thought of a solution. That was to go find their current master and ask for this divine origin pill. Righto, they are all Heavenly Sword sect elders, if Chen Yang can have a divine origin pill, our master must have one as well. Let's go, senior sister, let's go find our master and ask for a divine origin pill. Zhou Qingmin came to a sudden realization, as if she had eaten a heart pill, she was instantly relieved. An elixir like the divine elemental pill that cleansed the muscles and marrow, Chen Yang could have it. Other people were bound to have it as well. Well, let's go. Immediately, the two women walked out of the wooden house together. Halfway there, the two girls met the senior sister of Qingdianpi, Yang Yuyan. Senior sister Yang, do you know where master is? Zhou Qingmin desperately wanted to find her master and obtain the divine elemental pill, so she stopped the other party to find out where her master was. Master went down the mountain yesterday, and has yet to return, what are you looking for him for? Yang Yuyan frowned gently, her eyes indifferent as she looked at the two women. For these two, she didn't have a good impression. Of all the disciples yesterday, these two were the only ones picking and choosing, disliking them everywhere. Hearing that master was not on the mountain, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin were instantly a little disappointed. Then when will master, his old man, return? Zhou Qingmin gently clenched her teeth, still undeterred, pulling Yang Yuyan to continue pursuing the question. Lu Ruyan also looked urgently at Yang Yuyan. Her mind was now filled with the divine elemental pill. Yang Yuyan shook off Zhou Qingmin's hand in one fell swoop and impatiently returned. How am I supposed to know that? After saying that, she was about to draw away. However, Zhou Qingmin, who desperately wanted the divine elemental pill at this moment, would not let her leave. Only to see Zhou Qingmin stop her once again, pursing her lips, she reluctantly asked. Then, senior sister, do you know that master has the divine elemental pill? Lu Ruyan was also looking at Yang Yuyan very nervously, desperately wanting to know the answer. Divine origin pill? Yang Yuyan was first stunned, then a trace of doubt surfaced on her face. What is that thing? She had followed her master in cultivation for more than 10 years, but she had never heard of this kind of elixir. Senior sister, you don't know about the divine elemental pill? Yang Yuyan's reaction caused both Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin to be stunned, and then they couldn't help but feel apprehensive in their hearts. Chapter 9, even if there is one, why should I give it to you guys? How could it be? Could it be that master doesn't have the divine elemental pill? At this moment, Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou's hearts were in their throats. In their opinion, if Shen Yang could have something, their master should also have it. But now it seemed that their master didn't have it. Otherwise, how could Yang Yuyan not know about this kind of elixir? Senior sister Yang, you don't know about the divine elemental pill? Lu Ruyan could no longer maintain her composure and stepped forward, asking urgently. Looking at the two's eagerness, Yang Yuyan thought for a moment and eventually shook her head. I don't know, I've never heard of this kind of elixir. Seeing Yang Yuyan still shaking her head and displaying a look of bewilderment, Zhou Qingmin became anxious and hurriedly pulled her. Senior sister Yang, it's that kind of elixir that can wash the muscles and marrow and make people shed their bones. An elixir that once a person takes it, even if they have mediocre roots and bones, they can still leap to become a proud son of heaven. Have you really never heard of it? Think again, senior sister Yang, have you really never heard of it? Zhou Qingmin stared blearily at Yang Yuyan, still somewhat unwilling. In order to be able to remind the other party of this kind of elixir, she had even purposely added the effects of the divine elemental pill. Lu Ruyan was similarly extraordinarily nervous at this moment. The current girls had already realized the importance of the divine origin pill. If they did not have the divine elemental pill, their cultivation speed would be very slow. It was completely incomparable to their previous life. Right now, they were relying on the divine elemental pill to help them improve their bones. But this Yang Yuyan, she didn't even know what divine elemental pill was. How could this make them not be anxious? Yang Yuyan immediately stared with wide eyes, somewhat surprised. There is actually this kind of elixir in the world? According to Zhou Qingmin, this divine elemental pill, it had a miraculous effect. It could wash the tendons and marrow, allowing one to shed their bones. Even a disciple with mediocre bones could leap into a heavenly pride. How could there be such a miraculous elixir under the sky? Yang Yuyan was shocked. However, this surprised look of hers, when it fell in the eyes of both Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin, it made the hearts of the two of them half cold. With this reaction from Yang Yuyan, it was obvious that she really didn't know about the divine elemental pill. She hadn't even heard of it before. It seemed that their master had not given Yang Yuyan the divine elemental dan. This could also indicate that their current master, most likely, did not have such a thing as the divine elemental pill. For a while, both Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin were a bit lost and couldn't help but feel a bit dejected. Yang Yuyan looked at the two girls' downcast appearance, and at this time, she also reacted. You guys are looking for master because you want this so-called divine elemental pill? Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou raised their heads and did not speak, only nodding their heads gently. Ha! Yang Yuyan couldn't help but laugh, a trace of contempt surfacing in her eyes. According to you guys, this divine elemental pill has a miraculous effect, allowing one to become a genius in a single leap. Not to mention whether or not master has this kind of elixir, even if master does, why would he give it to you guys? On our Green Destiny Peak, there are over 100 disciples. Are you guys gifted and have good roots? Do you have a deep background? Do you have a good relationship with your master? I'll just ask one question, why did master give it to you? Yang Yuyan turned to the two women and just made a burst of snide remarks, not caring about the face of the two women in the slightest. She originally didn't have a good impression of these two women. At this moment, her impression of the two women was even worse. Having just joined the Green Destiny Peak, they didn't think about cultivating properly, instead they were bent on taking shortcuts. Still wanting the divine elemental dan. Still want to become the proud son of heaven. You don't even look at what kind of goods you are. The 7 main peaks don't want garbage. Still wanting to become a heaven's pride, how ridiculous. You. Hearing these words, Zhou Qingmin instantly became a bit furious. Although Yang Yuyan was speaking the truth, these words were too unpleasant to hear. She opened her mouth and just wanted to retort, but she couldn't say a single word. It could only stare viciously at the other party. Lu Ruyan secretly clenched her fists, and she was also infuriated, but she was speechless for a while. She could only hatefully and angrily stare at Yang Yuyan. Yang Yuyan let out a light laugh and pushed Zhou Qingmin away, raising her head. The two women, who were humiliated, could only look at her back as she went away, but they couldn't let out a single fart. Some people, obviously their own talent is not good, but do not think that diligence can make up for clumsiness, but instead is thinking of all kinds of crooked ways, when it is really ridiculous. Yang Yuyan left while still not forgetting to mock a sentence. Hearing this, the two girls were even more annoyed and couldn't help but gnash their teeth, itching to rush up and tear this broken mouth of hers apart right now. Too infuriating, senior sister, this Yang Yuyan is also too hateful. We only want the divine elemental pill. What gives her the right to humiliate us like this? Zhou Qingmin was so angry that she stomped her feet, her fists were crunching. In her last life, she was the pride of heaven, an existence admired by all. Later on, she became a great emperor. When others saw her, they were even more respectful and courteous. When had she ever suffered this kind of anger? At this moment, she felt like her lungs were about to explode with anger. This Yang Yuyan is also too much. She's just the senior sister of the Qingdian peak, which is only the 12th vice peak. A person like her, she wasn't even worthy of lifting my shoes in her last life, and now she's even insulting me like this. Just wait, when my cultivation goes up in the future, sooner or later I will avenge today's insult. Ruyan Lu stared at the direction that Yang Yuyan had left, deep hatred shooting out from her eyes. In her last life, she was the Ruyan emperor. A little person like Yang Yuyan. She wouldn't even look at them squarely. If she even wanted to kill the other party, she would only need to wave her hand and tell Yang Yuyan to go up and smoke. But now, this Yang Yuyan was actually humiliating her in such an overbearing manner. This made her unable to endure. Yes, we'll find her to settle this account later. Zhou Qingmen, will definitely repay her tenfold. Zhou Qingmen gritted her teeth, and in her heart, she had already memorized this revenge. In her opinion, in their current life, they were destined to be like their previous life. To become the great human emperors that the world looked up to. At that time, if they wanted to kill Yang Yuyan, it wouldn't be a breeze. At this moment, in her heart, she had already sentenced Yang Yuyan to death. Alright, the priority is still to get the divine elemental pill. Lu Rian withdrew her gaze. Even though she also wanted to humiliate back, she knew that now was not the time for revenge. Right now, nothing was more important than the divine origin pill. At the mention of the divine elemental pill, Zhou Qingmen immediately panicked. Senior sister, what should we do? Our master, it can't be true that he doesn't have the divine elemental pill, right? She had originally thought that Chun Yang could have the divine origin pill. Then their master should also have it. But now, it seemed that it was not the case. Senior sister, don't be anxious. When master returns, let's personally find master and ask him. Even if master doesn't have it, he should know where to find divine origin pills. Ruyan Lu spoke out to comfort. Hearing these words, Zhou Qingmen instantly felt much more at ease. Nodding heavily. Then when master returns, we'll go look for him together. Chapter 10. Only Chen Yang has the divine origin pill in this world. Ruyan Lu and Qingmen Zhou didn't have to wait too long. At noon, their master Qi Wuji returned to Qingdian Peak. Upon learning the news of their master's return, the two girls immediately came to the scripture pavilion full of expectation and found Qi Wuji. What is it that the two of you are looking for me for? Qi Wuji was dressed in a white robe and looked at the two women with an indifferent expression. He still had some impression of these two outstanding-looking female disciples in front of him. After all, these two were the disciples he had just taken in yesterday. Zhou Qingmen just wanted to open her mouth and directly ask for the divine elemental Dan, but she was tugged by Lu Ruyan's sleeve, signaling her to keep quiet. Zhou Qingmen instantly understood and obediently took a step back. Only then did Lu Ruyan step forward and asked with a smile on her face. Master, have you ever heard of the divine elemental pill? She did not directly ask for it, but first asked tentatively. It would be too rude to ask for it directly. The reason why she didn't let Zhou Qingmen speak was that she was clear that the other party's character was too impatient, and she was afraid of provoking her master's anger. Divine elemental Dan? Qi Wuji's brows gently furrowed, a thoughtful look appearing on his face. A moment later, he shook his head. Master has never heard of this kind of elixir. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmen were both struck by lightning, their expressions somewhat unbelievable. At the same time, their hearts were instantly disappointed to the extreme. They did not expect that even Qi Wuji had never heard of such a thing as the divine elemental pill. Master, you really haven't heard of it, you need to stop thinking about it. Zhou Qingmen clenched her teeth and couldn't help but step forward, saying unwillingly. Right now, she had placed all her hopes on the divine elemental pill. But their master, he had never even heard of what the divine elemental pill was. At this moment, how she wished that Qi Wuji could have the divine origin pill. It just didn't come to mind for a moment. However, the reality was, after so many years of cultivation, master has indeed never heard of this kind of elixir. Qi Wuji's words caused the two women's hearts to sink to the bottom. Looking at the two women's disoriented appearance, Qi Wuji became interested. Say, you two, where did you hear about this divine elemental pill? And this divine elemental pill, what kind of pill is it, and what exactly is its wonderful use? He asked curiously. Zhou Qingmen was extremely disappointed at the moment, where else would she have the heart to answer his question? Lu Ruyan had no choice but to open her mouth and said perfunctorily, Master, this divine elemental Dan, we also heard it from someone under the mountain. I heard that this divine elemental pill can wash the tendons and marrow, allowing people to shed their bones and enhance their talent and root bones, so that's why I came to ask. Then you guys are by and large letting people fool you. Qi Wuji shook his head and lost his smile, faintly saying, there is no such elixir in the world. A person's talent and root bones are predestined at birth, they are innate, where can they be changed by drugs? If it can really be changed, then under the sky, I still don't know how many heavenly prides there are. He simply didn't believe that there could be such a magical elixir under the sky. If there really was such an elixir, it wouldn't be snatched up like crazy. In that case, everyone could become a heavenly pride. Was there simply no such elixir in the world? Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmen looked gloomy for a while, and only this sentence remained in their minds, constantly echoing, how could they not be waved away? As for what Qi Wuji said afterward, they didn't even listen. They wanted to tell Qi Wuji that there was this kind of elixir in the world. In their last life, they had relied on this kind of elixir. They had become the proud sons of the Heavenly Sword sect by leaps and bounds. In the end, they even cultivated into great emperors. However, the two of them could only hold these words in their stomachs and could not say them out. At this moment, they already understood that in this world, only Chen Yang had the divine yuan pill. No one else had even heard of it. At the thought of this, the two of them felt another pang of loss in their hearts. This meant that apart from Chen Yang, they were unable to obtain the divine origin pill from anyone else. Then, Master, do you know if there is any kind of elixir or herb in this world that can help cleanse one's muscles and marrow? Lu Ruyan's heart was filled with unwillingness, so she couldn't help but ask again. There is no divine elemental pill. Then any other elixir would do, as long as it could cleanse the tendons and marrow. Even if the effect wasn't as good as the divine elemental pill, she would still admit it. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope lit up in Zhou Qingmen's eyes as she looked up at Qi Wuji. Qi Wuji waved his hand. It's been said that the two things, talent and root bones, are predestined at birth and cannot be changed. In this world, there is simply no elixir that can transform a person's bones and turn a waste into a genius. Hearing these words, Ruyan Lu and Qingmen Zhou completely died. The light in their eyes instantly dimmed. Master will have to make a trip to Little Cloud Peak later. Do the two of you still have something to do? If not, Master will have to leave this time. Qi Wuji was ready to leave. Hearing Little Cloud Peak, the two women couldn't help but think of Chen Yang. The moment they thought of the fact that only Chen Yang had the divine origin pill in this world, there was a pang of sourness and despondency in the hearts of the two. It's all right, Master. Ruyan Lu helplessly retreated to the side, drooping her head with an extremely dejected look. Qi Wuji didn't say much either, and immediately left straight away. Senior sister, without the divine elemental pill, what should we do? Zhou Qingmen raised her head and looked towards Lu Ruyan, her face a little pale. She had originally thought that something like the divine elemental pill. It was not unique to Chen Yang. All they had to do was to find Qi Wuji and they would be able to get this kind of elixir. Then like in their previous life, they would become the Heavenly Sword sect's pride of heaven. But reality slapped them hard. Similarly, they were the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect, but Qi Wuji had never even heard of an elixir like the divine elemental pill. Now that she was sure that only Chen Yang had this divine elemental pill in the world, her mood was lost to the extreme. She couldn't go to Chen Yang to ask for this kind of pill. She couldn't open this mouth. Senior sister, I. Lu Ruyan opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. But nothing could be said. Because she didn't know what to do either. Only Chen Yang had the divine origin pill in this world. There was simply no other way for them to obtain this kind of elixir. What could she do with this? She gritted her teeth and said defiantly, "Humph. We can't give in to him anyway. I'd rather die than go and ask him for the divine origin pill." Ruyan Lu snorted lightly and said in a very stiff upper lip, "Let her give in to Chen Yang. She couldn't do it. Right, I'd rather not have the divine elemental pill, and I won't ask for the divine elemental pill from that Chen surnamed." Zhou Qingmen remembered Chen Yang's face in her mind and was instantly disgusted. Although she wanted the divine elemental pill very much. But she would never bow down with Chen Yang. That's right, senior sister, although we don't have the divine elemental pill, but we were also great emperors in our last life. With the experience from our last life, we can also cultivate into great emperors in this life. Ruyan Lu remembered that in her last life, she was at least the famous Ruyan great emperor who had shaken the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, and she had even almost certified as a saint. There were a few more points of confidence in her heart. It wasn't just that there was no divine elemental pill. What's the big deal? They don't want it. Without the divine origin pill, they would still become great emperors. Yes, senior sister, you're right, we were all able to become great emperors in our last life. We can do the same in this life. We'll never go and ask for divine elemental pills from that Chen surname. Zhou Qingmen also regained her confidence under her words of encouragement. Chapter 11, What a Deserved Fate. 2 White-Eyed Wolves. Little Cloud Peak. Above the peak that towered into the clouds. At this moment, Chen Yang was sitting cross-legged on a flat boulder, meditating and cultivating to consolidate his cultivation. Elder Chen, so you're here, causing me to search. At this moment, an old voice came from far away. Chen Yang stopped his cultivation and opened his eyes to look. He saw that in the distant sea of clouds, a white-haired old man with a white-clothed female disciple came flying with his sword. In just the blink of an eye, this master and disciple duo came close and landed beside him. So it's Elder Qi, why are you free to come to my little cloud peak today? Seeing the visitor, Chen Yang had a hint of a smile on his face before asking curiously. The person who came was none other than the elder of Qingdian Peak, Shi Wuji. The female disciple behind him was the Green Destiny Peak's senior sister, Yang Yuyan. Speaking of which, in his previous life, Chen Yang and Shi Wuji's relationship was quite good. The two of them were relatively close on weekdays, and if he encountered something difficult, the other party would often come to his aid. Among the many elders of the Heavenly Sword sect, Shi Wuji was considered to be one of the elders he was more familiar with. However, on weekdays, if there was nothing, this Shi Wuji would not come to him. Don't mention it, it's just that recently my old injury recurred. I went down the mountain yesterday to buy herbs and ran through a dozen or so cities, but I was never able to buy the 1000-year jade snow ginseng. That's why I wanted to come and ask you if you still have the heart cleansing pill that you gave me last time. Give me one if you have it, and I'll exchange it with you for 50 top-grade spirit stones. Shi Wuji explained the reason with a somewhat sad face. The 1000-year jade snow ginseng was extremely rare, and it was an indispensable spiritual medicine for him to treat his injuries. Luckily, this 1000-year jade snow ginseng could be replaced with the clear heart pill. Once before, when his old injury recurred and he couldn't find the 1000-year jade snow ginseng, he had gotten a heart cleansing pill from Chen Yang, which solved his urgent problem. Therefore, this time he also wanted to come here to try his luck with Chen Yang. Heart cleansing pill, this I do have. Chen Yang nodded. At this moment, in his system space, he had almost every kind of elixir, all of which were rewards that he had obtained in his previous life. Among them, he also had quite a few of the heart cleansing pills. This was an elixir for treating injuries, which Chen Yang basically had no use for. It was nothing to give one to Shi Wuji. Really, that's great. Shi Wuji's pale face couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Yu Yan, quickly take out the spirit stone and give it to Elder Chen. He hurriedly commanded. Yes, master. Yan Yu Yan immediately nodded her head. Then, she took out a bag of top-grade spirit stones that she had prepared long ago from her own storage bag and went up to respectfully hand it over to Chen Yang. Looking at this master and disciple duo with an anxious look, Chen Yang helplessly smiled, and with a wave of his hand, a small medicine bottle appeared in his palm. Here. Chen Yang casually threw this pill bottle to him. Shi Wuji hurriedly caught it carefully, and then his heart instantly settled down. Alright, then I won't bother you anymore, I'll go back first. He collected the elixir and then prepared to leave. Wait. Chen Yang suddenly called out to him. What's wrong? Shi Wuji turned back, his expression somewhat puzzled. Nothing, it's just that I want to ask you, didn't you take in a new batch of disciples yesterday, and two of them are named Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin, right? These two disciples of yours, how are they staying at your Green Destiny Peak? Have they gotten used to living there? Chen Yang called out to him, just to ask how those two white-eyed wolves were doing. He wasn't caring about these two white-eyed wolves, he just wanted to hear how miserable these two were living right now. One had to know that the environment of Qingdian Peak could be far worse than Little Cloud Peak. Even the cultivation resources were much less. How could the two women, Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou, who were so picky, be accustomed to living in the environment of Green Destiny Peak? Ruyan Lu, Qingmin Zhou. Shi Wuji was first stunned, then he thought carefully for a moment. Then it was only then that he remembered the specific information about these two. These two, weren't they the two female disciples who had just been poking around with him about the divine elemental pill? Strange, this Chen Yang had never known them, how could he be interested in them? He was a bit strange in his heart, but he didn't ask much. He just said, I don't know if they are used to living in my green underworld peak, but the disciples that I received yesterday, I have given them to Yu Yan to arrange. Speaking here, he turned his head to look at Yang Yu Yan. Right, Yu Yan, you were in charge of the affairs of arranging for the disciples to move in yesterday, you quickly come and give Elder Chen a word on what is going on with these two. Yes, master. Yang Yu Yan immediately stepped forward and said with a respectful expression, Elder Chen, these two people you are talking about, I am deeply impressed na. Yesterday, we took in so many disciples at Qingdian Peak, but these two were the most troublesome. I took them to receive cultivation resources, but these two people thought that the resources were poor, and they also thought that the resources were small, and they complained to me a lot. In the end, I arranged a wooden house for them to live in, but they again disliked the house, disliked that it was broken, and disliked that it was small. Yesterday our Green Destiny Peak took in so many disciples, others didn't say anything, just the two of them, smacking this and that. Don't even look at what they are, obviously their talent and root bones are not good, but they still pick and choose, it's really shameful. Regarding the behavior of the two women, Yan Yuyan said it all without reservation. As she spoke, she couldn't help but reveal a look of contempt. What, these two even disdain our Green Destiny Peak like this? Hearing his own disciples' words, Shi Wuji was a bit shocked. He didn't expect that those two beautiful and well-behaved looking female disciples would be such people. As for Chen Yang, after hearing what happened to the two white-eyed wolves, he was instantly relieved. In fact, he was not surprised by this. When Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou were under his door in their previous life, they were never short of cultivation resources. All kinds of pills, all kinds of heavenly materials, and all kinds of top-level magic treasures? Regardless of what they wanted, Chen Yang had never failed to respond to their requests. Moreover, the living environment was also a small independent courtyard building for each person. Now naturally, they couldn't look at the little cultivation resources given by the Green Destiny Peak. Nor could he look at the living environment of the Green Destiny Peak. When he thought of those two white-eyed wolves, who were now living such a miserable life, his heart was a burst of relief. They really deserved it. These two wolves deserve what they get. At this time, Yang Yuyan remembered something else. Suddenly added, by the way, this morning, these two also came to find disciples, prying into what? Divine Elemental Dan news from me. It also said that this Dan can help people wash their tendons and marrow, transform their bones, and allow them to leap into a heavenly pride. These two people are really restless, just starting to cultivate, they fantasize about soaring into the sky and becoming a human being, it's really a daydream. Yang Yuyan's tone was filled with mockery. For this kind of person who only knew how to take shortcuts, but did not think about practicing diligently on the ground. She despised them from the bottom of her heart. No wonder. At this moment, Chi Wuji's pale face suddenly revealed a dazed expression. I said that these two, why did Fong suddenly come to ask me for news about the divine elemental pill? So it turns out that these two were thinking of leaping to become the pride of the heavens through this pill. He suddenly remembered that the two women had found themselves just now, specifically inquiring about the divine elemental pill. It turned out that these two women were thinking of taking a shortcut. At once, his impression of these two disciples. It was poor to the extreme. They pried into you about the divine origin pill? Chen Yang was slightly stunned, then a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His previous guess was indeed correct. These two rebellious disciples of his had indeed realized the importance of the divine origin pill. But what they didn't know was that this divine elemental pill was produced by the system. Under the heavens, other than him, there was simply no one else who had it. Wanting the divine elemental pill. Unless one looked for him, it would be delusional. The thought of these two retrograde disciples, whose minds were now filled with divine elemental pills, were destined to not be able to obtain them. Chen Yang's heart got even better. Right, I just returned to the peak and these two came to me to inquire about the divine origin pill. Chi Wuji nodded, followed by a curious question, by the way, Elder Chen, have you ever heard of this divine origin pill? Chen Yang shook his head with a smile and played dumb, that I do not know. The less people knew about a heaven-defying elixir like the divine elemental pill, the better. Making it known to everyone would not benefit him at all. That was why Chen Yang would not admit that he had this kind of elixir. Master and disciple Chi Wuji did not chat with Chen Yang for too long, and after obtaining the clear heart pill, they hurried back to heal their wounds. Warm tips, all big handsome then, add a bookshelf, the future chase more not lost oh. Chapter 12 Then let her die. Ruyan Lu, Xing Minzhou, you guys know the effect of the divine elemental Dan now, right? In this life, if you don't get the divine elemental pill, I'll see how you guys can still become celestial pride. With your current talents and roots, and the pitiful cultivation resources provided by the Green Destiny Peak every month, it's a dream to still want to cultivate into great emperors. After Chi Wuji's master and disciple left, Chen Yang stood alone on the peak, thinking of his two rebellious disciples. He only felt refreshed. As he gazed out at the rolling hills in the distance, his mind suddenly remembered another adversary disciple. It was also his third disciple, Lin Xianer. Right, speaking of which, that Lin Xianer should be able to arrive home by this evening. Doesn't she have her heart set on worshipping that rumored red cloud immortal Exalt as her master? This idiot still doesn't know that rumored red cloud immortal Exalt isn't a righteous cultivator. The heart-devouring compulsion in her body is from the hands of this red cloud immortal Exalt. In the last life, with my blessing, the red cloud immortal Exalt didn't dare to do anything to her. In this life, she had to rush back to worship the other party as her teacher. This kind of self-involved behavior is no different from sending herself to her death. Wait until she knows the true nature of the red cloud immortal sovereign and sees the face of her family. I'll see if she can still laugh. With regards to Lin Xianer's behavior of sending someone's head for thousands of miles, Chen Yang only wanted to laugh. In his previous life, Chen Yang did not inform Lin Xianer of the truth because he was afraid that Lin Xianer would not be able to accept the truth. That was why this Lin Xianer thought. The reason why she turned against her family and ended up as a traitor. It was all because she didn't listen to her family and went to worship immortal Reverend Red Cloud as her master. I don't know. The Red Cloud Immortal is a member of the Devil's Path. The heart-eating parasites in her body were also planted by the Red Cloud Immortal. Lin Xianer's parents also received money from the Red Cloud Immortal, which is why they forced her to worship the Red Cloud Immortal as her teacher. In her last life, Lin Xianer did not listen to her family's arrangement. Instead, she stubbornly worshipped Chen Yang as her master. In the end, it was the Red Cloud Immortal Exalt whose plans had fallen through that had become enraged and killed Lin Xianer's entire family. As for herself, she had also escaped death by worshipping Chen Yang as her master. Of course, Chen Yang did not tell Lin Xianer about these things. Lin Xianer also only knew that her family had died in the hands of the people from the demon sect, and did not know that the murderer was the Red Cloud Immortal Exalt that he had wanted to worship as his master. The truth was just as Chen Yang had expected. At this moment, Lin Xianer was holding a white horse and had arrived at a small mountain village. She stood at the entrance of the village and looked at the tiny village in front of her. She could not help but shed some tears for a moment. Back. She had finally returned. It had been 3,000 years. She had finally returned to this familiar place once again. When she thought of her parents at home, as well as her elder brother, she couldn't help but feel a little sour in her nose for a moment. In her last life, the death of her family. It was an eternal regret in her heart. It also made her feel guilty for 3,000 years. During those 3 long millennia, she often wondered if her family would not have died if she had listened to her family and had not stubbornly gone to worship Qinyang as her master, but instead worshipped immortal Reverend Red Cloud as her master. For this reason, she often regretted and blamed herself. Good thing. Now she was reborn. She could make up for the regrets of her last life. In this life, she wouldn't let the tragedy repeat itself. Father, mother, the biggest mistake I made in my last life was worshipping that Qinyang as my master. Now that I'm back, I won't disobey you anymore. Lin Xianer murmured, her eyes slightly moist. She then took a deep breath and after gathering her emotions, a smile reappeared on her face. She led her white horse and walked into the village. Soon, she led the horse and arrived in front of a humble little courtyard. Father, mother, I'm back. Lin Xianer stood in front of the courtyard and shouted loudly, her voice unable to hold back some of the choking. It had been 3,000 years. She could finally see her family again. The words had just fallen. Inside the house, there was suddenly a rush of footsteps. Immediately afterward, the door of the house was opened. A middle-aged couple in rough clothing walked out quickly. This middle-aged couple were Lin Xianer's parents. The father's name was Lin Qingshan and the mother's name was Zhang Xiulian. When they saw Lin Xianer standing in front of the courtyard, both of them stared incredulously, and immediately afterward, they couldn't control the expression of surprise on their faces. Daughter, you're back? Zhang Xiulian was shocked and delighted, and hurriedly jogged over, opened the courtyard door, and arrived in front of Lin Xianer. Then she pulled her hand as if she was afraid that she would run away. Lin Qingshan also followed suit and hurriedly walked out of the courtyard. Seeing her parents, who she had missed for 3,000 years, now standing alive in front of her eyes, Lin Xianer's eyes instantly reddened, and unable to hold back any longer, she went forward and violently hugged her mother. Mother, I'm back. This time, I won't leave. I'll obediently listen to you all and go worship immortal Emperor Red Cloud as my master. At this moment, she swore in her heart that she wouldn't let her parents down again. Hearing her words, both Lin Qingshan and Zhang Xiulian's eyes lit up, and the two of them glanced at each other, both unable to control the corners of their mouths from rising. However, the two didn't show it too obviously so as not to be seen by their daughter. Good, daughter, if you can understand things so well, mother will be relieved. Zhang Xiulian hugged her daughter, her palm gently patting her back, seemingly appeasing her. In reality, her heart had already blossomed with joy. It's great. Now that her daughter had returned. As long as she was handed over to the Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign, then the Red Cloud Immortal Elder wouldn't make things difficult for them. They wouldn't have to die either. Alright, daughter, you just came back. It's better to go back to the house and wash your face first. Lin Qingshan forced himself to hold back his excitement and went forward to pull the mother and daughter apart, saying to Lin Xianer with a kind face, father and mother, then I'll go in first. Lin Xianer raised her hand and wiped her tears, nodded before walking into the courtyard. Xiulian, great, this rebellious daughter has finally returned, now we don't have to die. Ha ha. After witnessing his daughter enter the house, Lin Qingshan couldn't help but laugh out loud, a look of excitement on his face. Previously, they had received money from the Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign, so they forced Lin Xianer to worship the Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign as her teacher. It turned out to be good. This rebellious girl didn't listen to them at all, and was unwilling to worship Red Cloud Immortal Exalt. She even left home alone and went to the Heavenly Sword sect. They originally thought that this rebellious girl would not come back. They would also die at the hands of the Red Cloud Immortal Exalt. Unexpectedly, now this rebellious daughter didn't know what kind of madness she had gone through, but she even took the initiative to come back. She even took the initiative to propose to worship Red Cloud Immortal Exalt as her teacher. This is great. They didn't have to die anymore. Who says otherwise? I thought our family was dead. I didn't expect this rebellious daughter to come back in a hurry. This is great, she died in our place, so our family can live. Zhang Xiulian also had a burst of spring in her step, and it was hard to hide her delight in her tone. Father, mother, what are you standing here for? At this moment, a young man, also dressed in rags and with a sharp tongue, walked over from the distance. Tianyua, you're back. Mother tells you good news, your sister is back. We don't have to die anymore. Zhang Xiulian looked at the sharp-tongued youth and said with an impatient smile. This unimpressive youth was their son, Lin Tianyu. Really, sister, she really came back? Lin Tianyu's eyes widened, seemingly in some disbelief, followed by ecstasy. Of course it's true, your sister is in the house right now. Can we still lie to you? Keep your voice down, don't let this rebellious daughter hear it. Lin Qingshan nodded, then hurriedly whispered a reminder. Right, keep your voice down. Lin Tianyu stretched his neck and glanced at the house, hurriedly lowering his voice. However, immediately afterward he thought of something and couldn't help but hesitate a little. But mother, I heard that the daughter of Uncle Wang's family next door was the one who worshipped immortal Master Red Cloud as her teacher, and died an old and tragic death. Do we really need to send my sister to worship immortal Master Red Cloud as her teacher? You child, it's better for her to die than for us to die. If she doesn't die, it's us who will die. Zhang Xiulian blankly glanced at him and said in a bad mood. Hearing this, Lin Tianyu clenched his teeth and nodded heavily. Mother, you're right, then let her die. Alright, you watch over your sister at home, don't let her run away. Your father and I will go find that Red Cloud Immortal Dignitary right now, and strive to send your sister to the Red Cloud Immortal Dignitary tomorrow, lest the night is long and dreamy. Zhang Xiulian admonished, then pulled Lin Qingshan away. Chapter 13, Can't Help You Lift the Compulsion Poison. At night, the waning moon hung high. In the dilapidated room, Lin Xianer stopped cultivating and slowly opened her eyes. Alas! Without the divine elemental pill to wash my muscles and marrow, my current cultivation speed is just too slow. Lin Xianer sighed softly, her expression somewhat disappointed. Ever since returning home in the afternoon, with nothing to do, she stayed in the middle of her room and cultivated. This speed, however, was strangely slow. It disappointed her to the extreme. It seems that I need to worship immortal Reverend Red Cloud as my master as soon as possible and ask him for the divine elemental pill so that my cultivation speed can be raised. She muttered a sentence and suddenly remembered something else. Continuing, she said, also, the heart-devouring compulsion in my body has to be forced out as soon as possible, or else in the future, I will always have to suffer from this heart-devouring pain. Recalling the kind of pain she felt the last time the compulsion attacked, Lin Xianer still had palpitations in her heart. The current her had only one thought. That was to hurry up and worship immortal Reverend Red Cloud as her master, obtain the divine elemental pill, cleanse her tendons and marrow, and shed her bones. Then force out the parasites in her body. She no longer wanted to endure that heart-eating pain that hurt to the extreme. Daughter, the meal is ready, come out and eat. Just at this moment, the shouting of her mother, Zhang Xiulian, suddenly came from outside the room door. Lin Xianer retrieved her thoughts and responded with a smile, mother, I'll be right out. She immediately got up and walked out of the room. In the house with four walls, there was a simple meal on the table. A pot of wild vegetable soup, 2 plates of salted vegetables, and a pot of brown rice porridge. This was the family's dinner. Although the meal was very simple, it was a bit hard to swallow. But Lin Xianer ate happily. She hadn't tasted such a flavor for 3,000 years. By the way, father, mother, brother, I want to go and worship immortal Emperor Red Cloud as my master as soon as possible. As she was eating, Lin Xianer put down her chopsticks and said to her parents with a solemn face. Hearing this, Lin Qingshan, Zhang Xiulian, and Lin Tianyu all froze, then raised their heads and looked at her with some consternation. Immediately afterward, a light of excitement appeared in the eyes of the three of them at the same time. They were still worried about how to open their mouths and tell Lin Xianer about going to worship the master tomorrow. After all, Lin Xianer had only just returned home, and they were pushing their daughter out. This was really something that couldn't be justified. Unexpectedly now, Lin Xianer had taken the initiative to bring it up. For a moment, their hearts were bursting with ecstasy. Well, daughter, since you're so eager to worship the master, then father and mother will take you to Spirit Market Mountain tomorrow and worship immortal Emperor Red Cloud as your master. Lin Qingshan suppressed the excitement in his heart and tried to remain calm. This rebellious daughter was so eager to die. Then it's just as well, they can send her to her death first thing tomorrow morning. Lest the night be long and dreamy. Daughter, that Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign is a man of the world, it's only right for you to worship him as your teacher. I've heard that many girls in the next village have taken on immortal Master Qi Yun as their teacher, and all of them have gained a good skill. Zhang Xiulian smiled happily, pulling her daughter's hand, looking like she was thinking of her. In truth, in her heart, she had long wished for her to die. Right, sister, if you worship immortal Master Red Cloud as your teacher, you will definitely be able to cultivate into an immortal in the future. Lin Tianyu put down his chopsticks and nodded his head in agreement without stopping. When he said this, he himself couldn't help but feel a little like laughing. Cultivate into an immortal? Let's do it in the next life. No one who worshipped immortal Master Red Cloud had a good ending. Looking at her family members who were all looking out for her, Lin Xianer was touched for a moment in her heart. In her last life, she was so stupid that she disobeyed her parents and had to go and worship that Chun Yang as her master. Obviously, that Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign was a true worldly superior. She couldn't even look at herself. She was really stupid. At this moment, she felt a pang of regret for the decision she had made in her last life. In the end, the dinner ended in laughter. Lin Xianer felt very cozy. After 3,000 years, she once again felt the warmth of home. Early the next morning, Lin Xianer was then taken away from the village by her family, and after walking 10 miles up the mountain and over several hills, she finally arrived at the legendary Spirit Market Mountain. The family quickly arrived at the top of the mountain. On top of this mountaintop, There was a Taoist temple situated there, called the Red Cloud Temple. Here, Lin Xianer also met the rumored Red Cloud Immortal Exalt. It was a stout old Taoist priest, wearing a wide, basil-colored Taoist robe. His face was full of wrinkles and his beard was white. However, he stood like a green pine and was full of vigor. "You are Lin Xianer?" The Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign looked at her, light emerging from his eyes as if he was looking at a treasure. A hint of greed swept under his eyes. However, he hid it well and did not reveal it. "Yes, Master." Lin Xianer knelt in front of the Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign and solemnly nodded her head with a very serious expression. "From today onwards, you are my Red Cloud Immortal Exalt's disciple." "Many thanks, Master." Lin Xianer's face revealed joy, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift. She had finally worshipped Immortal Reverend Red Cloud as her master. For a moment, her heart was filled with joy. "Daughter, just follow the Red Cloud Immortal Exalt's cultivation properly, we'll go back first." Seeing that her daughter had successfully worshipped her master, Zhang Xiulian's trio couldn't wait to leave. "Well, father, mother, brother, take care of yourselves on the way, I'll go back to see you often in the future." Lin Xianer turned back and looked at her family with some reluctance. Okay, when you're free you'll come home to see us." Zhang Xiulian, Lin Qingshan, and Lin Tianyu kept promising with their mouths, casually perfuming her. In their hearts, however, they only wanted to laugh. "Still want to go home? Can you go back? Before long, you won't even know how you died." Right now, they only wanted to go back and squander the amount of money that Immortal Emperor Red Cloud had given them in the first place. They were going to go to the city to purchase a mansion and live the life of the rich. Thinking of this, the mood of the few people to go down the mountain suddenly became a few degrees more eager. Previously, they hadn't dared to spend the sum of money given to them by the Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to hand over the people when the Red Cloud Immortal Elder approached them for them. They were thinking that if they couldn't hand over the person, they would return the money to the Red Cloud Immortal Elder. Maybe they could still live. Now that Lin Xianer had returned and had successfully worshipped the master, they could squander the money without fear. After the family left, Lin Xianer's heart was a little empty, but once she thought that this Spirit Market Mountain was not far from her home, she could go home to visit her family at any time in the future, and her heart settled down. "Disciple, how about Master first arranges for you to stay in the Guan, and then cultivate tomorrow?" At this moment, the voice of Immortal Emperor Red Cloud rang out, pulling her thoughts back to reality. Lin Xianer raised her head and looked at her master. When she thought about the fact that she hadn't cleansed her veins and marrow yet, and the parasites in her body hadn't been forced out yet, there was a rush of urgency in her heart. She hurriedly kowtowed and said in a respectful voice, "Master, disciple has something to say." Immortal Emperor Red Cloud was slightly stunned for a moment, then he said, "If you have something to say, just say it." Lin Xianer took a deep breath before she said seriously, "Master, my disciple is suffering from the heart-devouring compulsion. This compulsion attacks every 3 days, and each time, it hurts like hell. I implore Master to help me force the compulsion out of my body." At this moment, she believed that as long as Immortal Reverend Red Cloud was willing, he could immediately force the compulsion out of her body. In her previous life, when she had just worshipped Shen Yang as her master, Shen Yang had immediately helped her force out the compulsion and put her out of her misery. What Shen Yang could do, the Red Cloud Immortal must be able to do the same. When she thought that she would soon be free of the heart-devouring compulsion, a wave of anticipation could not help but rise in her heart. However, upon hearing her words, the Red Cloud Immortal Exalt was frowning slightly, his expression somewhat grave. After pondering for a moment, he showed a difficult expression, unexpectedly. "Ah, you've actually been hit by the heart-devouring compulsion, it's a pity." Lin Xianer's heart thumped. An unpleasant premonition instantly rose. "What's wrong, Master?" she asked apprehensively. "Alas!" Immortal Venerable Red Cloud sighed before saying, "It's like this, Master is currently injured and his cultivation has not yet recovered, so for the time being, he can't force the parasites out of your body for you." His tone was filled with regret, as if he really wanted to help Lin Xianer force out the compulsion, only to be unable to do so. In fact, he wasn't injured at all, and this was merely his excuse. The compulsion in Lin Xianer's body was planted by him. How could he possibly help Lin Xianer force it out? In that case, wouldn't his plan fall through? Lin Xianer's eyes widened and she stayed for a split second, her expression somewhat incredulous. She had originally thought that by worshipping Immortal Reverend Red Cloud as her master, she would be able to immediately force out the parasites in her body like she did in her previous life. Unexpectedly, now this new master of hers was unable to help her due to her physical injuries. In an instant, she was lost to the extreme. When she thought that she would have to endure that kind of heart-eating pain in the future, her face just blanched for a while. Chapter 14 When It's Really Stupid. A moment later, she clenched her teeth, still undeterred. "Then, Master, when will your injuries get better?" When Master's injuries healed, he would definitely be able to help himself force out the parasites in his body. Well, one only needed to endure it for a while longer. Shen Yang could help himself force out the compulsion inside his body. Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign must be able to do the same. She kept reassuring herself in her heart. Facing Lin Xianer's eyes that were full of expectation, Immortal Emperor Red Cloud had a difficult expression on his face and shook his head helplessly. I'm afraid that within 3 years or 2 years, it will be difficult for this injury of my master to heal. So long? Lin Xianer instantly became anxious. She had originally thought that she only needed to stay up for a while longer, and after master recuperated from his injury, she would be able to get rid of the heart-devouring compulsion. Unexpectedly, it would take 2 to 3 years for master to recuperate from an injury. When she thought that she would have to endure that heart-eating pain for 2 or 3 more years, there was a sudden burst of despair in her heart. Every time the heart-devouring compulsion struck, she felt like she was walking in front of the ghost gate. That kind of pain was simply not something one could endure. Making her wait for another 2 or 3 years. It was worse than killing her. Master, is there no other way? Lin Xianer looked blearily at her new master, her face pale for a moment. At this moment, she couldn't help but think that if the master she worshipped today was Chen Yang, it was estimated that the parasites would have been forced out by now. Unfortunately, the master in front of her was not Chen Yang. Instead, it was the Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign. She would have to wait for another 2 or 3 years. Actually, the way is not without. At this moment, the Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign suddenly turned his words around. Lin Xianer's eyes lit up as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw and hurriedly pursued. Master, what way? Immortal Emperor Red Cloud took out a gongfu and handed it to her. Disciple, as long as you cultivate this gong method, you will be able to alleviate the parasites. There are 7 layers in this gong method. When you cultivate to the 4th layer, you will be able to force the parasites out of your body on your own. Lin Xianer hurriedly took the gong method and looked down, only to see 5 big words written on the cover: Blood Demon Heart Devouring Gong. When Lin Xianer saw these words, the smile on her face froze slightly. She looked up at her own master and hesitantly said, Master, this doesn't look like a righteous gong method, right? The name of this gong method, no matter how one looked at it, it looked like a devil's path gong method. One's own master was a worldly master, how could he have this kind of gong method in his possession? Seeing her reveal her skepticism, Red Cloud Immortal Father said with a straight face, Disciple, this gong method can restrain the compulsion poison in your body, although it is not a righteous gong method, but practicing this gong method is harmless to the body, and it is a very powerful gong method, so just feel free to practice it. Really, Master? Hearing that she could restrain the parasites in her body and that it was beneficial and harmless, Lin Xianer's heart was less resistant to this gong method. As long as she could force the parasites out of her body, she couldn't care less. Besides, Master had said that this gong method was very powerful and harmless to the body. Master was a master of the world. He wouldn't lie to himself. Thinking of this, Lin Xianer stopped worrying. She had to work hard to cultivate this gong method and cultivate to the 4th layer as soon as possible to force out the parasites in her body. Right, Master, there is one more thing that disciple has to do, that is, do. You have any divine elemental Dan here? Lin Xianer now, besides wanting to urgently force out the parasites in her body, she also wanted to obtain the divine elemental Dan. That was the elixir that would allow her to leap into a heavenly pride. She wanted it even in her dreams now. What Dan? What is that? Immortal Reverend Red Cloud froze, a trace of bewilderment surfacing on his aged face. Master, you haven't heard of the divine elemental Dan? Lin Xianer froze slightly, then her heart couldn't help but thump. How could it be? Chen Yang even had the divine origin pill. How could her new master, who was a true man of the world, not have the divine origin pill? Never heard of it. Immortal Emperor Red Cloud shook his head. Lin Xianer was dumbfounded. She did not expect that even Chen Yang had a divine origin pill. The Red Cloud Immortal Exalt actually didn't have it. He had never even heard of it. Disciple, where did you hear about this divine origin pill, and what exactly is it? Immortal Emperor Red Cloud curiously asked after it. Lin Xianer had a disappointed look on her face and her tone was filled with frustration. Master, this divine elemental pill has the effect of cleansing the sinews and marrow. It can help a person shed their bones and become a heavenly pride in a single leap. Hearing this, the Red Cloud Immortal Venerable showed a thoughtful face, then his eyes rolled around and he suddenly smiled and said, So that's how it is, isn't it just an elixir that cleanses the muscles and destroys the marrow? Master has plenty of it. Master, you really have elixirs for washing the tendons and marrow? Lin Xianer's spirit perked up at the words and her eyes instantly lit up. Of course I have it. Immortal Emperor Red Cloud took out a bag of pills from his storage pouch. Disciple, this kind of elixir will be able to wash your muscles and marrow and transform your bones, allowing you to cultivate by leaps and bounds in a single day. As long as you take this kind of elixir, in less than 2 months, you will be able to cultivate the blood demon heart devouring technique to the 4th layer. Really? Lin Xianer received the elixir as if it was a treasure. This bag of elixirs, I'm afraid there must be hundreds of them. His own master, he was indeed generous. It was indeed right for her to worship him as her master. At this moment, Lin Xianer felt that her decision to worship immortal Reverend Red Cloud as her master was truly the most correct one. Subsequently, Lin Xianer left in a hurry because she was in a hurry to cultivate. Immortal Reverend Red Cloud instructed the only little Taoist by his side to take her to the backyard and arrange a room for her. After Lin Xianer left, Red Cloud Immortal Exalt's originally kind face suddenly revealed a sorrowful cold smile. Hee, when it comes to being stupid, it seems that in less than 2 months, I'm going to have another puppet. The reason why he went around recruiting disciples was to refine all of these disciples into his puppets. In the eyes of these disciples, he was a man of the world. But in fact, his true identity is a poisonous parasitist. In order to refine enough puppets, 6 years ago when he passed through this place, he planted heart-devouring parasites on young girls in a 10-mile radius of the Spirit Ruins Mountain. Because the heart-devouring compulsion is a special kind of parasite, unlike other parasites, the heart-devouring compulsion needs 5 to 8 years to grow from a hatchling to an adult. That's why he returned here after 6 years. All those girls who planted the heart-devouring compulsion back then were taken in as disciples and refined into their own puppets. And the book he gave Lin Xianer, the Blood Demon Heart-Devouring Technique, was an actual evil technique. Those who practiced it would rapidly increase their battle power. But the cost was also great. That is, the person who cultivates it will rapidly age, his chi and blood will fail, his skin will fester, and he will finally be reduced to an inhuman monster. Finally, until completely turned into a walking corpse without consciousness. Of course, this kind of gong method was also a perfect match for the heart-devouring compulsion in Lin Xianer's body. Not only could it enhance battle power, it could also promote the development and growth of the heart-devouring compulsion. And those pills he gave Lin Xianer weren't any pills that could cleanse the muscles and marrow. They were bloodshed pills. This dan was actually the nourishment that he had specially prepared for the heart-devouring compass. As long as Lin Xianer took this dan, the heart-devouring compulsion in her body would be fed and would be able to reproduce rapidly. By then, Lin Xianer's entire body will become a mother, a steady stream of new heart-devouring compulsion larvae for him to reproduce. Lin Xianer, on the other hand, knew nothing about this. At this moment, she was in her room. She had already impatiently practiced the Blood Demon Heart-Devouring Technique. She didn't want anything right now, she only wanted to cultivate this technique to the 4th layer. Then force out the parasites in her body. Chapter 15, Fame. Heavenly Sword Sect. On Little Cloud Peak, Chen Yang was cultivating every day, consolidating his cultivation. He didn't want to think about anything right now, he only wanted to hurry up and cultivate, so that he could prove himself as a saint as soon as possible. Other things, to him, were unimportant. Chen Yang was like this, immersed in cultivation every day. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Chen Yang stayed on Little Cloud Peak every day, not going anywhere, just cultivating. Under his day in and day out cultivation, as well as the huge amount of cultivation resources within the system space, Chen Yang's Yuan Dan realm cultivation became more and more solid. There were even times when he had a vague feeling that he was going to break through. However, Chen Yang did not want to break through just yet. He would wait until the Yuan Dan in his body had cultivated to its most perfect state before he would break through. That way, his Tao foundation would be even more solid. Of course, besides Chen Yang's own rapid cultivation. During this month, the 2 new disciples that he had taken in had also displayed amazing talent. In just a month's time, his eldest disciple, Li Qingyun, had cultivated to the 7th level of the Qi condensation realm. He had set a new record in the history of the Heavenly Sword Sect. He has become the first pride of the Heavenly Sword Sect. His second disciple, Zhao Chuan, also has a very impressive cultivation speed. He was not much inferior to his eldest disciple, and had also broken through to the 6th level of the Qi condensation realm. For a while, these 2 disciples of his, within the Heavenly Sword Sect, they had gained a lot of fame. That terrifying cultivation speed not only shocked the disciples of the other peaks. Even the elders, patriarchs, and even the supreme elder within the sect were all startled as well. The names of the 2 were even quickly spread to the other peaks. No one knew about them, no one was unaware of them. The 2 had also rightfully become a hot topic of discussion amongst the disciples of the various peaks. There was no way around it, it was really the talent displayed by Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan that was too shocking. One must know that the true disciples under the sovereign's door. In this month, they had only cultivated to the 5th level of the Qi condensation realm. However, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan had hard-pressed the true disciples. However, with regards to these, Chen Yang actually didn't pay much attention to it. Because this was something he expected. These 2 disciples had been cleansed through the divine elemental pill, and naturally, they were able to leap into heavenly pride. In his previous life, those 6 rebellious disciples of his had also all displayed terrifying talent after taking the divine elemental pill. Without exception, they all became the Heavenly Sword Sect's heavenly pride. Each one of them was astonishingly talented and incomparably dazzling. In this life, it was only that Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan had been replaced. On this day, when Chen Yang returned to his room, he saw his eldest disciple, Li Qingyun, cleaning his room for him. Looking at Li Qingyun's figure concentrating on cleaning, Chen Yang was not surprised. Ever since Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan had worshipped in his little cloud peak, these two people every day after practicing, they would take turns to come and clean his house for him. They would also do his laundry and fold his quilt. It could be said that they took good care of him as a master. Therefore, for everything the two disciples did, Chen Yang was now used to it. Without speaking, he walked straight to the table and slowly sat down on the stool. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Li Qingyun turned around and looked over. Upon seeing Chen Yang, he was first stunned, then hurriedly put down his broom and bowed. Disciple pays his respects to master. Chen Yang waved his hand and said indifferently, "All right, you continue cleaning." "Yes, master." Li Qingyun nodded, then continued cleaning the room. Chen Yang lifted the teapot on the table and poured himself a cup of tea. He then slowly drank it while watching Li Qingyun clean. Li Qingyun cleaned very carefully and conscientiously. He cleaned his room spotlessly every time. Looking at Li Qingyun, who was cleaning his room for himself, Chen Yang could not help but think of his 6 rebellious disciples. In his previous life, after Chen Yang had taken those 6 adversaries under his tutelage, those 6 rebellious disciples had never cared for him, much less cleaned his house. Not to mention washing and folding his blankets. Every time they took the initiative to come to him, they reached out to beg for various cultivation resources. Sometimes when Chen Yang didn't come up with cultivation resources that satisfied them, they would even complain privately. On the contrary, this Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan had never asked him for anything during the month they had been under his tutelage. The two of them just cultivated silently and didn't need Chen Yang to urge them on, very self-conscious. Then every day, they took turns to clean the room for Chen Yang, so that Chen Yang, who was the master, did not need to be distracted by these chores. Half an hour later, the room was already spotlessly cleaned by Li Qingyun. "Master, disciple will go down first." Li Qingyun stood in front of him and said very respectfully. Go." Chen Yang nodded slightly, a smile appearing on his face. Li Qingyun immediately took the broom and walked towards the door. Suddenly, Chen Yang remembered something and opened his mouth to call him back. "Wait." Li Qingyun turned around in confusion. "Master, what's wrong?" Chen Yang said in a gentle voice, "You guys ran out of cultivation resources for the last month, right? Wait and call Zhao Chuan here, and master will give you this month's cultivation resources." Actually, this month's cultivation resources, Chen Yang should have given them 2 days ago. The disciples of the other peaks had already received their cultivation resources long ago. Only Little Cloud Peak, Chen Yang had yet to give it to them. And the reason why Chen Yang hadn't given it to them was because he had been busy cultivating during this period of time and had forgotten about it. This Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan were honest and mute, and when Chen Yang didn't give them, they surprisingly didn't come over and ask him for them. "Yes, master." Li Qingyun froze for a moment, then nodded his head before leaving. It wasn't long. Li Qingyun then brought Zhao Chuan to him once again. Disciple pays his respects to master. The two bowed at the same time, their attitude extremely respectful. "Hoof." Chen Yang nodded. Then casually took out 2 bags of spirit stones, as well as several bottles of pills. "Here, this is your cultivation resources for this month." "Thank you, master." The two of them respectfully received it, then bowed in unison and bowed at the same time. "All right, go down." Chen Yang waved his hand, signaling that they could leave. "Yes." Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan turned around and left. Eyeing the backs of the two disciples as they left, Chen Yang could not help but sigh. Both were disciples, how could there be such a big difference? In his last life, those 6 rebellious disciples never knew gratitude. Instead of treating him as a master, they treated him as a blood bag and kept sucking his blood. Every 3 days, they asked him for cultivation resources. On the contrary, these 2 disciples now, when Chen Yang gave them, they wanted them. If Chen Yang didn't give them, they wouldn't complain either. They continued to cultivate silently while taking care of his life. After spending a month together, Chen Yang felt that these 2 disciples were quite good. At least they were much better than those 6 white-eyed wolves. However, it was a pity that Chen Yang's heart was broken by those 6 rebellious disciples in his last life. So in this life, he wasn't really too interested in taking on disciples. The reason why he had taken in Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan was only because of the Heavenly Sword sect's disciplinary rules. His idea from the beginning was that it was fine for him to accept Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. But he wouldn't be like in his last life, where he poured all his efforts into training his disciples. Chen Yang would give Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan a certain amount of cultivation resources, but how much was up to his mood. He also wouldn't wholeheartedly guide his disciples in their cultivation and tirelessly urge them to cultivate like he did in his last life. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan were under his door, and all cultivation was up to them. As for how far they could cultivate in the end, it would all depend on their own creation. However, now that both of them have been cleansed and transformed, one would think that their future achievements would not be destined to be low. Moreover, these 2 were much more self-conscious about their cultivation than the few rebellious disciples in his previous life. They didn't even need to be urged by Qin Yang and cultivated diligently every day. Such people were destined to go far in the future. Chapter 16, We Were All Wrong. By the way, I don't know how many layers of the chi condensation realm those two white-eyed wolves have cultivated to nowadays. Looking at his two disciples who were both this outstanding, Chun Yang could not help but think of his two rebellious disciples again. Now, it had also been a month since Ruyan Lu and Qing Minzhou had worshipped at Qingdian Peak. I don't know how many layers of the chi condensation realm these two have cultivated to now. However, those two white-eyed wolves didn't have the divine elemental pill to wash their muscles and marrow, and their talent and root bones were already mediocre. It was estimated that they would at most break through to the second level of the chi condensation realm. It wasn't that Chun Yang was looking down on them. Rather, it was their root bones that had already determined their upper limit. After practicing for a month, the second level of chi condensation was their upper limit. In fact, Chen Yang had also overestimated his two rebellious disciples. Nowadays, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmen, the two of them were still stuck at the first level of the chi condensation realm after a month of cultivation. They were still stuck at the first level of the chi condensation realm. There was no breakthrough. This could make the two women anxious. At this moment, Ruyan Lu was so distracted that she couldn't calm down to cultivate at all. She had been cultivating for a month, but now she was still stuck at the first level of chi condensation. The blow this dealt to her was simply too great. One must know that in her previous life, at this time, she had already broken through to the seventh level of the chi condensation realm. But now, she was stuck at the first level of the chi condensation realm for a full month. During this month, no matter how desperately she cultivated, she still hadn't gained an inch. This made her more and more impatient. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a pushing door rang out. Ruyan Lu looked up, but saw that it was her senior sister, Qing Minzhou, who had sought her out. Senior sister, I'm so annoyed, I've been unable to break through. As soon as Zhou Qingmen came in, she grumbled with her with a sad face, her entire body restless, her tone full of urgency. In her last life, at this point in time, she had already broken through to the sixth level of the chi condensation realm. But now, she was still stuck at the first level of the chi condensation realm. This was simply unacceptable to her. Alas! I am also unable to break through. Ruyan Lu sighed in the same way, her face a sad sight. For such a result, she couldn't accept it either. In her last life, she was a heavenly pride. Cultivation speed was riding high, far away from her fellow cultivators. For others to want to surpass her was simply a dream. But now, most of the disciples who had joined Qingdian Peak in the same batch as her had already broken through to the second level of the chi condensation realm. Some of the talented ones had even broken through to the third level of the chi condensation realm. She and Zhou Qingmen, on the other hand, were still stuck at the first level of the chi condensation realm. Wanting to break through to the second level of the chi condensation realm was still a long way off. How could she accept such a blow? Senior sister, it seems that without the divine elemental pill, we're not even as good as ordinary disciples. Zhou Qingmen hung her head in despair, and now, she understood. Without the divine elemental pill, she would be nothing. She was able to become the pride of the heavens in her last life. It was all because Chun Yang had given them the divine elemental pill, which allowed them to transform themselves and leap into the pride of the heavens. Now, without the divine yuan pill, they were knocked back to their original form. The thought of their own cultivation speed in the future was all this slow. Zhou Qingmen's heart was even more disheartened. At this rate of cultivation, if they wanted to reach the heights of their previous life, they didn't know how long it would take. Proving to be a saint, that was even more remote. I didn't expect the divine elemental pill that none of us cared about in our last life was actually something that could change our destiny. I thought that we were already gifted and those cultivation resources Chun Yang gave us were just icing on the cake. Now it seems that we were all wrong, terribly wrong. Ruyan Lu shook her head and sighed. Now, she also recognized her own talent. She was actually not a heavenly pride at all. On the contrary, her talent was not even as good as an ordinary disciple. In the previous life, the reason why they were able to become the Heavenly Sword Sect's supreme heavenly pride, it was all because of Chen Yang's cultivation. Without Chen Yang, they would only be like what they are now. Die out in the crowd. Senior sister, then what do we do? I want the divine elemental Dan. Zhou Qingmen clenched her teeth tightly and looked at her with an eager face. In her last life, after experiencing that feeling of being a heavenly pride, now that she was reborn and returned, she simply couldn't stand her mediocrity. Besides, in her last life, she was a great emperor. Right now, at this rate of cultivation, she wanted to become a great emperor. It was simply delusional. Therefore, her mind was now filled with wanting the divine elemental pill. She wanted to change her current situation. She wanted to return to the trajectory of her last life, like in her last life. To become the pride of the heavens in the limelight. Then cultivate into a great emperor who was famous in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. And finally certified to become a saint. Lu Ruyan looked at her with this urgent look and opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she just said, I also want it, but that divine elemental pill, only Chen Yang has it. She didn't say any more. But the meaning was already obvious. If you want the divine elemental Dan, you have to go to Chen Yang. Other than that, there was no other way. Zhou Qingmin also understood what she meant, and her face suddenly turned pale. It would be better to kill her if she went to ask Chen Yang for the divine elemental pill. She didn't want to see Chen Yang. Returning from rebirth, she didn't want to have any more interactions with Chen Yang. Similarly, Ruyan Lu didn't speak anymore. Returning from rebirth, she had managed to get rid of that master who made her loathe him. Now let her go back to Chen Yang again. She was not going to go. In the room, there was a long silence. For a long time. Lu Ruyan opened her mouth quietly and said helplessly, "Senior sister, let's go find master and see if we can ask for some more cultivation resources." Without the divine elemental pill, if they wanted to speed up their cultivation, they would have to rely on resources to assist them. Well, it seems that this is the only way. Zhou Qingmin nodded her head gently, her expression falling for a moment. What she wanted most right now was only the divine elemental pill. Any more cultivation resources would only slightly accelerate the speed of cultivation. Once the resources ran out, they would be beaten back again. Only the divine yuan pill could completely change their fate. However, the divine yuan pill, only Chen Yang had it. But right now, they didn't want to see Chen Yang. For today's solution, they could only rely on other cultivation resources to increase their cultivation speed. Immediately, the two girls went out, and at the same time, they went to find their master to ask for resources. In fact, the two had already received their cultivation resources for this month 2 days ago. However, with that small amount of cultivation resources, they used it up in less than 2 days. If they wanted to speed up their cultivation, they would need a constant stream of cultivation resources. Soon, the two found their master Qi Wuji in the middle of a large hall. Behind Qi Wuji, there was also their senior sister, Yang Yuyan. Disciples pay their respects to master. The two hurriedly came up and arrived in front of Qi Wuji, bowing at the same time in a very respectful manner. However, seeing Ruyan Lu and Xingmin Zhou, Qi Wuji had nothing good to say. Only to see that his originally kind face instantly became expressionless, and his eyes were extremely indifferent. "The two of you are looking for me, what is the matter?" Qi Wuji asked with an impatient face. Ever since the last time he was on Little Cloud Peak, after hearing about the character of these two disciples, he had a poor impression of these two, to the extreme. Similarly, when Yang Yuyan saw these two women, she instantly frowned, a hint of disgust showing in her eyes. Chapter 17 Lungs are about to explode with anger. Lu Ruyan raised her head up and looked at her master's cold expression. She organized her wording for a while and only then did she open her mouth and said, "Master, the two of us are slow to cultivate and we feel that the cultivation resources are just a bit insufficient, so see if you can give us some additional cultivation resources." "Yes, Master, the cultivation resources provided by the sect every month are just too little, it's simply not enough. Can you give us some cultivation resources so that we can speed up our cultivation?" Zhou Qingmin didn't seem to notice anything wrong with her own master's mood, and opened her mouth to complain. Then rightfully asked for cultivation resources. Hearing this, Qi Wuji's face instantly turned gloomy. "The two of you are slow to cultivate, so you come to ask me for cultivation resources, do you think that's right?" "Aha, of course it's right, you're our master, if we have a problem with our cultivation, of course you have to help us out." "You think I'm right, master?" Zhou Qingmin nodded her head. She obviously hadn't realized that her master was already angry, and while saying so, she was still smiling playfully at Qi Wuji. Trying to use this way to sell herself in front of master and leave a good impression on him. Lu Ruyan sensed that master's face did not look right and hurriedly tugged on her sleeve, signaling her to shut up. Then only then did she say in a respectful voice, "Master, we really feel that we don't have enough cultivation resources, and that's why we have no choice but to come to your old man. Please master, help us once." Ruyan Lu lowered her head, her posture placed very low. He. Qi Wuji looked at these two women and was instantly infuriated and laughed. Immediately afterward, he steeped his face coldly and put on his master's stance. In a stern voice, he reprimanded, "The two of you don't have enough cultivation resources, so you come to ask me for them. Do you know that in this green destiny peak of mine, how many disciples are there? If everyone is like you guys, then how can I be a master? Besides, each disciple's cultivation resources are set by the sect, and everyone else has also this point of cultivation resources. No one else has come to ask me for it, so who are you two to come and ask me for it? Also, the sect only released this month's cultivation resources for you 2 days ago, and now you're coming to ask me for them? At this rate you guys are consuming resources, who can help you? You guys want to make a quick breakthrough, instead of seizing the time to cultivate, you only think about taking shortcuts by asking for resources all day long. I was really blind in the beginning to have accepted you two as disciples." Qi Wuji turned to the two women and unceremoniously gave them a bitter criticism. The two of them were cursed to the point that they couldn't even raise their heads. After scolding them, Qi Wuji let out a cold snort before angrily whisking his sleeves away. Yang Yuyan looked at the two women who were mortared in place, their heads lowered in deep aggravation, and also couldn't help but speak out in mockery. You too, you are also really thick-skinned. How dare you ask for cultivation resources from your master as a matter of course like this? Your mind is not properly focused on cultivation. Instead, you are thinking of shortcuts all day long. Deserves to be scolded by master. Yang Yuyan finished scolding and only felt refreshed. Then after giving the two girls a despicable look, she also turned around and left. Ah! Pissed me off. After Qi Wuji and Yang Yuyan both left, Zhou Qingmin was instantly so furious that she stomped her feet in place, unable to help but gnash her teeth with a wrathful expression. To think that she, Zhou Qingmin, in her last life was a great emperor who had shaken the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Who wouldn't be respectful when they saw her? When had she ever been insulted like this? Besides, in her opinion, they were Qi Wuji's disciples. Qi Wuji would have been obligated to take responsibility for their cultivation matters. It was simply natural for them to ask Qi Wuji for cultivation resources. Even if Qi Wuji did not give it to them, he even reprimanded them severely like this. The more she thought about it, the more angry Zhou Qingmin became in her heart. At this moment, she felt like her lungs were about to explode with anger. This Qi Wuji is just too much. We are his disciples. He even ignores us like this and dares to scold us. In his last life, he was not even qualified to lift my shoes in front of me. Even though Ruyan Lu was more composed and calm than Zhou Qingmin, she was still infuriated at this moment. She was the Ruyan emperor. Someone like Qi Wuji was nothing more than a mole cricket in front of her in her last life. Now, the other party was stepping on her face, ruthlessly stepping on her feet. This made her heart, not to mention how angry she was. That's right, he's our master. What's wrong with us asking him for cultivation resources? In our last life, when we asked Chen Yang for cultivation resources, he never responded to our requests. Zhou Qingmin's chest heaved in anger and she kept gasping for air. When she thought of Qi Wuji's harsh attitude just now, she couldn't help but think of Chen Yang in her last life. In the previous life, they often asked Chen Yang for cultivation resources. Chen Yang had given them every time. Sometimes, Chen Yang even worried that they didn't have enough resources and would give them some extra. Compared to Chen Yang, this Qi Wuji, who was also a master, was simply stingy to his grandmother's house. Yeah, that Chen never leaves us alone. When we follow him to cultivate, we never have to worry about not having enough cultivation resources. Compared to Chen Yang, what kind of master is this Qi Wuji? Ruyan Lu also subconsciously blurted out. It was only after calming down. The two women suddenly reacted. They had just actually said Chen Yang's good. No, that surname Chen isn't a good thing either, even if he hasn't treated us poorly in terms of cultivation resources. But back then, he was in charge of us every day, sometimes he even scolded us. He's not a good person either. Zhou Qingmin had a defiant expression on her face. She wouldn't admit Chen Yang's goodness. This Qi Wuji was not a good master, then Chen Yang was likewise not. Right, then Chen Yang and this Qi Wuji are both not good. Then if Chen Yang was really good to me, why did he delay giving me the last technique of the 9 heavens Xinling skill in his last life? Lu Ruyan similarly shook her head, denying Chen Yang's goodness. In her last life, she had cultivated into a great emperor. As a result, Chen Yang had delayed in giving her the last merit law. This caused her heart to be filled with resentment towards Chen Yang as her master. The two women whined in place for a while longer before they turned around and left in anger. The two women didn't return to their own wooden huts to cultivate, instead they casually found a step and sat down. Senior sister, what are we going to do now? Qi Wuji won't give us the resources to cultivate, and we don't have any divine elemental pills. If this goes on, when will we be able to break through to the second level of the Qi condensation realm? Zhou Qingmin hung her head in despair, her expression falling for a while. A month ago, when she was just reborn, she was still high-minded and complacent, thinking that with the experience of the previous life. In this life, they would rise quickly, cultivate into a great emperor at the fastest speed, and then certify to sainthood. Shocking everyone. But now, a month later, they were stuck at the first level of the Qi condensation realm, unable to advance an inch. This huge discrepancy ruthlessly slapped them in the face. It made the heart that she had at first completely gone. Chapter 18, Chen Yang is a good master. Senior sister, don't lose heart, even though we don't have the divine elemental pill and Qi Wuji doesn't give us the resources to cultivate, but at least, we still have the experience from our last life. That's our biggest backbone. As long as we keep cultivating, we can still reach the heights of our last life, and in the end, we can also certify to sainthood. Even though Ruyan Lu was also frustrated, she barely managed to pull herself together and patted Qingmin Zhou's shoulder, giving her a burst of comfort. She was originally of an unconquerable nature. It was like this in her last life, and it was the same in this life. After being reborn, she had the confidence that she could still cultivate into a great emperor even without Chen Yang's help, and could still prove herself to be a saint. Now, a small setback made her bow her head and give in. This was something impossible. Really, can we really still achieve great emperor like we did in our last life? Zhou Qingmin twisted her head, looking at her own senior sister's face, and asked with some disorientation. Could they really achieve the splendor of their last life? Was it really possible? At this moment, she was a little lost. Senior sister, it's possible, it's definitely possible. Ruyan Lu nodded heavily, her expression very firm. Zhou Qingmin pursed her lips and did not speak. It only asked herself repeatedly in her heart. Is it really possible? Just at this moment, a few disciples walked over in the distance, chatting as they walked. By the way, have you guys heard about it? There are 2 absolute prides within our clan. In just 1 month, they have cultivated to the 7th and 6th level of qi condensation. Really? This is too terrifying. This is true heavenly pride. I heard about it. I heard that those 2 heavenly prides, one is called Li Qingyun, one is called Zhao Chuan. They are both disciples of Little Cloud Peak. These 2 are simply monsters. Their cultivation speed is so fast that it's shocking. Even the true disciples under the sovereign's door are not as good as them. My mother Lu, this is also too scary, right? This is only January. On the cultivation to the qi condensation realm 7th layer. I desperately cultivate every day, but also only the qi condensation realm 3rd layer. How do they cultivate? Who says it's not? People are really angry than people. I just condensed qi 2nd layer. These 2 people are great. Such a heavenly pride. In the future we'll definitely be able to cultivate into a great emperor. Maybe there is also a chance to prove the road to sainthood. Alas, if only I had such cultivation talent. These few disciples walked past the 2 of them, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin, and gradually drifted away. However, the words spoken by these disciples were like a needle, deeply piercing into their hearts. Humph! What's so great about that Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan? If it wasn't for the divine origin pill, how could they have become heaven's pride? Zhou Qingmin snorted lightly, her face full of defiance, and she spoke in a sour tone. If it wasn't for the divine origin pill, the cultivation speed of these 2 would not necessarily be as fast as theirs. Now with the divine Yuan Dan, they had become the pride of all the people. What kind of true pride was that? That's right, as long as we have the divine origin pill, we're likewise heaven's pride, not inferior to them at all. Lu Ruyan was similarly feeling indignant. In the previous life, the heavenly sword sect's heavenly pride was them. But now, it had become Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. This caused a pang of resentment in her heart along with a pang of sourness. The name of heaven's pride should have belonged to them. Now it was taken away by someone else. This taste made her heart go a little crazy with jealousy. If they hadn't worshipped that Chen as their master, they wouldn't even be able to draw qi into their bodies right now, and now the name of heaven's pride is simply not true to its name. Zhou Qingmin burst into a fit of yin and yang, everything that Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan were enjoying right now. It should have belonged to them. If there was no Chen Yang, who would know who was Li Qingyun? Who was Zhao Chuan? All of this was due to Chen Yang. Right, they only became celestial pride by worshipping a good master. What's there to brag about? Ruyan Lu also thought deeply. Completely unaware of the fact that she had just now, in her heart, recognized Chen Yang as a master. Even felt that Chen Yang was a competent and good master. No, senior sister, how can you say that Chen surnamed is a good master? Zhou Qingmin had just nodded her head approvingly when she reacted violently. Her own senior sister actually praised that Chen Yang is a good master. How could this be? Where was that Chen Yang good? He was the one who wasn't a good master. Lu Ruyan froze for a moment, then reacted and hurriedly corrected herself. Senior sister, I just said the wrong thing in a moment of tongue, that Chen Yang is not a good master at all. Zhou Qingmin nodded in agreement. That's right, he's not a good master, he's just an asshole. Chew. On Little Cloud Peak, within a pavilion, Chen Yang was drinking tea when he suddenly sneezed a few times. Am I catching a cold? He scratched his head in some bewilderment, and then reacted immediately afterward. Nope, I'm at the Yuan Dan realm. What the hell am I catching a cold for? It must be some dog that's cursing me behind my back. Chen Yang said with some indignation. With his current physical quality, he wouldn't even get sick anymore. To sneeze inexplicably, it must be someone cursing him. Of course, it was also possible that someone had missed him. However, Chen Yang was very self-aware. He didn't have a Taoist couple, and he didn't go out to provoke other women, so how could someone miss him? So in the end, there was only one result, and that was someone cursing him. It must be those few retrograde disciples who were scolding me. These few white-eyed wolves are full of resentment towards me, and besides them, no one else would be scolding me. Chen Yang quickly came to a conclusion and couldn't help but curse. These few are reborn and still cursing me, right? Wait for it, you'd better not come begging me in the future, or else there will be regrets from you. Chen Yang was very clear that without his help afterward, these few rebellious disciples wanted to cultivate to the great emperor realm. It was simply as difficult as climbing into the sky. Therefore, if they wanted to reach the heights of their previous life, they could only come to Chen Yang for help. There was no other way. If they dared to scold him now, they would have their regrets in the future. Elder Chen, what's wrong? A person is so angry. But at this moment, a cold and ethereal female voice came from the distance. Chen Yang turned his head to look, but he saw a woman dressed in white robes with a cold and colorful face, flying with her sword. In the blink of an eye, this woman arrived in front of him. This woman in front of him, dressed in a white robe, her body was tall and enchanting, and the exaggerated curves of her body made it difficult to move one's eyes away from it after just one look. Just this figure alone was already stunning. However, her face was even more stunning. It was an exquisite goose-egg face, with snow-white skin and exquisite features, especially that pair of eyes that were clear and bright, yet with some softness and charm that was unique to royalty. This amazing beauty was even slightly better than his 6 rebellious disciples. It was just that this woman's expression was too cold, coupled with the fact that her body exuded a kind of superior's majesty all the time. It made people not dare to approach easily, much less have any dirty thoughts. "Yo, Sovereign Lord, what brings you here?" Chen Yang was a bit surprised and hurriedly got up to greet her. This woman was the Heavenly Sword sect's patriarch Yunyan. It was also the only female patriarch amongst the top 10 sects in the southern wasteland. Chapter 19 Disciple Unwilling. "I have nothing to do, so I came to your little cloud peak to take a look." The corners of Yunyan's mouth rose slightly as she smiled sweetly and casually replied, "In that case, then patriarch, please take a seat." Chen Yang invited her to sit down, then lifted the teapot and poured her a cup of tea. Yunyan slowly sat down, her slender jade hand picked up the teacup and gently took a sip. Immediately afterward, she glanced at Chen Yang and said in a seemingly careless tone, "By the way, Elder Chen, I heard that the 2 disciples under your door are incredibly talented. It's only been a month's time, and they have cultivated to the 7th level of Qi condensation and the 6th level of Qi condensation respectively. Even the true disciples under my door are not as good as them." Hearing these words, Chen Yang's tea-drinking movement was lurched. He knew that this Yunyan had come to his little cloud peak for no reason at all and was definitely up to something. As expected, even before this ass was warmed up, she couldn't wait to pry into the news of his 2 disciples. At this moment, Chen Yang had already guessed that Yunyan had come here for a purpose. She was looking at his 2 disciples and wanted to come and steal them. After all, the talent shown by the 2 disciples under Chen Yang's door was just too heaven-defying. And the reason why Chen Yang was able to guess it. That was because in his previous life, he had experienced the same thing. In his previous life, he had just taken in 3 disciples, Lu Ruyan, Zhou Qingmen, and Lin Shenner, not long after. This Yunyan then suddenly visited Little Cloud Peak. Then she raised the idea of transferring all 3 disciples under Chen Yang's door to her door. In his previous life, Chen Yang had nonchalantly refused. After all, Lu Ruyan, Zhou Qingmen, and Lin Shenner were able to become celestial pride. It was all because Chen Yang had used the divine elemental pill to help them wash their tendons and marrow and transform their bones. It was not easy for him to turn the 3 disciples from useless to heavenly pride. How could he possibly give them away? In the end, because of his strong attitude, Yunyan didn't even meet his 3 rebellious disciples and returned disappointed. But being reborn, this life Chen Yang had a different idea. "Sovereign, what exactly are you trying to say?" Chen Yang slowly sipped his tea, pretending to be confused and not rushing to pick a fight. Yunyan pondered for a moment before she said with a serious expression, "Elder Chen, I actually came to you because I have a crush on the 2 disciples under your door. Therefore, I want to take the 2 disciples under your door, under my door, so that they can become true disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you for nothing. Whatever requirements you have, you can mention them to me and I will try my best to fulfill them." Hearing this, Chen Yang's face remained calm. In his previous life, at this moment, he would have already flipped out with the patriarch. But now, Chen Yang just smiled lightly. "Patriarch, you've taken a fancy to the 2 disciples under my door, and I have no problem with you wanting to take them as disciples, but I still have to ask them if they're willing to do so in this matter." Regarding this matter, Chen Yang was indifferent. Returning from rebirth, he originally had little interest in accepting disciples. When he had accepted Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, it was only to give Yunyan a face and to force the Heavenly Sword sect's disciplinary rules. Now Yunyan wanted to transfer these 2 disciples to her sect. Chen Yang naturally had no opinion. Without the disciples, he would still be free in the future. In the future, he could also cultivate wholeheartedly. However, for this kind of thing, it was still necessary to seek the opinion of the person in question. "Good, then Elder Chen, where are your 2 disciples? Let's go and ask them what they think now." Yunyan immediately got up, somewhat impatient. "All right." Chen Yang finished the last sip of tea and stood up as well. Immediately, the 2 figures flew up into the air, transforming into 2 streams of light, and soon landed in front of the 2 cave dwellings in the back of the mountain. Chen Yang's 2 disciples usually stayed within these cave mansions to cultivate. "Xingyun, Zhao Chuan, come out for a moment, master has something to find you." Chen Yang opened his mouth indifferently, and his gentle voice traveled within the cave mansion. Soon, the 2 disciples came out from within the cave. When they saw Yunyan standing beside Chen Yang, both of them froze for a moment and then hurriedly stepped forward, bowing and saluting. "Disciple Li Qingyun, greetings to master, greetings to patriarch." "Disciple Zhao Chuan, greetings to master, greetings to patriarch." Chen Yang softly said, "Get up." "Yes." The 2 disciples immediately stood up. Chen Yang glanced at Yunyan beside him, and then at the 2 disciples who were full of doubts. He pondered for a while. Only then did he slowly say, "Xingyun, Zhao Chuan, it's like this, today, the patriarch has found my master and wants to transfer the 2 of you under her and worship her. I wonder if the 2 of you, are you willing?" Hearing these words, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan looked at each other with a shocked expression. They were cultivating well in this little cloud peak, and now they were suddenly told that they wanted to change their master. This caused both of them to be a little confused for a moment. Seeing that the two did not say anything, Yunyan stepped forward and looked at the two with an appreciative expression. Li Qingyun, Zhao Chuan, the two of you will be true disciples of my Heavenly Sword sect after you join my sect. In the future, your ground within the sect will not only be able to be raised, but you will also receive more cultivation resources. This will be greatly beneficial to your cultivation. I wonder what the two of you think. Yunyan said and then looked at the two of them expectantly. No one would not covet a heavenly pride disciple like Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. Even though she was the patriarch and already had an amazingly talented and supreme heavenly pride under her door. However, she still wished, more than anything, to obtain these two disciples of Chen Yang. In her eyes, these two disciples were far more talented than her one disciple. However, after the two of them, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, looked at each other as if they had reached some sort of tacit understanding before kneeling down in unison. Disciple is unwilling. The two of them spoke in unison, refusing at the same time, their expressions incomparably firm. Yunyan immediately stared blankly, frozen in place. She had originally thought that if she was willing to accept these two disciples of Chen Yang, these two would not hesitate to worship her as their master. After all, this was a good thing. They shouldn't have refused. However, she did not expect that these two would reject it immediately, almost without even thinking about it. Even Chen Yang couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Obviously these two's attitude had surprised him a bit. Yunyan hurriedly persuaded, Li Qingyun, Zhao Chuan, if you worship under me, you will be the true disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, and in the future, within the sect, your status will be above all disciples. And there are countless resources tilted towards you. Do you know what this means? Looking at these two heavenly pride disciples in front of her, Yunyan really couldn't help but want to take them under her door. So even though the two refused very dryly, she couldn't help but continue to persuade them bitterly. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan raised their heads and looked at Yunyan, speaking in unison. Thank you, Sovereign, for your kind words. Disciples still want to stay at Little Cloud Peak. Chapter 20. Can this technique really suppress the heart-devouring compulsion? Thank you, Sovereign, for your kindness. Disciple still wants to stay at Little Cloud Peak. The attitude of the two men did not change in any way and remained extraordinarily resolute. They naturally knew what it meant to worship under the Sovereign. However, in their eyes, back then, if it wasn't for Chen Yang picking the two of them out of hundreds of people to be disciples, they simply wouldn't have been able to enter the 7 main peaks. After all, back then, apart from Little Cloud Peak, the elders of the other 6 main peaks were unwilling to accept them as disciples. Only Chen Yang had given them the opportunity. Moreover, the two of them knew very well that their talent and root bones were not very good. If it wasn't for Chen Yang giving each of them a divine elemental pill, how could they have leapt to become supreme heavenly prides? It was Chen Yang who had changed their destiny. It could be said that without Chen Yang, if it wasn't for Chen Yang, they would have been stuck in the 12 sub-peaks and would have been just one of the countless disciples. They wouldn't have been able to enter Little Cloud Peak, one of the 7 main peaks. Although they were now under the sect of the Sovereign, they were able to improve their status, as well as obtain more cultivation resources, and had more room for growth. However, they could not be ungrateful. Furthermore, they were already satisfied to be able to stay on Little Cloud Peak. They didn't want to go anywhere, and even more so, they didn't want to change masters. Yunyan was immediately speechless, not knowing what to say for a moment. She looked at these two, her expression somewhat unwilling, but in the end, she just sighed. That's just it, since you guys don't want to, then this matter will be dropped. She finally gave up. There was no way. Both of these two were unwilling to worship her as a teacher, so she couldn't force it. In the end, Yunyan left Little Cloud Peak in disappointment. After Yunyan left, Chen Yang looked at these two disciples of his and was somewhat quite touched in his heart. He did not expect that these two would be able to resist the temptation to reject the patriarch and firmly choose him as their master. If they were to be replaced by those few rebellious disciples from the previous life, Chen Yang estimated that they would have already agreed to change masters. After all, in the eyes of those few white-eyed wolves, there was such a good thing, it would be a shame to miss it. Actually, it is not a good thing for you to worship under the Sovereign, it will be quite beneficial to your cultivation. Chen Yang looked at the two disciples with a complex expression. To be honest, he was far from being as good to these two disciples as he was to those few rebellious disciples from his previous life. However, the loyalty of these two to him was 1,000 times better than those few white-eyed wolves. Master, since we have worshipped you as our master, it is impossible for us to worship anyone else. You are our master, for the rest of our lives. Li Qingyun knelt on the ground and kowtowed, his tone extremely firm. Yes, master, without you, we wouldn't have been able to enter the 7 main peaks. We were able to get to where we are today because you helped us. Other than you, we won't be able to worship anyone else as our master. Zhao Chuan similarly kowtowed, his eyes were firm as if he wanted to join the party. Looking at the duo's sincere look, Chen Yang didn't say anything else, but just took out 2 bags of pills from within the system space. Alright, don't kneel, get up, here are 2 bags of chi-gathering pills, take them and cultivate yourselves. Shen Yang handed the pills to the 2 of them. Anyway, these chi-gathering pills were only the most basic pills. They were only useful for chi condensation realm cultivators, and Shen Yang could not use them even if he kept them in the system space. Simply give it to them. Yes, many thanks, master. The 2 men respectfully received the elixir before kowtowing in gratitude. Shen Yang did not say anything, he just looked deeply at the 2 men before turning around and leaving. At the same time, Spirit Market Mountain, in the Taoist temple, Lin Xianer had been grasping the time to cultivate every day for the past month in order to force out the parasites in her body as soon as possible. The pills given to her by Immortal Emperor Red Cloud, she had also been taking them every day. At this moment, she was staying in the middle of her room, sitting cross-legged on top of her bed, diligently cultivating. Suddenly, Lin Xianer opened her eyes, her brows deeply furrowed. Damn it, the heart-devouring compulsion has struck again. In the next moment, a pain that seemed like it was being gnawed and torn away came from the location of the heart. This pain came swiftly, and Lin Xianer instantly became somewhat unable to withstand it. She couldn't help but let out a miserable scream despite clenching her teeth tightly. Soon, the pain became even more intense. In an instant, it was as if there were countless parasites that were gnawing on her heart at the same time. Lin Xianer couldn't bear it anymore. Green veins rippled on his forehead, bean-sized beads of sweat instantly emerged, and his face instantly turned pale. His entire body even tumbled off the bed and rolled around on the ground, covering her chest non-stop. While rolling, her mouth kept wailing. The narrow room echoed with her miserable screams. Why does it hurt so much? Lin Xianer screamed hysterically, acting as if she was crazy, rolling around on the floor in a sorry state, and in the end, she was even in so much pain that she pounded the ground with her fists. But the pain didn't get the slightest relief, instead, even more intense bursts of pain came. Lin Xianer gritted her teeth and held on, her lips were bitten through and she was unaware of it, her hair and clothes were soaked with sweat. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, only then did the pain gradually recede. Lin Xianer lay on the ground, her eyes numbly looking at the beams, panting heavily. At this moment, her entire body was dripping with sweat, and she no longer had any strength left. Why? Why is it that even though I have practiced the blood demon heart devouring technique, this compulsion has not been suppressed? Why? She lay on the ground, muttering non-stop, her tone filled with doubt. Over the past month, she had taken the pills given by Immortal Sovereign Red Cloud every day, and she had been desperately practicing the blood demon heart devouring technique every day, not daring to slack off for even a moment. Of course, the effects were obvious. In just a month's time, she had cultivated the blood demon heart devouring technique to the 2nd layer. Even, there were hidden signs of a breakthrough. Lin Xianer estimated that it wouldn't take more than a few days. She would be able to break through to the 3rd layer. However, the more she cultivated this blood demon heart devouring technique, the more she felt that something was wrong. First of all, Immortal Emperor Red Cloud said that this gong method could restrain the compulsion poison in her body, and as long as she cultivated to the 4th layer, she would be able to force out the compulsion in her body by herself. However, now that she had cultivated to the 2nd layer, she was even close to breaking through to the 3rd layer. However, the heart-devouring compulsion in her body had not been suppressed. Instead, Lin Xianer clearly felt that as she cultivated this technique deeper and deeper, the compulsion in her body became more and more active. Originally, she was having an attack once every 3 days. But after practicing the blood demon heart-devouring technique, she then slowly turned into having an attack once every 2 days, and then once a day. A few days ago, it even turned into 2 episodes a day. Yesterday, it even evolved into 3 episodes a day. And, as time went on, each time the compulsion attacked, that pain was also more severe than before. Every time, it made her pain unbearable. There were several times when she felt like she was going to die from the pain. There were even times when she wanted to die in one go. Can this gong method really suppress the heart-devouring compulsion? At this moment, a few doubts arose in Lin Xianer's heart. She laid down on the ground and rested for a long time before she regained a few moments of strength. Chapter 21, Aging Face. She helped the cabinet by the wall to climb up, but suddenly saw her own wretched appearance from within the bronze mirror on the wooden cabinet. Cloaked hair, sweating profusely, gray head and face, mouth full of blood. This appearance was as wretched as it could be. However, at this moment, her attention was not on her image at all. She looked at her own face in the mirror and suddenly froze. How could it be? My face looks as if it has aged some more. She touched her face and murmured in a low voice, her face full of disbelief. During this month of January, after she cultivated the technique given by Immortal Sovereign Red Cloud and took the pills given by the other party, Lin Xianer not only felt the compulsion in her body become more and more active. Moreover, during this month, she realized that her face, too, was slowly getting older. Wrinkles began to grow out of the corners of her eyes, a white hair began to grow on her head, and her skin, too, wasn't as delicate and smooth as it had been before. Even these days, she realized that her breasts seemed to be sagging a bit. To know, she was only 16 years old now. It was the age of the flowering season. But now it was as if she had aged 10 years, looking like a 26-year-old woman. No, I have to go ask Master what's wrong with me. Looking at herself in the mirror that had aged 10 years, it was really hard for her to accept such a self. She immediately turned around and walked out of the room. Coming outside and looking at the empty Taoist temple, a doubt once again rose in Lin Xianer's heart. Before she came, her parents had told her that this red cloud immortal sovereign had taken in a number of disciples. But she had lived in this Taoist temple for a month. Apart from her, she had never seen another disciple. No, I must ask for clarification today. With a hint of unease, Lin Xianer quickly arrived at the main hall, where she found her master, Immortal Emperor Red Cloud. Disciple pays homage to master. Lin Xianer walked into the hall in large strides and bowed to the Red Cloud Immortal Exalt. Well, disciple, what is it that you were so flustered to find your master for? When Immortal Emperor Red Cloud looked at her with this look as if she had aged 10 years, he knew that it was caused by her practicing the blood demon heart devouring technique. It seemed that this disciple of his had been practicing very hard during this month. He immediately felt a surge of joy in his heart. The more diligently Lin Xianer cultivated, the faster she would become his puppet. Master, there are many confusions in my disciple's mind, so I'd like to ask Master to solve them for me. Lin Xianer stood up and said aloud. Whatever doubts you have in your heart, just say it, and what Master can answer for you, I will naturally tell you. Immortal Reverend Red Cloud put on a kind look, his voice was very gentle, just like an amiable elder. Master, you said that after practicing the blood demon heart devouring technique, you would be able to suppress the parasites in my body. Why is it that I have recently felt that the heart devouring compulsion in my body, however, has not been suppressed? Instead, the compulsion attacks have become more frequent? Also, Master, the pills you gave me, why is it that every time I take them, I can feel the compulsion in my body stirring? Finally, Master, I also want to ask why after I cultivate the blood demon heart devouring technique, my appearance will slowly become old? Lin Xianer asked several questions in one breath. She wanted to ask for a clear understanding today. Otherwise, she would only become more uneasy in her heart. When Immortal Reverend Red Cloud saw this impatient look on her face, he still had a kind look on his face. He seemed to have thought of what to say a long time ago. At this moment, he just smiled lightly and said, Disciple, you don't need to be afraid, you just started cultivating not long ago, these are all normal reactions. You were infected with the heart-devouring compulsion, and after cultivating the blood demon heart-devouring technique, this technique was able to suppress the compulsion in your body. However, because you just started practicing not long ago, you were temporarily unable to suppress the compulsion in your body, instead, it stimulated the compulsion in your body. Therefore, it is the compulsion that feels suppressed that will be restless within you and attack frequently. After you have cultivated to the fourth layer, only then will the compotes in your body be completely suppressed, and then you will be able to force out the compotes in your body on your own. Is that really the case? Lin Xianer fell into deep thought when she heard this. Could it really just be that she had just started cultivating and was unable to suppress the compulsion within her body, but instead, she was stimulating the compulsion within her body? Was this what caused the heart-devouring compulsion to attack so frequently? When Immortal Emperor Red Cloud looked at her in this contemplative manner, he knew that she had already believed 7 or 8% of it. This set of words, he did not know how many disciples he had used to deceive. Most disciples would believe it. Of course, there were also those who didn't believe it. But those who didn't believe it were all forcibly refined into puppets by him. If Lin Xianer didn't believe it, she would also be refined into a puppet within today. Only, the Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign wouldn't do that until it was absolutely necessary. Because Lin Xianer had only cultivated the blood demon heart devouring technique to the second layer today, the strength of a puppet refined in this manner would be too low. It wouldn't be of much use to him. Then, Master, why did my appearance age? Lin Xianer already believed in her heart regarding Immortal Emperor Red Cloud's explanation. But now she also wanted to know why it had aged. She was only 16 years old and was at her most beautiful age. Didn't want to turn into a yellow-faced woman. Immortal Emperor Red Cloud remained unhurried as he explained, Disciple, Master can see that these days, you have indeed pined quite a bit. However, this is all because you blamed yourself for being too anxious. Blame me for being too hasty? Lin Xianer froze, a trace of bewilderment surfacing on her expression. Yes, it's you yourself who were too hasty. Immortal Emperor Red Cloud nodded and continued, Have you been practicing day and night recently in order to cultivate the blood demon heart devouring technique? Yes. Lin Xianer nodded honestly. In order to force the compulsion poison out of her body as soon as possible, she slept very little every day and spent all of her time cultivating. That's right, you've been cultivating day and night, you're overworked and your own essence is damaged, so you'll naturally pine. Although you're still young now, but your body and bones can't help you from trashing them like this. Hearing this explanation, Lin Xianer's eyes widened. Could it be that she had overworked herself by desperately cultivating every day, so this was why she was rapidly aging? Was that really the case? Lin Xianer didn't believe all of it. She felt that this explanation seemed a bit unjustifiable. Seeing that she was half convinced, Immortal Emperor Red Cloud naturally knew that this explanation of his was a bit far-fetched. So at that moment, he took out a bottle of pills from his storage bag. Apprentice, this is the jade face pill that my master drilled out. It has the effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin, moisturizing the skin, and replenishing the qi and blood. Take it and take one pill daily. It won't be long before you become young again. Really? Master? Lin Xianer was originally still half skeptical about Immortal Reverend Red Cloud's explanation, but after the other party took out the jade face pill and also said that it could help her regain her youth, she then didn't care about the previous explanation, as long as it could restore her youthful beauty. Well, that's natural, Master won't lie to you. Immortal Emperor Red Cloud nodded his head slightly, a kind smile on his pale face, and a caring look in his eyes as he looked at her. Many thanks, Master. Lin Xianer immediately stopped being skeptical. Right, Master was a worldly master, he wouldn't lie to himself. How could one doubt Master? Lin Xianer completely dispelled the doubts in her heart and excitedly received the elixir. Chapter 22 Ruyan Lu breaks defense. Then Master, disciple will go down first. After getting the jade face pill, Lin Xianer was ready to go back. She couldn't wait to try the effects of this jade face pill. Before she came, she also wanted to ask in passing why she was the only disciple in the Taoist temple. Where were the other disciples? But now, these questions were all behind her. Well, go. Immortal Reverend Red Cloud nodded and watched her leave. Only after her back walked out of the Great Hall did a hint of a playful smile appear on the Red Cloud Immortal Exalt's face. Hee hee, what a fool, the moment you hear about the jade face pill, you believe everything. In fact, that wasn't a jade face pill at all. Instead, that was the heart-devouring pill. It was the same as the bloodshed pill he gave Lin Xianer last time. Both were nutrients that he had specially prepared for the heart-devouring compass. After Lin Xianer took it, it would only make the compulsion in her body grow more rapidly and speed up the reproduction rate. And for all of this, Lin Xianer knew nothing. She took the so-called Jade Face Dan and returned to the middle of her room at this time. She immediately couldn't wait to open the cork of the bottle and pour out an elixir before taking it. Master is so kind to me. After seeing that my appearance was damaged in order to cultivate, he even took the initiative to give me the Jade Face pill. With this Jade Face pill, I should soon become the glowing self I once was. However, Master said that the reason I'd become like this is all due to overcultivation. Then in the future, should I rest more and not cultivate so desperately? But if I don't cultivate desperately to reach the 4th layer early, when will I be able to force out the parasites in my body? Now that the heart-devouring compulsion attacks are becoming more and more frequent, and they are becoming more and more painful, if I don't force the compulsion out of my body earlier, sooner or later, I'll be killed by the pain alive. Forget it, whatever. Anyway, now that I have the Jade Face pill, I'd better seize the time to cultivate. Right now it's still most important to force out the compulsion in my body. In the end, after some thought struggles, Lin Xianer decided to continue her diligent cultivation. The damage to her face could be made up with the Jade Face pill. But the heart-devouring compulsion, she would only be able to completely get relief if she cultivated the Blood Demon heart-devouring technique to the 4th layer. On the other hand, the Heavenly Sword sect. After sending Yunyan away, Chen Yang began to focus all his energy on cultivation again. Under his day-to-day cultivation, the Yuan Dan in his body grew stronger and stronger. It was like a flawless white glazed pearl that hung within his dantian, radiating a brilliant light. Chen Yang could feel that he wouldn't be long before he made a breakthrough. Although he had been suppressing his realm and trying to stabilize his cultivation as much as possible, he had not taken the initiative to break through. However, this had been deliberately suppressing his realm. There would come a day when it was impossible to suppress it. On that day, even if he didn't want to break through, his own cultivation would break through the shackles and break through on its own. And he had a feeling that that day wouldn't be too far away. As for his 2 disciples, ever since after the last time Yin came to Little Cloud Peak and wanted to take them in as true disciples, these 2 seemed to be as if they were afraid that Chen Yang would not want them anymore. Every day, apart from cleaning Chen Yang's house and helping him with laundry and folding quilts, it was all about practicing hard. They seemed to be thinking that as long as they practiced diligently and let their master see their efforts, they wouldn't be unwanted. Under the diligent cultivation of the 2, in just half a month's time, Chen Yang's eldest disciple, Li Qingyun, broke through to the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm. It shocked the entire Heavenly Sword sect. The disciples from the other peaks even sucked in a breath of cold air after knowing about this. Terrifying. It was really too terrifying. In terms of this cultivation speed, who could compare to him? Although Zhao Chuan was not as good as Li Qingyun, his cultivation speed was not much slower. He had also broken through to the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm within this half a month. After learning that both of Chen Yang's disciples had broken through, Yunyan, who was the patriarch, was envious as a whole. At the same time, she also felt a pang of regret. If only Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan had agreed to be her disciples last time. In that case, she wouldn't even dare to think how happy she would be to see her own disciples break through so quickly. Alas! I don't know that Chen Yang, how on earth did he make those two disciples turn into heavenly pride? She sighed deeply. Other people could only see how outstanding Chen Yang's two disciples were, but she could see through to the essence. Thinking back to when the sect examination was held, that Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan's talent and root bones were clearly very average. But now, these two had leapt into heavenly pride after worshipping Chen Yang as their master. It was self-evident as to whose credit this was. Chen Yang was their master, and both of these two were guided into their cultivation by Chen Yang. Obviously, it was Chen Yang who had forcibly upgraded the roots of the two through some unknown means. This was what allowed the two to leap into heaven's pride. Sai, obviously my disciples are also heaven's pride, so why are they just not as good as those two disciples of Chen Yang? She suddenly remembered her own disciples again. Compared to those two disciples of Chen Yang, Yunyan's disciples were actual heaven's pride. Unlike that Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan duo, they were turned into heaven's pride by Chen Yang through some unknown means. But now, her disciple cultivated for half a month, only from the 5th layer of qi condensation, broke through to the 6th layer of qi condensation. It was far inferior to those two disciples of Chen Yang. This huge gap caused a sense of frustration in her heart. Forget it, don't think about it, they are all disciples of my heavenly sword sect anyway. Just as the names of both Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan shocked the entire heavenly sword sect once again. On the Qingdian Peak, the two girls, Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou, were completely unable to sit still. At this moment, Lu Ruyan could no longer calm down and cultivate. Ever since the last time she heard about Chen Yang's two disciples, both of them had turned out to be supreme heavenly prides. She had been irritated. She was holding a breath in her heart. She didn't want to lose to those two disciples of Chen Yang. She also wanted to cultivate desperately and try to catch up with those two disciples of Chen Yang. She wanted to prove to Chen Yang. Without relying on Chen Yang's help, she could just as well cultivate into a great emperor. And so, during this half a month, she had gone crazy trying to cultivate without any cultivation resources. Finally, the emperor's heaven was not to be trifled with. Just yesterday, she finally broke through to the 2nd level of the qi condensation realm. The moment she broke through, she couldn't mention how excited she was. Because this was the result of her own hard work and cultivation, not relying on him, Chen Yang. But today, she heard about it. Those two disciples of Chen Yang. One had broken through to the 9th level of qi condensation. One broke through to the 8th level of qi condensation. Then she broke her defense. She had been desperately cultivating for half a month before she broke through a layer of the realm. But that Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan had both broken through 2 layers of the realm. Looking at Chen Yang's eldest disciple, Li Qingyun, he was even about to step into the Big Dipper realm. And she was still only a qi condensation 2nd layer. This huge gap. It instantly made her heart feel like ashes. Senior sister, I can't continue cultivating, I've been cultivating for so long, why am I still at the 1st level of qi condensation? Right at this moment, Zhou Qingmin suddenly came to find her. Compared to Lu Ruyan, Zhou Qingmin was even more of a defense breaker. Chen Yang's eldest disciple was at the 9th level of qi condensation. The 2nd disciple was also at the 8th level of qi condensation. But she, who had been practicing for a month and a half, was still stuck at the 1st level of qi condensation. She was unable to break through. This instantly made her lose her mind to cultivate. Senior sister, we are not worse than that Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, we just don't have the divine elemental pill. Lu Ruyan looked at the distraught Zhou Qingmin and couldn't help but bite her lip as she said with a stiff upper lip. The pride in her bones prevented her from admitting the huge gap that existed between herself and Chen Yang's great disciple. In her opinion, as long as she had the divine yuan pill, she could be even better than that Li Qingyun. Senior sister, we are all wrong, without the divine origin pill, we are not heavenly pride at all. Zhou Qingmin lowered her head, her mood was very low and her expression was extraordinarily dejected. Yes, if only we had the divine origin pill. Ruyan Lu sighed lightly. If there was a divine origin pill, they would have been able to change their status quo immediately. They would also be able to leap into heavenly splendor like they did in their last life. Senior sister, why don't we go to that Chen Yang and ask for the divine origin pill? Zhou Qingmin suddenly raised her head and looked at her with a burning gaze, anticipation written all over her face. Chapter 23, Surname Chen, quickly give us the divine elemental pill. Going to ask Chen Yang for the divine elemental pill? Hearing these words, Ruyan Lu was slightly stunned, and then her expression couldn't help but be a bit impressed. As long as there was a divine origin pill, she would be able to change the status quo. Thinking of this, Ruyan Lu's heart instantly couldn't contain her stupid desire. Right now, she really wanted the divine origin pill too much. Right, senior sister, let's go find that Chen Yang and ask for the divine elemental pill. Right now without the divine elemental pill, my cultivation is just too slow. Zhou Qingmin nodded with a serious face, she really couldn't stand her cultivation speed right now. It had been a month and a half. It was still the 1st level of qi condensation. This was too much of a blow to her confidence. As long as there was the divine yuan pill, all of this could change. But if we go, will that Chen Yang give it to us? Ruyan Lu gently bit her lip, her expression a little tangled. When she had just been reborn, she didn't care to use the divine elemental pill. Thinking that without the divine elemental pill, she could rely on her previous life's experience to become a supreme heavenly pride. But now, reality had slapped her face hard. Now she also recognized that she was not even comparable to an ordinary disciple without the divine origin pill. Now, the mention of the divine elemental pill caused even more of a longing in her heart. But she also understood that even if she was willing to go to Chen Yang to ask for the divine origin pill, Chen Yang would not necessarily give it to them. Whatever, senior sister, let's go find him first. Anyway, I only want the divine origin pill right now. Zhou Qingmin had already gone out of her way, she didn't want to think that much anymore. She didn't care what Chen Yang thought right now, she only wanted the divine elemental pill. Lu Ruyan's face flashed with a hint of hesitation before she finally made up her mind. She nodded her head. Good, then let's go find him. As long as we have the divine elemental pill, our current dilemma will be solved. Lu Ruyan ultimately failed to resist the seductive power of the divine elemental pill and decided to go with her senior sister to find Chen Yang and take their chances. The two girls immediately left Qingdian Peak together and arrived at Little Cloud Peak. Returning to this familiar place again, the two girls both looked a little complicated for a while. This place, but it was the place where they had cultivated for decades in their previous life. It was only until the Heavenly Sword sect was later destroyed by the demon sect that they followed Chen Yang and left this place. Suddenly, the two women stopped in unison. The two looked at the two neighboring courtyards in front of them, and their eyes could not help but become a little moist. In their previous life, these two courtyards were where they lived. The small detached courtyard in front of them was clean and spacious, with a tranquil environment. Compared to the small wooden hut they had at Qingdian Peak, it was unknown how many times better. Looking at the courtyard in front of them, both women couldn't help but feel a pang of sourness in their hearts. If only they could have a separate courtyard like this at Green Destiny Peak. Right at this moment. Within these two courtyards. Suddenly, two teenagers walked out at the same time, both of them were dressed in white, with straight posture and outstanding temperament. Ruyan Lu and Xingmin Zhou were slightly stunned, and then they guessed that these two should be Chen Yang's two new disciples. Looking at these two disciples, who were now actually living in the courtyard that originally belonged to them, the two women's hearts were a bit unfavorable for a while. This place originally belonged to them. But now, it had changed owners. Right at this moment, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan also saw the two girls. The two of them first froze for a moment, then they walked over. Two senior sisters, I wonder if you have come to our Little Cloud Peak, is there something you want? Li Qingyun stepped forward, a gentle smile on his face as he politely inquired. Hearing these words, Zhou Qingmin remembered the purpose of her coming here, and also thought of that master who made her loathe him. She immediately took a step forward and said without a trace of anger, you two are the newly accepted disciples of that Chen surnamed, aren't you? You two, go and make that Chen surnamed come here to meet me. Zhou Qingmin crossed her arms with a rightful expression. She didn't have a good face for Chen Yang's disciple. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan immediately frowned, the smiles on their faces instantly disappearing. These two women, it seemed like they had come with some bad intentions. At this moment, Ruyan Lu tugged on Zhou Qingmin's sleeve, signaling her to shut up, before she herself stepped forward. Politely, she said, we are disciples of the Green Destiny Peak, and have come to your master for business, so please take us to meet your master. The situation at hand was that the only way to have a chance to ask Chen Yang for the divine elemental pill was to meet him. Zhou Qingmin was too impatient in nature. Speaking in such an unpleasant manner, letting her go on, Ruyan Lu estimated that they wouldn't even be able to meet Chen Yang today. Therefore, she had no choice but to come forward. Lowering her posture in front of these two disciples of Chen Yang. Seeing Lu Ruyan treating her with courtesy, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan's faces only slightly eased. Since you are disciples of the Qingdian Peak, then you guys come with me. Li Qingyun immediately led the two women towards the peak further up. Zhao Chuan, on the other hand, did not follow and turned around to go elsewhere. In front of the room, Chen Yang sat on the steps, comfortably basking in the sunlight. At his feet, there was a rather scrawny yellow dog that was obediently crouching at the moment. Chen Yang gently stroked the fur on its head and said with a sigh, you have to be more careful in the future, don't fall again. Half an hour ago, when he went to the back of the mountain, he came across this wild dog that had fallen and injured itself, and seeing that it was pitiful, Chen Yang used his energy to treat its injuries. Unexpectedly, the dog had taken the initiative to follow him back. Just as Chen Yang was jerking the dog while basking in the sun, Li Qingyun brought two women and slowly walked over from a short distance away. Chen Yang heard the footsteps and looked up, when he saw Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin behind Li Qingyun. He froze for a moment, then a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. These two white-eyed wolves finally couldn't help but come to him. Master, these two claim to be disciples of the Green Destiny Peak and have come to find you for something. Li Qingyun respectfully saluted and explained the situation to Chen Yang. Chun Yang looked at his former rebellious disciple with some playfulness in his eyes. He just waved his hand and casually said, "Alright, I know, you go down." "Yes." Li Qingyun turned around and left. Chen Yang stood up and sized up these two rebellious disciples. Opening his mouth, he mocked, "Yo, if it isn't my two good disciples. What, why don't you guys cultivate properly at Qingdian Peak and run to my little cloud peak?" Hearing these words, the two girls couldn't help but have a somewhat awkward expression. However, once they thought about the purpose of their coming here, Zhou Qingmin didn't care about that much. She took a step forward, extended her palm, and directly asked for it. "Surname Chen, senior sister and I are in dire need of divine elemental pills for our cultivation right now, so quickly give us 2 divine elemental pills." She had a straightforward look and her tone was rightful. Hearing this, Chen Yang was shocked. Good lord, he thought he had heard wrong. "As soon as you came up, you asked for divine elemental pills? Where is your face?" Chen Yang was exasperated and laughed. "Giving you guys divine origin pills, on what grounds? Do I owe you guys?" Chapter 24, This is what you owe us. Chen Yang was exasperated and laughed. "Giving you guys the divine elemental pill, on what grounds? I owe you guys? You?" Zhou Qingmin was infuriated for a while and couldn't help but question in a furious manner. "Surname Chen, do you know that it's because we don't have divine elemental pills that I've been cultivating for so long, and up till now I'm still at the first level of qi condensation, and elder sister, she's only cultivated to the second level of qi condensation?" Chen Yang shrugged his shoulders with a face of nothing to hang on to. "So? It's none of my business, you?" Zhou Qingmin pointed at Chen Yang, gritting her teeth in anger. Her whole body couldn't help but tremble. She had been practicing for a month and a half, and now she had only cultivated to the first level of qi condensation, and was slow to break through. As long as Chen Yang gave them a divine elemental pill, they would be able to change their status quo immediately. But this Chen Yang, he even had the attitude that it was not a matter of concern. He clearly knew how important this divine elemental pill was to them, but Chen Yang even refused to give it to them. This was really too much. Right at this moment, Ruyan Lu came forward and said expressionlessly, "Chen Yang, this divine elemental pill is really important to us. As long as we have a divine elemental pill, we can instantly turn into celestial pride." She really needed the divine elemental Dan too much right now. "What does it matter to me if you guys are heaven's pride or not? Coming to me for divine elemental pills, I should be yours, huh? Sick in the head, right?" Chen Yang gave her a blank look and remained unmoved. Lu Ruyan's face changed and she couldn't help but get a little annoyed. Rightfully, she said. "Chen Yang, in our last life, we had both cultivated into great emperors, just one step away from being certified as saints, but in the end, we died at your hands. It was you who personally cut off our path to sainthood, causing us to have to retrain once more now. Shouldn't you be responsible for this? Now we're only asking you for a divine elemental pill. Why don't you give it to us? This is what you owe us." The more Ruyan Lu spoke, the more agitated she became, and her stunningly beautiful face was instantly distorted due to her anger. In her previous life, she was the Ruyan Emperor, just one step away from being certified as a saint. But now, she was reborn and returned, and had to cultivate once more. And it's all because of Chen Yang. He should have been responsible for it. Now that they were merely asking for a divine elemental pill, Chen Yang was even refusing to give it. This caused the anger in her heart to instantly explode. At this time, Zhou Qingmin also shared the same anger and looked at him with an indignant expression. "That's right, Chen Yang, this is what you owe us. If it wasn't for you, we would have already attained sainthood long ago. Do you know that when we returned from rebirth, without the divine elemental pill, no matter how hard we tried to cultivate, we couldn't get up to speed? Moreover, during this month and a half, do you know what kind of aggravation we have suffered at Qingdian Peak? We lived in a small and shabby wooden hut, our cultivation resources were poor and scarce, and even our master and senior sisters looked down on us. We could have been spared these blank stares, and we didn't have to suffer these indignities, much less be humiliated like this. Now the reason why we have been reduced to this. All because of you. Now we're just asking you for a divine elemental pill, why don't you give it to us?" Zhou Qingmin emotionally broke down as well. She recalled the grievances and humiliation she had suffered at Qingdian Peak in the month and a half since she was reborn, and she instantly felt the urge to cry. And the person who caused all of this was because of Chen Yang. If it wasn't for Chen Yang, they would have long since witnessed the Tao and become saints, invincible and immortal. Now all they wanted was a divine elemental pill, and Chen Yang wasn't even willing to give it to them. Why should they? Chen Yang owes them. Why wouldn't Chen Yang give it to them? "I owe you?" Listening to these accusations, Chen Yang was also enraged. He looked at the two white-eyed wolves in front of him and couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, if it wasn't for you two white-eyed wolves in my last life, I would have already attained sainthood by now. I took you guys in as disciples, nurtured you with everything I had, and tirelessly taught you to cultivate. On you all, I so spent countless cultivation resources, and I gave you whatever you wanted. In the end, after I cultivated all of you into great emperors, you guys got your wings hardened, but you joined together to bully your masters together. You guys tell me, what did old me do wrong? Ah. My damn fault is that I took in a few of you white-eyed wolves in my last life. You guys still have the nerve to say now that it was me who cut off your path to sainthood, causing you to have to cultivate all over again. Could it be that if you guys want to kill me, I can't even resist and can only obediently tie my hands and wait to be killed by you guys before you all certify your path to sainthood? Ha! Chen Yang cursed loudly. He spoke righteously, cursing the two women. After he finished cursing, he only felt a surge of joy in his heart. Looking at the two women, their faces turned red, but they seemed to be still somewhat unconvinced. He sneered. Still INGIO you guys? Damn, you two white-eyed wolves, how do you have the nerve to say such words? You. Zhou Qingmin gritted her teeth and looked at Chen Yang, her face flushed with embarrassment. She wanted to retort a few words, but for a moment, she didn't know what to say. It was. In their last life, they were the ones who made the first move against Chen Yang, trying to put him to death. In the end, Chen Yang did nothing more than clean up the mess. Chen Yang had cut off their path to sainthood. How could they not have cut off Chen Yang's path to sainthood? Reasoning with Chen Yang was simply untenable for them. After being scolded by Chen Yang, Lu Ruyan also felt a little ashamed. However, she still raised her head and said with some defiance. Fine, even if you have a point, but you have so many divine elemental pills, what's wrong with you giving us one? You don't need this divine elemental Dan yourself, and you know how useful it is to us. Zhou Qingmin also felt that her own senior sister had a point, so she also nodded her head in agreement as a matter of course. Right, you have so many divine elemental pills, you can't use them yourself, what's wrong with you giving us one? In her opinion, Chen Yang had so many divine elemental pills, but these things, they were not useful to Chen Yang at all. Why couldn't Chen Yang give them one? Looking at the two white-eyed wolves with a shameless look of heavenly justice, Chen Yang was exasperated and laughed. Well, they all want the divine elemental pill so much, right? Chen Yang immediately took out a divine elemental Dan from the system space. The next moment, a white elixir appeared in his palm. As soon as this pill appeared, a rich medicinal fragrance overflowed. Seeing the divine elemental pill in Chen Yang's palm, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin's eyes instantly glowed with thirst. This divine elemental pill was something they wanted too much. They wanted this divine elemental Dan even in their dreams now. As long as they had this pill, they would be able to instantly leap to become celestial pride. They wouldn't have to suffer in the green destiny peak. Chapter 25, I won't even give it to you if I give it to a dog. Surname Chen, quickly give us the elixir. Zhou Qingmin stepped forward, her eyes fiery as she stared at the elixir in his hand with an impatient expression. This was an elixir that could change her fate. Yes, Chen Yang, quickly give us the elixir. Ruyan Lu was similarly eager, a want expression written all over her face. At this moment, the only thing in her eyes was the divine elemental pill in Chen Yang's hand. Looking at the two people's anxious appearance, a hint of a playful sneer surfaced at the corner of Chen Yang's mouth. To tell you the truth, this divine elemental Dan, I still need many more. But let me give it to you guys, dream on. I won't even give it to you guys even if I give it to a dog to eat. Chen Yang said and directly threw the elixir on the ground. The yellow dog that had been following his feet, smelling the fragrance of the medicine, immediately lowered its head and ate the elixir. No! Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin's eyes widened at the same time as they cried out in hysterical shock. This was the divine elemental pill that they had been longing for. This was the elixir that could change their fate. But now, it was actually eaten by a dog. The two stayed where they were, staring blankly at the scene. Completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the yellow dog that had eaten the elixir rubbed its head against Chen Yang's feet, its tail wagging even more attentively. Chen Yang! Zhou Qingmin was so angry that her face turned green, her eyes were wide with rage as she stared at Chen Yang, her teeth almost gritted. How dare you give the elixir to a dog and not even give it to us? This was an elixir that she had dreamed of obtaining. But now, Chen Yang would rather give it to the dogs. Not even willing to give it to them. Watching the elixir being eaten by a dog, Zhou Qingmin was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. The monstrous anger in her heart directly exploded. Lu Ruyan similarly glared at Chen Yang with bloodshot eyes, her whole body shaking with anger, and her fists were pinched to the point of creaking. The tone in which she spoke was even more tinged with suppressed rage. Chen Yang, we were at least your disciples in our last life, now in your eyes, are we even worse than a dog? She didn't expect that 3,000 years of teacher-disciple friendship. Now, in Chen Yang's eyes, it was not even as good as a dog. Chen Yang looked unconcerned and said bluntly. That's right, in my eyes, you guys can't even compare to a dog. When I give a dog something to eat, the dog still knows how to be grateful and will wag its tail at me. I treated you all so well in my last life, and all I got in return was your betrayal. Like you wolf-hearted, ungrateful, white-eyed wolves, you deserve to be wastes for the rest of your lives, like you are now. You still want to use the divine elemental pill to leap to become a heavenly pride, you're dreaming. In this life, you won't be able to cultivate into great emperors. Shen Yang didn't care about the feelings of the two women in the slightest, his words were as unpleasant as they could be. White-eyed wolves like this. Chen Yang would not spoil them. Zhou Qingmin was so infuriated by Qin Yang that she couldn't even speak and could only stare at him viciously with spiteful eyes. Lu Ruyan was similarly infuriated, but at this moment, she still retained a trace of sanity. She looked at Chen Yang, this former master of hers. The pride in her bones made her feel a pang of defiance. With a cold face, she said, Fine, Chen Yang, you're the one who said that. Who do you think you are? You won't give us the divine elemental pill, right? We don't even care. Without the divine yuan pill, I, Lu Ruyan, will cultivate into a great emperor just the same. Chen Yang, we'll see. Lu Ruyan said and let out a light snort before turning away in anger. Right, surname Chen, don't be complacent. Even if we don't have the divine elemental pill, we can still become great emperors like we did in our last life. I, Zhou Qingmin, am true to my word, just wait and see. Zhou Qingmin turned around and left with a puff of air after similarly dropping a harsh sentence. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Chen Yang snorted lightly in disdain. There was no divine elemental pill. With their current roots and bones. Still wanting to cultivate into great emperors. It was simply a dream. Pissed me off. That dog named Chen, why doesn't he go die? On the way down the mountain, the more Zhou Qingmin thought about it, the more angry she became, and in the end, her entire body was about to explode with anger. She came directly to a large tree. Raising her fists, she punched at the tree trunk for a while. Right now, she was holding a monstrous fire in her heart and desperately wanted to vent it out. Without venting it out, her entire being would be unbearable. Bang bang bang. Punch after punch landed on the tree trunk, making a big crater in it. In the end, she even used her full strength to throw a punch. It directly broke the big tree. However, looking at the innocent tree that was broken, Zhou Qingmin seemed not to be relieved and couldn't help but curse. What kind of broken tree, so unbreakable? After cursing, she kicked hard at the roots of the tree again. Then, only then did she feel slightly better in her heart. Alright, senior sister, stop cursing. Lu Ruyan was grimacing at the moment, clearly in a very angry mood as well. However, compared to the impatient Zhou Qingmin, she was much more rational. She knew that it was simply useless to get angry now. Chen Yang would not give them the divine elemental pill anyway. Senior sister, this dog surnamed Chen is too much. He would rather give the divine elemental pill to a dog, he won't even give it to us. In our last life, we at least gave him 3,000 years as disciples. He's actually being this ungrateful now. This is so infuriating. The more Zhou Qingmin spoke, the angrier she became, and she couldn't help but kick the tree root next to her again. Humph. I also didn't expect that this Chen Yang would be so heartless. It seems like in our last life, we really followed him wrong. Lu Ruyan snorted lightly, even though she didn't want to get angry. When she remembered Chen Yang's merciless face just now, her heart was just bursting with irritation. That's right, this dog thing doesn't remember old feelings at all. In vain we have been his disciples for 3,000 years. Moreover, he clearly has so many divine elemental pills. What's wrong with giving us one? We all personally came to him to ask for it, and he didn't even give it to us. It really pisses me off. Zhou Qingmin huffed and puffed. One had to know that in the previous life, when they asked Chen Yang for cultivation resources, Chen Yang had never responded to their requests. But now, this Chen Yang was even dead set against giving it to them. Humph. It's even if he doesn't give us pills, but he even belittles us. Saying that if we don't have the divine elemental pill, we won't be able to cultivate into great emperors in this life. I, Lu Ruyan, must be partial to proving it to him. Without him, Chen Yang, I, Ruyan Lu, am just as capable. Lu Ruyan clenched her fists. At this moment she made up her mind. In this life, no matter what, even if it's tough, she, Ruyan Lu, will become a great emperor. She, Ruyan Great Emperor. Can't let people look down on her like this. Even more so, she couldn't let people disparage her at will. Zhou Qingmin also nodded her head and agreed with a firm face. Yes, who does he think he is? It's like we wouldn't be able to cultivate without him. He thinks he's the only one who can cultivate into a great emperor, and no one else can. He dares to look down on me. I will not do as he wishes. At this moment, both of them were determined. After going back, they were going to cultivate hard. They were going to prove to Chen Yang. They didn't rely on Chen Yang, they were just as capable. P.S. Trouble all of you Yen Zhu move small hand. Well, this book will be added to the bookshelf. The future chase more not lost. Chapter 26, Lin Shenner, Liar. Big Liar. After the two white-eyed wolves, Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou, left. Chen Yang turned his head to look at this yellow dog at his feet, which was still wagging its tail attentively to him at this moment. The reason why he took out the elixir just now and threw it to this yellow dog to eat was because he wanted to intentionally anger those two white-eyed wolves. In fact, this thing called Divine Elemental Dan. For someone who had just started cultivating, it was indeed a priceless treasure. But for him, it was actually not useful at all. This elixir, in his system space, there were still hundreds of them. So to give one to a dog, he didn't feel any pain at all. Nor did he care at all. What really made him care was, after this wild dog ate this elixir, would it thus open up its spirit and thus cultivate into a demonic beast? Forget it, since I've given it to you to eat, it's your chance, so you can stay on Little Cloud Peak from now on. Shen Yang finally shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He intended to let this dog stay. In the future, if he felt bored after cultivation, he could also jerk the dog to pass the tedious time. The dog seemed to be able to understand his words as if it hurriedly rubbed its head against his feet, its tail wagging even faster. Spirit Market Mountain, in the Taoist temple. In the middle of a room in the backyard. No! 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 Lin Xianer stood before a bronze mirror, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar face in the mirror. She stared with wide eyes, her face full of incredulity. In just half a month, she had unexpectedly aged a lot more. Her skin began to lose its elasticity and slowly yellowed, and 2 more wrinkles grew out of the corners of her eyes. Moreover, a lot of white hair had grown back on her head. On top of that, she had also noticed that her breasts were really starting to sag. They were even starting to dry out. It had only been half a month, and she felt like she had aged several years again. At this moment, she looked like a woman in her 30s. But she was clearly only 16. A month and a half ago. She was still a marvelous young girl with a flowery face and a beautiful country, making countless people fall in love with her. But now, she had turned into a yellow-faced woman. This made her simply unacceptable. There's something wrong with this Gong method, and there's something wrong with these pills as well, Master, he lied to me. At this moment, how could Lin Xianer not understand? The reason she had become like this was all because the Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign was lying to her. Liar. Big liar. Lin Xianer's heart was so furious that she could no longer control her temper and directly overturned the table in front of her to the ground. What did he say about this Gong method being harmless to the body, and that this jade face pill can help me regain my youthful beauty? Liar. It's all a lie. This Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign is not a worldly superior at all. He's a complete fraud. This Gong method simply cannot suppress the heart-devouring compulsion in my body, and this elixir cannot restore my youthful beauty at all, instead it will only aggravate my aging. I'm so stupid. I was so foolish to believe him all along. At this moment, Lin Xianer repented. She felt like a brainless sizable cutie. Being tricked by someone and still being grateful to them. She was simply a dumbass. That Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign. Where is it some kind of worldly master? It's just a devilish evil cultivator. The blood demon heart-devouring technique that he had given himself had no effect at all on the heart-devouring compass in her body. She had now cultivated to the 3rd layer and was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th layer. But as she cultivated deeper and deeper, the compulsion poison in her body was still not suppressed at all. Instead, it was attacking more and more frequently. In this half a month, she clearly felt that the parasites in her body had become even more active. The heart-devouring compulsion in her body had also gone from having 3 attacks a day half a month ago. It had turned into 5 attacks a day now. Now every day, she had to endure 5 compulsion attacks. This was simply an inhuman torture for her. That kind of heart-eating pain was simply not something one could endure. She had been able to hold out until now, all thanks to a surge of faith. She had always thought that as long as she cultivated the blood demon heart-devouring technique to the 4th layer as soon as possible, she would be able to be relieved. That was why she had been gritting her teeth and holding on for dear life. But now, she understood. She had been tricked. This Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign, from the very beginning, had never intended to save her. Rather, he had been leading her into the abyss of doom. This liar, how dare he lie to me? Thanks to my last life, I had been thinking of worshipping him as my teacher. I was naive enough to think that if I had worshipped him earlier, I would have been able to attain sainthood earlier. I even mistakenly thought that it was that Chen Yang who held myself back. Now it seems that I was wrong. I was so wrong. Lin Xianer recalled those foolish thoughts she had once had, and instantly only felt like she was the most person under the sky. A devilish evil cultivator was treated as a worldly superior by her. It was truly ridiculous. In her last life, she even thought, if she hadn't worshipped Shen Yang as her teacher, but instead worshipped Immortal Reverend Red Cloud as her teacher, maybe she would have already attained sainthood. Now, it seems that in her last life, she didn't worship Immortal Reverend Red Cloud as her master. Instead, she went to the Heavenly Sword sect and stubbornly worshipped Shen Yang as her master. That was the most correct decision. If she had worshipped Immortal Reverend Red Cloud as her teacher in her previous life, she would have died without knowing how. Where would it be like later? After following Chen Yang's cultivation, she became a human emperor that shook the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. This Red Cloud Immortal Exalt is a liar. How dare he lie to me? Lin Xianer gritted her teeth as deep hatred flowed from her eyes. At this moment, she was holding a monstrous rage in her heart. She couldn't wait to immediately go and find that liar. Break him into pieces. Throw his bones to the ground. No way. My current strength is no match for that evil cultivator. I'd better hurry down the mountain and come back for revenge after I improve my strength later. Even though Lin Xianer hated that Red Cloud Immortal exalt with a passion, she also knew deep down. With her current strength, she wanted to fight hard against the Red Cloud Immortal exalt. It was simply a case of not knowing how to die. Humph. If in my previous life, this liar had dared to lie to me like this, I would have cut him into 1,000 pieces long ago. Lin Xianer snorted coldly. She only hated that she had been reborn. Otherwise, with her cultivation at the Great Emperor realm, wanting to kill this Red Cloud Immortal sovereign, it was simply as easy as a slap in the face. Dead liar, you wait for me, I, Lin Xianer, will take this revenge sooner or later. Lin Xianer deeply memorized this revenge in her heart. Sooner or later, one day, she would make the Red Cloud Immortal sovereign pay 1,000 times 100 times the price. Afterwards, she immediately packed up her things before she carried a bag and walked out of the room. After she made sure that no one was around, she immediately walked quickly in the direction of the back door of the Taoist temple. Chapter 27, Tearing the Face. Red Cloud Immortal dignitary, you liar, sooner or later I will come back, you wait for me, the day I come back will be the day you die without a body. Seeing that the back door was close at hand, she hurriedly quickened her pace. As long as she escaped, she would be able to come back later to take revenge. My good disciple, where are you going? Yet at this moment, an old voice abruptly sounded behind her. Lin Xianer's footsteps lurched and her heart instantly thumped. She knew that she wouldn't be able to escape today. Damn it! So close! So close to escaping. Lin Xianer unwillingly turned her head and looked at the Red Cloud Immortal father who had appeared behind her at some point. Looking at the other party's kind face, it was as if he was like an amiable elder. Lin Xianer, however, only felt nauseous at the moment. A liar. Surprisingly pretending to be a worldly superior. It was simply shameless to the extreme. Immortal Emperor Red Cloud, stop pretending, you big liar. The techniques you let me cultivate and the pills you gave me, all of them are useless against the heart-devouring compass in my body. You big liar, you're the one who turned me into what I am now. I'm so stupid to have listened to your bull and turned myself into such a yellow-faced woman as I am now. There was no escape anyway, so Lin Xianer simply went out on a limb and directly tore her face off with the other party. Ha, you finally realized it. Looking at Lin Xianer's enraged look, the Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign instead revealed a mocking laugh. At this moment, he was no longer in disguise, revealing his original evil side. Lin Xianer, to tell you the truth, you're one of the more foolish ones amongst all the disciple rooms I've taken in. It took you until now to realize that I was lying to you. Do you realize that those senior brothers and sisters before you were much smarter than you? However, it was also your stupidity that allowed you to live this much longer. You should be thankful for your own stupidity. Lin Xianer clenched her fists, itching to rush up and fight with him, but she had another doubt at the moment that she wanted to ask for a clear understanding. If she didn't ask it out, it would be hard for her heart. You liar, why did you do this? Why did you give me that gongfu and those pills to stimulate the heart-devouring compulsion in my body? What good does this do you? Just as well, since you're going to die, I'll let you die before you die. The Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign looked at her coldly, as if he was looking at a dead person. To tell you the truth, the heart-devouring compulsion in your body was actually placed by me 6 years ago. It's not just you, most of the women in a 10-mile radius were put under this kind of compulsion by me. This kind of compulsion is more special, and it takes 5 to 8 years to grow from a larva to an adult. That's why today, 6 years later, I've returned here. To take all of you women who were planted with the heart-devouring compulsion by me back then as disciples. And in doing so, I wanted to refine all of you into my puppets. Immortal Emperor Red Cloud had no reservations and revealed his entire plan. In his eyes, this Lin Xianer was already a dead man. It was no big deal to say it. Anyway, today, this Lin Xianer would not be able to escape. It was destined to be refined into a puppet by him. So it's you. Lin Xianer glared at the Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign with a death glare, her eyes seeming like they were about to spew out fire. The heart-devouring compulsion that she had endured for 6 years. It turned out to be the work of this Red Cloud Immortal Exalt. She had even treated him as a worldly superior. She came here to worship him as her teacher. It's really ridiculous. At this moment, the anger in Lin Xianer's heart reached an extreme point, as if a volcano had erupted. The monstrous anger in her heart also completely erupted. You liar, I'll fight you. Lin Xianer clenched her fists, and wisps of black fury actually began to emerge around her body. A pair of pupils also turned blood red in an instant. This was the blood demon heart devouring technique that she had been practicing for the past month and a half. At this moment, after she had started the technique, her entire aura had steeply become vicious and stern. Only to see her foot step down, her entire person instantly catapulted out. The next moment, she then arrived in front of immortal Reverend Red Cloud. At that hypocritical face, a fist fiercely blasted out. She wanted to smash that face to pieces. Still wanting to fight me, you really don't know your own strength. Don't forget, I gave you your technique. The Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign stood calmly in place, a hint of disdain surfacing at the corner of his mouth. He just raised his hand and casually grabbed it. He then took Lin Xianer's punch. It was firmly grasped in his palm. Seeing that her all-out punch had been blocked so easily by the other party, Lin Xianer was anxious and angry. However, she was still unwilling to be captured, and immediately raised her right leg and swung it fiercely. However, with this leg, she hadn't even touched the red cloud immortal. She then felt a huge tensile force coming from her hand. In the next moment, her entire body was viciously thrown out. Bang! Lin Xianer crashed heavily into the wall, denting it. Her entire person, too, slid down to the ground powerlessly from the wall. She struggled to get up and was just about to charge up again to fight for her life when a huge pain came from within her body. In the next moment, she couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. The red cloud immortal sovereign walked towards her step by step and laughed softly. "Apprentice, stop dying, you can't beat your master, so why bother? Ah! You go to hell." Hearing his voice, Lin Xianer's heart burned with rage. Clenching her fists once again, she violently rushed up. However, in the next instant, she then flew backwards once again, slamming hard into the wall. This time, she directly collapsed the wall. The collapsing bricks drowned her. Alas! Why are you so stubborn? Isn't it good to be my puppet? Immortal Reverend Red Cloud sighed and walked forward, lifting her up from amongst a pile of broken bricks. At this moment, Lin Xianer's mouth was full of blood. Her body was also covered in dust, her hair was in disarray, her face was even dirtier, and the whole person looked miserable to the core. "Liar, you liar, I won't let you go even as a ghost." Despite being severely injured, but looking at the red cloud immortal sovereign's face that made her nauseous, she still gritted her teeth and kept cursing angrily. "Curse, curse while you still have the strength now, you can't curse when you become my puppet." Immortal Venerable Red Cloud smiled coldly, not caring at all about her insults. He then carried Lin Xianer and left the backyard. Soon after, he arrived in the middle of the main hall. Only to see that after Immortal Reverend Red Cloud extended his hand and turned the candlestick on the wall, the stone wall in front of him, suddenly, a stone door appeared. The stone door rose upwards, revealing a 2-meter-high black passageway. "You evil devil, where exactly are you taking me?" Lin Xianer looked at this blackened passageway, and a trace of fear arose out of thin air in her heart. Chapter 28, You really deserve it yourself. You'll know later. Immortal Emperor Red Cloud didn't say much to her, he just carried her and walked into the passageway. Lin Xianer was anxious in her heart, but now that she was severely injured, couldn't resist at all. It wasn't long. Immortal Reverend Red Cloud then carried her and arrived in his secret room. "You stay here now, it's dark today, I'll refine you into a puppet tomorrow." Immortal Emperor Red Cloud casually threw her in a dimly lit corner before turning around and leaving. When Lin Xianer struggled to stand up, the red cloud immortal sovereign's figure was already gone. "Where is this?" Lin Xianer stood in the corner and couldn't help but look around, observing her surroundings. It was fortunate that a small window remained in the middle of this secret room. A faint light shone in. It allowed her to barely see her surroundings. Ah! Suddenly, Lin Xianer screamed, her entire body paralyzed with fear. Her eyes looked ahead in horror, only to see a few meters ahead of her, where the light couldn't shine, there was a figure standing. These figures were motionless, like a statue, just looking straight at her. That expression numb, eyes empty. It was as if they were a body of dead people. What are these things? Lin Xianer was so frightened that she only dared to shrink in the corner, her heart even more anxious. After waiting for a while, she realized that none of these figures seemed to be moving. The uneasiness in her heart was only slightly alleviated. Right, that liar said that he would refine me into a puppet. Can it be that these dead people are the puppets he refined? Lin Xianer's mind suddenly came up with such an idea. She stood up bravely, then tentatively walked towards these motionless dead people. As she approached, she smelled a rotten corpse stench. It was nauseating. Lin Xianer covered her mouth and nose as she cautiously approached. Soon she realized that these dead people were indeed all puppets refined by that red cloud immortal sovereign. These puppets were all in the shape of women, each with white hair, their bodies as thin as firewood, and their skin as dry and flabby. Obviously, these puppets. In life, they were all wonderful young women just like her. It was only after being coaxed by that red cloud immortal sovereign that they practiced the blood demon heart devouring technique just like her, as well as taking those pills. Then that's how she turned into this pale appearance. It seems like I won't be able to escape this. After tomorrow, I should be just like you guys, turning into this inhuman and ghostly appearance, becoming his puppet. Lin Xianer suddenly smiled miserably. The thought that she was going to turn into such an inhuman and unconscious monster tomorrow. A pang of misery washed over her heart. At this moment, she couldn't help but think of her previous life. She had followed Chen Yang's cultivation and eventually became a human emperor that the world admired. She was even just one step away from being certified as a saint. However, in this life, she had specially come to worship Immortal Reverend Red Cloud as her teacher. But she ended up like this. Oh, I'm such a fool, to think of a liar who wants to put me to death as a worldly superior. And I was convinced to follow the other party's cultivation, only to be tricked. Lin Xianer, you really deserve it. You really deserve it. Ha ha. As Lin Xianer spoke, she couldn't help but shed tears in her eyes, like a flood that broke the dike and surged out. But on her face was a miserable and self-deprecating laugh. She laughed at her own stupidity. She laughed at her own stupidity. She laughed at her own naivety. She laughed at herself for deserving it. As she laughed, she suddenly couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. At that moment, her face turned a few shades paler. Is this how I'm going to die? It's good to die, death is a relief, haha. Suddenly, she wasn't that afraid of death. It was hard to escape death anyway. So what was there to be afraid of? If she didn't die, she would still have to endure the heart-devouring compulsion every day. Perhaps death was a relief instead. It's just that. She suddenly remembered her parents, remembered her elder brother. It's a pity, father, mother, brother, it was not easy for me to be reborn and see you all again. I didn't realize that the last time we met, it would be our last. At this moment, she suddenly felt some regret in her heart. Returning from rebirth. It was so hard to see her family again. But in the twinkling of an eye she was going to die like this. She was so unwilling She hadn't properly accompanied her parents. Nor had she done her filial piety to them. My parents will be very sad when they know about my death. I'm so unfilial, to let them send their black hair away in vain. Lin Xianer looked at the tiny window above the wall, her expression somewhat lost in thought. Now she wasn't afraid of death. She just hoped that she could see her family again before she died. Soon, the sky darkened. The secret room had lost its only source of light and had become even darker. Lin Xianer sat in the corner, sometimes remembering the splendor of her last life, and sometimes remembering the misery of the present. The next day, a beam of sunlight shone in through a small window and spilled into the secret room. Apprentice, it's time to wake up, still sleeping, collect you here. In a daze, Lin Xianer heard a familiar voice. She opened her eyes and saw an old Taoist priest wearing a black Taoist robe with a sardonic smile on his face. It was none other than the Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign. You liar, I want you dead. Looking at the other party's hypocritical face, a wave of anger surged in Lin Xianer's heart. She struggled to get up and violently rushed over. However, she had just rushed halfway when the Red Cloud Immortal Father suddenly threw out 2 talismans. In the blink of an eye, the talismans didn't enter her brow. They disappeared. At the same time, she also suddenly realized that her entire body had instantly lost the ability to move, and she stagnated in place. This talisman seemed to have some kind of stimulating effect on the heart-devouring compulsion in her body. In just an instant, Lin Xianer felt the compulsion within her body stirring. Immediately, a fierce heart-eating pain came from her chest. Ah! She couldn't help but let out a mournful scream. Her voice was a bit hoarse and carried a kind of hysterical madness. Apprentice, bear with it a little longer, master will soon be fine, you won't be able to feel the pain anytime soon. The Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign looked at her with indifferent eyes, a cruel cold smile on the corner of his mouth. Saying that, he formed seals with both hands. 2 Dharma seals were struck out by him. In the next moment, Lin Xianer's body was enveloped in a burst of bloody light. Her body, too, slowly left the ground and hung in midair. Ah! Lin Xianer kept screaming miserably. At this moment, the parasites in her body were as if they didn't want to die, they were incredibly active in her body, crazily gnawing on her flesh and blood. This time, the heart-eating pain was 100 times swifter than every time before. Lin Xianer was finally unable to withstand it, and her entire body was on the verge of fainting from the pain. But before completely losing consciousness, she turned her head and saw the inhuman and ghostly puppets not far away, and a tragic smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It was hard to escape death herself in the end. Returning from rebirth and dying just like this. It's really ridiculous. Soon, she completely lost consciousness. Chapter 29, Going Out to Do a Mission. After Lin Xianer completely fainted. With a big flash of his hand, Immortal Venerable Red Cloud pulled out his own magic weapon from his storage pouch. It was a soul-regenerating streamer that emanated an eerie fury. However, just as he was about to use the soul regeneration streamer to refine Lin Xianer into a puppet. Rumble! Suddenly, a violent tremor came from outside and the ground shook. For a moment, the entire secret room shook incessantly, as if it would collapse at any moment. What's going on? The Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign was startled and stopped the movements of his hands. Devil, don't come out to die yet. Right at this moment, a cold man's voice suddenly came from above. It seems like a cultivator has come here to meddle. Red Cloud Immortal Father frowned, his eyes narrowing slightly. At this moment he already had a guess in his heart. As a poisonous compass master who went around doing evil, he had often encountered those kinds of meddlesome righteous cultivators in the past, repeatedly coming to find trouble with him. He was already accustomed to this. Damn it, why did it come at this time? Immortal Emperor Red Cloud was a bit unwilling, but he had no choice but to give up on refining Lin Xianer into a puppet and turned around to leave the secret room. When he stepped out of the secret room, he realized that the entire Taoist temple had been leveled and reduced to rubble. And in the distance, several white figures stepped into the air, each with a straight posture and outstanding temperament. The person in the lead was a middle-aged cultivator. "You devil, you finally showed up. Today, we, Taishan Dao sect, are traveling through this place, so we will act on behalf of the heavens and get rid of you, the devil." The middle-aged cultivator held a long sword, his face cold as he gazed at the red cloud immortal sovereign, killing intent in his eyes. Damn it, it's even the Taishan Dao sect. While the red cloud immortal exalt was shocked, there was also some fear in his heart. The Taishan Dao sect was the top 10 sects in the southern wasteland. He couldn't afford to offend such a great sect. But now that these people from the Taishan Dao sect had come to his door, it was obvious that he could not escape. "I have no grievances with your Taishan Dao sect, why have you come to ruin my good deed?" Immortal Emperor Red Cloud suppressed the anger in his heart and asked through clenched teeth. He didn't want to make a move with these people until it was absolutely necessary. Cut the crap, since ancient times, good and evil are not two sides of the same coin. Getting rid of demons and defending the way is originally our job as righteous cultivators. The middle-aged cultivator didn't want to talk nonsense with him, and directly said to the several disciples behind him, "Go!" "Yes, elder." In an instant, several disciples rushed out in unison with long swords in their hands. "Really think I'm easy to bully? Want to kill me? Let's see if you guys have that ability." The red cloud immortal sovereign was also enraged, and instantly pulled out his own soul regenerating streamer. With a wave, the ground below suddenly broke open. In the next moment, dozens of puppets flew out of the chamber in unison and rose into the sky. The battle between the two sides started immediately. The few disciples of the Taishan Dao sect obviously did not have very high cultivation levels. They seemed to be struggling a bit to cope with these puppets. Seeing this, that middle-aged cultivator immediately stepped in. Seeing that he was holding a long sword, in a few rounds, he killed all of these puppets. Seeing that the middle-aged cultivator was so powerful, Immortal Emperor Red Cloud knew that he was not an opponent. Without hesitation, he turned around and transformed into a stream of light, vanishing towards the distance. "Still want to escape? Today you must die." The middle-aged cultivator's gaze flashed as he chased after him with his sword. Not long after, a miserable scream came from the distance. Soon, the middle-aged cultivator returned again, only the long sword in his hand was still dripping blood. Obviously, the red cloud immortal sovereign had already died under his sword. Alas! This demonic cultivator, I don't know how many women he has victimized. These women are still young, but they have been tragically victimized by him. It's really pitiful. The middle-aged cultivator looked at the mutilated corpses on the ground and sighed deeply. "Elder, there's still one person here who didn't die." However, at this moment, amongst the ruins below, a disciple suddenly shouted in surprise. When the middle-aged cultivator heard this, he immediately flew down. Soon, they found Lin Xianer, who was lying on the ground and had fallen into a fainting spell, in the middle of a ruin. "He's too badly injured and has already fainted, take her away first." Inside the Heavenly Sword sect. At this moment, Chen Yang was sitting cross-legged on top of a towering peak, meditating and cultivating. The skinny yellow dog that he had left behind, on the other hand, was lying beside him, quietly accompanying him. Ever since the last time he ate the divine elemental pill, Chen Yang had also noticed that this yellow dog seemed to have become a little different. Its pair of eyes were full of spirituality, and its IQ was obviously much higher. It could even understand Chen Yang. Chen Yang guessed that this dog had probably opened its spirit. Just whether it could cultivate into a demonic beast in the future would depend on its own destiny. 2 hours later, Chen Yang slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Seeing that he had stopped cultivating, the yellow dog immediately came over, wagging its tail enthusiastically and actively. Chen Yang looked at the yellow dog and smiled slightly, unable to resist reaching out and rubbing its doggy head. "Master!" At this time, two familiar teenage voices suddenly came from behind him. Chen Yang turned his head to look, only to see his two disciples, who were currently standing quietly not far away. Obviously, the two had come a long time ago, only that they did not open their mouths to disturb his cultivation, but had been silently waiting for him to finish his cultivation. "What is it?" Chen Yang smiled faintly and asked softly. "Master, the two of us would like to go to the mission hall to see if there are any suitable missions. We would like to go down the mountain for some experience," Li Qingyun said respectfully. "Experiencing?" Chen Yang surveyed these two disciples of his. Without realizing it, these two had already been cultivating at his little cloud peak for a month and a half. Now, Li Qingyun had already reached the 9th level of qi condensation and was about to break through to the Big Dipper realm. As for Zhao Chuan, he had also broken through to the 8th level of qi condensation and was not far from the Heavenly Dipper realm. "Go, it's good to go down the mountain for some experience." Chen Yang nodded and agreed to the matter. Within the sect, most disciples went out to do quests. It was all for the purpose of obtaining the sect's rewards and getting the corresponding cultivation resources. But with this Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan worshipping under him, there was naturally no shortage of cultivation resources. But in Chen Yang's opinion, a cultivator should not only know about closed-door cultivation, It should also go out and practice appropriately, to grow their practical experience, and at the same time to see this sinister and cruel world. This would do no harm to the cultivation of the duo. After receiving Qin Yang's consent, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan immediately turned around and left. Very quickly. The two of them arrived at the main peak of the Heavenly Sword sect and walked into the mission hall. Not long after the two had walked into the mission hall, the two girls, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin, arrived together. Senior sister, do we really have to go out for a mission? Zhou Qingmin's face was a bit torn. She was still only at the first level of qi condensation. With this strength of hers, going out to do a mission could result in her dying outside if she wasn't careful. Senior sister, we don't have divine elemental pills, and master doesn't give us any cultivation resources, so if we rely on our own cultivation alone, we won't be able to raise our speed at all. We can only think of ways to obtain cultivation resources on our own, right now. Other than going out and doing quests, we have no choice. Ruyan Lu sighed and said with a serious face. In fact, she also didn't want to go out and do missions at all. But it couldn't be helped. Without the boost of cultivation resources, their cultivation speed was just too slow. Last time when they left Little Cloud Peak, they had even put down harsh words in front of Chen Yang that they must cultivate hard and not let him look down on them. But in the past 2 days, even how hard they cultivated, the speed was still slow. With this cultivation speed, they wanted to impress Chen Yang. It would never be possible. Therefore, Ruyan Lu thought of going out to do missions as a way to obtain cultivation resources. She had already spared her harsh words in front of Chen Yang last time. So she was really determined this time. She must cultivate well and ruthlessly punch Chen Yang's face in the future. But senior sister, with this strength of ours, would it be too dangerous to go out and do a mission? Zhou Qingmin's expression was a little hesitant. Although she wanted cultivation resources very much. However, she was also very self-aware. With her current strength, going out on a mission would be too risky. Chapter 30 Jealous Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin. Senior sister, don't worry, have you forgotten, in our last life, we went out and did a mission. That mission had a high chance of being completed as long as we were careful. And the rewards of that mission are very generous. Lu Ruyan revealed a smile on her face and spoke out to comfort her. Senior sister, are you talking about the time when went to Qinghe town to decapitate the red wolf beast? Upon her reminder, Zhou Qingmin's face was thoughtful and she quickly remembered. In the previous life, after they joined the Heavenly Sword sect, the first time they went out to do a mission, it was to go to Qinghe town to decapitate a group of red wolf beasts. That time, it allowed them to obtain quite a few sect rewards. Yeah, it was that one time. There must be quite a few disciples who have their eyes on this kind of rewarding mission. At that time, we just need to follow them, casually make a show of it and muddle through, and when the mission is completed, we'll return to the sect and just take the rewards. Lu Ruyan nodded and said. She was also clear about her own strength, so she made up her mind that in this life they would just go and casually make a show of it. When the other disciples finished killing the demonic beasts, they would just follow them back to the sect to collect their rewards. Senior sister, you're so smart, why didn't I think of that? Zhou Qingmin's eyes lit up, and her face instantly showed joy. This kind of thing where one could gain benefits without putting in any effort. How could she not have thought of it? However, she immediately thought of something, and a hint of worry passed through her eyes. But, senior sister, I remember that amongst this mission, there is a Heavenly Dipper Realm red wolf beast. If this red wolf beast comes out, then won't we be in danger? She remembered that when they did this quest in their last life, it was only to decapitate a group of low-level red wolf beasts of the Qi condensation realm. However, it was only later when they returned to the sect that they heard that there was actually a Heavenly Dipper Realm demonic beast hidden amongst this mission. They were lucky that this Big Dipper Realm demonic beast didn't come out. That was a Big Dipper Realm demonic beast. If they were to encounter it, they would only die. Don't worry, senior sister, we didn't even encounter that Heavenly Dipper Realm red wolf beast in our last life, and we won't encounter it in this life either. Ruyan Lu patted her shoulder, telling her to relax. Once Zhou Qingmin thought about it, she gradually relaxed as well. Afterward, the two of them walked into the middle of the mission hall together. At this moment, the hall was crowded with people. At a glance, they were all disciples who had come to collect their tasks. When the two of them finished collecting the task of going to Qinghe town to eliminate the demonic beasts, they realized that before them, there were already 6 people collecting this task. Adding the two of them, there were already 8 people. After the group of 8 people met at the entrance of the mission hall, they were ready to set off for Qinghe town. Only, what Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou did not expect was, among the other 6 people, the duo of Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan unexpectedly appeared. Seeing these 2 people, Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou were both a little surprised. How could they not expect that 2 of Chen Yang's disciples would be looking at the same task as them? Originally, they were in a pretty good mood. After all, in the middle of this mission, all they had to do was to go spamming and they would be able to obtain the sec rewards. But now when they saw Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, they couldn't help but think of Chen Yang's annoying face. The two instantly lost their good mood. Similarly, seeing Ruyan Lu and Xing Minzhou, Xing Yunli, and Zhao Chuan were also a bit unprepared. However, for these two women, they didn't have a good face. They could still remember that when these two women went to their little cloud peak 2 days ago, their attitude was quite arrogant. When they left, they were similarly cursing. Obviously, something unpleasant had happened between these two women and their master. However, even though both sides looked at each other unfavorably. But now that both sides had received the same mission, it was too late to regret it now even if they wanted to. Subsequently, a group of 8 people then went down the mountain together, heading to Qinghe town. Halfway there, the group chatted and introduced each other. When they learned the identities of Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, the other disciples were all stunned at once. Then their attitudes towards Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan instantly shifted 180 degrees. So it's senior brother Qingyun and senior brother Zhao Chuan, what a loss of respect. I heard that you guys are both about to break through to the Heavenly Dipper realm. You guys are really great, now you are the pride of our Heavenly Sword sect. Yes, 2 senior brothers, you two's great name is now known to everyone, no one knows about you, it's really an honor for me to be able to go out with you this time. Yes, the 2 senior brothers are truly marvelous, even the true disciples are inferior to you. 2 senior brothers, I heard that our Heavenly Sword sect's patriarch also wanted to take you as his disciples, so that you could be promoted to become true disciples, but it turned out that you refused. There really is such a thing. It seems that in the eyes of the sect master, that true disciple is not as good as the 2 senior brothers. Aside from Ruyan Lu and Xing Minzhou, the other disciples were all flattering Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, attentively currying favor with the two. Seeing this scene, Ruyan Lu and Xing Minzhou pursed their lips and did not say anything, but their hearts were sour. In the previous life, they were originally the Heavenly Sword sect's supreme pride. No matter where they went, when the other disciples saw them, they were all respectful and frantic to please. But now, the object of these disciples' currying favor had changed to Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. This caused a wave of displeasure in their hearts. The treatment that Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan were enjoying now was originally what they had enjoyed in their previous life. But now, these people were all pleasing Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, while the 2 of them were simply ignored. These people left them out in the cold at the back of the crowd, as if they had not seen them. This caused the 2 girls to immediately become unbalanced in their hearts. While facing the flattery of the other disciples, the 2 of them, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, were not proud, but only modest. The reason why they were able to become heavenly pride. It was all because of worshipping Little Cloud Peak and worshipping a good master. If it wasn't for their master's cultivation, they wouldn't have been able to cultivate to such a level in a short period of time. Hearing this, Ruyan Lu and Xing Minzhou simultaneously skimmed their mouths, both with very disdainful expressions. This Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan are still somewhat self-aware. If it wasn't for the fact that they worshipped Chen Yang as their teacher, how could they have become heaven's pride with regards to their roots and bones? Zhou Qingmin said with a light snort, somewhat unconvinced. Looking at Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan being star-studded by the other disciples, she was particularly upset. These were originally supposed to belong to them. But now, these disciples didn't even give a damn about them. Right, anyone who worships Chen Yang as their master can become a heavenly pride. What's so great about them? Without Chen Yang, they are nothing. Ruyan Lu nodded her head, deeply convinced. When she heard others praising Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, she felt especially bad in her heart. Especially when she heard others praising them for being the pride of the Heavenly Sword sect. She was even more unconvinced in her heart. To know. In her previous life, she was Chen Yang's eldest disciple and the most outstanding heavenly pride of the Heavenly Sword sect. She, Lu Ruyan, was the pride of the Heavenly Sword sect. But now, all of this glory and aura had been taken away by Li Qingyun. How could this make her endure? It was just that what both of them didn't realize was, while they were trying to deny Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, they were giving all this credit to Chen Yang, whom they hated the most. Perhaps deep down in their hearts, they had already recognized that Chen Yang was indeed a good master. It was just that they were unwilling to admit it on their lips. Chapter 31, originally all belonged to them. The Heavenly Sword sect wasn't too far from Qinghe town, it was only 10 miles away. In the afternoon, the group arrived at Qinghe town. Before the people had the chance to enter the town, they saw from afar that 10 or so red wolf beasts were rampaging through the town. These demonic beasts were wolf-like in size, but larger than wolves, with a sharp horn on their foreheads, strong limbs, and eyes that flashed with a reddish ghostly light. These demonic beasts seemed to treat the people as rations. They were eating people recklessly in the middle of the town. A few people saw from afar a few red wolf beasts, which were currently concentrating on gnawing the corpses on the ground. The wailing of the old man, the screams of the women, and the cries of the children resounded through the clouds for a time. Demonic beast, don't harm anyone. Li Qingyun's eyes flashed as he immediately stepped on his feet and leapt away. In the next moment, he landed in front of a demonic beast, and with a single kick, he sent the demonic beast flying out a dozen meters away. Together, Zhao Chuan was not willing to lag behind and also rushed out in an instant. The others looked at each other and all rushed up together as well. There were only 2 people, Ruyan Lu and Xing Minzhou, who exchanged glances and then also rushed out immediately. However, the two of them did not rush towards those demonic beasts, but after entering the middle of the town, they found a safe place to hide. Great, it's the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, we're saved. While Li Qingyun and the others were fighting with the demonic beasts, some of the people recognized their identities and immediately shouted in excitement. This place was not too far away from the Heavenly Sword sect, so they could occasionally see the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect coming down the mountain. At this moment, when they saw the clothes on Li Qingyun and the others, they immediately recognized their identities. The originally desperate Qinghe town, because of the arrival of Li Qingyun and the others, had completely turned the situation around. These red wolf beasts of the Qi condensation realm were not considered powerful, at least in the eyes of Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. These demonic beasts were simply unbeatable. The two performed quite bravely. There were more than 10 demonic beasts. The two directly decimated 2/3 of them. After a quarter of an hour, the demonic beasts in Qinghe town were cleared of all of them. It was at this time that Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin walked out unhurriedly. The two had just walked in when they saw a group of people who were currently clustered around the duo of Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, their mouths filled with words of gratitude. Many thanks, Immortal. If it wasn't for your help today, we don't know how many people would have to die in Qinghe town. Immortal, please accept my obeisance. My son was all eaten by these beasts, thanks to the Immortal who avenged this for me. Are these the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect? They are really majestic. Such a scary demonic beast was killed by them just like that. Big brother, you guys are so powerful. When I grow up I want to go to the Heavenly Sword sect to learn skills and be as powerful as you guys. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan were surrounded on the streets by the people, who were both male and female, old and young. These people looked at the two with either gratitude, worship, or admiration. The other disciples, too, were surrounded by the people, but compared to Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, there were not as many people around them. After all, when they had just beheaded the demonic beasts, their performance was not as brave as the two of them, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. Only Ruyan Lu and Xingmin Zhou had no people around them. As soon as the two entered the town just now, they looked for a place to hide. The people did not see them fight against the demonic beasts at all. Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin, who had been left out by the people, looked at the two of them, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, who were treated as if they were great heroes by the people. Their hearts instantly became a little sour. They had to know that when they came to Qinghe town in their previous life, it was also the same as Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, who had cleanly resolved the demonic beasts. Then they were treated as if they were great heroes by these people. The gratitude, worship, respect, praise, and admiration of these people all belonged to them. But now, it had turned into Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. They, on the other hand, could only stand awkwardly by the side, looking at this scene with displeasure. Ah! Demonic beasts! There are still demonic beasts! Everyone run! But at this moment, a shriek suddenly came from the distance. The crowd looked up, only to see a reddish-red wolf beast running wildly from the distance. Wherever it passed, the ground was stepped out into deep pits, and houses were directly crashed into pieces. This red wolf beast was clearly not on the same level as the group of Qi condensation realm low-level red wolf beasts from earlier. This red wolf beast was huge in size and exuded strands of black aura all over its body. A pair of blood-red eyes were emitting a cold ghostly light. The surrounding people were immediately scared, pale and trembling. Some of the less courageous ones were even so scared that they were paralyzed to the ground and became incontinent. This is a Heavenly Deity Realm demonic beast. How could it be? Wasn't it said that there was only a group of Qi condensation realm demonic beasts? How could a Big Dipper realm demonic beast appear? One of the disciples was filled with incredulity. His tone couldn't help but tremble a little. A Heavenly Deity Realm demonic beast? We're no match at all. What should we do? A disciple panicked, instantly scared out of his wits. Senior sister, how did this Heavenly Deity Realm demonic beast come out? We clearly didn't encounter it in our last life. We shouldn't have encountered it in this life either. Zhou Qingmin looked at the demonic beast not far away. A trace of doubt surfaced in her eyes. I'm not sure. It could be that after we were reborn, some things have changed with it. Ruyan Lu shook her head with the same puzzled expression. Just as the two girls were feeling puzzled, a disciple came to Li Qingyun's side and said in a trembling voice, Senior brother Qingyun, why don't we just run? This demonic beast is not something we can deal with. Xingyunli looked at that disciple and shook his head with a firm expression. If we can run, where can these people run to? You guys stay here and protect these people. I will deal with this demonic beast. After saying that, he walked out of the crowd alone. Then he was only seen leaping and instantly rushing towards the red wolf beast not far away. Senior brother, I'll help you. Zhao Chuan rushed out of the crowd, brazenly and furiously running away. Just as everyone was sweating over Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. However, to everyone's surprise, the two of them, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. However, in the fight with the demonic beast, they did not lose out. Instead, the two of them worked well together and tricked the demonic beast. The valor and elegance shown by the two of them also gradually reassured the crowd below. Oh, we're saved. Great, we don't have to die. These two, they are really heroes. Mother, they're so powerful, I want to be as powerful as them when I grow up. Is this an immortal, when it's really something? The people below, looking at the figures of Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, their eyes were filled with admiration. Chapter 32, Want to sit back and enjoy the spoils? Dream on. Even the other Heavenly Sword sect disciples looked at the two who were fighting with the demonic beasts without losing any ground. They were also a bit shocked. Senior brother Qingyun deserves to be the pride of our Heavenly Sword sect, only at the 9th level of Qi condensation, and he can fight a Heavenly Dipper realm demonic beast back and forth. That's really something. Who says it isn't? There's also the Zhao Chuan, only at the 8th level of Qi condensation, and he's displaying such combat power, it's really out of our reach. Alas! I don't know when I can be as powerful as them. Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou stood in place, listening to the words of praise from the others towards Qing Yunli and Zhao Chuan. Both of them could not help but purse their lips with a defiant look on their faces. Especially Lu Ruyan, she was even clenching her fists at the moment. She was originally of an unconvincing nature. At this moment, hearing the other people praising Li Qingyun in such a way, it was even harder for her to eat in her heart. In her previous life, the person who was treated as a hero like this was her, Lu Ruyan. The person who was treated as the pride of the Heavenly Sword sect was also her, Lu Ruyan. But now, all these halos had been taken away by Li Qingyun. All of these originally belonged to me. I am the pride of the Heavenly Sword sect, I am. Lu Ruyan clenched her teeth tightly and made up her mind in her mind that after this mission was completed and she returned to the sect to get the cultivation resources, she was going to cultivate desperately. Heavenly Sword sect's #1 heavenly pride. The pride of the Heavenly Sword sect. It could only be her, Lu Ruyan. She must not lose to this Li Qingyun. Similarly, Zhou Qingmin's heart was also in a state of displeasure at the moment. In her previous life, she was Chen Yang's second disciple. All of this praise and adoration that Zhao Chuan was enjoying at this moment originally belonged to her. But now, she had nothing. Dead. The demonic beast is dead. They actually did kill the demonic beast. They are the ones who saved our Qinghe town. They are the great benefactors of our Qinghe town. The people around them instantly erupted in a burst of ecstatic shouts. Then all of them clustered forward. Only to see that ahead, the huge demonic beast fell. As for Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, they were drenched in blood, but their valor remained the same. Senior brother Qingyun and senior brother Zhao Chuan are amazing. This is a Heavenly Dipper realm demonic beast. We're so lucky. If it wasn't for senior brother Qingyun and senior brother Zhao Chuan being here, we're afraid that we would have died here today. Let's go over there too. The other Heavenly Sword sect disciples, at this moment, all followed the crowd and walked towards the two figures in front. Just by standing there, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan seemed to be radiating 10,000 lights all over their bodies, dazzling and becoming the center of attention for everyone. Everyone went to cheer and applaud for Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. Only Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin, the two stood still, looking at Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, who were surrounded by the front and back and admired by all. The two women's hearts were even more sour. What's the big deal? In the last life, it was us who were treated as big heroes like this. He, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, is only an ordinary disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect with no name. He doesn't even have the qualifications to lift my shoes. Zhou Qingmin let out a burst of yin and yang, defiance written all over her face. In her previous life, she had never even heard of Li Qingyun or Zhao Chuan. If it wasn't for Chen Yang, who would know about Li Qingyun, and who would know about Zhao Chuan, everything they have now is thanks to Chen Yang. What do they have to be proud of? Lu Ruyan snorted coldly, even though her tone was full of disdain. Her eyes were filled with jealousy. Half an hour later. It was getting late and the demonic beasts were besides. The group then planned to return to the Heavenly Sword sect. The people of Qinghe town reluctantly sent the group out of the town. When they left Qinghe town, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin felt better in their hearts. Just now, those people had been clustering around Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, and their mouths were full of praises. They were disturbed by what they saw, and it was hard for them to hear. Now that they had left, they felt much better. Senior brother Qingyun, senior brother Zhao Chuan, it's really thanks to you guys today, otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to finish this mission. Suddenly, a disciple came to Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan's side and said with sincere gratitude. That's right, for this mission today, senior brother Qingyun and senior brother Zhao Chuan have taken the lead. That's right, it was indeed senior brother Qingyun and senior brother Zhao Chuan who worked the hardest today. Hearing these words, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin, whose mood had just improved, immediately couldn't help but frown, then gave a light grunt of displeasure, their moods once again becoming irritable. The two women secretly said in their hearts, this group of people are really a bunch of ass-kissers. Whenever they caught a chance, they would offer their attentions in front of Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. At this time, one person suddenly stood out and glanced at Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin. Then said with intent. By the way, I suddenly remembered something. Just now, while we were fighting the demonic beasts with all our might, there was someone who was secretly slacking off. Hearing these words, Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou instantly widened their eyes and instantly panicked in their hearts. They didn't expect that they had been noticed while they were hiding. What? Someone is slacking off. Who is it? Yeah, who is it? Come on, we're all fighting for our lives against demonic beasts, but they're being greedy and hiding. This is too unfair. That's right, we gave our all to kill the demonic beasts, but the rewards that came into our hands have to be shared equally with this kind of people. I'm not convinced. The moment the others heard this, they exploded, each one indignant. The two of them, Ruyan Lu and Qing Minzhou, looked unsightly, their hearts bursting with weakness, and they couldn't help but take a step back. It's them! The disciple from before suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed at Ruyan Lu and Qing Minzhou. It's them. When we entered Qinghe town, I witnessed them finding a place to hide. They came out again after we finished killing the demonic beasts. What? How could they be so shameless? We were out there killing demonic beasts, they found a place to hide, and now they want to go back to the sect and split the rewards with us equally? Yeah, it seems like I really didn't see them when I was fighting with the demonic beasts just now. That's right, I also remembered that they only came out of the house when we finished killing the demonic beasts. Good, they were so shameless, saying that they would come out together to do a quest, but they just sat back and enjoyed themselves. At that instant, everyone pointed their spearheads at Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin, and their gazes at the two women were filled with anger and contempt. What these two women were doing was just too shameless. Facing the accusations of the crowd, Zhou Qingmin's face paled a little and hurriedly denied. You guys are talking nonsense, we didn't. That's right. Ruyan Lu also stood out to deny it and sophistically said, we went after other demonic beasts then, we didn't hide. Humph. There are only 14 demonic beasts in total, all of them were killed by us. Where are the other demonic beasts for you two to chase? Hiding is hiding, now you even deny it. That's right, really shameless. Damn, the first time I went out to do a mission, I met this kind of person. I really had bad luck in 8 lifetimes. Humph, guys who only steal and cheat don't want to take anything away from our rewards. That's right, we can't give them a share of anything. However, in front of the crowd, the two women's sophistry seemed so pale and powerless. The accusations and angry curses were even more like a knife, deeply piercing into the hearts of the two women. When they heard that these people did not intend to divide the rewards of this mission among them, Ruyan Lu and Qing Minzhou were so anxious that they almost jumped up. No, we didn't. We also participated in this mission, we also have a share, you can't deprive us of our share. Right, we also participated, why don't you guys share it with us? Ruyan Lu and Qing Minzhou completely broke their defenses. They had participated in this mission in order to receive rewards and cultivation resources. But now, these people were actually not going to share it with them. Wouldn't this make them work for nothing? This made the two instantly unacceptable. Humph. Senior brother Qing Yun, you tell me, should we distribute it to people like them? Yes, senior brother Qing Yun, you have the most credit today you say it. The others gathered their gazes on Li Qing Yun, letting him make the decision. Li Qing Yun looked at the two women with embarrassed faces, without any sympathy, only contempt in his eyes. Since everyone has decided, then don't share it with them. This is the reward that we fought together for. We must not let such people get a free ride. Li Qing Yun said expressionlessly. He already did not have a good impression of these two women, and now after hearing about what the two women had done, his heart was even more spiteful. How could he speak for these two women? Hearing these words, Ruyan Lu and Qing Minzhou only felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and a wave of despair fell over them. Yes, don't give it to them. Senior brother Qing Yun is right. Don't give it to them at all. Really deserved it, still wanting to pick up the ready-made ones. Let's go, I'm sick of walking with this kind of person. Ay shucks, what the hell, still trying to take advantage of us. After the crowd made a sneer at the two women, they directly left, leaving the girls where they were. Ruyan Lu and Qing Minzhou stood in place, their faces bloodless, and their expressions were poignant for a while. Oh, it's too bullying, why don't you give it to us, we followed along, why don't you give it to us? The more Zhou Qingmin thought about it, the more aggrieved she became, and in the end, she was so angry that she directly cried out. In her last life, she was a great emperor. When had she ever suffered this kind of aggravation? But now, these people were bullying her like this. Most importantly, she had already taken the reward of this mission as her life-saving straw in her heart. As long as she completed the mission and received the cultivation resources rewarded by the sect, she would have hoped to break through to the second level of qi condensation. She had been stuck at the first level of the qi condensation realm for a month and a half. She could want to break through so badly. But now, it was gone. It's all gone. They had worked for nothing, and not only did they get nothing, they were also severely humiliated by this group of people. Pissed me off. Lu Ruyan's entire body was also so angry that she couldn't restrain her emotions any longer. She walked to the side and directly punched the boulder by the side of the road. The boulder was smashed out into a large pit. Her hands were covered in blood, but she couldn't feel any pain at the moment. She only felt a burst of suppressed anger. She had originally thought that with this mission, she would be able to obtain a generous amount of cultivation resources. Then she could seize the time to cultivate and catch up with Li Qingyun's cultivation progress. But now, her thoughts were destined to fizzle out. This made her entire body so angry that she was about to explode. Chapter 33. Don't even give up your face for cultivation resources. When Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan and the others returned to the Heavenly Sword sect, the fact that Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan had teamed up to kill a Heavenly Dipper realm demonic beast quickly spread throughout the peaks. Upon learning of this, the disciples of all the peaks were shocked. One must know that Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan hadn't broken through to the Heavenly Dipper realm yet. Yet the two had crossed over and killed a Heavenly Dipper realm demonic beast. This was just too demonic. This kind of battle power was truly terrifying. On top of that, what the two girls, Ruyan Lu and Xing Minzhou, had done was also spread out. It led to many disciples cursing and despising them. After all, within the Heavenly Sword sect, this kind of thing had never happened before, and like Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin, this kind of attempt to fish in troubled waters and sit back and enjoy the benefits. It was really disgraceful. Shen Yang had naturally heard of these things as well, but he had heard it all from hearsay, and only heard a generalization, and didn't know very much about it. The next day, Shen Yang found his two disciples and asked rather curiously about the specific details of this mission. Master has heard that the two of you, this time, teamed up to kill a heavenly deity realm demonic beast? Within a pavilion on Little Cloud Peak, Shen Yang sized up the two disciples, a few moments of appreciation showing in his eyes. It had only been a month and a half of cultivation, and they were already able to fight across the ranks. This kind of talent. Even if it was the Lu Ruyan of the previous life, I'm afraid that it was not as good as it was. Yes, Master. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan both stood together and replied respectfully. Not bad. Shen Yang nodded slightly, then instructed in a warm voice, however, this kind of over-level fighting is still too dangerous. Next time you encounter this kind of thing, you should still try to avoid it as much as possible. Yes, Master, we know. The two of them obediently nodded their heads and agreed. Although the beheading of the Heavenly Dipper realm demonic beast had made them famous. However, the perils of this were only clear to them. The slightest carelessness would risk them falling. If the next time they encountered a demonic beast of this realm that was higher than theirs, the first thing they would think of would be to save themselves. It wouldn't be as reckless as this time. Even if it was to save the people, they still had to do what they could. Otherwise, they would only get themselves involved. By the way, I heard that Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin from that Xingdian Peak also participated in this mission, and I heard that the two of them are still playing smart, wanting to get something for nothing and sit back and enjoy the benefits? Shen Yang asked about those two rebellious disciples. He was actually quite interested in this matter. Zhao Chuan nodded his head and said with an indignant face, Yes, Master, these two girls are brazen. We just arrived at Qinghe town and saw a dozen demonic beasts brutalizing the people. All of us went to rescue the people. But the two of them, they found a place to hide. Only after we killed all the demonic beasts did these two run out. Zhao Chuan's expression was filled with disgust as he said these words. The first time he went out on a quest, he encountered this kind of person who played it safe. This really made him sick to his stomach. I didn't expect that these two would do anything for cultivation resources now. Shen Yang shook his head and lost his smile, feeling a pang of pain in his heart. These two white-eyed wolves had now been reduced to such a state. For the sake of a little bit of cultivation resources, they had even resorted to this kind of crooked thinking. Now the reputation of these two girls was considered to be completely stigmatized. Most of the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect had heard about it. There are two female disciples from Qingdian Peak. Their character is corrupt. Shameless. Simply shameless. In the future, it was estimated that if they went out to do missions, no one would be willing to team up with them anymore. After all, no one would want to trade their lives for cultivation resources to be enjoyed by others. Ruyan Lu and Xing Minzhou's situation would only become more difficult in the future. The thought of these two retrograde disciples, now ending up in such a situation. Shen Yang instantly only felt a great mood. These two white-eyed wolves, they really deserved it. Alright, you guys go down, cultivate well, and strive to break through to the Heavenly Dipper realm before the sect competition. Shen Yang waved his hand, signaling that the two could go down. In a short while, it would be the annual sect competition of the Heavenly Sword sect. According to the cultivation speed of the two disciples, breaking through to the Heavenly Dipper realm should not be difficult. Yes, disciples, farewell. The two disciples bowed respectfully, turned around and prepared to leave. Right. Shen Yang suddenly remembered something and called out to the two of them before saying, You guys don't come to me during this period of time either. Master intends to go into seclusion for a period of time, got it? Shen Yang intended to go into seclusion for a few days. In these 2 days, the feeling that he was about to break through was getting stronger and stronger as he cultivated. He had been deliberately suppressing his realm before, not taking the initiative to break through. But now, he couldn't suppress it anymore. Moreover, after this period of cultivation, the Yuan Dan in his body was already flawless and had reached its most perfect state. Therefore, he planned to close the door and wait until he had broken through to the Yuanying realm. Alright, Master. The two disciples nodded and then turned around and left. After the two left, Shen Yang couldn't help but think of his two rebellious disciples again. Now you know how difficult it is to cultivate after leaving me as a master, right? Without cultivation resources, without divine Yuan pills, you guys still want to become heaven's pride, how whimsical. Chen Yang laughed coldly. In his previous life, the reason why those few rebellious disciples of his became heaven's pride. They had crushed their fellow cultivators in terms of cultivation. This was all because behind the scenes, there was Chen Yang, their master, who provided them with a constant stream of cultivation resources. But now, Ruyan Lu and Xingmin Zhou had lost their cultivation resources and did not have the divine elemental pill to cleanse their muscles and marrow. With their own bones, they still wanted to be like their previous life. Become amazingly talented and proud. This was simply impossible. The current Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin should have already realized it. Without the divine elemental pill and without cultivation resources, they were nothing. Right, it's been a month and a half, I don't know how my third disciple is doing, he wouldn't have already died at the hands of that red cloud immortal sovereign, right? Suddenly, Chen Yang remembered Lin Xianer. After returning from rebirth, Lin Xianer had already left for a month and a half. According to time, Lin Xianer should have already fallen into that red cloud immortal father's trap by now. It was even possible that she had already been refined into a puppet. Forget it, don't think about it, since they have all been reborn, these wide-eyed wolves have nothing to do with me, whether they die or live is their own fault, I'd better go and close the door and prepare for a breakthrough. Chen Yang shook his head, no longer thinking about it. He turned around and left the pavilion, walking towards the back of the mountain, intending to go to his own cave amongst the seclusion. Lin Xianer had been unconscious for 5 whole days. When she woke up, she found herself lying in an unfamiliar room. Where is this? Lin Xianer sat up from the bed with great difficulty and observed the unfamiliar room. At this moment, she was still very weak, her face was bloodless, and her injuries had yet to fully recover. Ha! You're awake? At this moment, a woman in white pushed the door open. Upon seeing that Lin Xianer had woken up, her face burst with surprise and she hurried over. Chapter 34 The True Face of the Family. Are you? Lin Xianer looked at this strange woman with a blank expression. Wasn't she at the Spirit Market Mountain? Where was the Taoist temple? Where was that liar, the red cloud immortal sovereign? Where was this? Who was this woman in front of her? Lin Xianer's heart was filled with questions, there were too many questions she wanted to ask. I'm a disciple of the Taishan Dao sect, girl, you were saved by us. The woman in white smiled and said. I was saved, what about that crook red cloud immortal sovereign? Lin Xianer hurriedly asked after her. Oh, you said the devilish evil cultivator, he has already died under my senior uncle's sword. The white-clothed woman smiled faintly and returned truthfully. Dead? Lin Xianer was first stunned, then her expression couldn't help but become agitated. She gritted her teeth and said, good death. This dead liar is finally dead. Deep hatred flowed from her eyes when she mentioned the red cloud immortal sovereign. That dead liar had caused himself to be so miserable. It's really not enough to die. Right, my father and mother, they won't be dead too, right? Suddenly, Lin Xianer remembered her family and couldn't help but worry. That red cloud immortal sovereign was a devilish evil cultivator, and he had harmed himself so miserably. Her own family wouldn't have been poisoned by him as well, right? Lin Xianer knew that evil cultivators like the red cloud immortal exalt were often murderers without blinking an eye. Would he have killed all of his own family members long ago in order to eliminate the roots? For a moment, Lin Xianer's heart worried about her family. No, I have to go home and take a look. The more she thought about it, the more relieved she became, so she hurriedly lifted the covers and got out of bed, looking anxious. Your injuries aren't healed yet, you'd better stay and wait for your injuries to heal before going back. The woman in white hurriedly pulled him, persuading him bitterly. No, I have to go home, I have to go back now. However, at this moment, where was Lin Xianer willing to stay? Her heart was full of her family's safety, and she only wanted to go home. The woman in white ultimately failed to stop her. Lin Xianer just dragged her heavily injured body and hurriedly left. 2 hours later, Lin Xianer then arrived in front of her home in a hurry. However, at this time, the entire courtyard was empty, not a single person in sight. Moreover, the courtyard had also been covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves, and it was obvious that no one had cleaned it for a long time. Father, mother, brother. Lin Xianer's heart became even more anxious. Could it be that her own family had really been poisoned by that red cloud immortal sovereign? She rushed into the courtyard like a madwoman, violently pushed open the door of the house, and took large steps inside. However, the house was also empty, not a single person, seemed very cold. Moreover, the desktop was also covered in dust, and it looked as if it hadn't been inhabited for a long time. Father, mother, brother, oh, where are you guys? Lin Xianer sat paralyzed on the ground, unable to hold back any longer, and cried out in pain. It seemed that her family had all been driven to extinction by the red cloud immortal sovereign. The moment she thought that she would just be a lonely person in the future, she felt a pang of grief in her heart. Who is it? Who's inside? Yet at this moment, a tender child's voice came from outside the door. Lin Xianer froze, and then hurriedly turned her head to look. Only to see a child dressed in rough clothing with a big snotty nose, standing in the courtyard of her house. At the moment, he was probing his head and looking towards the house, curiosity written all over his soulful eyes. A glimmer of hope flared in Lin Xianer's eyes, and she hurriedly got up and ran out, grabbing the child's shoulders. With an urgent face, she asked, "Child, do you know where this family has gone?" This child should be her neighbor's child. It should have heard the commotion of her opening the door just now, so that's why it was curious and ran over to take a look. As for what this little kid's name was, because it had been too long, Lin Xianer no longer remembered. "Auntie, who are you?" The kid was startled by her actions and looked at her somewhat timidly. "Auntie?" Lin Xianer's expression froze, then she remembered this. Her current self was not the previous flowery, beautiful young woman of a wonderful age. The current her had long since turned into an image of a yellow-faced woman. Thinking of this, her heart was suddenly bitter. However, at this moment, what she was most worried about in her heart was her family. "Kid, I'm asking you, where did this family go?" Lin Xianer looked at him blearily and asked nervously. "My mother said that they moved to the town and won't be coming back," the child said honestly. "Moved to town?" Lin Xianer's eyes flashed with a hint of joy, and then she couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. How could the family move to town in a good reason? Moreover, where did they get so much money? Lin Xianer's heart was filled with doubts. But her family was fine, so she was relieved. "Kid, do you know exactly where they lived after they moved to town?" Lin Xianer continued to ask. Right now she just wanted to find her family. "I don't know, my mother only knows." Lin Xianer had no choice but to let go of him, then went next door and found her family's neighbor, Auntie Zhang, and asked for the exact location of her family. Immediately, Lin Xianer couldn't wait to rush to the town. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Xianer finally arrived in the town, in front of a small courtyard. At this time, the sky was already dark. Lin Xianer was so tired that she was panting and dripping with sweat. Her face, which was already weak, was a few shades paler at this moment. The injuries on her body were also vaguely showing signs of recurring because of this journey. However, the thought that she would be able to see her family soon. Her heart was filled with joy. She looked towards the small courtyard in front of her, although it was not big. But the house was so much better than the shabby one in the village, and it was also a lot more spacious. Lin Xianer saw that the door to the courtyard was not closed, so she planned to quietly go in and give her family a surprise. She came to the door of the room and saw through the doorway that her family was sitting around the table, eating dinner together. She raised her hand and was just about to push the door, but suddenly she heard her mother, Zhang Xiulian's voice ring out. "That's great, our family is now living a good life, thanks to our good daughter." Hearing these words, Lin Xianer's expression was stunned, and her heart couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. The hand she was just about to push the door closed quietly. "Yes, if it wasn't for her, Immortal Emperor Red Cloud wouldn't have given us the money, and we wouldn't have been able to afford this courtyard." Lin Qingshan similarly lamented. "Father, mother, you guys said that my sister, she, should be dead by now, right?" Lin Tianyu put down his chopsticks and asked with some curiosity. His sister had been worshipping the Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign for more than a month. By all rights, she should be dead beyond death by now. "It should be dead is dead, anyway, we got the money, what the Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign did to her has nothing to do with us." Lin Qingshan had a disinterested look on his face, not caring at all about his own daughter's death. "That's right, dead is dead, just think about those girls who worshipped Red Cloud Immortal Exalt as their master before, which one of them didn't die? Your sister is probably just as dead as those girls now." Zhang Xiulian skimmed her mouth, as if in her eyes, it wasn't her daughter who died. It was just a dispensable stranger. It had nothing to do with her at all. Lin Tianyu sighed. "I heard earlier that those girls who worshipped the Red Cloud Immortal Exalt as their masters all died horrible deaths, all of them were refined into monsters by that Red Cloud Immortal Exalt, it's scary." "Father and mother, you guys say that sister, she won't turn into a monster too, right?" "You'd better hurry up and eat, whether she turns into a monster or not has nothing to do with us, anyway, we won't see her again in the future." Zhang Xiulian blankly glanced at her own son and said without any goodwill. Chapter 35 Master, I was wrong. What the family of three didn't know was that the dead man in their mouths was standing at the door, hearing every word they said. Lin Xianer stood at the door in disbelief. How could she not expect? Her own heartfelt family. Surprisingly, they had sold her to the Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign, personally pushing her into the fire pit. The thought that she had just woken up and was worried about their safety, even ignoring his own injuries to find them just to make sure they were still safe. But now, she felt like a joke. The family that she had been pining for was just treating her as a tool to exchange for money. Her own death or life didn't matter at all in their eyes either. I almost all died at the hands of that crook, Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign, but they, to their surprise, are taking Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign's money and living a good life here. Ah, I'm so stupid. Lin Xianer laughed madly. At this moment she only felt like she was really a joke. In a violent rage, she kicked open the door. Who? Inside the house, Lin Qingshan, Zhang Xiulian, and Lin Tianyu turned their heads in confusion at the same time. When they saw Lin Xianer standing in the doorway, her face pale and smiling miserably. All three of them stared at the same time, their faces full of disbelief. Daughter, why have you returned? No, you've actually become so old? A trace of panic flashed in Zhang Xiulian's eyes as she stood in place at a loss for words. At the same time, looking at her own daughter's aged appearance, she was startled. It had only been a month and a half, but her own daughter had become this pale. Lin Qingshan and Lin Tianyu, both father and son, also had a moment of embarrassment in their expressions, standing in place not knowing what to do. Lin Xianer walked in step by step, a pair of blood-red eyes staring at the three of them with a deadly glare, her body even exuding wisps of black fury. I treated you guys as my most beloved relatives, but you guys pushed me into the fire pit. I almost died at the hands of the red cloud immortal sovereign on that spirit ruins mountain. Yet you guys, you take the money from selling me and live a good life here. Ha ha. Lin Xianer laughed crazily, her entire person was like a madman, completely losing her mind. Sister, you. Don't be like this, okay, brother is afraid. Lin Tianyu stiffly stepped forward and tried to pacify Lin Xianer. However, the next moment, a strong hand, but instantly grabbed his throat. It was locked in a death grip and then lifted his entire body up. Lin Tianyu's eyes instantly widened, his forehead veins rippled, and his face turned red. At this moment, he felt like he could barely catch his breath. He struggled desperately, but he couldn't swing away from the hand. Rebel girl, what are you doing? He's your brother. Lin Qingshan was instantly anxious and hurriedly scolded angrily. My brother? Lin Xianer glanced at him, a hint of morose killing intent flashing in her eyes. He. She let out a disdainful sneer and steeply applied force to her hand. Ah! Lin Tianyu instantly let out a miserable scream as his throat was directly crushed by Lin Xianer. His entire person also lost his vitality in an instant, his arms and legs hanging down helplessly. Don't! Zhang Xiulian's eyes widened and she lost her voice. Lin Qingshan was also stunned. He didn't expect that this rebellious daughter would actually kill her own brother. How could she lay her hands on him? This was her own brother. Lin Xianer casually flung Lin Tianyu's corpse to the side, then walked towards Lin Qingshan step by step, her eyes so cold that it was scary. Rebellious daughter, what do you want? Do you still want to kill me? Lin Qingshan looked at the murderous Lin Xianer and only felt creeped out, his heart was even more terrified. However, when he thought of himself, he was the other party's biological father. He instantly had a few moments of strength. This rebellious daughter, she couldn't even kill her father, could she? Lin Xianer didn't say a word, she just raised her hand and slapped out a palm. Snap! A crunching sound. It exploded in the room. Only to see Lin Qingshan's head spinning directly on his shoulders before his body collapsed helplessly to the ground. Ah! Zhang Xiulian was completely terrified and her legs kept trembling. She rolled and crawled, rushing to escape out the door. Murder! Murder! Help! Zhang Xiulian shouted in terror as she fled outside. Right now, she only hoped that there was someone that could come to her rescue. However, she had just run out of the courtyard when Lin Xianer's figure fell from the sky and blocked in front of her. Zhang Xiulian was immediately shocked and paralyzed to the ground in an instant. Daughter, I'm your mother, you can't kill me. Daughter, you can't kill mother. Ah! Zhang Xiulian tugged at Lin Xianer's skirt and begged bitterly with an anxious face. Daughter? Lin Xianer laughed coldly, her expression indifferent to the extreme. Do you still consider me as your daughter? From now on, I, Lin Xianer, am no longer anyone's daughter. Saying that, Lin Xianer slapped her palm down. The palm with a fury aura landed heavily on Zhang Xiulian's head, slapping a blood mark directly on her forehead. Ah! Zhang Xiulian screamed miserably and instantly lost consciousness. And then, her body fell backward in a helpless plunge. As for Lin Xianer, who had killed her family members with her own hands, at this moment, looking at her mother's corpse, she didn't feel any joy. She only felt a pang of desolation. Master, I was wrong, I was really wrong, oh. Lin Xianer stood in the cold wind and suddenly cried out in pain. At this moment, she couldn't help but think of her last life. In her previous life, she had originally thought that worshipping Chen Yang as her teacher was the biggest mistake she had ever made. She had also always firmly believed that it was Chen Yang who had delayed her, causing her to not be able to worship immortal Reverend Red Cloud as her master. It also caused her to turn against her family. In the end, it even caused her to end up as a traitor. But now, she realized how wrong she was. Her family only treats her as a tool for money, never cared about her life or death. The worldly master in her eyes was nothing more than a devilish evil practitioner who wanted to put her to death. Now it seems that, in her last life, she had taken Chen Yang as her teacher. It was the right decision. Because she had worshipped Chen Yang as her teacher, she had escaped her family's calculations. She had also avoided the fate of being refined into a puppet by the Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign. And she also had a good master like Chen Yang because of him. After receiving the Divine Yuan pill to cleanse her muscles and marrow, she leapt to become a supreme celestial. In the end, she even became a great emperor. When she thought of her last life, her master had treated her so well, and she had been wrong about him and hated him. In the end, she had even joined forces with the other senior sisters to betray her master. Lin Xianer's heart then welled up with endless feelings of remorse. "Oh, master, I'm sorry, I deserve to die, you've been so good to me, yet I've always hated you and ended up trying to kill you. Master, I deserve to die. Master, I was wrong, I was wrong." The more Lin Xianer thought about it, the more regret she felt, the more guilty she felt. She just stood dumbfounded next to the corpse, sometimes crying, sometimes laughing, just like a crazy person. Warm tips, all the big handsome people, are added to the bookshelf. The future chase more not lost. Chapter 36, Breaking Through to the Yuanying Realm. Heavenly Sword Sect. On Little Cloud Peak, within a cave in the back of the mountain, Chen Yang was in seclusion at this time. He had already been in seclusion for 3 days. At this moment, as he cultivated the 9 dragons swallowing heavenly skills, 3 dragon auras manifested, snaking and circling behind him. The heads of the dragons were even standing tall, emitting a powerful and domineering pressure. The body of the dragons even blossomed with bright golden light, illuminating the entire cave as if it was daytime. Suddenly, Chen Yang, who was in the middle of cultivation, abruptly opened his eyes. Is a breakthrough coming so soon? He didn't expect that after only 3 days of seclusion, he was about to break through to the Yuanying realm. At that moment, Chen Yang closed his eyes once again and made a breakthrough with all his might. At that instant, a steady stream of rich spiritual chi surgingly converged from all directions, as if it was a sea of water. All of it was inhaled into his body. The 3 dragon chi hovering behind him emitted an even more dazzling golden light. I don't know how long it took. Next to these 3 dragon chi, there was suddenly a 4th dragon chi that gradually appeared and slowly coalesced into shape. Just cohesion molding dragon chi looks a little unreal, not real. It was as if it could be blown away by a gust of wind. The golden light emanating from the body of the dragon is very weak. And the appearance of this 4th dragon chi. It also meant that Chen Yang had already cultivated the 9 dragons heaven swallowing technique to the 4th layer. It was also at the moment when this 4th dragon chi appeared. Within Chen Yang's body, there was also a huge change. Only to see that in the Dantian, the original Yuan Dan had disappeared. In its place, was a tiny baby emitting a bright golden light. This was Chen Yang's Yuan baby. No? A breakthrough just like that? Chen Yang opened his eyes, feeling the changes within his body. He was a bit incredulous. Unexpectedly, it was so simple to break through. It was as simple as drinking water. He almost didn't even bother to make a breakthrough, it was so easy. It seems that I have been suppressing my own realm too hard before. Chen Yang thought for a moment and quickly figured out the reason for this. He had previously been suppressing his own realm and had not taken the initiative to break through. This had resulted in his cultivation reaching the peak of the Yuan Dan realm long ago, and he could have broken through long ago. However, due to the fact that he had not been in a hurry, he had been suppressing it. This was what led to the fact that now, with just a little guidance, he immediately broke through. After breaking through to the Yuanying realm, Chen Yang was instantly in a great mood. He immediately got up and left the cave. Coming outside, he had just breathed in 2 mouthfuls of fresh air when he saw a yellow dog attentively wagging its tail and took the initiative to welcome him. Looking at this dog, Chen Yang couldn't help but be a little surprised. It had only been 3 days since he had seen this dog, and he realized that there seemed to be some changes in this dog. At the very beginning, this yellow dog's body was still quite thin and weak, the hair on its body was withered and sparse, and its ribs were also jagged and visible. Even its walk was a bit staggering, as if it could be blown by a gust of wind. But now, this yellow dog's body was strong and sturdy, and the hair around its body was lush and silky, looking oily and shiny. Especially that pair of eyes was filled with aura and spirituality. It seems that you have already opened up your spiritual intelligence. It is estimated that it won't be long before you can metamorphose into a demonic beast. Chen Yang smiled faintly. He did not expect that with just a divine Yuan Dan. This dog could actually grow into a demonic beast. One could only say that this divine elemental Dan was worthy of being an elixir produced by the system. The effects were truly heaven-defying. Chen Yang reached out, rubbed its doggy head, and then left straight away. The yellow dog wagged its tail and followed him all the way, quickly leaving the back of the mountain. When Chen Yang returned to his room, he happened to meet Li Qingyun, who was cleaning the house for him. Seeing his own master, Li Qingyun froze for a moment and then said in surprise, "Master, you've come out of the gate?" 3 days ago, Chen Yang had also told them that he was going to be in seclusion for a period of time. He didn't expect that his own master would come out of seclusion so soon. It seemed that his own master should have already made a breakthrough. Chen Yang nodded slightly, a gentle smile appearing on his face before he opened his mouth and asked, "During the 3 days that Master was in seclusion, have you guys been practicing properly?" "Master, my senior brother and I have been practicing daily, we don't dare to slack off." Li Qingyun hurriedly corrected his attitude and replied with a serious face. "That's good, remember, cultivation is like rowing against the current, if you don't advance, you will fall back, you must not slack off." Chen Yang patiently admonished. "Yes, Master, disciple will definitely bear this in mind." Li Qingyuan nodded his head. "Well, just know, you continue cleaning." Chen Yang looked at his eldest disciple and nodded in satisfaction. Right now, these two disciples of his were self-conscious in their cultivation, and they didn't even need him as their master to urge them on. Unlike those rebellious disciples from the previous life, often playful and did not cultivate. For this reason Chun Yang had a big headache and could only spend time supervising their cultivation. But the result of doing so was to make his several rebellious disciples. They became bored with him as their master, and in the end, they even held a grudge against him as their master. Thinking of these past events, Chun Yang now hated to give himself a few slaps. In his last life, he was really stupid. For the sake of those few rebellious disciples, he had worried his heart out. What he got in return was betrayal. He shook his head, and after feeling slightly emotional, he stopped thinking about it. Afterwards, he sat down, lifted the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea before drinking it slowly. Li Qingyun, on the other hand, continued to clean the house. And at the same time that Chen Yang left the gate, before the Heavenly Sword Sect's mountain gate, the two disciples guarding the gate suddenly saw a woman with a thin figure and emaciated face walking up from the bottom of the mountain. The woman looked to be around 30 or 40 years old, her face was pale and very weak, and she seemed to be injured. She seemed to have not eaten for a long time, and even the strength to walk was gone, her figure staggering as if a gust of wind could blow her down. "Who are you?" One of the mountain guard disciples stepped forward and looked at her with a wary expression. I am the disciple of Elder Chen of Little Cloud Peak. Please, two of you, go to Little Cloud Peak and pass on a message. I want to see my master. Lin Xianer was very weak at the moment, as if she didn't even have the strength to speak. 3 days ago, after she personally killed her family, an endless feeling of remorse surged in her heart. When she thought of her master's goodness, her heart was even more guilty. She had only one thought at that time, and that was to return to the Heavenly Sword Sect, meet her master, and then confess to him and beg for his forgiveness. That was why she dragged her heavily injured body all the way here. Elder Chen is your master? The two mountain guard disciples looked at each other with somewhat confused expressions. They remembered that Elder Chen only had 2 disciples. And those 2 disciples were clearly men. When did he have such a female disciple? Chapter 37, Master, you're all I have now. And this woman, she looks older than even Elder Chen. How could Elder Chen accept her as a disciple? However, since this woman recognized Elder Chen, then they should, as a matter of reason, make a run for it and go to Little Cloud Peak to inform them. What is your name? I am called Lin Xianer. Before Lin Xianer could finish her sentence, she weakly sat down on the ground, panting heavily, as if saying these few words had already exhausted her. Alright, then you wait here, I'll make a run to Little Cloud Peak. On Little Cloud Peak, Chen Yang quickly learned of the news. What, you said that there is a woman in her 30s in front of the mountain gate, she wants to see me and says that she is my disciple? Chun Yang looked at the mountain guard disciple who had come to inform him. He could not remember when he had a female disciple in her 30s. There was none in the previous life. There was likewise none in this life. This 30-something-year-old female disciple, where on earth did she appear from? Yeah, that woman said her name was Lin Xianer. The mountain guard disciple nodded his head, his expression very serious, not at all like he was joking. Wait? You said her name is Lin Xianer? Chen Yang's eyes widened and he was instantly shocked. This woman in her 30s was actually Lin Xianer? Wasn't Lin Xianer only 16 years old? When did she become in her 30s? He had thought a few days ago that this Lin Xianer had already died in the hands of the Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign and might have even been refined into a puppet. Unexpectedly, Lin Xianer had not only not died, and now also changed the appearance. Completely changed into a different person. Could it be that something happened to her after she worshipped Immortal Venerable Red Cloud as her teacher, and that's why she changed her appearance? Chun Yang furrowed his brows and after a little contemplation, he nodded his head and said, Alright, I'll go with you to take a look. After thinking for a while, he decided to go and take a look. It wasn't because he pitied Lin Xianer. Rather, his curiosity had been aroused in his heart at the moment. Wanting to go and see what the 30-something Lin Xianer was really like. Very quickly, Chen Yang arrived before the mountain gate. After landing, Chen Yang saw a woman sitting paralyzed on the ground. The moment he saw this woman, Chen Yang's eyes widened in utter shock. The Lin Xianer in front of her, her skin was dry and yellow, her face was old and haggard, and even on her head, there was a lot of white hair. She was just like a yellow-faced woman. Where is there a little bit of the previous beautiful appearance? Master, I was wrong. Oh master, I was wrong. Lin Xianer's emotions immediately flared up when she saw Chen Yang. She hurriedly got up and came in front of Chen Yang. And then with a flutter, she directly knelt down. As she kowtowed, she lost her voice and cried, her face filled with a remorseful expression. Lin Xianer, I didn't expect that after only a month or so of not seeing you, you've turned into this inhuman appearance. Chen Yang looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar face, and for a moment, he could not help but feel some emotion. One must know that the previous Lin Xianer. But she had a heavenly appearance, heavenly beauty, dusty temperament, belonging to the kind of stunning beauty that was rare on earth. But now, this appearance of hers was really not even remotely related to beauty. Walking on the road even can scare small children. It's only been more than a month. This rebellious disciple of his own had fallen to such a state. Seeing her become like this, a burst of pleasure rose in Chen Yang's heart. This white-eyed wolf finally got what was coming to him. It really deserved it. Oh, master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have betrayed you. I was really wrong. Oh. That red cloud immortal sovereign isn't a good person at all. He's a big liar. He's the one who put me in this situation. There's also my parents. They don't even consider me as their daughter either. They pushed me into the fire with their own hands, and took the money from selling me to live a good life, completely ignoring my death. Master, I'm so stupid. I've been cheated by them so badly. Oh, master, I understand now. You're the one who treats me the best in this world. Master, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Lin Xianer's tears flowed and she was soon in tears. The moment she remembered what had happened to her in the past month or so, Lin Xianer's heart was filled with heartache and grievances. At this moment, she saw the master who loved her the most. The suppressed emotions in Lin Xianer's heart completely exploded. All of her grievances and pain couldn't help but be cathartically vented out. She cried bitterly while grabbing Chen Yang's pants leg, tearfully complaining bitterly about her family and that red cloud immortal sovereign. If you're crying, why are you pulling my pants? Looking at Lin Xianer's aggrieved appearance with snot and tears, Chen Yang took a step back in disgust. For this kind of white-eyed wolf that could not be raised, Chen Yang would not feel sorry for her. Master. Seeing Chen Yang's action of taking a step back, Lin Xianer froze slightly and could not help a trace of aggression welling up in her tearful eyes. In the previous life, Master was the one who loved them the most. If they were bullied and aggrieved, Master would absolutely back them up. But now, she actually saw dislike on her own master's face. Lin Xianer, who was already aggrieved, suddenly became even more aggrieved in her heart. Don't you call me master, Lin Xianer. I'm no longer your master. We've long since had nothing to do with each other. Chen Yang looked at her aggrieved appearance, and was instantly somewhat speechless. Now after seeing the evil outside, you know how good he is as a master? It was too late. Even if she died here today, there was no way Chen Yang would forgive her. A white-eyed wolf, not worthy of sympathy at all. Master, I'm really wrong. Don't be like this, okay? Oh. Master, I really know I'm wrong. Master, will you forgive me? Master, I only have you now. If even you don't want me, what should I do in the future? Lin Xianer cried, kneeling up again, reaching out her hand ready to hug Chen Yang's thigh, begging for his forgiveness. However, Chen Yang immediately took another step back, pulling away from her. Lin Xianer, I'll tell you once more, I'm not your master anymore for a long time now. What happens to you in the future, that's all your own business, it has nothing to do with me. Having said that, Chen Yang didn't bother to talk nonsense with her and he directly turned around and left. Seeing him leaving, Lin Xianer became anxious. Master, if you don't forgive me today, I will kneel here for a long time. She gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Must ask for master's forgiveness. Right now, she only had master. If you are willing to kneel, then you can kneel. Chen Yang looked back at her and directly left. Lin Xianer looked at her master's back as he left, pursed her lips, and instantly wanted to cry a little again, but she still held it back. Chapter 38, Gutted. Chen Yang returned to Little Cloud Peak, and all the way there he had a smile on his face, an appearance of being in a good mood. He was indeed in a good mood. Seeing Lin Xianer, the white-eyed wolf, now reduced to this inhuman and miserable appearance, he couldn't mention how happy he was in his heart. Soon, he returned to his room. At this moment, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, the two senior brothers, were cleaning the courtyard for him. Seeing him in this happy state, the senior and brother duo were both slightly stunned. Ha! Master seems to be very happy today. A trace of doubt passed through Zhao Chuan's eyes as he scratched his head in some confusion. Senior brother, just now, a mountain guard disciple came to inform that there was a woman before the mountain gate, claiming to be Master's disciple, and wanted to see Master. After Master went to meet that woman once, he came back and became happy. Li Qingyun opened his mouth to explain. When the disciple guarding the mountain came to inform him just now, he was beside his master, so he knew about this matter. Disciple? When did Master accept a female disciple? Hearing this, Zhao Chuan was immediately a little confused. Who didn't know in the Heavenly Sword sect that Chen Yang only had 2 disciples? That was them. When did a female disciple pop up again? At that instant, Zhao Chuan's heart was filled with curiosity towards this woman. I don't know either, but that woman, right now, should still be before the mountain gate. Li Qingyun shook his head, he was also a little puzzled in his heart. Senior brother, then why don't we go and take a look at this woman now? Zhao Chuan's eyes lit up, and his expression immediately became a little foolish. He could be too curious about this woman right now. Well, then let's go and take a look. Li Qingyun thought for a moment and also nodded his head in agreement. After all, he was also curious right now, what exactly did this woman look like? Immediately, the two master and brothers reached an agreement, then they turned around and left. Soon, the master and brother duo arrived before the mountain gate. From afar, the two saw a woman kneeling on the ground. The moment they saw this woman, both of them were somewhat startled. This woman's age looked to be almost 40, right? Looking older than even their own master. When did master have such a female disciple? With a belly full of doubts, the two men came to Lin Xianer's front and looked at her from above. Similarly, Lin Xianer also saw the two. She recognized these two. The disciples that Chen Yang had taken in during the initial sect examination were these two. One was called Li Qingyun and the other was called Zhao Chuan. Looking at these two, Lin Xianer's mood was a little complicated for a moment. The master who had once loved them the most. Now it no longer belonged to them. Rather, she had become the master of these two people in front of her. It was no longer her master. Thinking of this, Lin Xianer felt a pang of remorse in her heart, and she couldn't help but shed tears in her eyes again. However, she didn't want to make a fool of herself in front of these two people, so she still held back hard. Who are you? Suddenly, Zhao Chuan opened his mouth and asked. At this moment, he looked at Lin Xianer, and the more he looked at her, the more skeptical he became. Was this woman really his own master's disciple? It didn't look like it at all. Lin Xianer raised her head and locked eyes with him. Without good humor, she said, "Who I am has nothing to do with you." It was these two people who had snatched away the master who loved them the most. They also snatched away their place in their master's heart. So for these two people, Lin Xianer naturally did not have a good face. Li Qingyun stepped forward and asked curiously, "Then let me ask you, why did you claim that you are our master's disciple?" "That's right, when did you worship our master?" Zhao Chuan nodded his head in agreement, somewhat indignant. He felt that this woman seemed to be impersonating their master's disciple. This made him a bit unable to tolerate it in his heart. "Humph. It's out of your hands." Lin Xianer snorted lightly and skimmed her head, not wanting to bother with these two at all. "You?" Zhao Chuan was a bit furious and wanted to have a fit, but he looked at her with a weak and powerless look. He still couldn't help it. "Alright, senior brother, since she won't say anything, let's go back. I don't think she looks like our master's disciple either, otherwise how could master let her kneel here?" Seeing that Lin Xianer didn't say anything, Li Qingyun immediately lost interest. Pulling Zhao Chuan, he persuaded him to get ready to go back. "I think so, master, unless he is blind, how could he accept her as a disciple?" Zhao Chuan also felt that his senior brother had a point, so he immediately nodded before turning around and going back with Li Qingyun. Lin Xianer looked at the two's departing backs and bit her lip, somewhat unconvinced. She was master's disciple. On what grounds did these two not believe it? In her last life, she and Chen Yang had a 3,000-year master-disciple relationship. These two had only worshipped Chen Yang as their master for over a month. Compared to her, they were simply far worse. What qualifications did they have to talk about themselves? However, as soon as she thought that she was no longer Chen Yang's disciple now, her heart was instantly despondent. The master who had once loved her the most was now someone else's master. Right at this moment, the two disciples guarding the mountain, looking at the departing backs of Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, couldn't help but discuss. Did you hear about it? A few days ago, this Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan went down the mountain to do a quest, and the two of them killed a Heavenly Dipper realm demon beast by crossing the level. These two, they're just too terrifying. You're talking about this, of course I've heard about it. Now these two people are the pride of our Heavenly Sword sect. It's only been a month or so, and both of them are on the verge of breaking through to the Heavenly Dipper realm. It's really heaven-defying. Who says it isn't? Even the true disciples under the Sovereign's door wouldn't dare to call themselves Heavenly Pride in front of these two. Alas! It's true that people are more angry than people. If only I had this kind of cultivation talent. The voices of the two chatting, one sentence without fail, traveled into Lin Xianer's ears. Hearing these words, Lin Xianer couldn't help but purse her lips and her heart was even more sour. She knew that this Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan must have gotten the divine elemental pill from their master. Only then did they leap to become heaven's pride. The reason why the two were able to cultivate so quickly was also because they had a master who provided them with a large amount of cultivation resources. Now that she heard that these two were so prosperous in the Heavenly Sword sect, Lin Xianer couldn't help but think of her own encounters over the past month or so in her heart. Compared to Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, her encounters appeared to be very miserable. Being sent up to Spirit Market Mountain by her favorite family member, she had worshipped immortal Reverend Red Cloud as her teacher. Then she was tricked by the other party into practicing the blood demon heart devouring technique, and was also tricked into eating so many poisonous pills, resulting in her now becoming this inhuman and ghostly appearance. Thinking of all this, her heart was instantly filled with regret. Obviously, she possessed the best master in this world. But she had to stubbornly go and worship that dead liar, Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign, as her master, resulting in the current fall to this state. When she thought of the master who loved her the most, she had lost him with her own hands. Now it has even become someone else's master. She was even more gutted. Chapter 39, Master really doesn't care about me anymore. Master, I was really wrong. I shouldn't have joined forces with the other senior sisters to betray you. If we hadn't betrayed you, we would have certified as saints by now. We wouldn't have had to be reborn, and I wouldn't have turned into this ghostly state. Master, I really regret it. As Lin Xianer spoke, her voice couldn't help but choke, and her tears even snapped down. Like this, she knelt on the ground alone and cried for a long, long time. In the end, her tears dried up, and she knelt with such a stagnant expression. Like this, she had been kneeling on the ground for 3 hours. Just when her entire body was about to faint due to weakness. Suddenly, the heart-devouring compulsion on her body ceased. Ah! Lin Xianer's eyes instantly widened from the pain, her consciousness instantly cleared, and her expression instantly became hideous. Intense pain swept over in waves like a tsunami. That kind of extreme pain was simply not something one could endure. Lin Xianer's already pale face was even whiter than paper at this moment, and a cold sweat instantly emerged and slid down her cheeks. Her entire person, even more so, rolled on the ground in pain. Ah ah ah. For a time, heart-rending screams resounded throughout the mountain gate. The two disciples guarding the mountain, seeing this scene, immediately looked at each other with some astonishment. What happened to her? I don't know. Then should we go up and take care of it? I'm afraid she'll die here in a while. Don't go, she's not a disciple of our Heavenly Sword sect. I see her like this, she should have been poisoned by someone, we'd better not go and cause trouble. Alright, what you said is also true. The two mountain guard disciples exchanged opinions with each other and finally decided to choose to turn a blind eye. Their duty was to guard the mountain gate. If something went wrong because of this woman, then it wouldn't be worth it. Ah! Miserable screams were still resounding as Lin Xianer rolled around on the ground like a maggot. At this moment, her entire body looked like she was on the verge of being tortured out of her mind. Cloaked hair, eyes red and full of madness. It looked very scary. It was also unknown how long it had been. Lin Xianer, who was lying on the ground, finally subsided. She was lying motionless, seemingly passed out. She won't die, right? A mountain guard disciple said with some uncertainty, his expression somewhat worried. I don't know, whatever, it's none of our business anyway. Another mountain guard disciple just glanced at Lin Xianer lying on the ground with a flat expression, then assumed an attitude that it was none of his business. Subsequently, the two mountain guard disciples continued to stick to their posts and didn't bother with Lin Xianer. Very soon, the setting sun slanted in the west, and the sky gradually darkened. Lin Xianer was still lying on the ground, unattended. Suddenly, an old man in white flew in with his sword from a distance. He was just about to enter the mountain gate when he saw Lin Xianer lying on the ground, and a few moments of curiosity rose in his heart. You too, what's going on with this person? The white-robed elder looked towards the two mountain guard disciples, reached out and pointed at the figure lying on the ground not far away, and opened his mouth to inquire. Elder Lu, this woman came a long time ago, before yelling that she wanted to see Elder Chen of Little Cloud Peak. After Elder Chen came to see her once, he went back. Then this woman knelt here for 3 hours, and half an hour ago, she didn't know what happened, she kept shouting about the pain, and then she kept rolling around there, and finally fainted from the pain herself. A mountain guard disciple came forward and explained the situation to the white-clothed old man with a rather respectful attitude. They were only mountain guard disciples, while this white-clothed old man in front of them was an elder of the sect. The name was Lu Huayuan. Although the other party was only an elder in charge of the miscellaneous disciples, amongst the group of elders, his status was not high. But it was also not something that a mountain guard disciple like them could neglect. Lu Huayuan glanced at Lin Xianer, who was lying on the ground. His expression was a bit intolerant. It's about to get dark, letting her lie here alone, this is too pitiful. He mused for a moment, seemingly hesitating. In the end, he sighed helplessly, that's just it just so happens that I'm short of a few hands there, so let's take her in as a handyman disciple. When she wakes up, if she doesn't want to, then just let her go down the mountain. In the end, Lu Huayuan still decided to lend a helping hand and save this poor woman. 2 hours later, the sky was already dark, and there was silence between heaven and earth. In a strange room, Lin Xianer woke up from her bed. She rubbed her chest, which was still vaguely aching, then lifted the covers and got out of bed. Where is this? Wasn't I kneeling in front of the mountain gate? She surveyed her surroundings, and her expression couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. Wait. She suddenly thought of something, her eyes instantly lit up and her expression became surprised. Could it be that Master brought me back to Little Cloud Peak? The more Lin Xianer thought about it, the more she felt it was possible. The current her, apart from Chen Yang and the Heavenly Sword sect, she only knew Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin. However, today, the two senior sisters did not know that she had returned to the sect. Therefore, the one who brought her back to the sect could only be Chen Yang. It must be like this, Master must not be able to bear the thought of me kneeling in front of the mountain gate, so he came to save me. Master really does still love me, he's still the same as in his last life, knife mouth and tofu heart. Thinking of this, Lin Xianer's mood instantly improved. She had said so. She and her master had a 3,000-year-old teacher-disciple relationship. How could Master possibly bear to let herself kneel in front of the mountain gate all the time? Just at this moment, the door to the room was pushed open, and an old man in white walked in from outside. Looking at this unfamiliar old man, Lin Xianer froze for a moment and then asked vigilantly, "Who are you? Why are you here?" A kind smile appeared on the white-haired old man's face as he said in a warm voice, Old me, Lu Huayuan, is an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, responsible for taking charge of the miscellaneous disciples within the sect. This girl, just now it was old me who saved you and brought you here. What? You saved me? Lin Xianer immediately widened her eyes, her expression instantly frozen. She looked at the strange old man in front of her. At this moment, the mood was instantly lost to the extreme. The master that she had longed for with all her heart hadn't even come to save her. And the one who saved her was actually just a stranger. Lin Xianer bit her lips, unwilling to believe the facts in front of her. But the facts were right in front of her eyes, there was no way for her to disbelieve them. Then Elder Lu, when you saved me, did you ever see Elder Chen of Little Cloud Peak? Lin Xianer didn't die, gritting her teeth, she continued to ask. She wanted to know if Master had come to see her after she fell unconscious. If Master had come to see her, then it meant that in Master's heart, he was still relieved to have her as a disciple. No, old man only saw you lying on the ground alone, no one cared about you. Lu Huayuan shook his head and said truthfully. Hearing this answer, Lin Xianer's originally expectant eyes instantly dimmed. After she fainted, did Master not come to see her either? The Master who used to love her the most, now she really didn't care about her life at all? Thinking of this, Lin Xianer painfully closed her eyes, a tear slipping from the corner of her eye. Chapter 40 Being a Handyman Disciple? Lu Huayuan couldn't help but be curious as he looked at her in this lost state. So he opened his mouth and asked, By the way, why have you been kneeling in front of the mountain gate today? Lin Xianer opened her eyes, after realizing that her master really didn't care about her death, she was disappointed to the core at the moment. Facing Lu Huayuan's inquiry, she also replied absent-mindedly. It's nothing, it's my wishful thinking that I want to join the Heavenly Sword sect and worship Elder Chen of Little Cloud Peak as my master. She smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly and felt a stabbing pain in her heart, as if she had been stabbed by a needle. In fact, what she really wanted to say in her heart was that Chun Yang was her master. She had come here today, but only to ask for her master's forgiveness. Then to return to Little Cloud Peak. But now that her master had disowned her as a disciple, she simply didn't have the face to say those words. I see. Lu Huayuan came to a realization, he had heard it from the mouth of the mountain guard disciple before. As soon as Lin Xianer had come to the Heavenly Sword sect in the beginning, she had asked for Chun Yang by name. It turned out that she wanted to worship her master. Now, it seemed that it should be Chen Yang who had rejected Lin Xianer's request to worship her master, which was why she had been kneeling in front of the mountain gate. Then what are your plans now? After knowing the ins and outs of the matter, Lu Huayuan then asked. I don't know. Lin Xianer looked up at him and opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she just lowered her head in loss. Now that Master had disowned her, she didn't know where to go from here. This way. Seeing her pitiful, Lu Huayuan paused for a moment and said, Since you don't have a place to go, it just so happens that I'm short of a few men under my hand. If you are willing, you can stay as a handyman disciple. If you don't want to, then go down the mountain on your own. Hearing these words, Lin Xianer raised her head once again and looked at Lu Huayuan. She didn't agree the first time, but instead revealed a complicated expression. Being a handyman disciple? She murmured in a low voice and couldn't help but bite her lips, a tangle in her heart. She had come to the Heavenly Sword sect this time. Originally, she wanted to beg for her master's forgiveness. Then return to Little Cloud Peak. Now, she was allowed to work as an errand boy disciple in the Heavenly Sword sect. To be honest, the difference between this result and the expectations in her heart was just too great. One must know that an odd job disciple had the lowest status amongst all disciples. Not to mention the large amount of work they had to do every day, the cultivation resources they received every month were also pitifully small. In her previous life, she was Chen Yang's disciple, the Heavenly Sword sect's heavenly pride. Now letting her be a handyman disciple. In her heart, she really couldn't see. However, now Master doesn't forgive her. If she wasn't willing to be this servant disciple, I'm afraid that she wouldn't even be able to stay on the Heavenly Sword sect and could only go down the mountain. Thinking of this, Lin Xianer, despite her reluctance, eventually agreed helplessly. Alright then, thank you Elder Lu, disciple is willing to stay. She agreed with a bitter face. Right now, there was no better choice for her. By staying, at the very least, there would be a chance to see Master in the future. It was possible to go to Master and apologize for her mistakes. In time, maybe Master would forgive her. If she went down the mountain, then she would never be able to get Master's forgiveness. Although right now she was only an odd job disciple. But as long as she waited for Master to forgive her, she would be able to return to Little Cloud Peak in the future. At that time, everything would be fine. Well, all of this is only temporary. When Master forgives herself, she can return to Little Cloud Peak herself. Lin Xianer thought this in her heart. Right now, she could only comfort herself like this. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed in a flash. During this half a month, Chen Yang did not stop cultivating after breaking through to the Yuanying realm, and still persisted in cultivating daily to consolidate his cultivation. As for his 2 disciples, they had also both broken through to the Big Dipper realm in this half-month's time. At this, Chen Yang was not surprised. After all, this was something he had expected. What really surprised him was that the yellow dog that he had taken in had managed to break through to the Qi condensation realm in this half-month. It had officially grown into a demonic beast. On this day, the annual clan competition began. Chen Yang immediately brought his 2 disciples to the martial arts arena on the main peak. At this moment, 12 rings were suspended in mid-air, with immortal Qi lingering around them, and hidden sword Qi running across them. And below the rings, they had already been filled with disciples. Obviously all the disciples from each peak had arrived. A sea of people, quite lively. As soon as Chen Yang appeared with his 2 disciples, he attracted quite a few gasps and onlookers. It couldn't be helped. The fame of the 2 of them, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, in the Heavenly Sword sect right now was just too great. Chen Yang, who had originally wanted to keep a low profile, had even received a lot of attention along with it. Elder Chen, you're here too? At this moment, Qi Wuji, the elder of Qingdian Peak, brought a group of disciples to Chen Yang and greeted him with pleasantries. Oh, Elder Qi, it's you came much earlier than me. Chen Yang looked at the white-haired Qi Wuji with a polite smile on his face. Not really, our Green Destiny Peak also just arrived not long ago. Qi Wuji waved his hand with a smile, then turned his head to look at the group of disciples behind him and said in a solemn voice, "Why don't you all pay your respects to Elder Chen?" The words fell. The group of disciples behind Qi Wuji hurriedly saluted Chen Yang respectfully. Disciples pay their respects to Elder Chen. However, amongst this group of disciples, there were 2 people whose voices were filled with reluctance. These 2 people were Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin. They were the ones who did not want to pay their respects to Chen Yang. Even more so, they didn't want to salute him. However, now in front of Qi Wuji, even if they were reluctant, they had to put on an act. Chen Yang naturally saw these 2 retrograde disciples amongst the group. Humph. Noticing Chen Yang's gaze, the 2 women immediately let out a cold snort before skimming their heads. It was obvious that they did not want to see him. Chen Yang was too lazy to bother with these 2 white-eyed wolves. He withdrew his gaze as he looked towards Qi Wuji and said in a warm voice, "Elder Qi is polite." Where? Qi Wuji smiled faintly. Chen Yang turned his head to look at his 2 disciples and said, "You guys also quickly come and pay your respects to Elder Qi." Since the other party was so polite, Chen Yang naturally had to have his disciples step in to be polite. Otherwise, it would appear that he was a person who was very rude. Disciple Li Qingyun, pay respects to Elder Qi. Disciple Zhao Chuan, greetings to Elder Qi. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Qi Wuji with a very proper attitude. No need, quickly get up. Looking at Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan in front of him, Qi Wuji's pale face instantly revealed a look of appreciation. These 2 disciples of Chen Yang's, their talent was simply too heaven-defying. No one would dislike such disciples. As the head of a peak, if he also had such a disciple, he would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. Elder Chen, these 2 disciples of yours, they are exceptional, they will become great in the future. Qi Wuji looked at these 2, the more he looked at them, the more he liked them. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel some regret in his heart, if only he had picked these 2 when he was selecting his disciples. In that case, he, too, would have been able to produce a supreme heavenly pride from his Green Destiny Peak. No, Elder Qi is flattering, there are quite a few good seedlings under your door as well. Chen Yang acted very modestly and was not proud. Alas, Elder Chen, when you say that, you are making fun of old me. Qi Wuji smiled helplessly and bitterly, and immediately felt a bit ashamed. He had taken in so many disciples, but in terms of talent, there was not a single disciple that could compare to Chen Yang's. Chen Yang saying this made him somewhat ashamed. After all, what kind of goods were the disciples under his door, he knew in his own heart. And at this moment, while the 2 were exchanging pleasantries, the group of disciples behind Qi Wuji were currently looking at the 2 of them, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. Their eyes couldn't help but be envious and fervent, there was even worship. As fellow disciples, who wouldn't want to become a proud son of heaven like Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan? Unfortunately, they didn't have that kind of talent. Similarly, at this moment, Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou were also looking at Qing Yunli and Zhao Chuan. But unlike the others, the 2 women's hearts were bursting with disbelief and their eyes were filled with jealousy. Hearing their own master praising these 2, their hearts were even more uncomfortable. Their own master was praising someone else's disciple for his talent. Where was this talent good? It wasn't because of the divine Yuan pill. If there was no divine elemental pill, what was this Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan? Humph. The 2 women thought indignantly in their hearts. Chapter 41, what kind of good master is he? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen Yang then took his 2 disciples and found a place with few people to sit down, resting while waiting for the match to begin. On the other side, Qi Wuji seemed to have other things on his mind, and after telling his disciples to stay where they were and not run around, he left on his own. At the back of the crowd, Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou came together under the shade of a tree and whined indignantly while taking a cool breath. Humph. What bad luck today, to have met that dog named Chen here. Master is really something too, he even took the initiative to go over and greet us, and even made us salute and greet that dog thing surnamed Chen. Zhou Qingmin puffed out her small mouth with a displeased look on her face. That's right, today all the people from the 7 main peaks and 12 vice peaks have arrived. How come Master went to find that Chen Yang guy to exchange pleasantries? I don't know what he was thinking. Lu Ruyan similarly frowned, displeasure written all over her face. Senior sisters, is that you guys? Right at this moment, a familiar girl's voice suddenly rang out behind the two women. Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou froze for a moment, then hurriedly turned their heads to look. They saw a woman in her 30s or 40s, who was currently standing behind them. You are Lin Xianer? Looking at the woman in front of her, Ruyan Lu was instantly stunned. Zhou Qingmin didn't recognize it at first, but at this moment, when she heard Ruyan Lu's voice and then carefully went to look at that face of the woman in front of her, she was immediately shocked and opened her mouth wide. Senior sister, how did you become like this? Zhou Qingmin's face was filled with disbelief. The Lin Xianer in front of her eyes had a thin and frail figure, her face was pale, her skin was dried out and even a bit ulcerated, and even her head had grown so much white hair. The entire person looked inhuman, rather scary. For a moment, Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou were dumbfounded. They had only been separated for more than 2 months. How did Lin Xianer turn into this ghostly appearance? Was this still the heavenly and stunning third senior sister they remembered? Senior sisters, it's really you guys, oh senior sisters, I miss you guys so much. After confirming that it was her 2 senior sisters, Lin Xianer couldn't help but burst into some hot tears, and no longer able to control her emotions, she walked up and hugged the 2 women. Right now, she had no more relatives, and her master had also disowned her. Seeing the 2 senior sisters at this moment, she couldn't mention how kind she felt in her heart. The 2 women who were hugged were dumbfounded. Afterwards, they pushed Lin Xianer away. Lu Ruyan was the first to speak and asked curiously, Senior sister, what's wrong with you? Yes, senior sister, it's only been more than 2 months since we've seen each other, how did you become like this? Zhou Qingmin was equally puzzled. Oh, senior sister, I was wrong, you all don't know, my parents and they are not good at all. There's also that red cloud immortal sovereign, he's also not a good person at all, he's a liar, a devilish evil cultivator. You all don't know, I almost couldn't come back. Thinking of her previous encounters, Lin Xianer's heart was filled with heartache and grievances, and she immediately felt the urge to cry. Senior sister, speak a little more clearly, what's going on, what exactly happened? Lu Ruyan hurriedly asked after her, she could be too curious now, what exactly happened to her own senior sister? Oh, senior sister, the matter is like this. Lin Xianer cried in aggravation while recounting to the 2 of them about what had happened to her after she descended from the mountain. While Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin couldn't help but be a little jaw-dropped after hearing this. They didn't expect that in just over 2 months, Lin Xianer had encountered so many things. She had even almost lost her life. Lin Xianer wiped her tears while saying in a guilty tone. Oh, senior sister, I was wrong to blame Master. In my last life, I always thought that it was Master who held me back. It was also him who caused me to turn against my family, and in the end, he even caused me to end up as a traitor. Only now do I realize how wrong I was. The family I've been hanging on to, the one who only wanted me dead, the one I thought was a man of the world, has now caused me to be in this sorry state. I was wrong about Master, he is the best master in this world. It was us who were wrong in the last life, I only realize now, how good Master he really is. Lin Xianer said, unable to stop her tears at all. After seeing the ugly faces of her family members, as well as being victimized by the Red Cloud Immortal Exalt into this hellish state, it was only then that she realized just how good Chen Yang was as a master. However, upon hearing her own senior sister's mouthful of good masters, the 2 girls, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin, immediately frowned, with a rather unconvincing expression on their faces. Senior sister, how can you say that? That Chen Yang, where is he a good master? Zhou Qingmin bulged her small mouth and looked at Lin Xianer with a serious expression. At this moment, she felt that Lin Xianer's mind was seriously out of whack. Right, senior sister, how can you say that? Where does that Chen Yang deserve the 3 words good master? Lu Ruyan similarly nodded her head, very much agreeing with Zhou Qingmin's statement. Senior sister, master, he really is a good master. In our last life, it was us who had too many preconceived notions about him. Without him, it would have been impossible for us to cultivate to the great emperor realm. Lin Xianer looked at her 2 senior sisters with an extremely serious expression on her face. Come on, just him can be called a good master? Is he worthy? Zhou Qingmin gave a disdainful light snort and said with a disgruntled expression, if she's a good master, then why did he refuse to give us the divine elemental pill when we went to him for it? He knows how important the divine elemental pill is to us, and he has so many divine elemental pills that he doesn't need for himself, yet he's not even willing to give us one. What kind of good master is such a person? The more she spoke, the angrier she became, and it was because she didn't have divine elemental pills that her cultivation was so slow. By now, she had only barely broken through to the 2nd level of qi condensation. If she had the divine elemental pill, she might have broken through to the heavenly dipper realm by now. It was all because of that dog Chen Yang. Yeah, last time the two of us personally went to him to ask for the divine origin pill. It's not even if he didn't give it to us, he even gave it to a dog to eat in front of us. He's deliberately trying to humiliate us. What kind of good master is such a person? Mentioning this matter, Lu Ruyan's face immediately turned gloomy. Chen Yang would rather give the divine elemental pill to a dog than to them. How could this be considered a good master? Such a person didn't even deserve to be a master, alright. Lin Xianer didn't expect that after she went down the mountain, the two senior sisters had gone to Master to ask for the divine elemental pill. And Master hadn't even given it to them. Looking at the indignant two, she had no choice but to patiently persuade them. The two senior sisters, in our last life it was us who betrayed our master, and it's only reasonable that he holds a grudge against us and won't give you the divine elemental pill. You shouldn't blame him. Although he didn't give you divine elemental pills in this life, but in the last life, he did cultivate all 6 of us disciples into great emperors. This is something that is beyond doubt. You guys can't forget the kindness he showed us in his last life just because he didn't give you divine origin pills now. Chapter 42, Get Out. Lin Xianer was teary-eyed and persuaded the two senior sisters bitterly. Hopefully, it would make the two senior sisters realize their mistakes. However, in the face of her persuasion, Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou instantly showed some dissatisfaction. Lu Ruyan's willow brows knitted lightly, her expression rather unhappy. No, senior sister, which side are you on? Why are you helping that guy Chen Yang now? Zhou Qingmin was also puffed up and questioned somewhat angrily. That's right, senior sister, which side are you on now? In our last life, it was us who joined forces together and set up the heavenly demon god execution formation against that dog Chen Yang. It was us who killed him together. How can you speak for him now? At this moment, both Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou were quite upset in their hearts. One must know that in their last life, each of their 6 female disciples hated Chen Yang. They all couldn't wait to kill that dog Chen Yang by 1,000 cuts, break his body into pieces, and set his bones to ashes. It could be said that their hatred for Chen Yang exceeded everything. But now, Lin Xianer even opened her mouth to help that guy Chen Yang. She even addressed the other party with a mouthful of good master. Not only did she not hate Chen Yang anymore, she was also grateful to Chen Yang. This made the two women instantly become a little unable to tolerate it. In their opinion, the current Lin Xianer was no longer on the same page as them. She had already turned against Chen Yang. Looking at the attitude of the two senior sisters that instantly became cold, Lin Xianer was a bit dumbfounded, and then only then did she react violently. In their previous life, they had hated their master for so many years. Now the two senior sisters, how could they possibly realize their mistake so easily? It wasn't like they were like themselves, having been backstabbed by their family members, and having encountered the coaxing of that red cloudy mortal sovereign. In the end, they even almost died out there. If she hadn't encountered all of this, Lin Xianer felt that she, presumably, wouldn't have realized her mistake so quickly. Thinking of this, Lin Xianer stopped persuading the two senior sisters. Instead, she asked, then, two senior sisters, do you know where master he is now? She had come to the main peak today specifically to find her master and then apologize to him for her mistake. Ever since she became a miscellaneous disciple, due to her low status, she was not qualified to enter the 7 main peaks on weekdays at all. It was also today's sect competition, which was a special situation, so she only had the opportunity to come to the main peaks as an odd job disciple. She didn't want to miss this opportunity to meet with her master today. Nua, that dog surnamed Chen is sitting over there. At this moment, Zhou Qingmin's attitude towards Lin Xianer was no longer as warm as before. She raised her hand with a bland expression and pointed to an open space not far away. There, Chen Yang brought along 2 disciples and was quietly waiting for the match to begin. Many thanks, senior sister, I have something to find my master, so I'll go over first. Seeing her own master, Lin Xianer's face was delighted, and immediately, after bidding a hasty farewell to the 2 girls, she quickly walked towards Chen Yang's direction. Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin looked at Lin Xianer's departing back and were both a little huffy. How can senior sister be like this? She only went down the mountain for a trip. How come her attitude towards the Chen Yang completely changed after she came back? In the past, she was just as eager to kill that dog Chen Yang as we were. Why isn't she siding with me now? Zhou Qingmin let out a light hump, her tone laced with dissatisfaction towards Lin Xianer. At the moment, in her eyes, Lin Xianer had already mutinied a bit. Lu Ruyan didn't say anything, only gazing at Lin Xianer's back with indifferent eyes. She wanted to see what exactly Lin Xianer was going to do when she went to find Chen Yang now. Very quickly, Lin Xianer arrived in front of Chen Yang, looking at the familiar face of her master in front of her. Once she thought of all the good things that her master had done to her in her last life. She herself ended up doing things that betrayed her master. Endless guilt and remorse rose in her heart. Master, I'm sorry. Lin Xianer stopped in front of Chen Yang before directly kneeling down. Chen Yang was resting his eyes with his eyes closed when he abruptly heard a familiar voice and he had no choice but to open his eyes. When he saw that it was Lin Xianer, he instantly lost his good looks. Scram! Looking at her master's cold expression, Lin Xianer only felt a stabbing pain in her heart. The remorse in her heart caused her to tear up even more. "Oh master, don't be like this, I'm your most beloved disciple, don't treat me like this, okay? Disciple really knows it's wrong, master," Lin Xianer said, directly kowtowing her head. "You can't hear me when I tell you to roll, can you?" Chen Yang's face was grim as he said without any goodwill. "Master, I really know I'm wrong, just forgive me this time, don't you love us the most?" Lin Xianer said, somewhat gaining ground, directly reaching out to tug at the hem of Chen Yang's coat, trying to use this to beg for his forgiveness. Chen Yang instantly frowned, not bothering to hold back any longer. He directly slapped his palm out. Slap! A crisp slap spread out steeply. Lin Xianer's entire person was directly slapped out and fell heavily on the ground a dozen meters away. Just as Lin Xianer landed on the ground, she couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood from her mouth as she covered her face and climbed up. Looking at her own master's cold look, she once again crawled over on her knees. "Master, I'm really wrong, don't do this to me, oh. Master, I know I'm sorry, it's not okay that I know I'm wrong, master. Master, from now on, I'll listen to you obediently, I won't do anything wrong to you again, master, just forgive me, oh." Lin Xianer once again crawled in front of Chen Yang, raising a face full of tears and looking at her own master with tearful eyes. A pitiful look. However, Chen Yang only felt a wave of nausea when he looked at her old, ugly, and still scary face. Especially half of her face, which was swollen like a pig's face at the moment, was really revolting. "I told you to get lost, can't you hear me?" Chen Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense with her and directly threw out another slap. Slap! An even louder slap suddenly echoed out. Lin Xianer's body, once again, flew out. In midair, she spat out a long string of blood from her mouth. In the next moment, her entire body fell to the ground, and with a wow, she couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. This time, she didn't have the strength to crawl towards Chen Yang anymore. She could only lie on the ground, looking at her master with tears streaming down her face, then sadly choked and admitted her mistake. "Master, oh, you couldn't afford to hit me like this before, master, do you really not care about me at all anymore? Master, I really know I'm wrong, just give me a chance and let me come back to you, okay? Master, I really want to be your good disciple again. Master, don't ignore me, take a look at me, okay, oh." Lin Xianer cried bitterly while begging bitterly. However, Chen Yang closed his eyes once again and simply ignored her. Seeing this scene, Lin Xianer became even more unbearable. Chapter 43, Master, don't ignore me, okay? At this moment, the commotion over here had already attracted the attention of many people around. Looking at Lin Xianer, who was lying on the ground with a pig's head, the surrounding disciples couldn't help but gather over to watch the fun. "No, who is this older woman? How did she call Elder Chen master? I don't know, but I see the clothes she's wearing, she should be a handyman disciple. She's pestering Elder Chen so much, it can't be that she wants to worship Elder Chen as her master, right? It's possible, I reckon she's seeing that both of Elder Chen's disciples have turned into celestial pride, so she also wants to worship Elder Chen as her teacher and become celestial pride as well. No way, she's a handyman disciple, Elder Chen is the head of a peak of one of the 7 main peaks, how could he accept her as a handyman as a disciple, how dare she think that? TSK, this person is also really thick-skinned, having been beaten once earlier, she came over to get slapped again, and now that she's lying here and can't even get up, she doesn't even give up. She's old and ugly, Elder Chen is crazy to accept her as a disciple, why doesn't she have any self-awareness? The surrounding disciples couldn't help but gather around. At Lin Xianer, who was lying on the ground, they made a cold mockery. Listening to those ear-piercing jeers around her, Lin Xianer pursed her lips, feeling a pang of shame and discomfort in her heart. However, she was still unwilling to give up and continued to look at her own master. "Master, don't ignore me, okay, oh, master, open your eyes and look at me, Master." However, at this moment, a white-clothed disciple came flying with his sword and landed in front of Chen Yang. It was not known what that disciple said to Chen Yang, and immediately after that, she saw that Chen Yang immediately got up. Then with his 2 disciples, he followed that white-clothed disciple and left together. Throughout, Chen Yang did not even look at her. "Oh, master, you used to love us the most, but now you don't even want to look at me?" Chen Yang's indifference made Lin Xianer's heart feel like a knife, and there was even a suffocating pain in her heart. She just slumped on the ground and let out a cry. The surrounding disciples, on the other hand, continued to taunt and watch her jokes. Not far away, Ruyan Lu and Xing Minzhou saw this scene. At once, they couldn't help but feel a bit indignant. How is this Chen Yang so cold-blooded? The 3rd senior sister has begged him so lowly, but he is not even moved, and he even laid his hands on the 3rd senior sister so heavily. Lu Ruyan stared at her face, although she was quite dissatisfied with Lin Xianer just now. However, after seeing what Chen Yang had done, this caused her, who was also Chen Yang's disciple, to feel a pang of displeasure in her heart. At this moment, she felt unworthy for Lin Xianer. Right, 3rd senior sister has begged him so much, but he even ignored 3rd senior sister, and even if he ignored people, he even went so far as to hit them. What kind of good master is such a person? Third senior sister is also really stupid to think that Chen Yang is a good master and even wanted to beg him for forgiveness. Zhou Qingmin gritted her teeth, similarly feeling dissatisfied with Chen Yang's actions, and at the same time, she also somewhat sympathized with Lin Xianer. This Lin Xianer defended Chen Yang like that in front of them, but what she got in return was Chen Yang's cold face and a severe beating. Such a person, not to mention a good master, simply do not even deserve to be a master. Lin Xianer was also blind to think that he was good. Senior sister, that Chen Yang is too much. Now that third senior sister is injured and being looked at as a joke by others like this, let's go over and help her. Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Xianer, who was lying on the ground, still crying in pain. A trace of intolerance flashed in her eyes. After all, in their last life, they had been senior sisters for so many years. Although now Lin Xianer sang the opposite of them. But looking at her being so miserable, she was still somewhat unable to bear it. Senior sister, go help her, you alone is enough. So many people, I don't want to go over there and be looked at as a joke. Although Zhou Qingmin also had some sympathy for Lin Xianer in her heart, but now so many people were watching the fun. She didn't want to go over and lose face. The matter of rescuing people, Ruyan Lu could have done it alone. There was no need for her to follow and disgrace herself. Alas. Fine. Seeing that she didn't really want to go, Ruyan Lu sighed helplessly and had no choice but to walk over alone by herself. Soon, she made her way through the crowd and arrived beside Lin Xianer. Senior sister, get up. Lu Ruyan bent down and helped her up. Oh, senior sister, master, he doesn't love us at all now. He couldn't afford to beat us before. Oh. Chen Yang's desperation had filled Lin Xianer's heart with aggression, and now that she saw her senior sister, she couldn't help but pour it out. Alright, there's a lot of people here, they're all watching you laugh, I'd better help you leave first. Lu Ruyan didn't want to stay in this kind of public for much longer and be looked at as a joke by so many people. She only wanted to quickly take Lin Xianer away. Not long after, Lu Ruyan assisted Lin Xianer and came to rest under a tree. Looking at Lin Xianer's miserable state with a bruised nose and swollen face, Zhou Qingmin said with a displeased face. Senior sister, look, this is the good master you talk about. What has she beaten you up to? What kind of good master is someone like him? You're so stupid to go and apologize to her. Zhou Qingmin sighed, looking at Lin Xianer with some hatred in her eyes. Right, senior sister, that Chen Yang doesn't even miss the slightest bit of master-disciple love. Senior sister advises you that you should not go to him in the future to admit your mistake. You weren't right in the first place, we're all right. Why should I apologize to him? You confessed your fault to him, and he didn't appreciate it at all, but instead treated you like this. You can't do this kind of stupid thing again in the future. Lu Ruyan also couldn't help but open her mouth to persuade. In her opinion, they were right in the first place. Lin Xianer took the initiative to admit her mistake to Chen Yang, and even if Chen Yang didn't accept it, he even hit someone. This made her unable to endure. Seeing that the two senior sisters were so hostile towards their master, Lin Xianer immediately became anxious and rushed to help Chen Yang defend himself. No, senior sister, it must be because we broke master's heart too much in our last life, that's why he doesn't forgive me now. I believe that when time passes in the future, master will slowly forgive us as well. Alas. Lu Ruyan sighed helplessly and said without any goodwill, You really can't be persuaded to listen, so be it, let it be, but senior sister, if we can help you this time, the next time won't be certain. Seeing Lin Xianer so persistent, she felt a pang of heart fatigue and didn't bother to persuade anymore. Zhou Qingmin let out a cold laugh. Senior sister, by now, you're even helping him out. Alright, since you think you're wrong, then you can continue to go to him in the future and admit your mistake. I'd like to see how he treats you in the future. Noticing the two senior sisters' attitude that had become detached, Lin Xianer pursed her lips and did not speak. She knew that right now, the two senior sisters hadn't realized their mistake. Therefore, no matter how much she said, the two senior sisters would not show the slightest bit of remorse. It would only be assumed that she was singing an opposite tune. Instead of boring the two senior sisters, she might as well choose to shut up. It was just that she had already made up her mind in her heart that she would definitely ask for Master's forgiveness. Right now, if Master was desperate, it was because Master's hatred for them was too deep. Time would wash away everything. She and her master had 3,000 years of teacher-disciple bonding. She didn't believe that her master would really never forgive her. Chapter 44, Lin Fan. At the same time, Chen Yang's master and disciple, the three of them, followed behind the white-clothed disciple from earlier, and together they arrived at a high platform. This white-clothed disciple, earlier, had been ordered by the patriarch to go and invite him, the elder of Little Cloud Peak, to this high platform. At this moment, after bringing the three of them here, this white-clothed disciple turned around and left. Chen Yang raised his eyes and looked. This high platform was not large and looked similar to a viewing platform. Standing here, one could overlook the 12 rings below, taking in the status of the matches in each ring. At this moment, all the peak elders had already arrived here. Even Patriarch Yunyan was present. She was dressed in a white dress, and under the breeze, her exaggerated curves were revealed, extremely eye-catching. Beside her, there stood a teenage disciple. This teenager was dressed in white, quite handsome in appearance, with an upright posture and extraordinary demeanor. Chen Yang recognized this teenager at a glance. He was the only disciple under Patriarch Yunyan, Lin Fan. He was also the only true disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. It was even the Heavenly Sword sect's supreme pride. At this moment, as Chen Yang arrived with 2 disciples, this Lin Fan also immediately noticed them, but his gaze, however, directly swept past Chen Yang and first looked at the 2 disciples behind Chen Yang. The expression on his face immediately changed slightly. The face that had originally maintained a smile suddenly became grave at this moment. The way he looked at Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan also seemed to be somewhat unconvinced, and even more so, there was a hidden hint of wariness. Chen Yang naturally saw the change in his face, and for the thoughts in his heart. Chen Yang was naturally also clear. In his previous life, this Lin Fan is a true disciple. Being strongly suppressed by his 6 rebellious disciples, Lin Fan had always been unconvinced and had always wanted to defeat Chen Yang's several rebellious disciples, proving that he was the strongest heavenly pride of the Heavenly Sword sect. Unfortunately, he had never been able to get what he wanted in this life, because Chen Yang's disciples had become Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. So the objects he wanted to defeat had naturally become Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. Moreover, within the sect now, there were rumors that this Lin Fan was inferior to Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. These rumors, Lin Fan had heard a lot. Naturally, he was also upset. In Lin Fan's heart, he had long wanted to compete with this Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. He wanted to prove to everyone that he, Lin Fan, was stronger than Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. He wanted to maintain his dignity as a true disciple. Only, he was destined to not get his wish today. At this moment, with the arrival of Chen Yang's master and disciple, the elders of the other peaks all walked up and greeted Chen Yang warmly. Elder Chen, you're here, these are your 2 disciples. Ah, they really are heavenly wizards. I heard that Elder Chen's eldest disciple, Li Qingyun, but he has already broken through to the 9th level of qi condensation and is about to break through to the Big Dipper realm. This kind of talent, it's truly terrifying. This Xiao Chuan is also not bad. I heard that he has long ago reached 80% qi condensation. I don't know if he has broken through to the 9th level of qi condensation now? Alas, these 2 disciples are both heavenly wizards. If only I had a disciple like this. While exchanging pleasantries with Chen Yang, the elders of the peaks were also praising his 2 disciples, and the eyes that looked at Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan were filled with appreciation. Listening to that sentence of praise and compliments, Lin Fan, who was standing behind Yunyan, couldn't help but secretly clench his fists at this moment, and couldn't help but feel a little unhappy in his heart. These elders, when they saw him just now. But they were not this enthusiastic. Obviously, he was the true disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. But now, the treatment enjoyed by Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan was more like true disciples than him. Chen Yang followed the peak elders and exchanged pleasantries while arriving in front of Yunyan. See you, sovereign. Chen Yang had a smile on his face as he arched his hand and saluted. Disciple Li Qingyun, greetings to sovereign. Disciple Zhao Chuan, greetings to patriarch. The 2 disciples also stepped forward together and paid respectful obeisance to Yunyan in unison. Yunyan only casually waved her hand at Chen Yang, signaling him to get up before looking at Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, a pleased smile appearing on her stunningly beautiful face. Only to see her nodding slightly, she said, well, not bad, you 2 are fantastically gifted, you must perform well today. Yes, sovereign. Afterward, the 2 of them, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, once again returned behind Chen Yang and stood obediently. Yunyan looked at Lin Fan behind herself and said indifferently, disciple, come and meet Elder Chen as well. Yes, master. Lin Fan stepped forward and saluted Chen Yang respectfully, disciple Lin Fan, greet Elder Chen. Well, get up. Chen Yang nodded and said in a warm voice. Yes. Lin Fan straightened up and returned behind Yunyan. Only, with his gaze, he was still watching Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. He had just one purpose today, and that was to defeat these 2. For the sake of today, he had been cultivating hard all this time. By now, he had managed to break through to the 9th level of qi condensation. He knew that Li Qingyun was at the 9th level of qi condensation. He had cultivated hard just for today. Half an hour later, the match officially started. One by one, the disciples leapt onto the ring and began to compete. Every disciple who stepped into the ring threw themselves into the battle without leaving any stone unturned, making the match quite exciting. On the 12 rings, the match was in full swing. On top of the high platform, the elders were paying attention to the matches below at all times, expressing their opinions from time to time. Little by little, time passed. Finally, after an hour, it was the turn of Chen Yang's eldest disciple, Li Qingyun, to take the ring. Master, disciple will go down first. Li Qingyun immediately flew off the high platform before landing on top of the 3rd ring. Li Qingyun's appearance instantly made the 3rd ring the center of attention in the entire arena. After all, Li Qingyun's fame within the sect was too great. There were even quite a few people who believed that according to Li Qingyun's current cultivation level, he should only be the true disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. That Lin Fan was simply inferior to Li Qingyun. At this moment, Li Qingyun's opponent was a disciple of one of the 7 main peaks, Divine Heavenly Peak, named Chu Feng. On top of the high platform, as his own disciple took the stage, Chen Yang also became interested and placed his gaze on the third ring as well. At this time, the Divine Peak's elders suddenly spoke. Chu Feng is my disciple, his talent and roots are good, although he may not be a match when he meets Li Qingyun, I believe that he won't lose too badly. However, his words had just fallen. On the third ring, Li Qingyun and Chu Feng had already started fighting. Chu Feng took the lead and rushed towards Li Qingyun. His speed was so fast that residual shadows even appeared behind him. However, what greeted him was only a flat and unimpressive punch from Li Qingyun. Bang! A muffled sound exploded, and Chu Feng's body was like a kite with broken strings, instantly flying out of the ring. Chapter 45, Ruyan Lu wants to cry. The entire arena was silent. Seeing this scene, the crowd of elders on the high platform instantly widened their eyes in shock. Only the Divine Peak elder, the smile on his face instantly froze. He had just said that his disciple wouldn't lose too badly, but it turned out that he had only just finished speaking when his disciple was killed by Li Qingyun in seconds. And at this moment, Li Qingyun, who had won the match, just returned behind Chen Yang with a calm expression. After he left, the crowd of disciples below the ring only then reacted, and a gasp of shock erupted. On the high platform, looking at the breezy Li Qingyun, the elders of the peaks couldn't help but have fiery eyes and spoke out in praise. What a hero! That Chu Feng is at the 7th level of chi condensation, his talent and root bones are superior, but he couldn't even catch a single move. Elder Chen, this disciple of yours, is something. Yes, I really regret it. When the clan examination was conducted, we looked away, letting you pick up the slack and pick such a proud son of heaven. The crowd of elders looked at Chen Yang with extremely envious eyes. Even Yun Yan, who was the patriarch, couldn't help but speak with relief. Elder Chen, this disciple under your door is indeed outstanding, he will become a great man in the future. Hearing these words of praise, Lin Fan's heart became even more unconvinced. Especially when he heard his own master, who couldn't even help but praise Li Qingyun, he couldn't help but secretly clench his fists. The match continued. Not long after, Zhao Chuan took the stage. His opponent, a disciple from Hongsha Peak, had heard that his talent and root bones were still okay. One punch. Zhao Chuan similarly used only one punch to settle the fight. It immediately drew another gasp from the entire crowd. Zhao Chuan returned behind Chen Yang, and naturally drew another round of compliments from the elders. Even Yun Yan, looking at Zhao Chuan, was very satisfied. As Lin Fan listened to the exclamations of the crowd of disciples below, he secretly made up his mind. When he went on the field himself later, he would also resolve the battle in one move. He couldn't lose to Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. After all, he was a true disciple. Finally, half an hour later, his name appeared. Lin Fan, who was eager to prove himself, immediately took the field. His opponent was a disciple from one of the 7 main peaks, Jihua Peak. He didn't even remember what his opponent's name was, and after the match started, he went up and threw a punch. It directly sent the person flying. However, the entire crowd's shocked shouts that he had imagined did not appear. There were only a small number of disciples that made shocked noises. The other disciples, it seemed that after seeing Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, they were already not surprised by this kind of spike scene, so the reaction was flat. This made Lin Fan feel a little depressed in his heart. On what grounds? Before, he was screaming so loudly. How come they all became mute when it came to him? He returned to the high platform in a sulky manner, and the group of elders, too, only symbolically praised him twice. It seemed that after seeing Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan's outstanding performances, they were no longer surprised by his performance. Only Yun Yan smilingly said to him, "Not a bad performance, keep it up." This made him feel better in his heart. After Lin Fan, the next matches became normal. Rarely did that situation where an opponent was killed in seconds with a single punch occur again. For these disciples' matches, Chen Yang was a bit less interested. It wasn't until Ruyan Lu and Qing Minzhou's names appeared. It wasn't known if it was a coincidence or not, but these two rebellious disciples even took the field at the same time. However, they weren't opponents and they weren't competing in the same ring. Chen Yang was immediately interested. He wanted to see how strong these two women were now. One must know that in the previous life, these two rebellious disciples had made a name for themselves in this clan competition. Just like the current Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. Especially Lu Ruyan, in the previous life, she was the #1 heavenly pride of the Heavenly Sword sect. In this sect competition, she crushed her way to the top, taking the first place in this sect competition. She was the most popular person in the world. Now that she was reborn, Chen Yang wanted to see how she would perform in this sect competition. At this moment, above the 5th ring, Ruyan Lu was similarly nervous for the sake of this sect competition. During this period of time, she had been grasping the time to desperately cultivate. It was a good thing that now, she had also finally broken through to the 3rd level of chi condensation. Although she knew that her current strength was far inferior to her previous life. But she still wanted to get a good ranking. In the end, even if she lost, she couldn't let herself lose too badly. She knew that right now, that guy Chen Yang must be watching her match, waiting to see her laugh. She wouldn't let Chen Yang have his way. This first match, she was bound to take it. She raised her head and looked at her opponent across from her, who was also a female disciple, rumored to be a disciple of the Flowing Cloud Peak. Looking at this female disciple of Flowing Cloud Peak, Lu Ruyan was quite disdainful in her heart. If it was in her previous life, she only needed to make a slight move, this female disciple would not be able to fight at all, and would only be able to obediently admit defeat. If it wasn't for being reborn, the other party wouldn't even be worthy of lifting her shoes. How could such a person be worthy of being her opponent? Soon, the match began. Ruyan Lu was the first to strike. She wanted to cleanly settle this female disciple and win the match. After all, the previously Qing Yun and that Zhao Chuan all killed their opponents directly in seconds. She couldn't lose to Chen Yang's disciple. She, Lu Ruyan, had to win beautifully as well. She also had to stun the entire audience. Then, she had just rushed to that female disciple of Lu Yun Peak when she was sent flying by a punch. Her entire body instantly flew out of the ring and fell heavily to the ground, stunning the whole arena. Only, the person who was stunned was not her. She was just the backdrop. Lying on the ground, Lu Ruyan heard the sudden cries of shock from all around her. She was confused. She hurriedly got up from the ground and looked at the ring in shock. Looking at the female disciple of Lu Yun Peak who stood in the ring and caused countless people to cheer, Lu Ruyan's eyes widened. It was really hard to accept this fact. How could it be? How could I lose so miserably? She clenched her teeth tightly, extremely unconvinced in her heart. She had prepared for such a long time, and had wanted to make a splash. As a result, now, she was actually reduced to a clown. This result was so different from her mental expectations that she simply couldn't accept it. She turned her head to look above the high platform and saw Chen Yang at a glance, and as expected, the other party was also paying attention to her. At this moment, seeing her defeat, Chen Yang had a smile on his face, as if he was gloating. Lu Ruyan looked at her own master, Qi Wuji again. However, she saw that Qi Wuji was shaking his head vigorously, obviously disappointed in her performance. As for the other elders and patriarchs, they didn't even look at her. Obviously, they couldn't even show the slightest interest in her as a defeated disciple. At this time, the murmurs of the surrounding disciples also reached her ears. I'll go, this Lu Ruyan is so pretty, I thought she would win, I didn't expect to be directly seconded by a single move. That's right, empty skin and no strength at all, this is too weak. Such a good-looking female disciple, I thought I could see it a few more times, I didn't expect to be eliminated in the first round of the competition. So good-looking, I didn't expect to be so unbreakable. Listening to these taunts, Lu Ruyan recalled her own master's look of extreme disappointment. She pursed her lips and couldn't help but feel a wave of aggression welling up in her heart. In her previous life, she was the Heavenly Sword sect's #1 heavenly pride. At this sect competition, she had made a name for herself. But now, she was killed in seconds and reduced to a laughingstock. The huge contrast made her heart feel uncomfortable while at the same time a huge sense of frustration welled up. Especially when she thought about it, after she had worshipped at the Green Destiny Peak, she had always worked hard to cultivate, even 10 times harder than in her previous life. But nowadays. And yet, she was directly killed in seconds. Not only did she not get a good ranking, she was also eliminated in the first round. She immediately had the urge to cry. Chapter 46 Zhou means miserable defeat. Ruyan Lu was defeated. And it was still a tragic defeat. In one round, she was crushed by someone else. She was defeated so quickly that after her side finished fighting, Zhou Qingmin, who was in the 9th ring, had not even started fighting yet. At this moment, Zhou Qingmin didn't know that her senior sister, who was in the ring at the same time as her, had already been eliminated. She looked towards the male disciple in front of her with an expression that was incredibly grave. Her opponent's name was Lu Xiaoyu, and he seemed to be a disciple of the Sunset Peak. This Lu Xiaoyu was at the second level of qi condensation just like her. If it was her previous life, it was just a mere qi condensation second layer. Zhou Qingmin wouldn't even put it in her eyes. But now, she had to take it seriously. For the sake of this sect competition, she, like Lu Ruyan, had put in a tremendous amount of effort. Although she knew that with her current strength, she wasn't destined to go far in this competition. However, she also wanted to try to get a good ranking. She didn't want to let that dog Chen Yang look down on her. So, this first match, she was bound to take it. Fortunately, her opponent was also at the second level of qi condensation, and there was not much difference in strength with her. She felt that her hopes of winning were still quite high. Seeing that her opponent hadn't made any light moves, Zhou Qingmin didn't intend to spend any more time, and after taking a deep breath, she decided to take the initiative. In an instant, her body catapulted out. There were no fancy moves. A direct punch blasted out. However, Lu Xiaoyu didn't back down or dodge, but chose to fight her hard. Only to see Lu Xiaoyu blast out with the same punch. Bang! A muffled sound exploded steeply. In the next moment, Zhou Qingmin's body flew violently backwards, falling heavily to the ground, her entire body nearly falling off the ring. Zhou Qingmin propped her hands on the ground and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. She jerked her head up to look at Lu Xiaoyu on the opposite side, her eyes wide, obviously somewhat incredulous. How could it be? Both are at the second level of qi condensation, how could I not be able to beat him? Zhou Qingmin was a little confused. She originally thought that her opponent was also at the second level of qi condensation, so the possibility of her winning was quite high. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. A teasing smile surfaced on Lu Xiaoyu's mouth, and he said with some disdain, I thought you were quite powerful just now, thanks to me being cautious for half a day there, I didn't expect you to be so weak. You. Don't be complacent, I haven't lost yet. Zhou Qingmin, who was being mocked, was instantly a bit furious. She forced herself to endure the severe pain coming from her body and staggered to her feet. Aren't you just a qi condensation second layer? What are you so proud of? Have the guts to come back? Zhou Qingmin snorted coldly, a defiant look on her face. A qi condensation second layer, to be so arrogant in front of her. If it was in the previous life, this Lu Xiaoyu couldn't even receive a single move from her. What is there to be proud of? Not admitting defeat is it? Then I'm coming. Lu Xiaoyu, after determining her strength, immediately no longer had any qualms. With a stamp of his foot, his body instantly swept forward. The next moment, Lu Xiaoyu then arrived in front of her and swept out with a foot. This kick was powerful and carried a sweeping aura. Zhou Qingmin did not choose to receive it hard, but instead took a step back to dodge the kick. However, just as she stepped back, Lu Xiaoyu bullied his way up. Swinging his sandbag-sized fist, he slammed his fist into her face. Lu Xiaoyu was too fast. Zhou Qingmin couldn't react in time. She stared wide-eyed and could only watch the other party's fist grow larger and larger in her eyes. And then, ruthlessly smashed into her face. In an instant, nosebleed flowed across her face. Zhou Qingmin's body once again flew backwards, this time flying directly out of the ring. In midair, a long string of blood flew out of her nose. Bang! In the next moment, she slammed into the ground viciously. Admit defeat now, right? Lu Xiaoyu stood on the ring, looking down on her from above, a smug smile on his face. At this very moment, Zhou Qingmin only felt her head was groggy, and she was a bit dazed for a while. Obviously, she had been knocked off her feet. She shook her head, and only then did she gradually come to her senses. Looking at the arrogant and smug Lu Xiaoyu above her, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. Why, both are at the second level of qi condensation, why would I lose to him? Zhou Qingmin was furious and extremely unconvinced in her heart. She had worked hard to cultivate for so long, but she was eliminated in the first round. This result was simply unacceptable to her. Moreover, she had lost so miserably. The point was that losing was losing, and she was still being mocked by her opponent by jumping on her face. This made her even more unable to endure. I'm so angry, but if I had 1/10 of my previous life's strength, I would have been able to beat this Lu Xiaoyu so much that he couldn't get up on the ground. Zhou Qingmin only hated that she was reborn at the moment. Otherwise, with her previous life's strength, this Lu Xiaoyu wouldn't even be considered a mole in front of her. Right, that dog Chen Yang, he must be watching my jokes right now, right? Thinking of this, Zhou Qingmin wiped the nosebleed from her face before turning her head to look. Only to see that on top of that high platform, Chen Yang was indeed looking in her direction, with a smile on his face and an appearance of being in a good mood. Humph! What is this dog Chen Yang laughing at? What's so funny? It's not all his fault. If it wasn't for him not giving us the divine elemental pill, would I be in such a sorry state right now? Zhou Qingmin gritted her teeth and glared at Chen Yang. There was nowhere to vent her anger in her heart. It was all because of this dog Chen Yang. He clearly had so many divine elemental pills. He only needed to give her one. She wouldn't even be in such a sorry state right now. Now that she had lost. He was even gloating there. It's really too much. Zhou Qingmin was about to explode with anger. After she let out an angry cold snort, she got up and left in quick steps. She had lost too much today. She didn't want to be ridiculed and discussed by the others with this wretched and miserable appearance of hers. Above the high platform. At this moment, Chen Yang was indeed in a good mood. After seeing these two rebellious disciples, both losing so miserably, he was also relieved. Especially after seeing Zhou Qingmin, who had even gotten a nosebleed. He was even more in a good mood. These two white-eyed wolves, they really deserved it. Elder Chen, what are you laughing at? At this moment, an old voice steeply came over. Within the voice, there were a few hints of curiosity. Chen Yang turned his head to look, but he saw that Qi Wuji, this old fellow, had already come to his side at some point. Oh, it's nothing, I just saw those two disciples of yours, the match seems to have been lost. Chen Yang said with a pleasant face. The status of those two matches between Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou just now, Qi Wuji had naturally seen them as well. Mentioning these two disciples, Qi Wuji's face immediately turned gloomy. He only saw him snort coldly and said without any good humor, these two disciples, they don't cultivate properly all day long, they only think of shortcuts, it's only normal that they lost, they deserved it. For such disciples, Chi Wuji didn't have a good face. Right, deserved it. Chen Yang nodded and agreed with an agreeable face. Chapter 47, Ruyan Lu was badly jealous. A little bit of time passed. The match still continued. In the next few moments, Chen Yang's two disciples took the field a few more times. Each time, they cleanly killed their opponents in seconds, resolving the battle within 3 seconds. There was no delay at all. Similarly, Lin Fan, who was the sovereign's disciple, was not willing to lag behind. He also settled the fight with a single punch every time, not losing the wind at all. The battle power displayed by the three. It had taken on the stance of a broken lead. Anyone with an eye can tell. These three are the top 3 in this clan competition. As for who was first, it's not so easy to say. Finally, 3 hours later, the top 3 of this sect competition appeared. Without a doubt, it was Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, as well as Lin Fan. Now, it was the turn of the match between the three. Lin Fan had long been rubbing his fists. He had been waiting for this moment. He wanted to defeat Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan as a way to prove that he, a true disciple, was not inferior to them. He wanted to let the entire sect's disciples know. He, the true disciple, was the Heavenly Sword sect's #1 heavenly pride. The first match between the three was Li Qingyun versus Lin Fan. On the ring, Li Qingyun and Lin Fan stood opposite each other. At this moment, Li Qingyun still had a calm expression, still calm and relaxed. On the contrary, Lin Fan's expression was extremely grave, and he was even a bit nervous. The whole person was like an enemy, acting extremely cautious. He knew that this Li Qingyun was very strong and had broken through to the 9th level of Qi condensation half a month earlier than him. So if he wanted to win, he had to bring out his full strength. Come on, I've long wanted to split the difference with you. Finally, after making sufficient mental preparations, Lin Fan fiercely struck out. He leapt, used all his strength, and swung out a fist, slamming down hard towards Li Qingyun's face. This punch was extremely fast. It even set off an air-breaking sound. However, Qingyun Li remained calmly standing in place, facing this incoming punch of his. He merely raised his hand and struck out a palm. The next moment, the fists and palms collided. Immediately, a loud muffled sound erupted, followed by a terrifying aura fluctuation centered on both of them, rapidly sweeping outwards. The sound was overwhelming. Ah! A miserable scream abruptly spread out, only to see that in an instant, Lin Fan's body flew backwards. It flew directly out of the ring and fell to the ground, shaking up the dust on the ground. 1 second kill. The entire arena was silent. The crowd of disciples underneath the stage all opened their eyes wide in an instant and looked at this scene with disbelief. Although they knew in their hearts that Li Qingyun was probably stronger than Lin Fan. But no one expected that Li Qingyun would be so much stronger than Lin Fan. Lin Fan had used his full strength, but he was still directly killed in seconds. You know, Lin Fan is at the 9th level of Qi condensation. If Qingyun could kill Lin Fan in seconds, what realm is he in? Could it be that he had already broken through to the Big Dipper realm? Thinking about this, a sound of cold breaths was immediately heard from the stage. It was too terrifying. This Li Qingyun had actually broken through to the Heavenly Dipper realm. How is it possible? On top of the high platform, Yun Yan immediately stepped forward, staring at the scene below with wide eyes in disbelief. Her disciple, surprisingly, had lost so dryly. Even that Li Qingyun, it looked like he hadn't even used his full strength yet. So, he actually broke through to the Big Dipper realm. Yun Yan looked towards the young figure standing above the ring with a light-hearted demeanor, and a few moments of astonishment flowed out of her eyes. The other elders of the various peaks, seeing the scene, were also stunned. It had only been 2 months. This Li Qingyun had actually broken through to the Big Dipper realm. This cultivation speed was too heaven-defying. Of course. At this moment, to say the most shocked, it was still Lin Fan. At this moment, he was standing at the bottom of the stage, looking at Li Qingyun's figure in the ring, and he was filled with shock. He has actually broken through to the Big Dipper realm. During this period of time, he had been cultivating hard. It was not easy to break through to the 9th level of Qi condensation. He thought that he had finally caught up with Li Qingyun's cultivation speed. It was possible to defeat Li Qingyun in a dignified manner. But he didn't expect it. He was directly killed in seconds. At this moment, a huge sense of frustration arose in his heart. He suddenly felt that his idea of trying to defeat Li Qingyun, how ridiculous it was. He was a Qi condensation 9th level, and he even presumed to defeat the Big Dipper realm? It was really out of his depth. At the same time, among the crowd, Ruyan Lu was also watching this scene. Looking at Li Qingyun, who was currently standing above the ring with all the attention on him, she couldn't help but clench her teeth and secretly clench her fists. In her previous life, she was also like the current Li Qingyun, defeating Lin Fan, a true disciple. She was praised by a group of elders as a supreme heavenly pride, and even the patriarch was full of praise for her, viewing her as the pride of the Heavenly Sword sect. And the disciples of the entire Heavenly Sword sect even regarded her as a role model for cultivation and worshipped her to the extreme. It could be said. At that time, she had an incomparable scenery. But all this. Now it all belonged to Qing Yun Li. It no longer belonged to her. Looking at Li Qingyun now enjoying the glory and aura that originally belonged to her, Lu Ruyan's heart just burst with anger. Especially when she thought that she had just been eliminated in the first round and ranked at the bottom of this clan competition. The comparison between the two made her heart even more unbalanced. All of this is mine, all of this is mine. I, Lu Ruyan, am the #1 heavenly pride. Qing Yun Li, all of this should have belonged to me. Lu Ruyan's teeth were almost clenched. Her nature was meant to be strong and she had to fight to be #1 in everything. At this moment, she watched the pride that belonged to her being taken away by someone else. She couldn't mention how jealous she was in her heart. However, even if she was jealous, she couldn't change anything at all. She could only stand under the stage, like a clown, sulking alone. As the match ended, Li Qingyun returned to the high stage with a flat expression and came behind his own master, showing no pride at all. However, the other elders at this moment looked at him as if they were looking at the meat and potatoes. They couldn't wait to immediately snatch him, their disciple, under their own door. Even the patriarch, looking at Li Qingyun's eyes, was somewhat fiery. Obviously, she also wanted this disciple of Chen Yang. Cough cough, that Master Qingyun nephew, what I told you last time, about letting you change masters, should you think about it again? Yun Yan walked over and after dryly coughing twice, she shamelessly said to Li Qingyun in front of Chen Yang. Chen Yang gave her a somewhat speechless look and spoke helplessly. Sovereign Lord, I'm still here, is it really good for you to say this in front of me? However, Yun Yan directly ignored his words. Waving her hand, she said indifferently, as long as Li Qingyun worships under me, you won't be spared from the benefits. Chen Yang rolled his eyes as he looked at her eager appearance and didn't bother to say anything else. In the face of the olive branch thrown out by the Sovereign Lord once again, Li Qingyun still sternly refused. Sorry, Sovereign Lord, Qingyun only has one master in this life and will never worship another. Li Qingyun's attitude was still tough and hadn't changed a bit. Fine. Seeing this, Yun Yan could only give up in disappointment. As for the other elders who had prying disciples in mind, at this moment, after seeing that the patriarch had been rejected, they instantly put away their petty thoughts. It was just that the eyes they looked at Chen Yang with were filled with naked envy. Chapter 48. What should have belonged to her. Soon, the match continued. This time, the duel was between Lin Fan and Zhao Chuan. Lin Fan, who had just lost, looked at Zhao Chuan on the opposite side, and he regrouped. He couldn't beat Li Qingyun, could he still not beat this Zhao Chuan? This time, he was going to kill Zhao Chuan in seconds like Li Qingyun killed him just now. He also proved to the disciples of the human all sect that even if he, a true disciple, was strongly suppressed by Li Qingyun, he was still stronger than this Zhao Chuan. He, the true disciple, was not really that bad. Thinking about this, Lin Fan decided in his heart. He would use his full strength and kill Zhao Chuan in one blow. Let all the disciples of the entire sect see him as a true disciple. Zhao Chuan, come on, I won't lose to you. Lin Fan didn't say much nonsense, his feet stepped down and his body instantly swept out sharply. The entire person was like an arrow off the string, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Zhao Chuan. And then, he raised his hand and struck out with a palm. This palm seemed to carry the momentum of a mountainous mountain. The powerful palm wind whistled away, blowing the clothes on Zhao Chuan's body. Zhao Chuan, however, remained calm and collected. Only to see him launch a palm in the same way. However, it was such a plain and ordinary palm that sent Lin Fan's entire body flying. He instantly flew out of the ring and landed heavily on the ground. The familiar scene played out once again. In an instant, the entire arena was silent. No one had expected that Lin Fan, a true disciple, would be killed in seconds once again. In the next moment, a mountainous roar of shock erupted from the entire arena. And at this moment, Lin Fan, who was lying on the ground, had a lifeless look on his face. He had already begun to doubt life. What kind of monsters were the disciples of Little Cloud Peak? Couldn't beat them. He couldn't beat any of them. Ha 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 ha. He swung and lay on the ground on all fours, completely disregarding his image. On the high platform, the crowd of elders were also shocked, even Yun Yan, who was the patriarch. It was also inevitable that she would lose her temper once again. She stared with wide eyes, somewhat in disbelief. Defeated again. Her disciple had actually lost again. And again, he was killed in seconds once again. Yun Yan turned her head and looked fiercely at Chen Yang, biting her lip, her eyes a little bit grudging and still a little bit unconvinced. Chen Yang's disciple was so strong. Beating her disciple without the ability to fight back. She, the Sovereign Lord, didn't want to lose face off? And she herself is the Sovereign Lord. Her own disciples should logically be the strongest. However, she was unexpectedly suppressed by Chen Yang's two disciples. This made Yun Yan's heart very depressed. Faced with Yun Yan's grumbling little eyes, Chen Yang helplessly shrugged his shoulders. What did this have to do with him? It wasn't like he was the one who beat Lin Fan senseless, so why are you blaming me as a master? If you want to blame me, then go and blame my two disciples, ah? Chen Yang slandered in his heart. At the same time, all of the disciples below had gathered their gazes on Zhao Chuan in the ring at this moment. No one had expected that Zhao Chuan had similarly broken through to the Big Dipper realm. At this moment, Zhao Chuan was in the limelight. Zhou Qingmin stood in the middle of the crowd, looking at the dazzling Zhao Chuan at this moment. She clenched her fists, and was very upset in her heart. Zhao Chuan was Chen Yang's second disciple, and she was also Chen Yang's second disciple in her last life. Seeing the current Zhao Chuan, he was making a name for himself in this sect competition. It was as if she had seen herself in her previous life. In her last life, she was also like the current Zhao Chuan. Sharp and dazzling. All the praise and pride that Zhao Chuan was enjoying now should have been hers. Thinking about all this, Zhou Qingmin's teeth were about to clench. Especially when she thought about it, she had just been eliminated as soon as she stepped onto the court. She was even taunted by her opponent jumping on her face. Her heart became even more unbalanced. This made her eyes carry a little more hatred when she looked at Zhao Chuan's figure, and her heart was even more jealous to the point of madness. These were all hers. Originally, it was all hers. But now, it was taken away by Zhao Chuan. All do not belong to her. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became, and she wanted to rush to the ring and punch this Zhao Chuan guy away. Then she herself stood in the ring and reclaimed all the accolades and pride that should have belonged to her. Just as she was in the middle of her wrath, a palm tapped on her shoulder. Zhou Qingmin turned her head to look, only to see that Lu Ruyan had come to her side at some point. Zhou Qingmin, who was extremely unconvinced in her heart, in an instant, it was as if she had found someone to confide in. Only seeing her small mouth deflated, her expression immediately became jealous and aggrieved. Senior sister, I also defeated Lin Fan in my last life. The person standing on the stage right now should be me, and the one who was in the limelight should also be me. Zhou Qingmin's tone was as sour as it could be, with a displeased look on her face. At this moment, when she saw someone else replacing her and making a splash, she couldn't mention how hard it was in her heart. I know, senior sister, why would I not want others to know that the Heavenly Sword Sect's #1 heavenly pride was once me, Lu Ruyan, and not him, Li Qingyun. Lu Ruyan sighed softly, her tone filled with helplessness. She could certainly understand Zhou Qingmin's mood at this moment. But right now, there was nothing they could do at all. They could only watch and see that. This Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, taking away all the pride and honor that originally belonged to them. Humph. What's so great about this Zhao Chuan? If it wasn't for the divine origin pill, what is he? Pisses me off. Zhou Qingmin lightly grunted and gritted her teeth. For her words, Ruyan Lu was very agreeable. Similarly, if that Li Qingyun didn't have the divine origin pill, how could he have become the Heavenly Sword Sect's #1 heavenly pride? Without the divine yuan pill, this Li Qingyun was nothing. At this time, the few disciples around them, while cheering for Zhao Chuan in the ring, were talking to each other. This little cloud peak is truly marvelous. Don't look at the fact that there are only 2 disciples, but these 2 disciples are the 2 most powerful disciples in our sect. Yes, they're also too powerful, they even managed to kill a true disciple in seconds. This little Cloud Peak's Elder Chen is also really powerful. I don't know how he teaches his disciples to cultivate, even the sovereign's disciples are inferior to his disciples. I heard this Elder Chen often gives his disciples cultivation resources. The reason why this Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan were able to break through the Heavenly Dipper realm so quickly was because Elder Chen provided them with a constant stream of cultivation resources. Really, then this Elder Chen is also too good. Where can I find such a good master? I want to know, does Elder Chen still accept disciples? I suddenly have 1,000,000,000 points of wanting to worship him as a master. What a coincidence, me too, I also have 1,000,000,000 points of wanting to worship him as a master. These words, without fail, entered the ears of the 2 women, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin. Upon hearing these words, the 2 of them, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin, who were already upset, were even more clenching their fists at this moment, their faces full of defiance. Originally, when they heard these people praising Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan for being powerful, although they were not comfortable in their hearts, they could still endure it. However, later on, these people even complimented Chen Yang for being a good master, and even wanted to worship Chen Yang as their master. This made them unable to tolerate it. Chapter 49. If only I could go back to my last life. Humph. That Chen Yang counts as a damn good master. Zhou Qingmin snorted coldly and said through gritted teeth, we've been his disciples for 3,000 years, but now he doesn't even think about the old master-disciple relationship at all. We just asked him for a divine elemental pill, and he even gave it to a dog without giving it to us. This kind of person can still be praised as a good master. It really pisses me off. The more Zhou Qingmin spoke, the angrier she became, and her expression became somewhat hideous and twisted. Especially when she thought that the reason why she lost in the competition today was due to the fact that she blamed Chen Yang for not giving her the divine elemental pill. She became even more furious. If she had the divine yuan pill, she would have been able to make a name for herself in today's sect competition, taking back the pride and honor that originally belonged to her. How could she have lost in such a sorry state? It was all because of that dog Chen Yang. In the last life, the divine elemental pill was clearly given to them, but in this life, he didn't even give it to them. There is no such person in this world. This kind of shameless person was even praised as a good master. It's really speechless to the extreme. That's right, this kind of heartless person can still be called a good master. How ridiculous. Ruyan Lu felt equally indignant. As soon as she heard others praising Chen Yang's goodness, she felt uncomfortable in her heart. It was also while the two girls were cursing and swearing that the match started once again. And this time, it was Li Qingyun versus Zhao Chuan. The winner between the two would become the first place winner of this clan competition. It could be said that this match was a complete infighting of Little Cloud Peak. No matter who loses or wins, the first place will belong to Little Cloud Peak. In the end, after a wonderful duel, it was still Li Qingyun who was better and won the match. And the two, because of their excellent performance in this clan competition, were rewarded by the clan with generous cultivation resources. When Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin saw Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan getting so many cultivation resources, the two women became even more jealous. In their previous lives, they were the first and second place winners of this sect competition. So of course they knew how generous the cultivation resources were for this sect competition. All sorts of pills, all sorts of spiritual herbs, all sorts of talismans. With so many cultivation resources, no matter who it was, they would all be greedy. These cultivation resources should have belonged to us. Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin watched with bated breath as Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan pocketed all those cultivation resources. Their hearts soured. Right now, they were too poor in cultivation resources. It was because of the lack of cultivation resources that their cultivation was so slow. If they had these abundant cultivation resources, then they would be able to break through quickly. Senior sister, it would be great if we had these cultivation resources. Zhou Qingmin turned her head to look at Lu Ruyan, her expression written with envy. Yes, if we had these cultivation resources, I would be able to accelerate my cultivation speed, and I wouldn't be so weak as I am now. Lu Ruyan's expression was somewhat bitter. She naturally wanted these cultivation resources as well. Right now, without cultivation resources, it could be said that they could not move an inch. Alas, it would have been better if we were in the previous life. In that case, we wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources at all. Suddenly, Zhou Qingmin remembered her last life and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Once upon a time, when they were still under Chen Yang's door, they would never worry about not having enough cultivation resources. This was because Chen Yang would provide them with a constant stream of cultivation resources. They only cared about cultivation. Other cultivation resources, pills, magic treasures, talismans, Chen Yang would prepare them all. They didn't have to worry about anything. Where would they be as miserable as they are now? Mentioning her last life, Ruyan Lu also couldn't help but remember the kind of cultivation life she had when she was still on Little Cloud Peak. At that time, she wanted whatever cultivation resources Chen Yang gave her. Over time, she felt that things like cultivation resources were actually just like that. It should be easy to get them. After all, in Chen Yang's hands, he was able to get all sorts of cultivation resources on a regular basis. But now, without Chen Yang, only then did they realize that cultivation resources, just how difficult it was to obtain. And without the cultivation resources, they were nothing at all. Thinking of the carefree cultivation life of their previous life, and then thinking of the current bitter and difficult cultivation life, the two women couldn't help but feel a little emotional for a while, and couldn't help but lower their heads. Yes. If only they could go back to their last life. They wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources. No. Suddenly, Ruyan Lu snapped her head up, her expression becoming firm again. She reacted violently that she had, just now, unexpectedly developed a trace of remorse in her heart. How could she regret? It wasn't like she was right. What's wrong with you, senior sister? Zhou Qingmin turned her head to look at her, her expression somewhat puzzled. Lu Ruyan's expression was firm as she looked at her senior sister who was still a little downcast. She said with a solemn expression, "Senior sister, we can't be downhearted. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. It's normal that we don't have cultivation resources now that our cultivation level is low. When our cultivation goes up, we won't be as difficult as we are now. At that time, all the difficulties will be solved." Hearing her own senior sister's words, Zhou Qingmin slightly froze for a moment, and then she also nodded heavily, her expression once again firm. "Yes, senior sister, you're right. Our current low cultivation level is because we don't have the resources to cultivate. When our cultivation goes up, we will have the strength to get cultivation resources. We just need to get through it now. Everything will be fine." Ruyan Lu nodded. "That's right, senior sister. After we have the ability to get cultivation resources in the future, we can catch up with Qing Yunli and Zhao Chuan's cultivation speed. Even though we don't have the divine elemental pill, we have the experience of our last life. We won't be worse than them." That's right, senior sister, we won't be worse than them. In the end, the two once again regained their composure after some self-congratulation. What the two women did not know was that Chen Yang, who was standing behind them at this moment, was watching them with interest. Although he was a long way away, the Yuaning realm sim could still hear the conversation between the two women. Looking at the two women's confident appearance, Chen Yang could not help but sneer. Experience from the previous life? These two retrograde disciples. What cultivation experience could they have? Their great emperor realm was all piled up by him with cultivation resources. So many cultivation resources. Even a new pig would be able to cultivate into a great emperor. These two wide-eyed wolves even think that this is their greatest advantage. It was truly laughable to the extreme. Master, what's wrong? At this moment, Li Qingyun, who was standing next to him, turned his head to look at him and asked in confusion. They were just about to return to Little Cloud Peak, but they didn't expect Master to suddenly stop. This made him a bit puzzled. Yes, Master, what are you looking at? Zhao Chuan also scratched his head and asked with some curiosity. Nothing, let's go. Chen Yang smiled faintly, and with his two disciples, he prepared to return to Little Cloud Peak. Subsequently, the three master disciples walked towards the bottom of the mountain. Just before walking out for a long distance, Chen Yang stopped once again, then suddenly turned his head to look at a shade not far away. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan followed Chen Yang's line of sight and were immediately startled, slightly widening their eyes. Chapter 50. What a pain in the ass. In the middle of Chen Yang's line of sight, only to see in the shade of a tree not far away, a woman with a bruised and swollen face was currently lying on the ground and rolling around. While she was rolling around, she was also pounding her chest hard with her hands while emitting hysterical screams from her mouth. Ah ah ah. This sound was permeated with wretchedness, as if she was suffering from some miserable torture. And this woman with a bruised and swollen nose was none other than Lin Xianer, who had been beaten into a pig's face by Qingyang earlier. At this moment, the heart-devouring compulsion in her body had attacked. Her red and swollen pig face was instantly hideously distorted by the pain, making the entire face look somewhat horrifying and scary. Master, what's wrong with her? Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan stood by Chen Yang's side, and seeing this scene from afar, they were instantly a little startled and couldn't help but look at their own master curiously. Chen Yang calmly looked at Lin Xianer, who was lying on the ground and rolling around madly, with very indifferent eyes. After hearing his own disciple's voice, he let out a cold smile. Indifferently, he said. She was put under a compulsion, and now she should be having a compulsion attack in her body. Oh, so that's how it is. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan nodded, both with a dazed expression on their faces. Chen Yang, just like this, stood still with a playful look in his eyes as he watched Lin Xianer being tormented by the heart-devouring compulsion. He did not step forward. Nor did he leave. Looking at this wide-eyed wolf, she was now being tortured like this. He was relieved in his heart. At the same time, he could also guess that the heart-devouring compulsion in this Lin Xianer's body was probably more severe than before. The Lin Xianer from before only had a single compulsion in her body. But now, several, or even a dozen, heart-devouring compulsions might be present in her body at the same time. It seems that it should be that red cloud immortal sovereign who was behind this. Chen Yang murmured in a low voice, his face showing a thoughtful expression. After Lin Xianer was reborn, she couldn't wait to go down the mountain and return home before going to worship that so-called red cloud immortal exalt as her teacher. And the heart-devouring compulsion in her body came from the hands of this red cloud immortal venerable. Therefore, the sudden increase in the number of parasites in Lin Xianer's body right now could only be the result of that red cloud immortal exalt. Seeing the more pain Lin Xianer was in, the more pain Chen Yang felt in his heart. Because this was all Lin Xianer's own doing. Hadn't she always felt that worshipping Chen Yang as her teacher in her last life was the biggest mistake she had ever made? Hadn't she always wanted to go and worship immortal Emperor Red Cloud as her master? The path was of her own choosing. Now she's getting what's coming to her, isn't she? Got what's coming to her, didn't she? What a deserved ah! It was at this moment that Lin Xianer, who was rolling on the ground, suddenly saw Chen Yang standing not far away. In an instant, it was as if she had seen a life-saving straw. Master, save me, quickly save me, I'm dying of pain, master. Lin Xianer slumped on the ground and stretched out her hand towards Chen Yang, her blood-red eyes staring wide, her eyes filled with expectations. However, Chen Yang, still stood still and did not move, just quietly looking at her, and even after hearing her pleading voice, the corners of his mouth hooked up into a pleasant smile. Master, I'm really dying from the pain, I'm in so much pain, it's all because of that red cloud immortal Duke guy, he's the one who caused me to be like this. Master, can you save me? I really know I'm wrong. Master. Lin Xianer screamed miserably while pleading bitterly to Chen Yang, her hoarse voice carrying deep remorse. However, Chen Yang remained unmoved. He even told his two disciples to specially go and bring over a chair. He then sat down before just like that, quietly watching up as Lin Xianer was tortured by the parasites. Come, master, eat the melon, this melon is sweet. And Zhao Chuan, after he sat down, knowingly handed over a piece of watermelon. This melon was something he saw placed on the table when he and his senior brother went to look for chairs just now, so he took a piece of it in his hand and brought it over for his master to savor. Not bad. Chen Yang looked at his two disciples appreciatively and nodded with satisfaction. Not to mention, on this hot day, eating a piece of watermelon was indeed quite thirst-quenching. Just like this, Chen Yang sat in place, eating the sweet and cool watermelon while watching Lin Xian'er roll all over the ground with great interest. Master, why don't you save me? I'm like this, do you really not feel any pain at all? Lin Xian'er's pain tore at her heart. She had originally thought that she was hurting like this. Master seeing her pitifully like this, even if he hated her again, he should be somewhat unable to look away. After all, the master in the last life, but very loving them. But now, master even sat down in place, not only did not save her, and even cozy eating a melon. This made Lin Xian'er, who was already suffering from the pain of a devouring heart, feel even more of a suffocating heartache. Oh master, you wouldn't treat me like this before. Master, I'm your favorite disciple. Disciple is really in pain right now. I beg you, okay, you save disciple a bit. Looking at Chen Yang still unmoved, Lin Xian'er was still unwilling and was still begging bitterly. However, Chen Yang, just quietly admired her wretched appearance as she rolled on the ground. There was no intention of stepping in to save her at all. Master, how can you bear to see me like this, master? Master, I'm your disciple. How can you bear to watch me being tortured by the heart-devouring compulsion without saving me? Master. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian'er cried with even more despair. Master really didn't care about her. Even after seeing her suffer like this, Master won't save her. Oh. Master had originally loved her so much. But now, Master doesn't care about her at all anymore. Oh. It's herself who broke Master's heart. It is she who has let her master down. At this moment, Lin Xian'er's heart was so regretful, she really regretted it. Why did she betray her master in her last life? The master who loved her so much now really does not care at all about her life and death. It was also at the time when Lin Xian'er was tortured to death by the pain of heart devouring. Chen Yang also finished eating the melon in his hand, looking at Lin Xian'er who was lying tormented by the heart devouring compulsion. He suddenly felt that there was not much point in it, so he might as well go back to jerking his dog. Thus, he immediately got up and left with his two disciples. Oh, master, don't leave. Are you really not going to save me? Save me, master, I'm dying of pain, master. Seeing Chen Yang about to leave, Lin Xian'er instantly became anxious. Rushing to Chen Yang's back, she shouted at the top of her voice. However, Chen Yang, as if he didn't hear her, left without looking back, not even glancing at her. Oh, master, I'm your favorite disciple, do you really hate me that much? Master, I'm wrong, isn't it okay? Chapter 51 turns out, Master used to be so good to himself. Master, I'm wrong, is it still okay that I'm wrong? Lin Xian'er lost her voice and cried, tears streaming down her face. At this moment, her heart was green with remorse. If she hadn't betrayed Master, Master would definitely still love her now like she did in her last life. Seeing herself being tormented by the heart-devouring compulsion, he would have definitely stepped in to save herself. I blame myself for betraying Master. So much so that now when Master sees her, it's like seeing a stranger. He didn't even care if she died or lived. The more Lin Xian'er thought about it, the more she regretted it. Just as she was crying bitterly with regret, inside her body, a more intense pain suddenly came from her. It was as if there were countless parasites that opened their mouths and gnawed on her heart at the same time. In an instant, Lin Xian'er was somewhat unable to withstand it. She rolled around in pain while pounding her chest hard with her fists. At this moment, she couldn't wait to pound her heart to pieces, and at the same time, she also pounded all those hateful parasites to death. Miserable screams echoed. Who is this woman? What happened to her? I don't know, it seems like she's been poisoned by something. It was also at this moment that two elders passed by and seemed to be attracted by her voice. Lin Xian'er heard the voice and looked up with difficulty. However, she saw that the two elders, at the moment, were walking over together in her direction. Lin Xian'er recognized these two elders. Among them, that female elder was none other than the elder of one of the 7 main peaks, Greenwood Peak, Jiqiushui. And that middle-aged man was the elder of one of the 7 main peaks, 100 Herb Peak, Fengshouyuan. Lin Xian'er, who was currently suffering from the pain that was eating away at her heart, immediately had a glimmer of hope in her eyes. As long as either of these two elders stepped in to save her, she might be able to get rid of this heart-devouring compulsion. However, before she could open her mouth to ask for help, her entire body could not withstand the pain of the heart-devouring compulsion, and she fainted from the pain. Half an hour later, when Lin Xian'er woke up again, she realized that she was already lying in the middle of an unfamiliar room. Where is this? She got up and out of bed, curiously surveying her surroundings. Right. Suddenly, she remembered something and hurriedly raised her palm and pressed it on the position of her chest, carefully feeling the condition of her body. Is the heart-devouring compulsion in my body still there? Just now, those two elders, could they have already helped me force the compulsion out of my body? Thinking of this, her eyes lit up and her heart was filled with anticipation. She hurriedly quieted her mind and carefully felt the condition of her body with her palms. During this period of time after her rebirth, she was really going crazy from this heart-devouring compulsion. Especially after being tricked by that red cloudy mortal venerable into cultivating that blood demon heart-devouring technique. The compulsion in her body had gotten even worse. Every day, the compulsion would strike 5 times. This kind of pain was simply not something one could endure. Right now, she could be too eager to get rid of this detestable heart-devouring compulsion. However, under her careful feeling, the location of her heart, however, there was still a familiar heart-devouring pain faintly coming from it. At that instant, the light in Lin Xianer's eyes instantly dimmed, and a wave of loss washed over her heart. So, this compulsion is still there. She smiled bitterly, her expression somewhat miserable. As soon as she thought that she would still have to endure this heart-eating pain every day in the future, she was instantly in a fit of despair. The entire person couldn't help but hang her head as well. It was also at this moment that 2 familiar voices suddenly came from outside the door. I also don't know if she has woken up yet? Shouldn't have woken up yet. These 2 voices were the voices of the 2 elders who had saved her. Lin Xianer instantly raised her head and looked out of the room door. Although she couldn't see anything through the room door, she knew that the 2 elders were rushing to see her. At the same time, Ji Qiushui and Feng Shouyuan arrived in the courtyard, and the 2 of them were about to go to the room to see if Lin Xianer was awake. Suddenly, Ji Qiushui stopped and turned her head to look at Feng Shouyuan. Elder Feng, just now I've seen it, this disciple has been hit by the heart-devouring compulsion, and it's still very serious. Why don't you have mercy, Elder Feng, and make a move to save her? In the room, hearing these words, Lin Xianer's spirit was revitalized, and a glimmer of hope immediately rose in her heart. As long as Elder Feng saved her, she would be able to get rid of the heart-devouring compulsion. It would also be possible to turn back to normal. However, the next moment Feng Shouyuan's reply made her disappointed once again. Only to hear Feng Shouyuan seem to be somewhat upset as he returned, Elder Ji, why don't you save? Ji Qiushui said helplessly, Elder Feng, as you know, that's a heart-devouring compulsion. My cultivation isn't as good as yours, so of course it's better for you to save it. Feng Shouyuan directly waved his hand and refused. If you want to save, you save yourself. I'm not going to save. I don't know her. Why would I save her? Besides, she's an odd job disciple. She's also worthy of me saving her? Feng Shouyuan's refusal was very dry, and his words were hard to hear. In the room, Lin Xianer, who heard these words, couldn't help but purse her lips, deeply struck. A journeyman disciple? In her previous life, she was at least a great emperor. Now in someone else's mouth, her identity was this unbearable. Moreover, when this Feng Shouyuan mentioned her, the undisguised dislike in his tone was even more difficult for her. Alright, forget it if you don't save. In the courtyard, Ji Qiushui saw that he refused so dryly, and immediately stopped forcing herself. Elder Ji, you're so kind-hearted, you could have saved her yourself. She's in the room right now, just go and save her, and why push this onto me? Feng Shouyuan said. Hearing this, Lin Xianer couldn't help but raise her head again. Right, this Feng Shouyuan doesn't save her. This Elder Ji could have saved her as well. Moreover, just now, Ji Qiushui took the initiative to bring up the matter of saving her, so she was clearly a kind-hearted person. If she was willing to save herself, she could just as easily get rid of the heart-devouring compulsion. Thinking of this, Lin Xianer's eyes lit up once again. However, Ji Qiushui's next words directly poured a pot of ice water on her. If you don't save it, then I won't save it either. You've already said that she's just an errand boy disciple, it's not worth saving. Hearing these words, Lin Xianer lost her mind to the extreme. Her mood also instantly fell to the bottom. Feng Shouyuan said in a bad mood, since you don't intend to save, then why did you take the initiative to bring this up? Lin Xianer froze for a moment, and then she also became somewhat curious. Right, since Ji Qiushui did not intend to save her in the first place, why would there be a need to bring this up? Wasn't this redundant? Ji Qiushui said helplessly, alas, I also see her as a bit pitiful, but you and I both know that the heart-devouring compulsion in her body is not simple. If we save her, we will have to deplete our own essence. Feng Shouyuan let out a light laugh, his expression somewhat disdainful. So, you see her as pitiful, but you don't want to deplete your own essence to save her, so you let me save her, you take me as a little cutie. Right? Admittedly, Feng Shouyuan also pitied Lin Xianer a little. At such a young age, she was tortured by the heart-devouring compulsion. But Lin Xianer was a stranger to them, and her identity was only a servant disciple. It was simply not worth saving them. And at this moment, Lin Xianer in the room froze in place as her eyes widened upon hearing these words. To save herself, she still had to lose her own essence? Could it be that when Master saved himself in his previous life, was it also depleting his own essence? But Master had never told her about it. At this instant, in Lin Xianer's mind, she suddenly recalled the scene in her previous life when Chen Yang had helped her force out the parasites in her body. At that time, Chen Yang, after helping her force the parasites out of her body, He just smiled and said to her, "Disciple, it's alright, you won't have to suffer this kind of pain in the future." At that time, Chen Yang had a light-hearted face, as if he had just casually done a trivial thing. And at that time, she was only focused on being happy, but she didn't even notice the slightly pale face of her own master. Only at this moment did she realize that her master at that time was actually not hesitant to lose his own essence before helping her force out the parasites in her body. It turns out that in order to save me at that time, master actually wasted his own essence at all costs. Tears couldn't help but slide out of the corners of her eyes. Lin Xianer only felt that at this moment, her heart hurt so much. It really hurt so much. No wonder master hated himself like this. He had done so much for himself. Oneself even betrayed him in the end. Oneself is really not a thing. At this moment, Lin Xianer's tears flowed down like a flood that broke the dike, and she couldn't stop them. At this moment, she also understood that why master would refuse to forgive her. Master, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Chapter 52, Don't Get Involved. Master, I was wrong, oh I was wrong. Lin Xianer stood in the room, sobbing uncontrollably, quickly crying into tears. Only now did she realize that master had paid such a great price to save her in the first place. She, on the other hand, didn't know anything. At this moment, Lin Xianer realized how sorry she was for her master. At this moment, she was in pain. She was so sorry. Master had treated her so well, and she had betrayed him. She herself is really a white-eyed wolf. In the courtyard, Feng Xiuyuan and Ji Qiushui were startled when they heard the cries, and after the two of them looked at each other, they immediately barged into the room. Just as they entered, they saw Lin Xianer standing in place, losing her voice and crying. That look of extreme pain, as if her entire family had died. This caused Feng Xiuyuan and Ji Qiushui to both be a little confused for a moment. "Hey, what are you crying for?" Feng Xiuyuan walked up and frowned, asking rather impatiently. However, Lin Xianer didn't answer him at all and just cried to herself. "This disciple, what are you crying for?" Ji Qiushui walked up, her attitude was quite a bit better, and she asked in a warm voice. However, Lin Xianer, continued to ignore her, only letting her tears fall as she cried alone. Seeing this, Ji Qiushui and Feng Xiuyuan glanced at each other and were both somewhat helpless. "This disciple, I also don't know what happened to you that made you sad like this. Since you won't tell us, we won't ask. Now, since you've woken up, hurry back to the outer sect, this is the main peak, and as a handyman disciple, if the people from the law enforcement hall see you, I'm afraid you'll have to endure another chastisement." After Ji Qiushui kindly reminded him, he and Feng Xiuyuan turned around and left. Lin Xianer stood alone in the room and cried bitterly, falling into endless remorse. I don't know how long she cried. Only then did she stop crying. Then, her entire body just walked out of the room in a muddle. Like a walking corpse, she walked down the mountain with a numb expression. Until it was only when she passed by Little Cloud Peak that some expression came to her dull face. "Master, I'm sorry, I was wrong." Looking at the small cloud peak in front of her, Lin Xianer directly knelt down. Thinking of how good her master had been to her in her last life, she couldn't help but have tears welling up in her eyes once again. "Master, I must ask for your forgiveness, return to your side, return to Little Cloud Peak." Lin Xianer looked at the familiar Little Cloud Peak in front of her, and as if she had made some sort of determination, she heavily kowed out a few times to the Little Cloud Peak before turning around and leaving. Meanwhile, on Little Cloud Peak, Chen Yang was cultivating intensely. He didn't know that his rebellious disciple, Lin Xianer, even wanted to return to him. If he knew about it, he would only say, "Don't ing come and get involved." The painful lesson from his last life made it impossible for him to forgive these few white-eyed wolves in his life. Even if he knew in his heart that this Lin Xianer compared to the other 5 white-eyed wolves, it's actually not that bad. But this Lin Xianer, her ears are really too soft, without her own opinion. Simply can't withstand the slightest instigation, nor can she withstand the curtness of others. In his last life, Chen Yang was not good enough for Lin Xianer? All sorts of resources, all sorts of pills, all sorts of spiritual herbs, and even gave her the most top-notch techniques, the most top-notch sacred weapons and magic treasures. At first, Lin Xianer was also grateful to him as her master. But in the end, she was still turned by a few other white-eyed wolves. Completely forgetting how good Chen Yang was to her, she even completely blamed Chen Yang for her family's deaths. What does this have to do with Chen Yang? The people were killed by Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign? And yet she blamed this revenge on Chen Yang, her master. In the end, she even felt that it was Chen Yang who held her back. It was also firmly believed that Chen Yang was simply inferior to that Red Cloud Immortal Sovereign. Completely forgotten. If it wasn't for her bitterly begging Chen Yang in the beginning, where would Chen Yang have accepted her as a disciple? She had also completely forgotten who had trained her to become a great emperor. Chen Yang had poured everything into training her. In the end, it all turned out to be Chen Yang's fault. This kind of person who remembered the bad but not the good and was easily instigated by others. Chen Yang really couldn't afford to mess with them. Such a person, if they can be turned once, they will be turned a second time. Chen Yang had already exchanged his life for a lesson once. He wouldn't be stupid enough to trade his life for a second time. Of course, for all of this, Chen Yang didn't care about any of this right now. He wouldn't forgive anyone anyway. Right now, he only wanted to meditate and cultivate. After a night of cultivation. On the second day, when he opened his eyes, he only felt a surge of freshness. He immediately walked out of the cave and left the back mountain. Just as he was planning to go back to his room, Yunyan suddenly came to Little Cloud Peak and personally found him. Chen Yang was quite curious at first. What was Yunyan doing here? Soon, he found out. Yunyan had personally come to Little Cloud Peak this time for the matter of Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. The two of them nowadays were already the most outstanding heavenly pride of the Heavenly Sword sect. And as the sect leader, Yunyan was naturally paying extra attention to them. And she had come this time to remind Chen Yang, the master, to hurry up and bring Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan to the Tibetan scripture cabinet to pick out suitable techniques for the two. The previous Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, the gong methods they practiced were the most basic qi refining gong methods provided by the sect. They could only cultivate up to the Heavenly Dipper realm, and after reaching the Heavenly Dipper realm, they would need to find a suitable gong method again. Now that the two of them had also broken through to the Heavenly Dipper realm, then the matter of picking a gong method was imminent. In addition to that, there was one more thing, and that was for Chen Yang, to take these two disciples and head to the Hidden Soldier Pavilion to pick out a suitable magic treasure. Actually, this matter was not that urgent. Within the Heavenly Sword sect, disciples were only qualified to be able to enter the Hidden Soldier Pavilion and pick out suitable magic treasures after 3 months of worshipping in the sect. Obviously, both Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan had not yet reached their initiation time. However, the two of them, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, being the Heavenly Sword sect's heavenly pride, were in a somewhat special situation. After all, Heaven's pride, naturally, had preferential treatment. In Yunyan's opinion, anyway, he was going to select a merit law for these two heavenly prides, so it would be better to settle the matter of them selecting a magic treasure as well. After sending Yunyan away, Chen Yang did not rush to bring the two disciples to pick out their techniques and magic treasures. In fact, he had already had plans in mind for these two things. His idea was to pass on to Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan the Gongfu as well as the magic treasures that he had passed on to Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin in his previous life. These things, Chen Yang had given to those two white-eyed wolves in the previous life. It had already been used by them. To be honest, Chen Yang was quite disgusted in his heart. At the beginning when he was reborn, he even thought about throwing all these things away, out of sight, out of mind. But right, these things were after all the top-level techniques and magic treasures. It would be a shame to just throw them away. Now it was good, just pass them directly to Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, saving it from being wasted. Moreover, by doing so, he could also save a lot of work, not having to bring these two disciples to some hidden army pavilion and hidden scripture pavilion to pick out the merit laws and magic treasures. Chapter 53, Definitely Gas Breaks Defense. Soon, Chen Yang called the two disciples to come before him. Disciples pay their respects to master. Before a large hall, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan bowed respectfully to Chen Yang. Chen Yang looked at these two disciples and nodded in satisfaction. Then he said, speaking of which, you guys have also broken through to the Heavenly Dipper realm, so it's time for you to cultivate a new technique. Chen Yang said, and with a wave of his hand, he took out 2 merit laws from within the system space. These 2 merit laws, both of them are Saint grade level merit laws, so the two of you take them and cultivate them. Chen Yang said in a warm voice. Hearing this, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan both stared at their own master with wide eyes, somewhat incredulously. What had they heard? A Saint grade level Gongfu? It couldn't be. Master had actually given them Saint grade level techniques? They were no longer the rookies who had only just cultivated back then, so they naturally knew what a Saint grade level Gongfu meant. In this world, Gongfu grades were categorized from low to high, lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, extreme grade, divine grade, and holy grade. The same goes for magic treasures. And now the Gongfu that master gave them. Surprisingly, it was the topmost Gongfu under the sky. One must know that every single copy of such a merit law is one of a kind. But now, their master had actually taken out 2 books at once and given them to cultivate. For a moment, both of them were moved beyond words. This was a Saint grade level technique. Each one was a priceless treasure. But now, master had actually given it to them just like that. Many thanks, master. The two didn't go to receive the merit law first, but instead knelt down and heavily kowtowed 3 times before receiving it as if it was a treasure. The moment the merit law was cupped in their hands, both of them couldn't help their hands from trembling a little. They had actually obtained a holy grade merit law. This wasn't a dream, was it? Just when both of them were feeling unreal, Chen Yang gave another big wave of his hand. Immediately, 2 long swords appeared out of thin air and floated in front of the two. The longsword floating in front of Li Qingyun was an ice crystal longsword, the body of the sword emitting a silky cold aura. Even though it was a hot day, it still made one feel a coldness that pierced one's bones. This sword was clearly the Ice Phoenix sword, Lu Ruyan's original holy weapon from the previous life. The sword that floated in front of Zhao Chuan, on the other hand, was a reddish long sword with a slender body that emitted a burning aura. This sword, naturally, was Zhou Qingmin's innate holy weapon from the previous life, the Burning Sky Sword. Seeing the two swords that suddenly appeared in front of them, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan froze for a moment at the same time, then their eyes widened. They could both sense that these two swords were extraordinary. Chen Yang spoke faintly and said, "These two swords, on the other hand, are the magic treasures that Master has prepared for you. Qingyun, the sword in front of you is called the Ice Phoenix Sword and is a sacred grade-level magic treasure. Zhao Chuan, your sword, named the Burning Sky Sword, is likewise a saint grade-level magic treasure." Hearing this, both Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan were stunned. Although they could sense the extraordinary nature of these two swords, but they didn't expect it. This was actually two more saint grade-level magic treasures. This was a top-tier magical treasure. Even their heavenly sword sect's patriarch didn't have such a magic treasure. But now, Master had given it to them just like that. It was also two pieces out of the blue. At this moment, the two who were already touched were even more moved to the point that they couldn't hold back their tears. Master was also too good to them. Surprisingly, he had given them such a magic treasure. "Master, this magic treasure is too valuable, you'd better keep it for yourself." After Li Qingyun kowtowed, he did not choose to accept it but instead revealed a difficult expression. "Yes, Master, this sword is too expensive, you'd better keep it yourself, we can go to the Hidden Weapons Pavilion to pick out a suitable magic treasure in the future." Zhao Chuan similarly kowtowed and did not accept it. Seeing this, Chen Yang was slightly surprised. He remembered that in his previous life, when he gave those few white-eyed wolves these top-level techniques and magic treasures, those few white-eyed wolves had accepted them without hesitation. He didn't expect that this Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan would be able to resist the temptation and reject his good intentions. "Since it was given to you by Master, you can take it," Chen Yang said indifferently. These techniques and magic treasures were annoying for him to look at. Moreover, within his system space, there were many more top-tier magic treasures like these. Chen Yang would have them whenever he wanted to use them. However, in his last life, Chen Yang was not used to using any magic treasures at all. He only liked to use his fists to settle battles. His fists were much stronger than a magic treasure. So these magic treasures, he couldn't use them at all. However, even after Chen Yang said this, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan still refused to accept it. They felt that their master was too good to them. And they, at all, couldn't take anything to repay their master. Finally, only after Chen Yang made a face and ordered them to accept it did the two accept the two swords. After seeing the two disciples leave, Chen Yang couldn't help but think of his two rebellious disciples and couldn't help but murmur in a low voice that Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin, the two white-eyed wolves, should still not know that I gave away the techniques and innate holy weapons that they had cultivated in their last life. Chen Yang knew without wanting to use it that if those two white-eyed wolves knew about this matter, they would definitely be angry and break their defenses. Zhou Qingmin was a little better. After all, even if she didn't have her intrinsic sacred artifact anymore, she still remembered the gongfu that she practiced in her last life. However, Ruyan Lu was different. In her last life, the gongfu that Chen Yang had given her, the Nine Heavens Shinling skill, but there was still the last layer that had not been given to her. And now, Chen Yang had passed this gongfu, in its entirety, to Li Qingyun. If Lu Ruyan knew about this, she would probably be furious. After all, in her last life, she had followed Chen Yang for 3,000 years, and Chen Yang hadn't even given her the last layer of the gong method. Now that Li Qingyun had only followed Chen Yang for 2 months, Chen Yang had given it to Li Qingyun. She would definitely be unbalanced in her heart. And in his previous life, there was a reason why Chen Yang had been delaying in passing the last gongfu of the Nine Heavens Shinling skill to Lu Ruyan. The reason why he had done so was entirely for Ruyan Lu's benefit. Ruyan Lu's nature was too strong. She wanted to be first in everything. When she cultivated, she also wanted to crush fellow cultivators and never allow others to surpass her. This led to her always being in a hurry when cultivating. In his previous life, Chen Yang was afraid that she would sooner or later go overboard if she went on like this. So he gave her the Nine Heavens Shinling skill, which was divided into layers and layers. It just so happened that this gongfu had 9 layers. In the previous life, each time, only Ruyan Lu would cultivate the previous layer of the gongfu to the extreme, after her foundation was thoroughly stabilized. Only then would Chen Yang give her the next layer of the gongfu. He also explained to Ruyan Lu that this was to prevent her from going overboard, for her own good. But in the end, Lu Ruyan still held a grudge against Chen Yang, and even tried to kill him, then personally took the last gongfu of the Nine Heavens Shinling skill from him. I'm really such a white-eyed wolf. I should have known that it's better to let her go off the deep end. I have to be some kind of rotten good guy myself. It's really stupid Recalling his last life, Chen Yang instantly couldn't wait to slap himself twice. Now think about it, Lu Ruyan, that white-eyed wolf, simply does not deserve to be so painstakingly good to her. Chapter 54. They want to take back everything that belongs to them. For the next month, Chen Yang focused on cultivation. With his hard work in cultivation, plus the huge amount of cultivation resources in the system space, as well as the experience of his previous life in This caused him to cultivate by leaps and bounds. In just a month's time, he had broken through to the middle stage of the Yuanying realm. Such a cultivation speed could be said to be unprecedented even if one looked at the entire southern wasteland. And during this month, 2 of his disciples were also cultivating at a rapid pace. The eldest disciple, Li Qingyun, had already broken through to the middle stage of the Big Dipper realm. And the second disciple, Zhao Chuan, although he was still at the early stage of the Big Dipper realm, he was not far from breaking through to the middle stage of the Big Dipper realm. What surprised Chen Yang the most was that the yellow dog that had swallowed the divine elemental pill had also broken through to the 3rd level of the Qi condensation realm. This cultivation speed had even surpassed the vast majority of disciples within the sect. Nowadays, this dog followed him around the whole day, and when he was cultivating, this dog was cultivating right next to him. If Chen Yang goes to other places, it will also follow. It had already treated Chen Yang as its master. And while Chen Yang was busy cultivating, on Qingmei Peak, Chen Yang's 2 rebellious disciples, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmen, were also desperately cultivating all day long. Ever since the last time on top of the sect competition, they had seen both of Chen Yang's disciples making a name for themselves. They had been deeply stimulated. So since then, the 2 of them had been cultivating even harder. Especially Lu Ruyan, her nature was already proud. In her previous life, she couldn't even allow others to overpower her. In this life, she couldn't even tolerate that Li Qingyun had taken away all the pride and honor that originally belonged to her. How could she tolerate this? Therefore, she then decided that she would work even harder to cultivate and catch up with Li Qingyun's progress as soon as possible. Then, take back everything that belonged to her. Fortunately, the Emperor's heaven was not disappointed. Now, Ruyan Lu had also successfully broken through to the 4th level of the Qi condensation realm. As for Zhou Qingmen, she had likewise broken through to the 3rd level of the Qi condensation realm. Although both women had only broken through to the 1st layer of the realm, both of them were very happy and excited. Because their cultivation had progressed again. This was the result of them relying on their own cultivation, not on Chen Yang. They firmly believed that as long as they continued to cultivate like this, they would always catch up with Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan's cultivation speed. Then, they would be able to reclaim the pride that originally belonged to them. But, just now, the 2 girls happened to learn that Li Qingyun had broken through to the middle stage of the Big Dipper realm. They also heard the rumor that Zhao Chuan had namely broken through to the middle stage of the Heavenly Dipper realm. Hearing this news, the 2 women were instantly struck by lightning and were dumbfounded at the same time. Then, the 2 women were struck down. They had managed to break through to a layer of realm with great difficulty and originally thought that the gap between them and that Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan had shrunk. But now, they realized that the gap between them had been widened again. This caused a sense of frustration to instantly rise in the hearts of the 2 women. It's alright, senior sister, we can't lose heart, we can't let that Chen Yang belittle us. In the room, Ruyan Lu quickly perked up again after a bout of loss. She was the Ruyan Emperor. At one time, her name had resounded through the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. She wasn't going to admit defeat just like that. No one could make her bow down. She would never tolerate that Li Qingyun to keep suppressing her. She would surpass Li Qingyun. She was going to take back everything that belonged to her. But senior sister, with our current cultivation speed, we simply can't catch up with that Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. Zhou Qingmen looked at her, her expression still somewhat dejected. She now finally realized just how difficult it was to cultivate without divine elemental pills and without cultivation resources. Originally, she was still thinking about catching up with that Zhao Chuan's cultivation progress and impressing that dog Chen Yang. But after hearing the news that Zhao Chuan was about to break through the middle stage of the Heavenly Dipper realm, she became a little desperate. Now that Zhao Chuan's roots and bones were better than hers, and with Chen Yang providing Zhao Chuan with a steady stream of cultivation resources, what was she going to do to catch up with Zhao Chuan? Senior sister, think about Chen Yang's nasty face, do you want to bow down to him? Lu Ruyan looked at Zhou Qingmen with a serious face and continued to persuade. Moreover, we've only been reborn for 3 months now, and we still have a long day of cultivation ahead of us. Right now that Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan are only temporarily surpassing us, just because they are stronger than us now doesn't mean they will be stronger than us in the future. We can definitely surpass them in the future. Don't forget, we were great emperors in our last life. The last sentence caused Zhou Qingmen's expression to be stunned, and then her eyes became firm once again. She raised her head, instantly finding her confidence. Right. She was a great emperor. She was a great emperor. How could she admit defeat? Moreover, it had only been 3 months of cultivation. Just because they were being left behind by Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan now, it didn't mean that Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan would be able to keep leaving them behind. They would definitely be able to surpass Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan in the future. Thinking of all this, Zhou Qingmen's Dao heart once again stabilized. At the same time, her mind also thought of Chen Yang's nasty face, and instantly her Dao mind became even more firm. She could never bow down and admit defeat to that dog Chen Yang. Senior sister, you're right, it's only been 3 months since we started cultivating. What about the future? Everything is yet to be known, we can't lose heart. Even more so, we can't bow down to that dog Qingyang. Zhou Qingmin regained her confidence, thinking that she was once a great emperor. That pride of being a great emperor returned to her once again. They were great emperors. That Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, what were they? How could they be compared to them? Sooner or later, one day, they would surpass Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan and leave them far behind. That's right, senior sister, we can't be discouraged. Even though we don't have the divine elemental pill, we're still considered somewhat powerful now. In the future, we'll also be able to go out and do some simple tasks as a way to obtain cultivation resources. Our cultivation speed will slowly get faster. Everything is moving in a good direction, we can't admit defeat. Seeing her regain her confidence, Ruyan Lu was also relieved. Elder sister, I know, I won't give up, I want to surpass Zhao Chuan, I want to prove to that dog Qinyang that we can do just as well without him. Zhou Qingmin nodded her head with a solemn expression. I'm relieved that you can think like this. Ruyan Lu nodded, completely relieved. Right. At this time, Lu Ruyan suddenly remembered something and said with some uncertainty, Senior sister, this morning I heard someone say that today seems to be the day when we, the newly enrolled disciples, enter the hidden soldier pavilion to pick out magic treasures. Now, it had also been 3 months since they had worshipped in the Heavenly Sword sect. They, the newly initiated disciples, already had the qualifications to enter the hidden soldier pavilion and pick out magic treasures. In their previous life, they actually had little impression of this matter. After all, their magic treasures were all given to them directly by that fellow Chen Yang. Senior sister, it seems like there is this matter. Zhou Qingmin nodded, she also remembered. It was indeed true that she had heard other people talk about this matter. It was also at this moment. A knock suddenly came from outside the door, followed by a familiar female voice coming in. Hello? You two come out quickly, today all the newly initiated disciples are going to enter the pavilion of hidden soldiers to select their magic treasures, so hurry up and gather in front of the East China Hall. This voice was clearly their eldest senior sister, Yang Yuyan. Within the voice, there was clearly a hint of impatience and dislike. Chapter 55, What is all this garbage? Soon. The two of them, Ruyan Lu and Xing Minzhou, arrived together in front of the East China Hall. Looking from afar, there were already many disciples who had come here to gather. The two women didn't say much and walked towards the crowd. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, when everyone had assembled, Yang Yuyan, who was the eldest senior sister, led a group of people and headed to the main peak with great vigor. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the main peak's hidden soldier pavilion. Before entering the hidden soldier pavilion, Yang Yuyan turned to look at the crowd and patiently instructed them. After you go in later, you all have half an hour to pick out your magic treasures, and once that time is up, regardless of whether or not you've gotten the magic treasures you want, you must all come out. And amongst you, disciples below the 5th level of Qi condensation can only stay on the 1st floor of the military pavilion to pick out magic treasures. Inside are some lower grade magic treasures that you can pick out at will, but each of you can only pick out one. Disciples at the 5th to 7th level of Qi condensation, on the other hand, can enter the 2nd floor of the pavilion of hidden soldiers to pick out magic treasures, which are all medium grade magic treasures, and again, you can only pick one. Disciples above the 7th level of Qi condensation will be able to enter the 3rd floor of the pavilion of hidden soldiers to pick out a magic treasure. Of course, they can only take one. These are the rules. Amongst you, if anyone doesn't follow the rules, they will be heavily punished by the law enforcement hall. Do you all understand? Yang Yuyan said, scanning the crowd of disciples with stern eyes, her expression very serious. Got it, senior sister. The crowd of disciples replied back in unison. Good, then you guys can go in. Subsequently, the crowd of disciples then lined up to enter the middle of the hidden soldier pavilion. The two girls, Ruyan Lu and Xing Minzhou, could only stay on the 1st floor of the hidden weapons pavilion because their cultivation levels were both below the 5th level of Qi condensation. At this moment, on the large 1st floor, dozens of disciples were wandering between the rows of shelves. And on these shelves, they were all filled with all kinds of magic treasures. The crowd of disciples were all dazzled by these dazzling array of magic treasures. All of them, the disciples, had only been cultivating for 3 months. Today was the first time they had observed the magic treasures so closely, so everyone's face was filled with excitement and fervor. The only two exceptions were Ruyan Lu and Xing Minzhou. The two stood before a row of shelves, looking at these dazzling array of magic treasures in front of them. Their eyes were filled with disdain. These magic treasures simply couldn't enter their eyes. Looking at these magic treasures, they couldn't help but think of their own holy weapons from their previous life. That was a holy grade magic weapon. In front of them, these treasures were only the lowest grade lower grade treasures. They were completely incomparable to their own holy weapons. Everyone was seriously picking out the magic treasures, but only the two of them, standing still, couldn't muster the slightest interest in these magic treasures. Ha, great, I finally picked the right magic treasure. From now on, I'm also the one who has a magic treasure. Just at this moment, a loud laughter came from not far away. Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou turned their heads to look at the same time, only to see a 5 big male disciple standing before a large hammer. He was excited like a little cutie. Like. Lu Ruyan immediately frowned with a somewhat disdainful expression. A lower grade magic treasure is just a treasure. How could it be worth him being so happy? Zhou Qingmin skimmed her mouth and said with a disgusted expression, "That's right, such an inferior magic treasure. I wouldn't even bother to take a look at it if it was given to me in my last life. This person is really something too. To think of it as a treasure, it's really ridiculous." In the eyes of these people, these lower grade magic treasures were treasures of great value. But in their eyes, these were all trash. It made them unable to raise the slightest bit of interest at all. Soon, more and more people had picked out suitable magic treasures, and one by one, they were ecstatic. Only Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou, after the two women came in, they didn't move at all. Still standing in place, they didn't bother picking out a magic treasure at all. For these trash magic treasures, they really couldn't look at them. Therefore, they were also too lazy to pick them. Soon, half an hour's time arrived. All the disciples, at the same time, withdrew from the hidden soldier pavilion. Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin stood in the middle of the crowd, seeing one disciple after another around them, all holding magic treasures in their hands, with giddy looks on their faces. They couldn't help but be speechless for a while. This kind of trash treasure, they didn't even want to give it to them, but these people were treating it like a treasure. They even saw that some of the disciples who had entered the third floor of the pavilion of soldiers before were holding top-grade magic treasures and flaunting them amongst the crowd of disciples, causing the crowd of disciples to gasp in astonishment and envy. They were then speechless to the extreme. No, it's just a top-grade magic treasure. As for that, isn't this top-grade magic treasure also trash? What did these people have to envy? Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou just watched from afar, not going to join in the fun. In their eyes, it didn't matter if it was a lower-grade magic treasure, a middle-grade magic treasure, or a upper-grade magic treasure. None of them made any difference. It was all garbage. It was even an extreme-grade magic treasure, or even a divine-grade magic treasure. They couldn't even look at them. After all, they had once been great emperors who had possessed saint-grade magic treasures. They naturally scoffed at all this trash in front of them. "Senior sister, I miss my burning sky sword." Although she couldn't look at these trash magic treasures, she looked at the disciples around her. Each one of them had gotten their own magic treasures. Zhou Qingmin instantly missed her own innate sacred weapon, the burning sky sword. Her original sacred weapon, but had once titled blood with her to recognize its owner, and had accompanied her for 3 whole millennia. It had long since cultivated feelings. Now, she missed her burning sky sword. She wanted the burning sky sword to return to her. Alas, me too, I also miss my ice phoenix sword. Lu Ruyan similarly missed her ice phoenix sword. That sword had once accompanied her for 3,000 years, never leaving her body. When she had just been reborn, she hadn't felt anything. But now, seeing that all these people had gotten their own magic treasures, it made her can't help but feel a little touched. "Senior sister, now that our cultivation is slowly coming up, in the future, when we go out to do missions, we will also need to have the assistance of a magic treasure. Senior sister, it's also time for us to go find that Chun Yang and get back our intrinsic sacred weapons." Zhou Qingmin turned her head to look at Lu Ruyan. At this moment, she really wanted the burning sky sword to return to her side. "Well, that's our intrinsic sacred artifact. We really should go find Chun Yang to get it back." Lu Ruyan nodded, very much agreeing with her. "By the way, senior sister, that Chun Yang from the last life never gave you the last layer of the 9 heavens Xian spirit skills technique. It just so happens that you can also take this opportunity to ask him for it back." Zhou Qingmin opened her mouth and reminded. "Right, senior sister, I haven't even remembered about this until you said it. In my last life, that guy Chun Yang has always refused to give me the last merit law of the 9 heavens Xian spirit skill. Now that we've both been reborn, he should finally give it to me." Mentioning this matter, Ruyan Lu couldn't help a trace of hatred flashing in her eyes. In their last life, the 6 of them were disciples of the Gongfu. The other 5 senior sisters, all of them had gotten the complete Gongfu from Chen Yang. Only Chen Yang gave it to her 1 layer at a time. And he even said something about it being to prevent her from going off the deep end, for her own good. Humph. The words were nice. But she didn't believe it at all. What kind of person was she, Lu Ruyan? She was a supreme heavenly pride. With her talent, how could she go off the rails? Besides, when she cultivated, she had never been very steady, and had never shown any signs of going off the deep end. That guy Chen Yang clearly knew that she was bent on cultivation and was only interested in quickly proving herself as a saint. However, Chen Yang had always been stuck with her on the matter of Gongfu. This was obviously because he didn't want to see her, Lu Ruyan, certified to sainthood faster than him as a master. That was why he had been refusing to give her the last layer of the merit law. And after being reborn, since they cultivated the most basic qi refining techniques, the saint grade level gong methods from their previous life could only be cultivated when they reached the heavenly dipper realm. So she had never cared about this either. Now after her senior sister reminded her, she then remembered. She still had the last piece of merit law that was still with Chun Yang. Now, it was time for her to ask Chen Yang for it. Chapter 56, How Dare You Hit Us? A quarter of an hour later. In front of the hidden soldier pavilion, Yang Yuyan, who was the eldest senior sister, saw that the disciples had all arrived. So she led a group of disciples and went down the mountain with great vigor and soon returned to Qingdian Peak. Except for Ruyan Lu and Xing Minzhou. The two of them found an opportunity to break away from the group after descending the main peak. They didn't want to go back to Qingdian Peak right now. They wanted to go to Little Cloud Peak and find Shenyang to retrieve their intrinsic sacred artifact. It was theirs and they were going to get it back. Very quickly. The two women arrived on Little Cloud Peak together. They were too familiar with this place. So this time, they didn't need anyone to show them the way, so they directly looked towards Chen Yang's room. Halfway there, they saw Chen Yang from afar as they passed by a pavilion. At this moment, Chen Yang was sitting within the pavilion, leisurely drinking tea. The two women glanced at each other and immediately walked towards Chen Yang in large strides. Chen Yang, who was drinking tea, naturally saw them. After a slight thought, he knew that these two white-eyed wolves had come to find him because of something. Today was the day when the new disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect entered the hidden soldier pavilion to select their magic treasures. These two white-eyed wolves must have come to find him to ask for their last life's original sacred weapon back. As expected. As soon as Zhou Qingmin came up, she directly reached out to Chen Yang to ask for it. Surname Chen, you still have our intrinsic sacred artifacts, right? So hurry up and bring them out to us. She looked at Chen Yang with a righteous look on her face, as if her coming to Chen Yang to ask for her magic treasure was originally a natural thing. Right. Lu Ruyan also stepped forward and stood beside Zhou Qingmin, looking at Chen Yang with the same hatred and a righteous attitude. Chen Yang, last time when you didn't give us the divine elemental pill, we also admitted it, so this time, you should give us our intrinsic sacred artifacts, right? In their minds, the Ice Phoenix sword and the Burning Sky sword that were originally their things. There was no reason for Chen Yang not to give it to them. Chen Yang raised his head to look at these two white-eyed wolves, still calmly picking up his teacup and slowly drinking the tea. When he finished drinking, he put down the cup again without any hesitation, then only then did he say indifferently, "Want the Ice Phoenix sword and the Burning Sky sword, huh? No. No." After saying that, Chen Yang lifted the teapot and poured himself another cup of tea before continuing to drink tea. Seeing Chen Yang's direct refusal, Zhou Qingmin was instantly enraged. She gritted her teeth and questioned with a defiant face, "Surname Chen, that's our stuff, why don't you give it to us? That was originally their stuff." For this Chen Yang to not give it to them, it was just too infuriating. Moreover, this Chen Yang, with his nonchalant attitude, was just like he didn't put them in his eyes. This made her even more intolerable. Ruyan Lu was also angered and immediately became anxious. This Chen Yang even hijacked their things and didn't return it to them, this was just too much. She immediately stepped forward and also couldn't help but open her mouth to question. "Right, Chen Yang, that's our intrinsic sacred artifact, why don't you give it to us?" Speaking here, Ruyan Lu paused for a moment and continued. "Moreover, to tell you the truth, this time I came, not only do I want to get back my original holy weapon, there is also the last technique of the 9 Heavens Shin spirit skill, you have to give it to me as well. You never gave it to me in the last life, so you should always give it to me now, right?" Facing the angry two women, Chen Yang was still leisurely sipping his tea. Then lightly returned a sentence. "No." Seeing Chen Yang's refusal again, Zhou Qingmin immediately became furious as she slammed the table. The whole person instantly acted like a shrew, pointing at Chen Yang and cursing. "Chen Yang, you bastard. You hurry up and return our intrinsic sacred artifact to us, do you hear me? That's ours, ours." She roared loudly at Chen Yang without any regard for her image, her shrill voice carrying a kind of doggy madness. Obviously, she had been pissed off. Chen Yang looked up at her and frowned slightly, in a somewhat unpleasant mood. He stood up, without any nonsense, and turned to Zhou Qingmin's angrily twisted face. A direct slap was thrown out. Slap. A crunching sound exploded steeply. Zhou Qingmin didn't even react, and her entire body instantly flew backwards, falling hard to the ground 5 meters away. Seeing her own senior sister being slapped away, Lu Ruyan became even more enraged, gritting her teeth and staring angrily at Chen Yang. "Chen Yang, how dare you go out and hit someone? No, what gives you the right to hit someone?" Chen Yang turned his head to look at her, his eyes very cold. "That's right, there's you." Chen Yang huffed over with another slap. Slap. Another crunching sound spread out steeply. In the next moment, Ruyan Lu's body, likewise, slapped and flew out, falling heavily beside Qingmin Zhou. "Ah! Chen Yang, you bastard, how dare you hit us?" The two women raised their heads on the ground and covered their cheeks, glaring at Chen Yang with a gnashing of teeth. At this moment, Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou couldn't mention how angry they were. This Chen Yang was too hateful. Even if Chen Yang didn't return their intrinsic sacred artifacts back to them, it was fine, but he even went so far as to hit them. One must know that in his previous life, Chen Yang had never hit them like this. But now, Chen Yang had actually hit them so hard. At this moment, the two girls who were extremely angry looked at Chen Yang with eyes filled with hatred. Chen Yang walked out of the pavilion, his eyes indifferent as he looked at the two white-eyed wolves. Straight away, he said, to tell you the truth, your last life's original holy weapon has already been passed down by me to those two disciples of mine. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin first stared with wide eyes, then they couldn't help but explode. Zhou Qingmin stood up with a swish, furiously pointing at Chen Yang and roaring hysterically. Chen Yang, you even gave my burning sky sword to someone else, what gives you the right? That's my thing. At this moment, Zhou Qingmin felt that her lungs were about to explode with anger. Her burning sky sword had actually been given away by Chen Yang. That was her burning sky sword. That's right, Chen Yang, that's our thing, ours. Who are you to give it to someone else? What qualifications do you have to give it to someone else? Lu Ruyan also stood up, hissing and questioning Chen Yang. Her Ice Phoenix sword had accompanied her for 3,000 years. But now, it had been given to someone else by Chen Yang. This made her unable to endure it. Chen Yang stood in place and did not say anything, he just watched their exasperated looks with interest, his heart bursting with relief. He just loved watching the look of these two white-eyed wolves, who obviously hated him with a passion, but could do nothing about him. Looking at Chen Yang unexpectedly ignoring them, Zhou Qingmin, who was already angry, instantly became even angrier. Chen Yang, you bastard, I'm ordering you hurry up and go and get our intrinsic sacred artifact back to us, do you hear me? Zhou Qingmin looked at Chen Yang with deadly fury, her fists pinched and creaked, and her entire body was shaking with anger. At this moment, she couldn't wait to rush up and punch Chen Yang's hateful face. Ruyan Lu also nodded her head and said angrily, that's right, Chen Yang, you hurry up and go and ask for our intrinsic sacred artifact back. If you go and ask for it back now, I might still be able to barely forgive you, do you hear me? At this moment, Ruyan Lu was also feeling like she was holding a monstrous anger in her chest with nowhere to vent it. That was their own holy weapon. How could they tolerate someone else getting their hands on it? Chapter 57 Chen Yang, how could you do this to me? Hearing the words of the two women, Chen Yang was infuriated and laughed. Your stuff? You guys have such a big face, if I give it to you, then it's your stuff, if I don't give it to you, then it's not your stuff. Looking at Chen Yang's face full of concern, Zhou Qingmin's heart became even more upset. Surname Chen, our intrinsic sacred artifact, you clearly gave it to us in your last life, that's ours, now what makes you not give it back to us? Ruyan Lu nodded her head and agreed with a look of recognition, that's right, you gave it to us, how can you give it to someone else again? In this world, how can there be people like you? Do you want to be shameless? Chen Yang was a bit speechless, and directly said, you all know that it was the last life Now it's all reborn, everything has started over, now those two magic treasures, they are mine, I can give them to whoever I want, what do you guys care? You. Facing Chen Yang's words, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin only felt anger in their hearts, they wanted to open their mouths to retort, but they couldn't say anything for a while. Yes, it was all reborn now. Those two magic treasures, could they still be considered theirs? I don't care, that's our things, our intrinsic sacred artifacts, they've all titled their blood with us, that's our things, what gives you the right to give them to someone else? Zhou Qingmin roared hysterically. She didn't want to reason with Chen Yang here, she only wanted to get back her intrinsic sacred artifact. That's right, that thing has recognized its owner with us by dropping blood, then it's our thing, you have no right to make decisions. Ruyan Lu nodded her head in a heavenly manner. At this moment, they were all dying of anger. This Chen Yang was just too infuriating. However, the angrier they were, the happier Chen Yang was. Looking at the two women who were so angry that they couldn't catch their breath, he planned to add another fire to their anger. The corner of his mouth hooked into a teasing smile as he spoke faintly. By the way, I forgot to tell you guys, not only did I pass on your innate saint weapons to those two disciples of mine. Furthermore, I have also passed on to them all the techniques that you cultivated in your previous lives. What? Hearing these words, Smoke and Zhou Qingmin immediately widened their eyes. They became even more furious. At this moment, they only felt their blood pressure soar. A monstrous rage rose up in the hearts of the two, unable to be suppressed. Chen Yang, how dare you pass on our cultivation technique to someone else as well? You've gone too far, that's our gongfu, did you ask us when you did that? Did we agree to it? Ha! Zhou Qingmin was so angry that her teeth were about to be clenched. This Chen Yang, not only did he give their intrinsic sacred artifact to someone else. Surprisingly, he had also passed on their cultivation technique to someone else as well. One must know, that was a saint-grade level gongfu. That was a technique that belonged to them. Now it was actually being cultivated by someone else? How can this be tolerated? That technique can only be practiced by them. No one else, absolutely not. Ruyan Lu was also all pissed off and asked angrily in a furious manner. That's right, Chen Yang, how can you pass our gongfu to others? Did you ask us about doing this? Did we agree to it? I'm asking you, what gives you the right to give it to someone else? Chen Yang looked at the stormy Lu Ruyan and sneered. By the way, Ruyan Lu, I forgot to tell you just now, not only did I pass on your technique to Qing Yunli, but I also passed on the entire technique to him. What? Hearing this, Ruyan Lu's eyes widened and her lungs exploded with anger in an instant. In her last life, she had followed Chen Yang for 3 whole millennia. However, in the end, Chen Yang had not given her the last technique of the 9 heavens Xian spirit skill. But now, Li Qingyun had only followed Chen Yang for 3 months. Chen Yang had given him the entire technique. No, this is too biased, isn't it? Why? Why give it to Li Qingyun after 3 months? By what right was it not given to her even after she had been with Chen Yang for 3,000 years? Chen Yang, how could you do this to me? Pissed me off. Lu Ruyan glared at Chen Yang with a deadly glare. At this moment she was completely mad and unbalanced in her heart. At this moment, her entire face had become hideous and twisted due to her anger. It looked a little scary and frightening. Looking at the 2 women who were about to die from their anger, Chen Yang's heart was refreshed. He waved his hand and directly said, "Alright, that's it for today, you two, you can get lost." After saying that, Chen Yang didn't bother to take care of them and turned around, ready to leave. "Chen Yang, you're not allowed to leave, you still gave us our intrinsic sacred weapons." Seeing that Chen Yang was about to leave, Zhou Qingmin instantly became anxious. She hurriedly walked up and grabbed Chen Yang's sleeve. Chen Yang's expression turned cold as he turned back, not spoiling her in the slightest. With a wave of his sleeve, a powerful spiritual energy spewed out. Ah! Zhou Qingmin instantly screamed miserably, and her entire body instantly flew down the steps, falling heavily to the ground. When she raised her head from the ground, she immediately couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Senior sister! As Lu Ruyan watched her own senior sister fly down the steps, she could no longer hold back and turned her head to angrily look at Chen Yang, and Chen Yang, you are simply not a human being, you don't return our things to us, you even strike out and beat people, a person like you is simply a wasted teacher. Chen Yang didn't bother to talk nonsense with her, he casually struck out a palm, and immediately a dragon chi coalesced and took shape, emitting a bright golden light. In the next moment, this dragon chi whistled towards Ruyan Lu. Put! Ruyan Lu immediately sprayed blood from her mouth and her body flew backwards. The same fell down the steps. Only, she fell farther than Zhou Qingmin and was injured even more severely. Chen Yang stood on the steps, coldly looking down at the 2 white-eyed wolves. "If you guys don't get lost, I don't mind leaving your lives here today." "You?" Zhou Qingmin covered her chest and looked at Chen Yang, her eyes filled with hatred. At this moment, she couldn't wait to rush up and dismantle this dog Chen Yang to vent her hatred. "Senior sister, let's go." Right at this moment, Lu Ruyan's voice came out. The voice contained a monstrous rage, and even more so, it carried a strong sense of unwillingness. Obviously, Ruyan Lu was also very unconvinced, but she was facing the powerful Chen Yang. She could only hold her tongue and choose to back down. Good. Zhou Qingmin gritted her teeth and agreed. She also knew that this fellow, Chen Yang, was determined not to return their intrinsic sacred weapons to them today. Even if they were angry today, they couldn't do anything to Chen Yang? If they continued to tangle with Chen Yang here, they would only continue to be humiliated by him. Instead of staying and being humiliated, it would be better to go back first. Just like that. The 2 women staggered to their feet and left unwillingly after giving Chen Yang a deep look. Chen Yang stood in place and watched the 2 women leave in a sorry state. He couldn't help but have a hint of a smile on his face as he felt a wave of relief. Chapter 58 The 2 women who compromised helplessly. Aha! Pissed me off. That dog Chen Yang, how could he do this? Our intrinsic sacred artifact, that's our thing, how could he give it to someone else privately? On the way down the mountain, the more Zhou Qingmin thought about it, the more angry she became, and then the whole person couldn't help but to break out in curses. Her nature was already fiery and her temper was already bad. But now, Chen Yang even deliberately disgusted her like this. This even made her even more furious. At this moment, she felt that she was holding a monstrous anger in her heart, and if she didn't vent it out, she was going to be suffocated alive. When she thought of Chen Yang's hateful face, her blood pressure soared and her anger surged, she couldn't even suppress it. That's right, this Chen Yang, he's simply bullying people too much. Our intrinsic sacred artifact, it was originally ours, and he gave it to someone else just like that. He's given our intrinsic sacred artifact to someone else, so what are we going to use in the future? For him to do this, it's just too detestable. Even though Lu Ruyan was a bit more composed in nature than Zhou Qingmin, she was also maddened by Chen Yang today. When she thought of her Ice Phoenix sword, it had now dripped blood with Li Qingyun and become the other party's own holy weapon. Her heart was dripping blood. That was a saint-grade magic weapon. And it had been with her for 3,000 years, it had long since become attached. But Chen Yang, this dog, had passed it on to Li Qingyun without her permission. No, what gives Chen Yang the right to do that? It's not even his. Who is he to give their stuff to someone else? Why is he so shameless? This Chen Yang is so hateful, thanks to us letting our lifetimes follow him for 3,000 years, I'm so blind to have worshipped this kind of person as a teacher in the first place. Moreover, he even went so far as to hit us just now, it's obvious that he's wrong, what right does he have to hit us? Piss me off, Zhou Qingmin, was at least a great emperor in my previous life, when have I ever been beaten like this? Zhou Qingmin touched her cheek that had just been hit by Chen Yang, and at the moment, she only felt a fiery pain. This instantly caused her to be on fire again. When had she, Zhou Qingmin, ever been beaten like this? Lu Ruyan also gritted her teeth and said with a wrathful face, "What makes me the most angry is that Chen Yang, this dog, in my last life, I followed him for 3,000 years, 3,000 whole years and he was unwilling to give me the last piece of the 9 heavens Xin Ling skill. But now, that Li Qingyun has only followed him for 3 months, and he even gave the entire 9 heavens Xin Ling skill to someone else. How can he be so biased? It really pisses me off." Ruyan Lu only had to think about it. She had always dreamed of the final stance of the 9 heavens Xin Ling skill. Now it had been obtained by Qingyu Li so easily. Her heart was instantly unbalanced. This Chen Yang, why should he treat her and Li Qingyun differently like this? Why should he target her like this? The more she thought about it, the more indignant Lu Ruyan felt for herself in her heart. "That's right, senior sister, I really feel bad for you, that dog Chen Yang, he simply doesn't deserve to be a master. That's right, what kind of bull master is such a person like him, why didn't he die earlier, he really pissed me off." With that, the two women stood in place cursing and venting their anger. For a long time. The cursing gradually subsided, and the two women had pretty much vented their anger, before they gradually calmed down. "Then senior sister, what do we do now? That dog Chen Yang gave our intrinsic holy weapons to Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, what are we going to use in the future?" Zhou Qingmin turned her head to look at Lu Ruyan, her tone still somewhat angry. Now after the anger subsided, a problem was also in front of them. That was that they were destined to not be able to get their intrinsic holy weapons. But without the innate holy weapon? What would they use in the future? They couldn't just keep going barehanded, could they? Lu Ruyan frowned and thought briefly, then sighed as if resigned to her fate before turning her head to look at her own senior sister. Helplessly, she said, "Senior sister, nowadays, we can only go to Yang Yuyan and ask her to take us to the Pavilion of Hidden Soldiers once more to pick a lower grade magic treasure." Mentioning Yang Yuyan, this senior sister, Lu Ruyan didn't have much of a good face. The other party had humiliated them 3 times, she could remember it in her heart. However, although she held a grudge against the other party. However, right now, they could only go to Yang Yuyan and ask the other party to take them to the Pavilion of Hidden Soldiers once more to select a lower grade magic treasure. Lower grade magic treasure? Zhou Qingmin was slightly stunned, and then she said with some reluctance, "Elder sister, are you saying that we will all have to use lower grade magic treasures in the future?" At this moment, Zhou Qingmin had disgust written all over her face. To think that she, Zhou Qingmin, was at least a great emperor in her previous life. But now, she had to use an inferior magical treasure as a weapon. Could a lower grade magic treasure in the Hidden Soldier Pavilion be used? Isn't that a pile of broken copper and iron? How can such trash be called a magic treasure? The thought that she would have to use such trash as a magic treasure in the future. Zhou Qingmin instantly missed her burning sky sword. All of a sudden, her hatred towards Chen Yang deepened even more. "Alas, senior sister, this is something that can't be helped, nowadays, we don't have a better choice." Ruyan Lu similarly had a look of disgust on her face. As the Ruyan Emperor, she actually had to use a lower grade magic treasure as a weapon now. If this was in the previous life, it would probably be laughed at to death. But nowadays, they had no other choice but to go to the Pavilion of Hidden Weapons to get an inferior magical treasure. "Alright, senior sister, I know." Zhou Qingmin finally hung her head and helplessly accepted the result. An inferior magic treasure is as inferior as it gets. It's better than nothing. Zhou Qingmin comforted herself with this in her heart. Looking at her own senior sister's dejected appearance, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but let out a light grunt and complained with an indignant face. "Humph. It's all because of this dog Chen Yang. If it wasn't because of him, why would we have to pull down our faces to find that Yang Yuyan? And to put down our stature to use an inferior magic treasure as a weapon? All of this is caused by this fellow Chen Yang." Hearing this, Zhou Qingmin also nodded her head in deep thought. "That's right, senior sister, it's all his fault. If it wasn't because of him, how would we have been reduced to the point where we have to use an inferior magic treasure as a weapon? It's all Chen Yang's fault. I, Zhou Qingmin, am not done with him for the rest of my life." Mentioning Chen Yang, Zhou Qingmin instantly gritted her teeth in hatred, her fists clenched. "Alright, senior sister, it's getting late, we'd better hurry back to Qingdian Peak to find Yang Yuyan that." Lu Ruyan patted her shoulder and pacified her before speaking. "Alright, senior sister, let's go." Zhou Qingmin nodded. Afterward, the two girls went down the mountain together. Chapter 59 Humiliated Again. Half an hour later. On the Green Destiny Peak, in front of a courtyard. Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou found this place together. This courtyard was Yang Yuyan's residence. As the senior sister of the Green Destiny Peak, Yang Yuyan's treatment was naturally much better than the other disciples. Not only did she have a separate courtyard, she even had a specialized cave in the back of the mountain. After Lu Ruyan knocked on the courtyard door, Yang Yuyan came out not long after. "It's you guys? Seeing Ruyan Lu and Xing Minzhou who suddenly visited, Yang Yuyan immediately frowned, her expression somewhat unhappy. There was no way around it, the impression that Ruyan Lu and Xing Minzhou had left on her was just too bad. So every time she saw the two, she didn't have much of a good face. "Speak up, what is it that the two of you came to find me this time?" Yang Yuyan asked with an impatient face. She knew that these two women looking for her would not have good things to do. When Lu Ruyan saw the undisguised dislike on Yang Yuyan's face, she was instantly a little upset in her heart. But after all, they were the ones who had asked for something. So she still pressed down the fire in her heart, then politely said, "Senior Sister Yang, the two of us came here today because we want to trouble you to take us to the Hidden Soldier Pavilion once more." Hidden Soldier Pavilion? A trace of doubt surfaced on Yang Yuyan's face as she asked in confusion, "What are the two of you doing in the Hidden Soldier Pavilion? Haven't you both been there today?" Hearing this, Lu Ruyan's expression was a little embarrassed. Previously, when Yang Yuyan brought them to the Hidden Weapons Pavilion, they had the opportunity to pick a magic treasure. But that opportunity was something they missed out on themselves. To come back to Yang Yuyan now, it would seem like they were being a bit nosy. Zhou Qingmin was also a little embarrassed and turned her head to look away. Lu Ruyan shamelessly said, "Senior Sister Yang, it's like this, the two of us didn't pick a suitable magic treasure for ourselves in the Hidden Weapons Pavilion before, so we want to go in once more." Hearing this, Yang Yuyan understood and immediately let out a cold laugh. She knew that these two had come to find themselves quasi no good things. She directly and nonchalantly refused, "It's none of my business if you guys didn't get the right magic treasure. Why should I take you guys there again?" Seeing Yang Yuyan's direct refusal, and with such harsh words, Zhou Qingmin couldn't bear it at once. She stood out, raising her head and chest with a righteous look on her face. "You're the senior sister of Qingdian Peak, and we're your senior sisters, we have something to look for you now, so of course you're obligated to take care of it for us. Besides, bringing disciples into the Hidden Soldier Pavilion is originally your part." "My part?" Yang Yuyan even laughed in anger, and immediately asked back, "Did I not bring you two to the Hidden Soldier Pavilion before?" Hearing this, the two women became a bit weak. Yes. Before, Yang Yuyan had taken them there. It was they themselves who didn't grasp the opportunity. Who could blame them for that? They could only blame themselves. However, Zhou Qingmin was still unconvinced and stiff-lipped. "We went, but didn't we fail to pick a suitable magic treasure, so that's why we came to find you to take us there again. What's wrong with that?" Looking at the other party's righteous demeanor, the fire in Yang Yuyan's heart also came up. Good fellow, it was clearly their fault, but made it seem as if it was her fault. She directly said without any good humor, "So what does it have to do with me if you guys didn't pick the right magic treasure? Am I not taking you guys there? I brought you guys there, it's you guys who didn't pick one, who do you blame? There are so many disciples in Qingdian Peak, today everyone else got their magic treasures, only you two didn't. Isn't this your own problem? It's you yourselves who wasted this opportunity, and now you're looking for me to take you there again. How can you guys be so nice? Do you guys want to be shameless? How could there be people like you in the world?" Yang Yuyan was all over the two girls, showing no mercy at all and speaking extremely harsh words. Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin knew that they were somewhat unjustified, and in the face of Yang Yuyan's criticism, they couldn't help but lower their heads, their faces embarrassed for a while. "Alright, you two can get lost, don't let me see you, every time I see you, I get nauseous." After Yang Yuyan finished venting, she planned to whisk these two plagues away, saving her from being an eyesore here, disturbing her leisure. Zhou Qingmin stood out somewhat unconvincingly and said with great displeasure, "Even if it's our fault, then what's wrong with you taking us to the Hidden Soldier Pavilion once more? We just didn't find the right magic weapon for us last time, we can definitely do it this time. You're just doing us a small favor, why are you such a cold-blooded and heartless person? It's a shame that you're still a big sister." Zhou Qingmin had already been dissatisfied with Yang Yuyan for a long time. At this moment, it was even if the other party didn't help them, but they even humiliated them like this. This little violent temper of hers, of course she couldn't tolerate it. "Help you guys?" Yang Yuyan sneered, not bothering to talk nonsense with her. Directly said, "I'm not helping. Scram. You." Where had Zhou Qingmin received this kind of bird anger, she instantly turned around and left. Lu Ruyan also turned to leave after giving Yang Yuyan a hateful look. Yang Yuyan stood in front of the courtyard, looking at the backs of the two women as they left. Her heart was speechless for a while. "We at Qingdian Peak don't know what kind of sins we've created, but we've even accepted these two plague gods in. What bad luck, I poo." Yang Yuyan spat on the ground before turning around and entering the courtyard. On the other side, Ruyan Lu and Xing Minzhou left angrily. "Aha! It's fine for that dog Chen Yang to bully us, but this Yang Yuyan even bullied us like this." At this moment, Zhou Qingmin was furious for a while. Today, she had suffered a defeat at Chen Yang's place, and now she was being humiliated at Yang Yuyan's place. This caused the fire in her heart to instantly rise. "Humph! This Yang Yuyan is really too arrogant, we put down our stature to beg her, but she insulted us like this. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't beat her, I would have broken her into pieces long ago. Ruyan Lu snorted coldly, and her face was also gloomy to the extreme. When had she, Great Emperor Ruyan, ever suffered this kind of petty anger? If she hadn't been reborn, this Yang Yuyan would have died 700 or 800 times if she dared to be this arrogant in front of her. Yes, when my cultivation goes up in the future, I definitely won't spare her. Zhou Qingmin clenched her fists and said with a puffed-up face. However, she immediately thought of something and couldn't help but feel a little discouraged again. But, senior sister, what do we do now? Chen Yang won't give us the intrinsic sacred artifact, and we can't go into the pavilion of hidden soldiers to pick out a magic treasure now, so what are we going to use in the future? Previously, they couldn't look at those lower-grade magic treasures in the pavilion of hidden soldiers, thinking that those were all trash. They simply couldn't catch their eyes. All they wanted was to get back their own natal sacred artifacts. However, now, not only could they not get back their own holy weapons, they couldn't even get the lowest grade of magic treasures. They couldn't get it back either. Alas! What else can we do now? It'll have to be like this for now. If we had known that Chen Yang would give our intrinsic sacred weapons to someone else, we should have picked a lower grade magic treasure first when we were in the hidden weapons pavilion before. Ruyan Lu sighed. At this moment, she was also a little clueless. At the same time, she also had some regrets. Earlier, she had known that when they were in the hidden soldier pavilion, they should have just picked an inferior magic treasure at random. That way, even if Chen Yang did not return the intrinsic sacred weapon to them, they would at least be able to have an inferior magic treasure. Yes, I should have known better than to be capricious. After she said that, Zhou Qingmin also had some regrets. Originally, she hadn't been able to look at those lower-grade magic treasures. But now, she couldn't even get the lower-grade magic treasures. Chapter 60, 4th Disciple Lu Kite. On Little Cloud Peak. Chen Yang was in a much better mood after driving away the two white-eyed wolves, Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou. These two white-eyed wolves, now without their intrinsic sacred weapons, also had little cultivation resources. Still wanting to catch up with Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan's cultivation progress, and even wanting to once again cultivate into a great emperor and reach the heights of their previous life. It was simply a fool's dream. Right now, these two white-eyed wolves had only just begun their cultivation, and when the time came, they would slowly realize that they were in the same league as Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. The gap between them and Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan would only widen. They would also slowly realize that without Chen Yang's help, they were nothing. In the end, they would realize that in their lifetime, even if they tried harder, they wouldn't be able to cultivate into great emperors. Two white-eyed wolves, there will be more for you to regret in the future. Chen Yang looked at the direction of the descending mountain and snorted coldly, his mouth lifting into a pleasant smile. Right at this moment, a yellow dog wagged its tail and came to his side, obediently rubbing its head against his feet. Chen Yang looked down at the dog and couldn't help but sigh. Unexpectedly, a dog is more grateful than a human. He lowered himself and rubbed the yellow dog's head with his hand. The yellow dog's tail wagged even more attentively, allowing him to rub his head while an expression of enjoyment appeared on his face. Right. Chen Yang looked at this yellow dog and suddenly realized a problem and couldn't help but mutter. Speaking of which, you've been on this little cloud peak for almost 2 months now, and there's never been a name for you. Let's call you Little Yellow from now on. This dog's entire body fur was yellow, so Chen Yang planned to simply call this dog Little Yellow in the future. Little Yellow seemed to understand his words, and once again rubbed his head against Chen Yang's feet with a pleasing look. Chen Yang laughed and couldn't help but say, if I had known that those 6 rebellious disciples were all white-eyed wolves, I would have simply raised 6 dogs in my last life. Mentioning those white-eyed wolves, Chen Yang suddenly thought of his 4th disciple Lu Kite from his previous life. Speaking of which, in half a month's time, it will be the day when the Swift Ancient Ruins will open. In my previous life, it was during the time of the Swift Ancient Ruins that I met that white-eyed wolf, Lu Kite, and then brought her back to Little Cloud Peak and took her in as a disciple. Without realizing it, I've been reborn for more than 3 months now. Time flies. Thinking back to the past events of his last life, Chen Yang's expression was a bit dazed. The Ancient Ruins was a secret realm left over from the ancient times. It contained countless heavenly treasures, countless ancient magic treasures, and all sorts of opportunities. At that time, the 10 major clans of the southern wasteland would all be present and enter the Ancient Ruins together. Not only that, all other forces would also be present. In his previous life, it was at the Ancient Ruins that Chen Yang met his 4th disciple, Lu Kite. A love brain. In the end, a white-eyed wolf who would not hesitate to bully his master for the sake of love. This rebellious disciple should have already started cultivating by now. By the time the Taiku Ruins opens, she should be there as well. After all, there is Li Wuya, who she couldn't forget in her last life. Chen Yang let out a light laugh, his expression somewhat disdainful. In this life, no one will stop you from being with Li Wuya anymore. I would like to see, you white-eyed wolf, in the end, can you get the love you want as you wish? Chen Yang shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Another half a month would pass before the opening of the Swift Ancient Ruins. He planned to cultivate properly during this half month. He would strive to break through to the Transformation God realm before the opening of the Swift Ancient Ruins. When he broke through to the god transformation realm, even Patriarch Yunyan would be no match for him by then. Chun Yang immediately got up and turned around to go back to his room to cultivate. Little Yellow wagged his tail and followed him step by step. Ah! At night, the Hall of Medicinal Herbs. In a simple room, Lin Xianer's compulsion poison struck again. Her entire body was rolling on the ground in pain, and her mouth even let out a mournful scream. The sound was shrill and carried a hysterical madness, as if at this very moment, she was suffering some kind of heart-rending, extreme pain. After a long time. Only then did Lin Xianer gradually stop screaming. Her entire person was lying on the ground, already exhausted and weak, her entire body dripping with sweat. It was also unknown how long it took. It was only then that she regained a bit of strength, and then she climbed up from the ground with great difficulty and laid down on the bed. She lay on the bed like this, looking at the beams above her, suddenly unable to hold back her tears. Master, when will you forgive me? Oh. During this period of time, she had really been tortured by the heart-devouring compulsion to the point of going crazy. Countless times, she wanted to die and be completely relieved. But in the end, she still didn't have the guts. After all, if she died, there would really be nothing left. She was at least a great emperor in her previous life, she couldn't accept that she would die in such a cowardly manner. Master, I really want to return to you. Lin Xianer couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt in her heart when she thought of how good her master had been to her. Master, I must ask for your forgiveness, I must return to your side. When I return to your side, you must not be able to bear to see me being tormented by the heart-devouring compulsion, you will definitely step in to save me. Right? Lin Xianer muttered to herself alone, ever since the last time she knew that her master had gone to great lengths to deplete his own essence in order to help her force out the parasites in her body. She couldn't mention how guilty she felt in her heart. At that time, she only wanted to say sorry to master. But now, she wanted to let master help her once more. She knew that she was sorry to master for thinking this way. But she also really had no choice. She was really being driven crazy by this heart-devouring compulsion. She didn't want to endure this hateful heart-devouring compulsion for even a single day now. As long as she begged for master's forgiveness, she would be able to return to master's side. At that time, master would definitely help her force the compulsion out of her body. Although, doing so would cause master to deplete his own essence. But Lin Xianer couldn't care less. Moreover, she felt that this matter shouldn't be difficult for master. After all, in his previous life, after helping himself force out the parasites in his body, didn't he end up cultivating into a great emperor as usual? In the end, he even almost became a saint. In this life, the master helped himself once again, it should not be a problem. This should only be a small thing to master. Whereas to her, it was something that would help her get out of her misery. Master, I really want to return to Little Cloud Peak, disciple in the herb hall, I can't eat or sleep well, and I have to do lots and lots of work every day. And here, I'm just an odd job disciple, no cultivation resources, and others look down on me. Chapter 61, still wanting master to help himself one more time. And here, I'm just an odd job disciple with no cultivation resources, and others look down on me. The more Lin Xianer thought about it, the more she felt a pang of misery in her heart. Ever since she became an odd job disciple, she had recultivated the chi refining technique provided by the Heavenly Sword sect. As for her previous life's saint grade level technique, she could only cultivate it after she broke through to the Heavenly Dipper realm. But her talent and root bones were already bad. There was also no divine elemental pill and no cultivation resources. This made her speed simply not too slow when she cultivated. Moreover, in this herb hall, she had to work every day, and the time she could use to cultivate was simply pitiful. So until now, she had only barely broken through to the second level of chi condensation. You have to know that in her last life, at this time, she had already broken through to the 9th level of chi condensation. She had already become a renowned pride of the entire Heavenly Sword sect. But now, she was only at the 2nd level of chi condensation. Compared to her last life, it was completely incomparable. And in this herbal hall, the living environment was too poor. The rooms are shabby and small, and the meals she eats every day are awful. It was completely incomparable to the treatment on Little Cloud Peak. At this moment, she couldn't help but think of the privileged life on Little Cloud Peak. The more she thought about it, the more she regretted it. Master, I must return to your side. I've already gone to beg Elder Lu today, and he's agreed to let me go with the other senior brothers tomorrow to deliver herbs to the peaks. By then, I should be able to go to Little Cloud Peak and see you. Lin Xianer murmured in a low voice, her eyes couldn't help but rise with some anticipation. Every month, the Hall of Medicinal Herbs would provide a certain portion of medicinal herbs to the 12 vice peaks and the 7 main peaks. This was a chance for her to go and apologize to her master. After all, as an odd job disciple, she usually didn't have the chance to see her master. A chance like this, she had to fight for it. Luckily, after some hard begging on her part, Elder Lu finally agreed. Letting her accompany the other senior brothers, tomorrow together they would go to deliver herbs to the peaks. At this moment, she had already made up her mind in her mind that when she went to Little Cloud Peak tomorrow, she would definitely ask for her master's forgiveness. She now desperately wanted to return to Little Cloud Peak. When she returned to Little Cloud Peak, everything would be fine. Master would help her force the parasites out of her body, and would also give her divine elemental pills and cultivation resources. She also didn't have to endure the heart-devouring parasites every day like she did now. She had endless work every day, and she didn't have to live in this shabby and small room. The exhausted Lin Xianer, holding such fantasies, gradually entered dreamland. The next day, Lin Xianer then followed a few odd job disciples and left the medicinal herb hall together, sending medicinal herbs to the various peaks. 1 hour later, the group finally arrived at Lin Xianer's longed-for Little Cloud Peak. Lin Xianer, who had once again returned to Little Cloud Peak, looked at the familiar everything around her. She couldn't help but burst into tears. To her, this place was a paradise compared to the medicinal herb hall. She wanted to return here too much. As long as she returned here, everything would be fine. Soon, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan appeared. Seeing these two, the other Pill Herb Hall disciples accompanying them hurriedly bowed and paid their respects in unison, with the utmost respect. Greetings to Senior Brother Qingyun. Greetings to Senior Brother Zhao. Facing Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, everyone's posture was lowered to a very low level, and there was even a deliberate curtness in their voices. The eyes they looked at Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan with were also filled with envy and even admiration. Seeing this scene, Lin Xianer stood by the side and couldn't help but be in a trance for a moment. There was a time when she was just like the current Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. Scenic to the extreme. Although she was not a true disciple, she was better than a true disciple. Within the sect, all disciples would respectfully pay their respects when they saw her. At that time, she could enjoy the worship and admiration of others with abandon. But now, she was just an odd job disciple with a humble status, being looked down upon. Thinking of this, Lin Xianer couldn't help but feel a pang of sourness in her heart. It's you? At this moment, both Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan saw Lin Xianer and recognized her at a glance. Both of them were a little surprised, as if they hadn't expected that amongst the handyman disciples who had come to deliver the medicinal herbs, there would be Lin Xianer. Senior Sister Lin, what are you doing? Why don't you quickly pay your respects to Senior Brother Qingyun and Senior Brother Zhao? At this time, one of the handyman disciples accompanying him saw Lin Xianer standing straight in place, like a little cutie. Nor did she salute Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. This made him a little anxious. Rushingly, he opened his mouth to remind. They were just odd job disciples, and when they saw the disciples of the 7 main peaks, they were all required to salute and greet them. What's more, this Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan were still the hot pride of heaven in the sect nowadays. Their status could even vaguely override the true disciples. Such disciples were not something they could offend. Lin Xianer's behavior was really too rude. Hearing his reminder, Lin Xianer couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. This was the Little Cloud Peak that she was most familiar with, and now that she was back here, she even had to bow to others? It was really ironic. However, once she thought of her status as a miscellaneous disciple, she still bowed helplessly and saluted. Disciple Lin Xianer, meet Senior Brother Qingyun, meet Senior Brother Zhao. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan glanced at each other and looked at Lin Xianer at the same time, not saying anything, just nodding. Alright, since the herbs have already been delivered, then you guys can go back. Li Qingyun waved his hand, signaling that they could leave. Yes, Senior Brother Qingyun, Senior Brother Zhao, then we won't bother you anymore, so we'll take our leave first. The lead handyman disciple was as if he had been pardoned and hurriedly bowed respectfully before preparing to leave. However, upon hearing that she had to leave, Lin Xianer immediately became anxious. She hadn't met her master yet, and she hadn't even admitted her mistake to him yet. How could she leave just like that? Thinking of this, Lin Xianer bit her lip before she stepped forward and said to Li Qingyun, Senior Brother Qingyun, can you take me to see Master? Your master, I want to see him. She had wanted to say that she wanted to see her master, but nowadays, in the eyes of outsiders, she was just an errand boy disciple. As for Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, they were Chen Yang's disciples in name only. If she were to say that she was Chen Yang's disciple, she was only afraid that she would cause people to laugh. Seeing our master, what do you want again? Zhao Chuan frowned and looked at Lin Xianer with a displeased expression. He was aware that his own master had never been very fond of this Lin Xianer. If they really let this Lin Xianer pester their master, his master would only get angry. I am looking for him for something. I also asked the 2 senior brothers to take me to see him. Lin Xianer pursed her lips, her eyes filled with anticipation. As long as she saw her master, she could admit her mistake to him. As long as master forgave her, she would be able to return here. By then, everything would be fine. Lin Xianer, what are you doing? We should go. The handyman disciple in the lead, seeing that Lin Xianer was being so reckless, immediately widened his eyes, a little frightened. He hurried over and tried to pull Lin Xianer away. However, where was Lin Xianer willing to leave at this moment? This opportunity to meet with her master today was something she had fought for with great difficulty. Once she missed today, Then it would be difficult for her to see her master again in the future. She stubbornly stood in place, looking at Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan with an expectant face. Lin Xianer, you're crazy, you're just an odd job disciple, do you know, what the hell are you doing? The other odd job disciples were also scared out of their wits, fearing that they would be implicated. So they all came forward, wanting to pull Lin Xianer away. You guys let go of me, I want to see my master, I want to see my master. Chapter 62 You're just an errand boy disciple. You guys let go of me, I won't go, I must see my master today. When master sees me, he will definitely forgive me. Several handyman disciples, together, went forward and dragged Lin Xianer away by force. Lin Xianer's face was full of unwillingness, struggling desperately, unwilling to leave. She had easily returned to Little Cloud Peak, and as long as she saw her master, she would be able to apologize to him. As long as master forgave her, she would be able to return to Little Cloud Peak. She would also be able to get rid of the heart-devouring compulsion. At that time, master would also give her the divine elemental pill and cultivation resources. At that time, she would no longer be a lowly servant disciple. She would be turned back into a heavenly pride just like in her previous life. At that time, everything would be fine. Now, as long as she saw master, master would definitely forgive her. After all, in her last life, master loved her so much. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan stood in place, just calmly watching her being dragged away, always indifferent. But they were very clear that their own master had always hated this Lin Xianer. How could they possibly bring this Lin Xianer to see their master, disturbing his tranquility and making him angry? It wasn't like they were stupid. You guys let go of me, I want to see my master. Lin Xianer struggled desperately and finally managed to break free from the drag of a few handyman disciples before rushing to Li Qingyun. She didn't care about any image, she directly knelt down and begged, Li Qingyun, I beg you, will you take me to see my master? Let me tell you, I used to be a disciple of my master as well, we're all from the same sect, to put it mildly, I'm still your senior sister, help me, okay? Lin Xianer tugged at the hem of Li Qingyun's coat to death, raising her head to look at him blearily, so anxious that tears were coming out. She really didn't want to return to the medicinal herb hall anymore. She really didn't want to endure the heart-devouring compulsion anymore. She wanted to return to Little Cloud Peak and return to Master's side. She felt that as long as she saw her master today, he would definitely forgive her when he saw how pitiful she was. After all, it had been such a long time. Master should have also dispelled his anger. Master had once doted on her so much, and now he definitely couldn't bear to blame her anymore. Li Qingyun looked down at Lin Xianer and said expressionlessly, your name is Lin Xianer, isn't it? You're just an odd job disciple. My master is an elder of the 7 main peaks. Do you believe yourself when you say that? Li Qingyun snorted coldly and immediately took a step back. The look he gave Lin Xianer was also filled with disgust. In his opinion, this Lin Xianer was here to touch porcelain. A miscellaneous disciple who also dared to come and touch his master. This caused some anger in his heart. Li Qingyun, help me, what I said is true, I am really a disciple of my master, why don't you believe me? Lin Xianer said with a helpless face, her expression was miserable for a while. As a matter of fact, she was the one who was Chen Yang's rightful disciple. After all, in her last life, she had been Chen Yang's disciple for 3,000 years. On this Little Cloud Peak, she had also lived for decades. She was much more familiar with this place than Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. But now, everyone didn't believe her. It only felt that she was just a whimsical and unimaginative servant disciple. Lin Xianer was still pleading, yet at this moment, a few other handyman disciples had already run over and dragged her away once again. Lin Xianer, you're crazy, you're just an odd job disciple, please recognize your identity. What kind of character is that Elder Chen? He's an elder of the 7 main peaks, how could he be your master? I think you're crazy for wanting to worship the 7 main peaks. The lead handyman disciple, while dragging Lin Xianer, said without mercy. That's right, you're just an odd job disciple, how dare you say you're Elder Chen's disciple? Too unlucky, shouldn't have brought her to deliver the herbs today, almost got killed by her. That's right, fortunately senior brother Qingyun and senior brother Zhao Chuan were magnanimous and didn't bother with us, otherwise you would have been transferred to the law enforcement hall, and you would have suffered. The other miscellaneous disciples, one by one, also opened their mouths to complain, and at the same time, they couldn't help but mock her. However, at this moment, Lin Xianer. She simply couldn't listen to these voices, she only had the Little Cloud Peak in front of her eyes. Seeing herself being dragged down the mountain step by step, Lin Xianer couldn't help but have her tears fall, and couldn't stop them. Oh master, I'm really wrong, I want to come back, I really want to come back. Master, disciple really wants to return to your side. Lin Xianer cried out unwillingly, her voice carrying a helpless despair. In the end, she was still dragged down Little Cloud Peak. Lin Xianer looked at the Little Cloud Peak in front of her, and her entire heart instantly turned ashen. This was the place she used to be most familiar with, but now, even going back had become a luxury. Lin Xianer, I'm telling you, after we go back, I'll definitely tell Elder Lu about this, and you'll just wait to be punished. Right, we must tell Elder Lu and let her be punished. That's right, do you think it's easy for us handyman disciples? We were almost dragged into it by her today, what bad luck. Everyone was complaining about Lin Xianer. However, for these complaints, Lin Xianer was as if she couldn't hear them at this moment. At this moment, she stood in place, staring blankly at the small cloud peak in front of her, her expression a moment of disorientation. Without seeing her master, she would have to return to the medicinal herb hall and continue to be her handyman disciple. In the days to come, she would also have to continue to endure the pain caused by the heart-devouring compulsion. She had to continue to live in a shabby and small house and eat unpalatable food. She will also be looked down upon by others. Most importantly, she didn't have the divine elemental pill, nor did she have the resources to cultivate, so it would still be very difficult for her to cultivate in the future. When she thought of these, Lin Xianer felt a suffocating despair in her heart. On Little Cloud Peak, Chen Yang was in the middle of his cultivation, and he was completely unaware of the fact that Lin Xianer wanted to see him. He was completely unaware of it. Of course, even if he knew, Chen Yang was also too lazy to take care of it. Having that time to meet that white-eyed wolf, he might as well cultivate. For the next half a month, Chen Yang was basically cultivating. Finally, after half a month, he managed to break through to the spirit transformation realm. It had been less than 4 months since he was reborn. He had broken through from the spirit sea realm to the spirit transformation realm. This cultivation speed was simply heaven-defying. At this moment, he was already stronger than Patriarch Yunyan within the entire Heavenly Sword sect. One must know that Yunyan, who was the Patriarch, was only at the late Yuaning realm. Apart from the several supreme elders, as well as the old ancestors who were in seclusion, he had the highest cultivation level in the entire Heavenly Sword sect. After breaking through to the divine transformation realm, Chen Yang also ended his cultivation and walked out of the cave. Counting the days, these 2 days would be the days when the ancient relics would open. As expected. Not long after he had left the cave mansion, above the main peak, a mellow and melodious bell sound was heard. The sound of a bell was heard from above the main peak. Chapter 63, Ancient Ruins. The melodious sound of the bell soon spread throughout the 7 main peaks and 12 secondary peaks. At this moment, above each peak, everyone from the elders down to the disciples were startled. The next moment, a cool and majestic woman's voice slowly spread from the main peak. Elders of all peaks, please bring your disciples to gather in front of the sovereign hall. On the small cloud peak, Chen Yang instantly heard out that this voice was none other than Patriarch Yunyan's voice. At this moment, he was standing on one of the steps, looking out in the direction of the main peak. Master. Soon, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan arrived behind him, bowing together in an extremely respectful manner. Chen Yang turned his head and looked at the 2 disciples. In the next moment, his divine sense probed out. Immediately, it was clear how the 2 disciples had been cultivating over the past half-month. Li Qingyun was still playing steadily, and although he was still in the middle stage of the Heavenly Dipper realm, his cultivation was steadily increasing. Zhao Chuan, on the other hand, had already broken through from the early Big Dipper realm to the mid-Big Dipper realm. Seeing this, Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction. I'm sure that you senior brothers and sisters should have heard that the swift ancient ruins are about to open, so the 2 of you should come with me now and head to the main peak. Chen Yang opened his mouth indifferently and said in a warm voice. Yes, master. Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan nodded their heads at the same time, both looking slightly excited. During this period of time, they had naturally heard about the upcoming opening of the swift ancient ruins. Rumor had it that amongst that ancient ruins were countless heavenly treasures, as well as countless opportunities, as well as all sorts of powerful demonic beasts. They had long wanted to go and see it. Although they were under Chen Yang's tutelage, they did not lack much in terms of cultivation resources. However, if they could find other opportunities among the ancient relics, it would also be an excellent thing for them. At that moment, Chen Yang took the 2 disciples and headed to the main peak together. Nowadays, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan had also learned how to fly with their swords. Only to see the 2 of them following behind Chen Yang, they flew towards the main peak together. At the same time, on the Qingdian peak, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin also walked out of the house together after hearing the sound of the bell. The 2 stood in the courtyard, slightly tilting their heads as they gazed out in the direction of the main peak. It's finally here, the Swidden ruins have finally opened. Lu Ruyan's eyes were a bit fiery, and her expression was all a bit excited. She had waited for this day for too long. Yes, senior sister, we just don't have the cultivation resources right now, that's why we can't raise our speed when we cultivate. As long as we enter the swift ancient ruins, we will be able to obtain cultivation resources, and by then, our cultivation speed will be able to accelerate. Zhou Qingmin's heart was also very much revitalized, and she couldn't help but show a look of delight on her face. Yes, senior sister, as long as we enter the swift ancient ruins and obtain cultivation resources, we will be able to catch up with that Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. Lu Ruyan nodded and said with an agreeable face. Ever since she saw Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan make a splash at the sect competition, she had vowed to surpass Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, to take back the pride that originally belonged to her. However, during this period of time, they had suffered from a lack of cultivation resources, so their cultivation speed had not been able to rise. Until now, she had only barely broken through to the 5th level of qi condensation. As for Zhou Qingmin, even if she tried harder, she had only broken through to the 4th level of qi condensation. It could be said that the gap between them and that Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, it's still a big gap. Therefore, this time, the Taiku Ruins was a rare opportunity for them. In their previous life, they had also entered the Taiku Ruins, and in the Taiku Ruins, they had gained a lot of cultivation resources. They believed that this trip to the Taiku Ruins, they would also be able to obtain a large amount of cultivation resources just like they did in their previous life. As long as they obtained a large amount of cultivation resources, they would be able to change the status quo. Chen Yang, just wait, you dare to look down on us. When we come back from the swift ancient ruins this time, we will definitely impress you. Zhou Qingmin puffed up her small mouth. Remembering Chen Yang's nasty face, she was angry in her heart. That's right, that guy Chen Yang thinks that we won't be able to cultivate as if we are away from him. This time, I won't let him look down on me anymore. Mentioning Chen Yang, a trace of hatred flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes, and her fists were quietly clenched. Right. At this moment, Zhou Qingmin suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but say, Senior sister, this time maybe we can still meet fourth senior sister. She will definitely go to the swift ancient ruins for the sake of Li Wuya as well. Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up as she nodded her head and said, right, this time fourth senior sister should also go. In a couple of days, we should be able to meet Lu Kite. I haven't seen her for a long time, and I kind of miss her. They were all clear that Lu Kite would definitely go to the swift ancient ruins. After all, there was Li Wuya, whom she couldn't forget in her last life, there. Senior sister, do you think Lu Kite will be able to be with Li Wuya as she wishes in this life? Zhou Qingmin suddenly asked with some curiosity. I don't know either. Lu Ruyan gently shook her head, somewhat uncertain. But without that guy Chen Yang in the way, fourth senior sister should be able to get what she wants. Alright, senior sister, without further ado, let's hurry up and gather in front of the East China Hall and go to the main peak with Master. Good, senior sister, then let's go. Medicinal Herb Hall. In the middle of a garden, Lin Xianer was planting spirit herbs. Right at this moment, a muffled bell sound came lazily. Immediately afterward, she heard Yunyan's clear and cold voice. Lin Xianer straightened up and raised her head to look remotely in the direction of the main peak. It seems that the ancient relics are about to open, but unfortunately, I'm just an odd job disciple who can't go forward. She pursed her lips, her expression somewhat bitter. She also very much wanted to follow the clan to the ancient ruins, to look for opportunities and then obtain cultivation resources. However, she was only an odd job disciple now, with a low status, and was not qualified to go. Alas, if I could have met Master last time, Master might have forgiven me. In that case, I would be able to go to the swift ancient ruins this time as well. Thinking of this, her expression was gloomy for a while. Just because she didn't meet Master last time, she was brought back to the Pill Herb Hall. So for the past half a month, she was still enduring the heart-devouring compulsion, and she was still planting spirit herbs within this garden every day with her face facing the yellow soil and her back to the sky. It could be said that it was an unbearable suffering. Not only that, because there is not much time to cultivate, plus there is no cultivation resources, her cultivation, still stuck in the second layer of qi condensation, did not get an inch. Alas, it would be good if Master forgave me. Lin Xianer sighed again, and her entire body couldn't help but feel a bit demoralized. However, it immediately occurred to her that the reason she hadn't been able to obtain Master's forgiveness last time, it was all because she hadn't met Master. This a glimmer of hope was instantly sparked in her heart. Well, as long as I see Master next time, Master will definitely forgive me when he sees me living such a miserable life. By then, everything will be fine. Chapter 64 Li Wuya, I must be with you. Very quickly. Chen Yang then brought 2 disciples and arrived at the main peak, landing in front of the Patriarch's hall. At this moment, there were already elders from other peaks, with their disciples waiting here early. Chen Yang had just appeared with his 2 disciples and attracted the attention of many people. It couldn't be helped. The current little cloud peak was simply too dazzling within the Heavenly Sword sect. The talent displayed by both Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan made it impossible for Chen Yang to keep a low profile even if he wanted to. Regarding the attention of these people, Chen Yang's master and disciple, the 3 of them, had long since become accustomed to it and did not care too much about it. They stood in place, quietly waiting. A quarter of an hour later, the other peaks had also arrived one after another. It was at this time that Yunyan, who was the patriarch, slowly stepped out from the patriarch hall. Behind her, there were several elders. At this moment, Yunyan, dressed in a white robe, her face was beautiful and cold, the whole person stood on the high steps, her whole body exuded a stern pressure. She lowered her eyes and looked down at the crowd of disciples below, then slowly opened her mouth. Today is the day when the swift ancient ruins will open. Disciples who wish to go to the swift ancient ruins will follow their own masters and enter the teleportation spell formation later. If there are those who don't want to risk their lives, it's not too late for them to regret, they can stay within the sect. Alright, the hour is not early anymore, elders of each peak, you can now bring your own disciples and enter the transmission spell formation. The words fell. A few elders not far away immediately cast a spell together and opened the teleportation spell formation. Chen Yang was the first to lead two disciples, walking over and entering the teleportation spell formation. With a flash of light, the figures of Chen Yang's master and disciples instantly disappeared. The other elders of the various peaks also followed closely behind, bringing their disciples to enter the teleportation spell formation in turn. At the same time, 10,000 miles away, under the dim sky dome, here, there was a deep valley that spanned thousands of miles. This rift valley was straight and deep, as if it had been chopped out with a sword. This deep valley was the Nine Spectres Valley. And in the depths of this Nine Spectres Valley, there existed a huge Dharma altar. At this very moment, suddenly, 3 light shadows descended from the sky and landed before the Dharma altar. In the next moment, the figures of Chen Yang's master and disciple appeared. Yo, it looks like the Heavenly Sword sect's people have come. Just as the 3 of them appeared, they heard an unfamiliar voice from the side. Chen Yang raised his eyes and looked, only to see that there were already quite a few people standing before this huge Dharma altar. As far as the eye could see, there were tens of thousands of people. For these people, Chen Yang had some impression. These people were clearly the people from the other 9 major clans amongst the 10 major clans of the southern wasteland. On top of that, even the Great Li dynasty had sent quite a few people over. The Great Li dynasty was the largest dynasty in the southern wasteland. In the entire southern wasteland, whether it was strength or status, it was above the 10 great sects. Very quickly, at Chen Yang's side, the other Heavenly Sword sect elders also showed up one after another with a large number of disciples. Chen Yang had little interest in any of the other 9 clans. He turned his head and looked behind him a few hundred meters away. There, a group of loose cultivators existed. These loose cultivators, obviously, also wanted to enter amongst the ancient relics to look for a chance. After all, for loose cultivators, there weren't many opportunities like this one where they could enter a secret realm in search of a chance. So every time, they had to firmly grasp it. However, because of their low cultivation level and lack of background, so they could only stand not far away, waiting for the swift ancient ruins to open, after all the other big forces had entered the swift ancient ruins. Only then could they go in. Chen Yang's gaze quickly locked onto a woman amongst the crowd. It was a 15 or 16-year-old wonderful young girl. She was just standing there quietly, dressed in a red dress, with a stunningly beautiful appearance and a dusty aura. Such stunning looks made her especially conspicuous as she stood amongst the crowd of loose cultivators. This woman was clearly Chen Yang's 4th disciple from his previous life, Lu Kite. She was also the wide-eyed wolf who had gone out of her way to deceive her master for the sake of love. In the previous life, this Lu Kite was a loose cultivator. She originally just wanted to come to this ancient relics to try her luck and find some cultivation resources, just like other loose cultivators. Unexpectedly, she met Li Wuya. And then, they didn't know what happened between the two of them. Lu Kite fell hopelessly in love with Li Wuya. Later on, Lu Kite and Li Wuya were separated in the secret realm, and by chance, they met Chen Yang again. At that time, Lu Kite could see that Chen Yang was an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, so she requested that she wanted to worship him as a teacher. Chen Yang saw that she was quite pitiful as a loose cultivator, so he agreed. Just like that, Chen Yang brought Lu Kite back to the Heavenly Sword sect and accepted her as a disciple. However, after returning to the Heavenly Sword sect, Lu Kite had been obsessed with Li Wuya. It was also in the 3rd year of Lu Kite's enrollment in the Heavenly Sword sect. Li Wuya didn't know where he got the information from and knew that Lu Kite had already joined the Heavenly Sword sect. So he found his way to the Heavenly Sword sect. However, Chen Yang, at that time, could see that Li Wuya was a person with an evil heart, not a righteous cultivator. So he blocked the two of them from meeting and fought against Li Wuya. Unfortunately, in the end, he let Li Wuya escape. Later, Li Wuya never came to see Lu Kite again. Lu Kite also completely hated Chen Yang because of this matter. In the end, he even joined the other disciples and committed the act of deceiving his master. Lu Kite, in the last life I clearly told you that Li Wuya was not a good person, but you just didn't believe me and had to be with him. The last life was my Chen Yang's dog rattling and meddling, this life I don't care, I want to see, can you get the love you want? Chen Yang looked at Lu Kite from afar and couldn't help but murmur softly. At the same time, Lu Kite, who was standing in the middle of the crowd, seemed to have sensed Chen Yang's gaze in general. In the next moment, she looked up in Chen Yang's direction. The two of them met each other's eyes. Lu Kite's face suddenly went cold, and a trace of hatred instantly flashed under her eyes. In her previous life, if it wasn't for Chen Yang's insistence on stopping her, she would have long since been in a double relationship with Li Wuya, not being able to be with the man she loved. This had become her biggest regret in her last life. To her, Li Wuya was the white moonlight of her heart. It was also her greatest intention. Master, it's all your fault, if it wasn't for you, I would have been with Wuya long ago. If I had known in my last life that you were such a heartless person, I shouldn't have worshipped you as my master. That way, no one would have stopped me from being with Li Wuya. Good thing, now the heavens have given me a chance to start over. This time, I won't worship you as my teacher. Wuya, I must be with you in this life, and I will not be separated for the rest of my life. Lu Kite remembered the white moonlight in her heart, and her heart instantly became firm. In this life, she must make up for the regrets of her previous life. Without Chen Yang's obstruction, she could definitely be with Li Wuya forever. She would definitely be happy as well. Chapter 65, Excessive. A little bit of time passed. Before the huge Dharma altar, the disciples of the various sects were waiting with eager anticipation for the opening of the Swift Ancient Ruins. The Swift Ancient Ruins was a secret realm left over from the ancient times, and it would only open once every 10 years. Every time the ancient relics opened, it would be accompanied by heaven and earth anomalies. Shen Yang remembered very clearly that before every opening of the ancient relics, a blood moon would appear above the sky. When the blood-red moonlight sprinkled down on top of the gigantic Dharma altar, the Dharma altar would open up the space-time passage to the Swift Ancient Ruins. Here it comes. The blood moon has appeared. Finally, above the dim sky dome. As the dark clouds dispersed, a blood-red residual moon appeared in the night sky. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but get excited. After waiting for such a long time, the Swift Ancient Ruins were finally going to open. On the side of the Heavenly Sword sect, the two girls, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmen, stood in the middle of the crowd, looking at the blood moon that appeared in the sky. Both of them had an uncontrollable excitement in their hearts. They couldn't wait to enter the ancient relics to look for cultivation resources. As long as they had cultivation resources, they would be able to change their status quo. Under everyone's gaze. The next moment, the blood-red moonlight spilled down. At the same time, when these blood-red moonlights landed on the Dharma altar, the entire huge Dharma altar was abruptly flooded with a blazing white light. This white light rose up into the sky, instantly illuminating the entire world. For a moment, the heavens and earth turned white. Everyone was unable to open their eyes from this white light. For a long time. When the blazing white light gradually disappeared, everyone looked up to see. Only to see that above that Dharma altar, a void crack had appeared at some point. This crack gradually propped open, and under the eyes of the crowd, it eventually formed a huge black passageway that was too deep to see the bottom. The Swift Ancient Ruins have finally opened. Disciples of my Taishan Dao sect, what are you waiting for? Now all follow me into the Swift Ancient Ruins. An elder of the Taishan Dao sect immediately stepped forward. He couldn't wait to lead all the disciples of the Taishan Dao sect, and together they flew into the middle of that black passageway. The other elders of the various sects, seeing this scene, were not willing to lag behind, so they all brought their own disciples and flew into the black passageway. On the Heavenly Sword sect side, Shen Yang and the other elders of the various peaks, at this moment, were also not murmuring. Immediately, they led a group of disciples and flew into the middle of the ancient ruins. On the side of the Great Li dynasty, there seemed to be no hurry. Only after the 10 great sects had gone in, did they fly into the ancient ruins without any panic. When the 10 great sects and the people of the Great Li dynasty all entered the ancient ruins, the crowd of loose cultivators who had been waiting at the back were all scrambling to rush over at this moment. Each and every one of them scrambled to fly into the ancient relics. It seemed that they were afraid that if they were late, they wouldn't even be able to get a mouthful of soup. Looking at the impatient appearance of these people, Lu Kite was not in a hurry. She didn't come to the Swift Ancient Ruins to grab cultivation resources. She had come for love. At this moment, Li Wuya should not have entered the Swift Ancient Ruins yet, so she was not in a hurry to go in. Instead, she waited for everyone to enter the Swift Ruins, and only then did she come before the Dharma altar without any panic. Wuya, I've come to find you, I missed you so much. After everyone had entered the Swift Ancient Ruins, before the huge Dharma altar, it became empty in an instant. Jia, the opening of the Swift Ancient Ruins, this kind of good thing, how can it be less than my demon sect? Everyone go in, we, the devil sect, will also come and get a piece of the pie. Above the originally empty ground, a group of devilish evil cultivators suddenly descended from the sky. These devil cultivators were dressed in black, and all of them emitted a strand of fury. Without any nonsense, they directly flew into the ancient relics. In the middle of the Taiku ruins. After Chen Yang entered with his 2 disciples, he landed in the middle of a forest. As for the others, they didn't know where they had landed at the moment. Just after landing, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan couldn't help but look around, obviously very curious about everything around them. Chen Yang looked at these 2 simple disciples and couldn't help but exhort, within this secret realm, there are countless heavenly materials and treasures, as well as all sorts of opportunities. What can be harvested in here is all up to your own creation. However, there is one thing I want to remind you guys, in addition to the chances in here, there are also all kinds of demonic beasts, as well as you guys also have to be wary of all the people you encounter, especially the people of the demon sect. You guys got it? Since it was the first time for both disciples to enter the secret realm, Chen Yang was still patient and purposely instructed them. Master, disciple has remembered. Hearing this, the faces of both Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan immediately became grave. Nodding their heads at the same time, they memorized his words deeply in their hearts. Well, it's good to remember. Chen Yang nodded and added, this is the outer layer of the swift ancient ruins, only cultivators below the spirit sea realm are allowed to exist. If Master stays here, he will be restricted after a long time, so Master will enter the depths of the swift ancient ruins later. While you are here, everything depends on you. Master, we know. Good, then Master will leave first, take care of yourselves. Chen Yang nodded slightly, then he turned around and left. With regards to these two disciples, he actually wasn't too worried. After all, both of them were currently at the middle stage of the Heavenly Dipper realm. It would be very difficult to meet an opponent in the outer layer of this swift ancient ruins. After Chen Yang left, his body instantly transformed into a stream of light and soon entered the depths of the swift ancient ruins. While passing by a mountain peak, Chen Yang realized that the aura of this place was particularly rich. He then landed on top of the peak and sat down on his knees, preparing to cultivate. 4 others. To come to this ancient relic was to look for opportunities and all sorts of heavenly materials and treasures. After all, such things as cultivation could be cultivated anywhere. There was no need to purposely come to this ancient relic to cultivate. But Chen Yang was different from the others. Chen Yang actually had no shortage of cultivation resources. Within his system space, there were too many cultivation resources. He wouldn't be able to use them all in his lifetime. The reason why he came here. One was because as an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, he himself had the obligation to lead his disciples here, as well as the duty to protect them. The second was that here, he had a few enemies. Of course, these few enemies were not those few rebellious disciples. Rather, they were from the Devil sect. In his previous life, he had found quite a few good things amongst these ancient ruins. Those were all unavailable cultivation resources, and each of them was beneficial to cultivation. However, he was also targeted by the demon sect's people because of this. In his last life, under the siege of those few demon sect cultivators, he was like a lost dog, fleeing for his life, and was almost buried here. Luckily, he eventually escaped with his life. In this life, he was going to take care of these few devil sect cultivators, all of them, here. Chapter 66 Xianling Grass. At the same time, just as Chen Yang was cultivating, on the other side, the two of them, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmen, after they entered the swift ancient ruins. Immediately, they headed in the direction of the east, running straight ahead. The two women had a clear goal, their expressions were firm, and their speed was strangely fast. It was because they both knew that in the eastern direction, there were cultivation resources that they wanted. After all, they were both reincarnated and reborn, and they were all too familiar with the remains of the Taiku ruins. With the memories of their previous lives, they were all very clear. In the eastern direction, there was a phantom moon lake. And on the shore of the lake, there were 2 Xian spirit grasses growing. This kind of spirit grass was very beneficial to cultivation. If they were able to obtain it, it would at the very least help them break through a layer of realm. In their previous life, they had obtained these 2 Xian spirit grasses. They had also seen the extraordinary effects of this spirit grass with their own eyes. Senior sister, we have to hurry. If we let the disciples from other sects find the Xian spirit grass, it won't be good. Zhou Qingmen spoke with a look of anxiety and some concern. At this moment, she was afraid that these 2 Xian spirit grasses would be taken by someone else first. After all, in the previous life, the two of them were not the only ones who had found the Xian spirit grass in the illusory moon lake. At that time, they had relied on their strong strength before finally pocketing the Xian spirit grass. Zhou Qingmen was afraid that if she went late, the Xianling grass would be picked by someone else. Well, I know, this Xianling grass must be ours, and can only be ours. Ruyan Lu nodded her head, her expression very grave. Before entering the swift ancient ruins, she had decided that once she came in, she would first go to Illusory Moon Lake to find the Xian spirit grass. After all, this kind of spirit grass would be the most helpful to them right now. Senior sister, we are really unlucky this time. When we entered the swift ancient ruins in the last life, the place where we appeared was obviously so close to the Illusory Moon Lake, but in this life, after we came in, we are so far away from the Illusory Moon Lake. Zhou Qingmen muttered irritably as she ran wildly. The entire person had a somewhat anxious look. Because of the special nature of the swift ancient ruins, everyone would randomly land in a different place when they entered the swift ancient ruins. Zhou Qingmen also did not expect that they would have such bad luck. After they came in, they would appear in a place so far away from the Illusory Moon Lake. Senior sister, cut the crap, let's speed up a bit. Ruyan Lu didn't complain about the sky like she did, she knew that wouldn't help at all. The priority was still to hurry up and get to the Illusory Moon Lake and get the Xian spirit grass. The two immediately stopped talking and accelerated with all their might to rush to the Illusory Moon Lake. Finally, half an hour later, the two women, who had been running furiously all the way, finally arrived at the Illusory Moon Lake. In the sight of the two, a green lake appeared at the foot of the mountain not far ahead. The water of the lake was crystal clear, and there were fish swimming in the water. Finally, Zhou Qingmin had long been exhausted and sweating, but looking at the illusory moon lake not far away, a joyous look suddenly appeared in her eyes. Senior sister, the Xian spirit grass is right there, let's go get it. Lu Ruyan suddenly stretched out her hand and pointed to the shore across the lake. Only to see that there, 2 Xian spirit grasses were growing. Lu Ruyan immediately ran over with quick steps, and then she was only seen leaping, and she easily landed on the opposite side of the lake. Senior sister, wait for me. Zhou Qingmin followed closely behind, also leaping across the lake and landing beside her. Both of them looked down at the same time, only to see on the ground in front of them. There were 2 small green grasses with slender and tall roots and fat leaves, and under the sunlight there was a layer, if any, of spiritual liquid luster. Looking at the Xian spirit grass that her heart longed for, it was now right in front of her. Lu Ruyan immediately bent down without hesitation and uprooted the 2 Xianling grasses. Great, with this Xian spirit grass, we can break through a layer of the realm with just a little bit of cultivation. Lu Ruyan looked at the Xian spirit grass in her hand and couldn't help but have a look of delight spread across her face. During this period of time after being reborn, she had been desperately cultivating. However, because there were no cultivation resources, her cultivation speed was never fast enough. This made her long for cultivation resources. Now that they had this Xianling grass, they would go and find some more cultivation resources. It was believed that it wouldn't be long before they would be able to catch up with Li Qingyuan and Zhao Chuan's cultivation progress. At the same time, they would also be able to make that damnable Chen Yang stop belittling them. Yes, senior sister, we finally got the Xian spirit grass, we finally have cultivation resources. Zhou Qingmin looked at the Xianling grass in her hand. She was also so excited that at this moment, she even had the urge to cry. Ever since she had worshipped at Qingdian Peak, because there was no more great grievous master like Chen Yang to provide them with a constant stream of cultivation resources. So when she cultivated, let alone how hard it was. This period of hard cultivation had made her dream of obtaining cultivation resources. Now, with this Xian spirit grass, they finally didn't have to struggle so much to cultivate. Alright, senior sister, we'd better leave quickly, I'm afraid that the others will find them in a while. Lu Ruyan hurriedly collected the 2 Xian spirit grasses before preparing to leave. Aha, senior sister, let's leave quickly. Zhou Qingmin also reacted and was instantly alarmed. This was, after all, Xian spirit grass, and if other people saw it, they might fight them for it at that time. However, just as the 2 girls were about to leave. 2 girls, please stay. Suddenly, a young cultivator's voice suddenly came from behind the 2. The 2 girls, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin, immediately stiffened and turned their heads to look, only to see that on the opposite side of the lake, at some point, there was already a white-clothed youth standing. This youth looked to be in his mid to late 20s, with a tall figure and a cold face, and at a glance, he was not a good talker. At this moment, he was squinting his eyes and staring at them unkindly. 5 elements sect, Zhao. Ruyan Lu furrowed her brows and stared at the young cultivator across from her. At this moment, she recognized the other party's identity. Yo, am I Zhao so famous that you guys actually recognize me? Zhao froze for a moment, obviously a little surprised. He didn't expect that these 2 strange women that he had never met before would recognize him. Cut the crap, Zhao, what do you want to do? Lu Ruyan looked alert and asked in a cold voice. Of course she recognized this Zhao. In their previous life, when they found the Xian spirit grass in the illusory moon lake, they had met Zhao from the 5 elements sect. At that time, Zhao also wanted Xianling grass. So the 2 sides did not agree, they fought. As a result, this Zhao was beaten by her parents do not recognize, and finally kneeled down and begged for forgiveness. Lu Ruyan this only let him off the hook. In this life, they have accelerated speed to come to the lake of the illusory moon, did not expect to still meet this Zhao. Now, Lu Ruyan only hope that this Zhao does not know that they have found the Xianling grass. Otherwise, both sides would inevitably have a fight. What do you want to do? Of course you want Xianling grass, don't think I didn't see, just now you 2 found 2 Xianling grass. Hand over the Xian spirit grass obediently, seeing as you're both disciples of the top 10 sects, I won't bother with you guys. Zhao put away the smile on his face and threatened with an impish expression. He had just passed by this place, but he had seen that the 2 women had obtained 2 Xian spirit grasses. That was Xian spirit grass. If he could obtain it, it would be extremely beneficial to his cultivation. Hearing these words, Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou were instantly enraged. Chapter 67 Robbed. Zhou Qingmin stood out and said with an indignant face, Zhao, we saw these 2 Xian spirit grasses first, why should we give them to you? She was going crazy wanting cultivation resources right now. Now it was so hard to get 2 Xianling grasses, but she had to give them away. She would not agree to it. Lu Ruyan also had a displeased look on her face, and she couldn't help but feel a surge of fire in her heart. Immediately, she said in a cold voice. That's right, Zhao, we saw this Xian spirit grass first, so it's ours. If you want Xian spirit grass, it's better to find it elsewhere yourself. She was in need of cultivation resources right now. She wouldn't give this Zhao these 2 hard to come by Xianling grass for nothing. If Zhao Yi wanted it, it was simply delusional. Humph. You guys see it first as yours? Zhao Yi snorted coldly and said with a disdainful face, in this secret realm, whoever has the biggest fist is whoever has it, less nonsense, hand it over quickly, or I will not be polite. After saying that, he didn't intend to talk nonsense and was ready to make a move to rob it. Zhao Yi, don't be too deceitful. Zhou Qingmin gritted her teeth, the fiery tempered her. At this moment, she was already somewhat unable to endure it. These two Xian spirit grasses were clearly what they saw first. Now this Zhao Yi even wanted to rob them by force. This was simply too bullying. Lu Ruyan also grimaced, forcibly suppressing the anger in her heart, and warned again. Zhao Yi, I said, this Xianling grass is ours and will never be given to you. If you want it, go find it yourself. Fine, since you guys won't give it to me, then I'll be rude. Zhao Yi immediately stopped talking nonsense, and with a wave of his hand, he took out his flying sword from his storage bag. The next moment, he stepped on his feet and leapt across the lake. In mid-air, he directly slashed his sword down. At that instant, a sword chi chopped down towards the two women. Looking at the unreasonable Zhao Yi, both Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin clenched their fists, suffocating to the extreme. They had endured again and again, but they didn't expect that this Zhao Yi would still want to rob them of their Xian spirit grass. This was simply too much. At this moment, the suppressed anger in their hearts completely exploded. The two of them dodged to the sides and then killed towards Zhao Yi in unison. They were at least great emperors in their last life, but now they were being bullied by a tiny Zhao Yi. How could they tolerate this? The two women struck out at the same time, without reservation. They were bound to give this Zhao Yi a lesson. However, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin, under the anger, had forgotten that their strength at the moment was simply not Zhao Yi's opponent. In just a few rounds, the two women were sent flying by Zhao Yi. They fell heavily on the grass. Put. Just landed, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin, two women, at the same time spit out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Yi held a long sword and slowly floated down in front of the two women. Then pointing the sword at the two women, he said in a cold voice, now, hand over the Xianling grass. I'm not handing it over, it's ours, ours. Zhou Qingmin wiped off the blood at the corner of her mouth as she looked at Zhao Yi with deadly fury, her eyes filled with hatred. This was the Xian spirit grass that they had been longing for a long time. How could she willingly give it to someone else like this? Moreover, she didn't know how much she wanted such a precious spirit grass in her heart. With this Xianling grass, she would be able to make a fast breakthrough. She would be able to impress the dog Chen Yang. She was not willing to hand over the Xian spirit grass. Just as Zhou Qingmin was dead set against it, Lu Ruyan was gritting her teeth and agreed. Fine, I'll give it to you. Ruyan Lu stared at Zhao Yi with hatred and agreed with an unwilling face. At this moment, her heart was filled with indignation. This was the Xian spirit grass that she had managed to obtain with great difficulty. With this Xian spirit grass, she would be able to easily break through a layer of the realm. But now, she had to hand it over. She understood very well that if she didn't hand it over today, they were afraid that they would all die under this Zhao Yi's sword. Senior sister, we can't hand it over, it's something we got with great difficulty. Zhou Qingmin instantly became anxious and hurriedly turned her head to look at her, already so aggrieved that she was about to cry. This was the Xian spirit grass that could allow them to make a fast breakthrough. It was also a spirit grass that could make Chen Yang stop underestimating them. How could they just hand it over like this? Senior sister, if we keep the green hills, we are not afraid of having no firewood to burn. Right now, it is still important for us to save our lives. Lu Ruyan said, very reluctantly taking out the two Xian spirit grasses from her storage bag. Zhou Qingmin looked at these two Xian spirit grasses that she took out, pursing her lips, her entire being aggrieved. However, she still forced herself to hold back and didn't say anything else. Indeed, in this current situation, it was still important to save one's life. Ha, it's still you who is a senior sister who recognizes the time. Don't worry, they are all disciples of the top 10 sects, I won't kill you guys. Zhao Yi looked at the two Xian spirit grasses, and immediately both eyes glowed, his mood instantly improved. Afterwards, he took the two Xian spirit grasses and then turned around and left. Ah! Pissed me off. Zhou Qingmin looked at Zhao Yi's departing back, and her entire face turned blue with anger. At this moment, the anger in her heart was like an erupting volcano that she couldn't even suppress. She couldn't help but pound the ground hard with her fists as a way to vent the fire in her heart. They had always lacked cultivation resources. Now, it was so hard to get Xianling grass. But it was snatched away by a tiny Zhao Yi. How could she swallow this anger? This Zhao Yi, it's simply too much of a bully. These two Xianling grasses, it's obvious that we saw them first, he even snatched them hard. Lu Ruyan was also gritting her teeth, her face was green with anger. She had always wanted cultivation resources, then to quickly cultivate and catch up with Li Qingyun. Then, she wanted to take back everything she had. She also wanted to prove herself in front of Chen Yang. But now, the Xianling grass that she had been thinking about for so long. Surprisingly, it was snatched away by Zhao Yi just like that. It was the Xianling grass. She had just gotten it in her hands and hadn't even warmed it up yet, and it was just given away like this. How could she stand it? That's right, this Joey, even unreasonable, hard to snatch our Shin spirit grass, this is simply too angry. If I were still a great emperor now, I would have already killed him by 1,000 cuts and thwarted his bones. The more Zhou Qingmen thought about it, the more angry she became, this feeling of being robbed by force. It made her feel suffocated to the extreme. The fire in her heart could not be suppressed. Humph. In the last life, it was also this Joey who came to rob the Xinling grass with us, and at that time, he was also as rampant as he is now, but in the end, he didn't obediently kneel down to me and beg me to spare his life in a lowly manner. Now that we are reborn, we are actually humiliated by him like this. Lu Ruyan clenched her fists and smashed the ground hard. At this moment, she couldn't help but think of her last life. The same place, the same people. But in the previous life, they had gotten the divine elemental pill given by Chun Yang and had a large amount of cultivation resources given by Chen Yang. So they all broke through to the Big Dipper realm. When that Zhao Yi came to snatch the Xian spirit grass from them, she was beaten by her and begged for mercy on her knees. Where would it be like now, in their arrogance and wantonness into this? When she thought of the other party's arrogant and complacent face just now, she was furious in her heart. Yes, in the last life, we should have killed him, this dog, it really pisses me off. Zhou Qingmen was on the verge of vomiting blood from anger. Now she only hated that in the last life, they had been merciful and soft-hearted, and hadn't killed Zhao Yi, this dog. The thought of the Xian spirit grass that had arrived in her hands was thus pocketed by the other party. Her heart was dripping blood. That was Xianling grass. But now, it was gone just like that. This filled her heart with unwillingness. Alright, senior sister, let's not talk about all that for now, let's just hurry up and go to the next place. Now that the Xian spirit grass has been snatched away, we can't let the other spirit grasses be taken by someone else first. After venting, Ruyan Lu also calmed down a little. Now the Xian spirit grass was gone. It was useless for them to be angry. It would be better to hurry to the next place and pocket the other spirit grasses. Right, senior sister, we need to be fast. Zhou Qingmen also regained some sense after her reminder and hurriedly stood up from the ground. However, she was still a bit angry, and she raised her head to look angrily at the direction Zhao Yi had left and said viciously, Zhao Yi, you'd better not let me meet you in the future, or else when I become a great emperor, I'll make sure that today's revenge is returned tenfold. After putting down a vicious sentence, Zhou Qingmen turned around and left angrily. Chapter 68, No, do I know you? Deep within the ancient ruins. On top of a towering mountain peak, Chen Yang, who was in the middle of cultivation, ended his cultivation. He opened his eyes and glanced at the sky. Counting the time, those few devil sect cultivators should have already entered the swift ancient ruins. He muttered to himself, his expression thoughtful. In his previous life, after entering the middle of the swift ancient ruins, he then found a fire spirit fruit between a mountain forest, and as a result, he had just plucked it. A devil cultivator jumped out. He asked him to obediently hand over all the cultivation resources on his body. Chen Yang was naturally unwilling to do so, so both sides fought. Unfortunately, the Chen Yang of his previous life was not a match for this demonic cultivator. He could only turn around and flee. As a result, on the way to escape, he was unfortunate enough to encounter 3 other devil sect cultivators. Under the siege of these devil sect cultivators, he almost lost his life. Fortunately, he was blessed with a great life and eventually escaped with his life. In my last life, it was because I was not strong enough. In this life, I would like to see if you guys are enough for me to kill. Shen Yang said, and a glint flashed in his eyes. With that, he stood up. With a single step, his body instantly transformed into a stream of light and flew towards the distance. Half a quarter of an hour later, Shen Yang stopped atop a mountain forest. In his previous life, this was where he had encountered the demon sect cultivator. His divine sense spread out and probed the entire mountain forest. It didn't take more than a moment. He locked onto the figure of that devil sect cultivator. So you're here. Shen Yang turned his head and looked in the eastern direction before flying over. Soon, he landed in the middle of the mountains and forests, blocking right in front of a devil sect cultivator. Chen Yang looked at this devil sect cultivator, only to see that the other party was dressed in a black robe, and his entire body was emanating wisps of fury. At a glance, he was not a good person. Looking at the other party's seemingly familiar face, it was indeed the demon sect cultivator who had robbed him of the fire spirit fruit in his previous life. Who are you? Faced with the sudden appearance of Chen Yang, this demon sect cultivator froze slightly, and then became somewhat wary. Chen Yang did not speak any nonsense and operated his gong method. Instantly, 5 golden dragon chi emerged behind him. For a moment, a terrifying pressure spread out steeply. Chen Yang waved his long sleeve. A golden dragon chi then whistled towards this devil sect cultivator. The devil sect cultivator was instantly dumbfounded. It wasn't. This person is sick, right? The moment he came up, he made a big move. Do I know you? The devil sect cultivator was dumbfounded, and at the same time, he was also shocked. In the face of this whistling golden dragon chi, in his haste, he strangled his hands together. At that instant, A large black shield coalesced and took shape in front of him. In the next instant, the golden dragon chi then ruthlessly crashed onto the large black shield. Bang! A loud sound exploded steeply. The large black shield shattered in response, and the golden dragon chi directly smashed his entire person into a bloody mist. Solve 1, there are still 3 more. Chen Yang stood in place, looking at the blood mist that was flying all over the sky, he said with an expressionless face. After which, he turned around and flew up into the air, heading towards the distance. Senior sister, we have to hurry. If we go late, the 1,000-year jade snow ginseng will be picked by someone else. Aha, senior sister, I know. At the same time, between a piece of rugged mountainous terrain, the two women, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin, ran furiously all the way towards the northern direction. The two women were very fast and looked as if they were in a hurry. They were indeed very anxious. They had just been robbed of the Xianling grass by Zhao Yi. Now they had to hurry to the next place and get their hands on the other cultivation resources. If they went late, they might have been robbed by someone else first. Now there was no more Xianling grass. They couldn't accept that the other cultivation resources would be taken away by others again. After trekking all the way, half an hour later, the two women finally were able to see a snowy mountain appear at the end of the ground not far away. In their previous life, they were on top of this snowy mountain. They had found the 1,000-year jade snow ginseng. Senior sister, great, we've finally arrived. Zhou Qingmin looked at the snowy mountain in front of her and couldn't help but let a smile spread across her face. Even though she was very tired at the moment, the thought that they would soon be able to obtain the 1,000-year jade snow ginseng. Her heart was filled with elation. Senior sister, we can't be careless, we'd better hurry up the mountain to find the 1,000-year jade snow ginseng. Ruyan Lu didn't have much joy on her face, instead her face remained extraordinarily grave. She, who had just experienced being robbed of the Xian spirit grass, did not dare to be careless at all at this moment. This 1,000-year jade snow ginseng, only when she got it in her hands could her heart be solid. Right, senior sister, let's not get careless, let's go up the mountain to find the 1,000-year jade snow ginseng now. Zhou Qingmin nodded her head, recalling the experience of being robbed just now. She was immediately alert. The two women immediately went up the snowy mountain. Because of the memories from their previous life, it didn't take long for them to find the Millennium Jade Snow Ginseng they remembered. Found it! Zhou Qingmin pulled out a snow ginseng from the middle of the snow. Looking at this 1,000-year jade snow ginseng in her hands, her eyes lit up and she instantly smiled with a wide-eyed smile. Senior sister, quickly put it away, be careful of being seen by others. Lu Ruyan also had a happy face, but she hadn't forgotten the lesson of being robbed just now, so she hurriedly voiced a reminder. Having just been robbed once, it made her entire nerves tense and she didn't dare to be careless at all. Right, put it away. When Zhou Qingmin heard this, she also hurriedly put away this 1,000-year jade snow ginseng into her storage bag. Afterward, the two women stood in place and looked around to make sure no one was there. Only then did they let out a long sigh of relief. Senior sister, we finally have cultivation resources. Zhou Qingmin deflated her mouth and couldn't help but feel a little like crying. At this moment, she couldn't mention how excited she was in her heart. When they were in the sect, they didn't have much in the way of cultivation resources. It was not easy to enter the swift ancient ruins and find a Xian spirit grass, but it was even snatched away. Now, they had finally gotten a 1,000-year-old jade snow ginseng. This made her feel like it was too hard for her as well. Yes, it's not easy, we finally have cultivation resources. Ruyan Lu sighed and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. They had run so far, and they had finally obtained a 1,000-year jade snow ginseng. At this moment, she suddenly remembered her previous life. In the previous life, when they were still Chen Yang's disciples, they never had to worry about cultivation resources. It was because Chen Yang would provide them with a constant stream of cultivation resources. Now without Chen Yang's help, only then did she deeply realize how difficult it was to get cultivation resources. Senior sister, now that we've obtained the 1,000-year jade snow ginseng, we'll look for other cultivation resources next. With these cultivation resources, when we return to the sect, we'll be able to properly cultivate for several months, and by then, we should be able to break through several realms. At that time, we'll be able to catch up with Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan's cultivation progress. I'll see if that dog Chen Yang will still dare to underestimate us at that time. When Zhou Qingmin remembered Chen Yang's hateful face, she couldn't help but snort coldly, defiance written all over her face. Alright, senior sister, we'd better hurry up and head to the next place to look for other cultivation resources. If these cultivation resources are taken away by someone else ahead of time, that would not be good. Ruyan Lu didn't want to waste time here. Although they had gotten the 1,000-year jade snow ginseng now, it was still far from enough for their cultivation. They now had to quickly head to the next place and pocket the other cultivation resources. Right, senior sister, let's get going then. Zhou Qingmin nodded, and at this moment, her entire body was immersed in the joy of obtaining the 1,000-year jade snow ginseng. Her heart was filled with anticipation for the cultivation resources at the next location. The two women turned around and left the snowy mountain, heading to the next location. Chapter 69, Robbed Again. Very quickly, Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou arrived at the next place. This place was in a cave. Here, they had gotten their hands on a spectral flower. The two women didn't stay much longer and turned around to head to the next location. Next, 7-colored glazed fruit, 9-leaf Ganoderma, 100-year dragon's blood vine, cold ice flower. All of them were pocketed by them. Looking at the increasing number of cultivation resources in their storage bags, the two girls, Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou, were getting more and more excited, and their faces both wore uncontrollable smiles. At this moment, although they were tired, however, they were full of energy and did not dare to rest at all. It didn't take long. They once again arrived at the next location. This was a mountain forest with a rather complicated environment. In their previous life, this was where they had found a 9-turns red leaf grass. However, it was because there was a gap of 3,000 years. Therefore, even with the memories of their previous life, it took them quite some time before they could find the 9-turns red leaf grass in their memories. Found it. Lu Ruyan bent down and pulled up this 9-turns red leaf grass. Senior sister, we've finally found this 9-turns red leaf grass. Zhou Qingmin's eyes lit up when she saw the 9-turns red leaf grass in her hands, and her entire body was overjoyed. Well, finally found it. Lu Ruyan nodded, and a rare hint of a smile spread across her face. With that, she put this 9-turns red leaf grass into her storage bag. Senior sister, great, now that we have these cultivation resources, we won't have to worry about cultivation resources for the next few months, and we should be able to break through several realms. Zhou Qingmin's entire body was a little jumpy. As soon as she thought that for the next few months, none of them would have to worry about not having cultivation resources, she was in a better mood. Most importantly, with these cultivation resources, the gap between them and Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan would be greatly reduced. At that time, that dog Chen Yang would also be impressed with them. After we go back, we'll be able to properly cultivate for a while. Lu Ruyan nodded and her mood improved. With these cultivation resources, she would have the qualifications to catch up with Li Qingyun. She would be able to prove to Chen Yang she, Lu Ruyan, could still become a heavenly pride again even without him, Chen Yang. Just as the two girls were happily leaving, they did not know that at this moment, there was a pair of eyes that were already staring at them in the shadows not far away. Only after the two girls had walked away, did the owner of this pair of eyes walk out from the shadows. Only to see that it was a young cultivator dressed in white. At this moment, he was already staring at the two women. Soon, Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou left the mountain forest and arrived at a meadow. Just as the two women were rushing to the next location with great anticipation, a white figure suddenly descended from the sky and stopped in front of them. Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin instantly frowned, their faces instantly on guard. Having been robbed once, they couldn't help but be nervous at this moment. Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? Lu Ruyan took a step forward, sizing up the young cultivator who had suddenly appeared in front of her, her entire being as if she was on the verge of an enemy. The young cultivator looked at the two women, the corners of his mouth hooked up into a teasing smile as he said indifferently, "It doesn't matter who I am, what's important is that I've got my eye on the 9-turns red leaf grass in your hands. Be sensible, quickly hand over the 9-turns red leaf grass." As the young cultivator said that, he pulled out a long sword from his own storage pouch. His entire aura also instantly became stern. "What are you saying? We don't understand, we don't have the 9-turns red leaf grass." Ruyan Lu bit her lip and said with an indignant expression. "Damn it." Surprisingly, another robber had come. Zhou Qingmin also clenched her fists at this moment, angry and at the same time extremely nervous in her heart. Fearful that the 9-turns red leaf grass that they had just gotten their hands on would be snatched away just like that. No, do you think I'm blind? Just now I saw that you guys found a 9-turns red leaf grass. I advise you guys to hand it over quickly, don't force my hand. The young cultivator snorted coldly and said with some impatience. You? Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth, and a fire instantly rose in her heart. They had all been robbed once before. Now they unexpectedly encountered another unreasonable robber. This was the 9-turns red leaf grass that they had just gotten their hands on. How could she be willing to hand it over just like that? Zhou Qingmin, who had a fiery temperament, couldn't hold back any longer at this moment and stood out to angrily look at the young cultivator. How can you be like this? If you want the 9-turns red leaf grass, go and find it yourself. Why did you come and rob us? Don't you think it's shameless if you do that? Zhou Qingmin was furious at the moment. Having just been robbed once. Now it's coming again. No, really think they are easy to bully, right? They were great emperors in their last life. Now they were being bullied like this. This feeling of being threatened and blackmailed made her feel suffocated to the core, not to mention how unhappy she felt in her heart. Shameless? The young cultivator smiled disdainfully and said indifferently, I, Zhang, like to rob others by force, so what can you guys do with me? You? Zhou Qingmin was so angry that she gritted her teeth, looking at the other party's arrogant and complacent face, but she couldn't do anything about the other party. Lu Ruyan was also feeling a fire pressing in her heart at this moment. This kind of feeling of being bullied to the head. It made her, whose nature was already proud, feel strangely humiliated. Cut the crap, are you guys handing it over or not? If not, I'm going to do it. The young cultivator seemed to have lost his patience, frowning and looking at them with an unkind face. I won't hand it over. Zhou Qingmin clenched her fists and said through clenched teeth. Right, we won't hand it over. Ruyan Lu also had a stubborn expression on her face. Having just gotten their hands on the 9 turns red leaf grass, how could they be willing to hand it over just like that? Not handing it over, right, then I'll just have to make a move to rob it. The young cultivator stamped his feet, his body instantly swept out sharply, killing towards the two. Senior sister, run! Lu Ruyan gave a cold shout and instantly turned around and ran wildly towards the distance. Zhou Qingmin heard her voice and immediately followed behind her, fleeing towards the distance at breakneck speed. Still wanting to escape, how naive. The young cultivator laughed coldly and quickly caught up with the two women. Only to see him fumble out a talisman from his sleeve and fling it out immediately. The next moment, the talisman struck Zhou Qingmin's back and a wave of spiritual energy abruptly exploded. Ah! Zhou Qingmin screamed miserably, her body instantly flew forward and flopped to the ground. Senior sister! Lu Ruyan's face changed and she turned to look, only to see the young cultivator, who had already chased after them. At this moment, she knew that they couldn't escape. Hand over the 9 turns red leaf grass. The young cultivator said in a cold voice. Lu Ruyan looked at Zhou Qingmin, who was lying on the ground, already injured, and then looked up at the hateful young cultivator in front of her. She clenched her teeth and flatly refused, I won't hand it over. With that, she turned one hand into a palm, taking the initiative to kill towards the other party. However, she ended up overestimating her own strength. Besides, this young cultivator had a magic treasure in his hand. How could she be a match for the other party with her bare hands? The young cultivator just made a simple sword strike, and she flew backwards. She fell heavily beside Zhou Qingmin. The young cultivator held a long sword and came back to kill again. Just as the tip of the sword was about to pierce her brow, Ruyan Lu hurriedly shouted, I'll cross. As her words fell, the tip of the sword stopped before her brow. Wouldn't it be better to hand it over earlier? You have to force me to do it. The young cultivator put away his long sword and looked down on the two women with a smug smile on his face. While at this moment, Zhou Qingmin and Lu Ruyan had a face of humiliation and anger. The 9 turns red leaf grass that they had managed to obtain with great difficulty hadn't even been warmed up yet, and they were robbed like this. And the most infuriating thing was that this was already the second time they had been robbed. At this moment, both women's hearts were filled with unwillingness. However, the situation was stronger than others. Even if they were reluctant, they could only obediently hand over the 9 turns red leaf grass in the end. The 9 turns red leaf grass has finally arrived. The young cultivator held the 9 turns red leaf grass with an excited smile on his face, obviously in an extremely good mood. Laughing, the young cultivator suddenly thought of something and looked down at the two women. Opening his mouth, he said, Right, speaking of which, we've been in the secret realm for a while, on you too, there should be other cultivation resources, hurry up, hand them all over. Chapter 72 Great Emperors breaking defense again. What? Hearing these words, Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou looked up sharply and were instantly dumbfounded. At this moment, both of them instantly panicked in their hearts. Having them hand over the 9 turns red leaf grass was already the bottom line in their hearts. Unexpectedly, this young cultivator even wanted to snatch all the cultivation resources from their storage bags. That was the cultivation resources that they had collected after entering the secret realm with a lot of hard work. They were still counting on using these cultivation resources to cultivate properly and break through a few realms. In this way, they could catch up with Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan's cultivation progress. At the same time, they would make that dog Chen Yang look at them differently. But now, this young cultivator even asked for all the cultivation resources in their storage bags. How can this be? This is all they have. If they give it to him, if they gave it to the other party, then they would be back to their pre-liberation days. We don't have any other cultivation resources, we only have the 9 turns red leaf grass. Lu Ruyan's eyes were flustered as she hurriedly opened her mouth. That was the cultivation resource they had painstakingly collected. She would not give it to this young cultivator no matter what she said. Yes, we don't have any other cultivation resources, we only have the 9 turns red leaf grass. You've gotten the 9 turns red leaf grass, you should be satisfied, why don't you hurry up and leave? Zhou Qingmin's expression was also very flustered as she hurriedly spoke out, urging this hateful young cultivator to leave. It was so hard for them to get so many cultivation resources. This hateful young cultivator even wanted to snatch them all away. This was simply insatiable. The other party wasn't asking for cultivation resources, was he? This was simply asking for her life. Humph. No? The young cultivator snorted coldly, looking at the two women's panicked appearance. He knew that the two women must still be hiding a lot of cultivation resources. So he once again pointed his sword at the two women. With a cold smile, he said, You guys don't want to lie to me. You definitely have other cultivation resources. Hurry up and hand them over. If you don't hand them over, I'll kill you now. Lu Ruyan covered her injured chest and gritted her teeth as she angrily looked at the young cultivator. At this moment, she couldn't wait to eat this young cultivator, who was giving an inch, alive. She gritted her teeth with a stubborn face and said, I said we didn't, don't bully me too much. To think that she, Great Empress Ruyan, was once a famous figure that shook the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. But nowadays. Yet she was bullied to such an extent. At this moment, her heart was filled with indignation and humiliation. But wherever she had 1/10 of the strength of her previous life, she would have been able to beat this hateful young cultivator into submission. Right, we don't have it. You've gotten the 9 turns red leaf grass. What more do you want? Zhou Qingmin similarly had a look of shame and anger on her face. At this moment, her lungs were about to explode with anger. She had never thought that she would one day be bullied to such an extent. This feeling was like someone else had ridden over her head to on her. But she couldn't do anything to the other person. This kind of feeling made her heart feel shabby to the core. Not handing it over, is it? Take me nonchalantly. The young cultivator's eyes were steeply cold, and the long sword in his hand violently stabbed out. The next moment, he then stabbed his sword into Zhou Qingmin's thigh. Ah! Zhou Qingmin immediately screamed miserably. The voice was very mournful, carrying an extreme pain of hysteria. Her clear and beautiful face was all twisted up from the pain. Senior sister. Lu Ruyan didn't expect this young cultivator to actually make a move to hurt someone, looking at Zhou Qingmin's agonized appearance. She couldn't mention how angry she was in her heart, but she couldn't do anything about this hateful young cultivator. I'll ask again, will you hand it over? The young cultivator looked at Lu Ruyan with cold eyes and asked again. We don't hand it over. Lu Ruyan clenched her teeth tightly, a pair of blood-red eyes glaring deathly at the young cultivator. That was their entire cultivation resources. She wasn't willing to just hand it over like that. Not handing it over, huh? The young cultivator's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly turned the long sword in his hand. At that moment, the sword that was inserted into Zhou Qingmin's thigh slowly stirred with it. Aha! Zhou Qingmin's miserable screams became even more shrill, her forehead veins rippled, and her entire face became as pale as paper and hideous at the same time. Senior sister. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyan's heart flared with anger and a burst of anxiety. Hand it over or not? The young cultivator asked again. Lu Ruyan snapped her head around and glared viciously at the young cultivator, her fists clenched. She gritted her teeth, hating to punch the other party to death. But she could only say indignantly in the end, I'll hand it over. In her voice, it was filled with anger. Yet it also carried a deep sense of unwillingness. Wouldn't it be better to hand it over earlier and suffer less from this fleshly pain? The young cultivator immediately drew his long sword and looked at the 2 women with a disdainful face. Reluctantly, Ruyan Lu took out all the cultivation resources from among her storage bag. Senior sister. Zhou Qingmin pursed her lips tightly and looked at her with eyes full of unwillingness, a humiliated expression on her pale face. This was all of their cultivation resources. Now it was unexpectedly all given away. How could she be willing to do that? Lu Ruyan was also extremely reluctant in her heart, but the current situation did not allow her to refuse. She finally closed her eyes and crossed her heart, handing over all her cultivation resources. I didn't expect the 2 of you, but you got so many good things. Not bad, not bad. I'll take all of them, little master. The young cultivator was overjoyed to see so many goodies. He unceremoniously took these cultivation resources and put them all into his storage bag. Afterwards, he seemed to be still a bit uneasy. He picked up the storage bags of Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin and carefully examined them. After determining that the 2 women did not have any private stash, only then did he leave with a big smile. Oh, my cultivation resources, ah. Looking at the young cultivators departing back, Zhou Qingmin could no longer hold back and directly cried out. That was all the cultivation resources they had accumulated. She was still counting on these cultivation resources to make a breakthrough. She was also counting on these cultivation resources to impress Chen Yang. But now, it was all gone. At this moment, Zhou Qingmin completely broke her defenses. The entire person sat on the ground, aggrieved like a child, and lost her voice as she cried. Lu Ruyan was also so angry that she lost her mind, not caring about the injuries on her body. She directly smashed her fist hard on the ground. It smashed a big pit out of the ground. Of course, this action also tore the wounds on her body. A trace of blood immediately spilled out from the corner of her mouth. However, she didn't care at all and only stared at the young cultivators departing back with deadly fury. At this moment, she couldn't wait to rush up and fight with the other party. That was all of their cultivation resources. Now it was all gone. After running so hard for so long, in the end it was all for naught. This result. She couldn't accept it no matter what. Moreover, she was counting on using these cultivation resources to catch up with Li Qingyun and reclaim the pride that belonged to her. then prove herself in front of Chen Yang. But now, this only hope was also destroyed by this hateful young cultivator. Aha! I'm so angry. The more Ruyan Lu thought about it, the angrier she became, and she couldn't help but gnash her teeth. The entire person was on the verge of smoking with anger. At this moment, she felt like she was holding a monstrous fire in her heart, but had nowhere to vent it out. Oh, senior sister, our cultivation resources are gone, not a single bit of them, oh. Zhou Qingmin turned her head to look at her and cried out in aggravation, with a teary-eyed look. Tears were falling, unable to stop them. Chapter 71, She's going to find her love. Aho, why is this happening? Ruyan Lu couldn't accept such an outcome once she thought of losing all her cultivation resources. Oh, it's all Chen Yang's fault. If he had given us the divine elemental pill, we wouldn't be so low in strength right now, and we wouldn't be bullied like this, oh. Zhou Qingmin cried without any regard for her image. At this moment, she remembered her last life. The girls at that time. After entering this secret realm. But any cultivators who dared to grab cultivation resources from them were all beaten the hell out of by them. They were completely able to walk horizontally in the outer layer of this swift ancient ruins. No one could bully them. But now, nobody can bully them like this. It was all Chen Yang's fault. If Chen Yang had given them the divine elemental pill, they might have been able to break through to the Big Dipper realm. Where would they be bullied? Chen Yang had clearly given them the divine elemental pill in his previous life. In this life, he didn't even give it to them. Yes, it was all his fault. The more Zhou Qingmin thought about it, the deeper her resentment towards Chen Yang became. Yes, it's all Chen Yang's fault. He gave us the divine elemental pill in the last life, and surprisingly didn't give it in this life. If we had the divine origin pill, why would we be reduced to this? Deep hatred was also shown in Ruyan Lu's eyes. If we had the divine origin pill, she, Ruyan Lu, would have broken through to the heavenly Dipper realm long ago. If that was the case, how would others dare to come and rob her of her cultivation resources? Senior sister, what is wrong with you guys? Right at this moment, behind the two, a familiar female voice suddenly came from behind them. The two women froze at the same time, then turned their heads to look. Only to see Lu Kite standing behind them at this moment, looking at them with a puzzled expression. Senior sister? Lu Ruyan was a little surprised, not expecting to meet Lu Kite here. Oh, senior sister, we've been robbed, our cultivation resources are gone, oh. As soon as Zhou Qingmin saw her acquaintance, it was as if she had found a place to vent her grievances in her heart. Immediately, she couldn't help but cry with Lu Kite. Two senior sisters, you guys are injured? At this time, Lu Kite then saw that both of them had wounds on their bodies. She hurriedly walked over and squatted down in front of the two women. Then with a worried face, she inquired. Eldest senior sister, second senior sister, what exactly happened? Who injured you guys like this? Oh, senior sister, it was a bastard surnamed Zhang. Not only did she snatch all the cultivation resources from us, she also injured us like this. Zhou Qingmin cried while saying indignantly. Yes, it's a fellow surnamed Zhang. When my Lu Ruyan strength goes up in the future, if I meet him again, I will cut him into 1,000 pieces. Shatter his body into pieces. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and said, and within her eyes, a flash of deep hatred surged up. Looking at the two girls with this look of extreme indignation but helplessness, Lu Kite instantly felt indignant on behalf of the two senior sisters. It's too much, how can this person be like this? It's not even if she snatches something, she even went as far as to injure someone, this is just too much. That's right, it's just too much. Zhou Qingmin nodded her head with a face of recognition, tears still unable to hold back their fall. The entire person was aggrieved to no end. Lu Ruyan just snorted coldly and didn't say anything, but in her heart, she had killed that hateful young cultivator 1,000,000 times over. Lu Kite saw that the two senior sisters were still not relieved, so he sighed helplessly and had to open his mouth to comfort them. Alright, two senior sisters, since you've all been robbed, you shouldn't be too upset. In your last life, when you were in this secret realm, you guys got so many cultivation resources, you guys should still remember where those cultivation resources are by now, so you guys can just go find them again. It's just that this time, you guys have to be careful. Lu Kite felt that since they had all been robbed, sulking now would not change anything. She also had no choice but to advise the two senior sisters to look for cultivation resources elsewhere. She remembered that the two senior sisters, in their last life, had obtained many precious cultivation resources in this secret realm. Now they could completely go to those places again and collect all those cultivation resources in their memories. Going to other places to look for them again? Zhou Qingmin stopped crying and looked at her somewhat woodenly. Indeed, amongst their memories, there were many other places that had cultivation resources. But now, having just been ransacked, she no longer had the heart to do so. What was the use of looking for them again? If she was robbed again, then it would still be a dowry for someone else? Ruyan Lu had also lost some of her fighting spirit. Indeed, they remembered quite a few places that had cultivation resources. But if they were robbed by others once more, then wouldn't they still be working for nothing in the end? Alright, two senior sisters, don't be too discouraged, you should be more careful next time and you shouldn't be robbed. I'm going to look for Li Wuya, so I can't talk to you guys more. Lu Kite patted the shoulders of the two women and after comforting them, she was ready to leave. She still had to go find Li Wuya to go after her happiness. Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmen didn't say anything else, they just watched her leave. It was only after Lu Kite walked away that Ruyan Lu withdrew her gaze. She turned her head to look at Zhou Qingmen and said with a firm face, Senior sister, fourth senior sister is right, we can't give up, we still remember many places, those places have cultivation resources. We can go look for them again, it's not easy for us to come to the swift ancient ruins once, we can't just go back empty-handed like this. At this moment, Ruyan Lu had regained her vigor. She was a Ruyan emperor. With a lonely and proud nature, how could a small setback possibly bring her down? Having been robbed twice, she didn't believe that she would be robbed a third time. At this moment, her fighting spirit was rekindled in her heart. She didn't believe it. Could she still be robbed next time? But senior sister, I'm afraid. Zhou Qingmen looked at her, wanting to speak, and did not say any more. But her meaning was already obvious. She was afraid of being robbed again. Senior sister, think about Chun Yang's hateful face, do you want to keep letting him look down on us? Could it be that you're willing to be pressed by those two disciples of his, all the time? Have you forgotten, when we were just reborn, we had said with our mouths that in our current life, we can become great emperors without relying on that fellow Chun Yang? Could it be that now, a little bit of small difficulty makes you afraid? Have you forgotten, you are a great emperor? Ruyan Lu held her shoulders and said word for word. Hearing those words, in Zhou Qingmen's mind, she suddenly remembered Chen Yang's hateful face. Then, she recalled the time when Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan had taken away the glory and pride that originally belonged to them at the sect competition. She also recalled her previous life, after she became a great emperor, she had shaken the 4 seas and 8 wastelands with her mighty elegance. In an instant, her eyes immediately became firm. Yes, senior sister, we can't give up, I'll never let those two disciples of Chen Yang keep suppressing us, and I'll never let that fellow Chen Yang look down on us all the time. Zhou Qingmen clenched her fists, and her fighting spirit was rekindled in her heart. We can't give up. Ruyan Lu nodded heavily, yes, senior sister, we can't give up, let's go to other places now and get our hands on other cultivation resources. It's just that this time, we have to be even more careful, we must not be targeted again. Chapter 72 One move kills in seconds. Deep within the ancient ruins. Chen Yang had already arrived in the sky above a valley at this time. He stepped into the air and looked down at the valley below. In his previous life, he had arrived in this valley on his way to escape, and then met 3 devil sect cultivators here. Those 3 devil sect cultivators were arrogant to the extreme, beating him to the point of serious injury, and also wanted to snatch all the cultivation resources from him. Fortunately for Chen Yang at that time, he still had some means of escape. That was how he managed to escape. Chen Yang immediately spread out his divine sense, enveloping the entire valley and began to probe. Soon, Chen Yang was able to lock onto the figures of those 3 devil sect cultivators 10 miles away to the south. Only. At this moment, he realized that apart from those 3 devil sect cultivators, there was actually a familiar face. Qi Wuji? Why is he here? Chen Yang frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. Never mind, let's go over and take a look first. He did not have time to think too much, so he turned around and headed straight in the direction of the south. In an instant, he arrived in mid-air 10 miles away. He looked down and saw that in the valley below. At this moment, there were 3 devil sect cultivators standing, all of them dressed in black, and all of them were emitting a steaming fury. At a glance, they were not from the righteous path. And in front of these 3 people, Qi Wuji is currently lying on the ground, cloaked hair, covered in blood. It looked like he had suffered an extremely heavy injury. From the looks of it, it should be that Qi Wuji had been unlucky and met these 3 devil sect cultivators, and then was surrounded by the other party. He was outnumbered, so he was injured. Strange, in the previous life, these 3 devil cultivators had not encountered Qi Wuji? Chen Yang frowned with a somewhat confused expression. In his previous life, Qi Wuji had not encountered these 3 devil cultivators. Could it be because of being reborn, some things had changed? Chen Yang could not figure it out. And at this moment, in the valley below, Qi Wuji staggered to his feet and looked up at the 3 devil sect cultivators in front of him. You 3 devils, today, old me, I will fight you. As Qi Wuji said this, he clenched his hands together and operated his gong methods, intending to fight to the end with these 3 devil sect cultivators in blood. However, because his injuries were too severe, he directly sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. The entire person's aura instantly weakened, his figure staggered, and he was somewhat unsteady. Ha, old man, you'd better obediently tie your hands and hand over all your cultivation resources, that way, we can consider leaving you with a whole body. A devil sect cultivator stepped out, looking at his dying appearance, he couldn't help but let out a mocking laugh. That's right, old man, you can't hold on anymore, don't hold on, you're all old bones, be careful not to fall apart in a while. Old man, if you don't hand over the cultivation resources on your body, don't blame us for not being polite. The other two devil sect cultivators also looked at the severely injured Chiwuji with disdain, threatening with an unkind face. You guys don't want to think about it, even if I die today. I will never fold my hands. Chiwuji wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth as he continued to be unwilling to give up his resistance. Fine, since you are stubborn, don't blame us for being merciless. The three demon sect cultivators seemed to have lost their patience, each holding a magic weapon and stepping out in unison, ready to strike at Chiwuji at the same time. Right at this moment, a white figure suddenly descended from the sky and blocked in front of Chiwuji. Who are you? The three devil sect cultivators, who were just about to strike together, stopped in their tracks and were immediately on guard. Chen Yang ignored the three demon sect cultivators and instead turned to look at Chiwuji, asking with some concern. Elder Chi, are you alright? Chiwuji seemed to have not expected to meet Chen Yang here, and was instantly somewhat surprised. After he reacted, he hurriedly said in a hurried voice, Elder Chen, why are you here? You should quickly leave, or else you will also die here in a moment. Although Chiwuji didn't understand why Chen Yang had suddenly appeared here, he knew very well in his heart. If Chen Yang stayed, he would only be adding to the casualties. It wouldn't be able to save him at all. He knew that Chen Yang, as an elder of the seven main peaks, had a higher cultivation level than him. But as powerful as Chen Yang was, he was only at the late stage of the spirit sea realm. It was simply no match for these three demon sect cultivators. Before Chen Yang could speak, he heard a loud laugh from those three demon sect cultivators behind him. So it's another heavenly sword sect elder. It seems like we're lucky today to have a chance to get double the cultivation resources. That's right, just now I thought it was someone else. I didn't expect it to be another heavenly sword sect elder. Since you sent us to the door, then don't blame us for not being polite. Kid, be sensible and obediently give in. We can consider leaving you with a whole body. How about it? Hearing these words, Chen Yang turned around expressionlessly, his eyes calmly looking at these three arrogant to the extreme devil sect cultivators. At this moment, in his eyes, these three devil sect cultivators were already three dead men. Elder Chen, you'd better go. I'll stay and stall them. You can definitely escape. Chiwuji was still urgently persuading him to leave, his expression a burst of anxiety. In his opinion, Chen Yang shouldn't have come to save him. With Chen Yang's strength, not only would he not be able to save him, he would also get himself involved. It was really not worth the loss. Chen Yang didn't say anything, he just pinched his hands and operated his gong method. Immediately, 5 golden dragons emerged behind him. The next moment, as he waved his big hand, the 5 golden dragon Chi, all of a sudden, let out a long whistle, and then whistled away at the same time. Kid, since you're stubborn, don't blame us, together. The 3 devil sect cultivators all had cruel smiles on their faces, then with magic treasures in hand, they rushed up in unison. However, in the next second, the 3 of them were blasted into slag. For a moment, blood mist flew. Chen Yang turned around blandly, but he saw Chiwuji with a dumbfounded expression on his face. His entire being seemed to have fallen into a daze, just staring blankly at the scene happening in front of him. Elder Chi, Elder Chi. Chen Yang called out twice before Chiwuji came back to his senses. Then when he looked at Chen Yang, deep shock flowed from his eyes. Elder Chen, you just killed them in one move? He doubted if he had misread just now. Chen Yang had actually taken care of all 3 of those demon sect cultivators in a single round. Those 3 devil sect cultivators were all at the Yuan Dan realm. Surprisingly, they couldn't even catch a single move from Chen Yang. What realm was Chen Yang in? At this moment, Chiwuji was confused. He had always thought that Chen Yang was still at the Spirit Sea realm. After all, Chen Yang had only been in charge of Little Cloud Peak for a short while, and at that time, Chen Yang was only at the Spirit Sea realm. Even if he cultivated even faster, at most, he would only break through to the Yuan Dan realm. But the strength that Chen Yang showed just now was not only at the Yuan Dan realm. Could it be that it was the Yuaning realm? The moment he thought of this possibility, Chiwuji was startled in his heart. What kind of monster? In half a year's time, he broke through from the Spirit Sea realm to the Yuaning realm? One must know that their heavenly sword sect's patriarch Yunyan was only at the late stage of the Yuaning realm. Chen Yang was actually in the same realm as the patriarch. Thinking of this, Chiwuji's heart jumped for a moment. He was worried just now that he would drag Chen Yang down, but he didn't expect Chen Yang to backhand these 3 demon sect cultivators in seconds. Chapter 73, Goodbye Li Wuya. Elder Chi, let's not talk about those first, I'd better take you to find a place to heal your wounds. Chen Yang held him up and said with some concern. Oh, good. Good. Chiwuji nodded his head dumbfounded, looking at Chen Yang's eyes, somewhat unfamiliar. At this moment, he realized that he was somewhat unable to see through Chen Yang. The image of Chen Yang in his eyes had also become somewhat profound. Right. At this moment, Chiwuji suddenly remembered something and turned his head to him. Elder Chen, I found out earlier that 20 miles away to the west, there's a peach forest, where the spiritual chi is rich, so please take me there, and I'll run my own energy to heal my wounds. Good. Chen Yang did not say much and nodded his head in agreement. Qi Wuji looked at him, but eventually he couldn't hold back from opening his mouth and asked, Elder Chen, can you tell me exactly what realm you are at now? Actually, right now, he didn't care that much about the injuries on his body. It wasn't like he could die anyway. He was now more curious as to what realm Chen Yang was actually in. Chen Yang said indifferently, I'm just at the God Transformation realm right now. He did not hide it and told the truth. In his opinion, he had already shown his true strength in front of Qi Wuji already just now. Even if he didn't say anything, Qi Wuji would still be able to make a rough guess. Therefore, there was no need to conceal it. What, the Transformation God realm? Qi Wuji's eyes instantly widened as his entire body froze in place. He had originally guessed that Chen Yang would at most break through to the Yuanying realm. Unexpectedly, Chen Yang had already broken through to the God Transformation realm. That was the God Transformation realm. Doesn't that mean that the current Chen Yang was even one realm higher than their Heavenly Sword sect's patriarch Yunyan? Thinking of this, Qi Wuji's heart couldn't be more shocked. How long has it only been? Chen Yang had already broken through to the Transformation God realm. No wonder. Chen Yang's two disciples would be so outstanding that they could even overpower the true disciples. It turns out that Chen Yang, the master, is the most powerful. That Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan had such a powerful master like Chen Yang, of course they were outstanding as well. At this moment, Qi Wuji completely understood. Why was Lin Fan, who was a true disciple, being strongly suppressed by Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan? That was because his master, Yun Yan, was not as powerful as Chen Yang. Soon, Chen Yang led Qi Wuji to the peach forest that the other party was talking about. It was a flat land, planted with peach trees. It was the time when peach trees were in full bloom, and as far as the eye could see, the peach blossoms were all over the branches. When the breeze blew, pieces of peach blossoms flew and fluttered. From a long way away, Chen Yang could smell the fragrance of flowers wafting in the air. After the two of them landed, Qi Wuji immediately sat down on his knees and began to utilize his energy to heal his injuries. Chen Yang had also resolved the few demon sect cultivators now, having avenged his last life, and was also fine for the time being. He saw that the scenery here was good, so he simply also stayed in this peach forest for the time being and began to cultivate. At the same time, Lu Kite was walking in the middle of a mountain forest, her footsteps were brisk and her face was filled with an expression of anticipation. The moment she thought that she would soon be seeing Li Wuya, whom she had been longing for. Lu Kite's heart was just bursting with excitement, and her footsteps unconsciously sped up. After 3,000 years, she was finally going to see her favorite person again. In this life, she must be with Li Wuya. Never to be separated again. In my last life, when I met Wuya, he was seriously injured due to robbing the purple spirit fruit with a few female cultivators from the Acacia sect. In this life, all I had to do was to find him ahead of time and tell him not to go and grab the purple spirit fruit with the people from the Acacia sect, and he wouldn't have been injured. Lu Kite murmured in a low voice. In her last life, when she met Li Wuya was already seriously injured. She kindly saved Li Wuya and took good care of him. In the process, she and Li Wuya gradually developed feelings for each other and liked each other. Unfortunately, the two later got separated. After she joined the Heavenly Sword sect, she was again broken up by Qing Yang, who was ruthless in breaking up the lovebirds, resulting in her and Li Wuya ultimately having a destiny. Returning from rebirth, she must renew her previous relationship with Li Wuya. She believed that without Chen Yang's obstruction in this life, she would definitely be able to come together with Li Wuya and make up for the regrets of her last life. Thinking of the last life when she met Li Wuya, the other party's heavily injured appearance, Lu Kite's heart just burst with heartache. This life was reborn, she had to find Li Wuya in advance. Not letting the other party get hurt again? That was the person she liked. She couldn't see the other party suffer a little bit of harm. Soon, she then arrived in front of a pool of water. On the other side of the water pool, there was a cave. At this moment, several female cultivators of the Acacia sect were guarding the front of the cave. They were all wearing uniform green dresses, all of them had delicate figures, outstanding looks, and their posture was excellent. If Lu Kite remembered correctly, there was a purple spirit fruit growing in this cave. Unfortunately, it has not matured yet. So these few female cultivators of the Acacia sect, this is why they are guarding here, wanting to wait for the purple spirit fruit to mature, then pick the purple spirit fruit to leave. Li Wuya should be coming, I'll wait here, this time, I mustn't let him grab the purple spirit fruit again, he'll get hurt. Lu Kite did not act rashly, but quietly lurked, silently waiting for Li Wuya to appear. A little bit of time passed. Finally, at noon the next day, Lu Kite finally waited for the person she wanted to see. Only to see that in the middle of the mountain forest not far away, a black figure stepped out. It was a youth who looked to be around 20 years old. He was dressed in a black suit, with a straight posture, handsome appearance, and a rather extraordinary temperament. He attracted all of Lu Kite's attention just by standing there quietly at the moment. Looking at the person he thought about day and night, appearing in front of him like this. Lu Kite couldn't help but burst into some hot tears for a moment. After 3,000 years, she finally saw her white moonlight again. The Li Wuya in front of her eyes and the already somewhat blurred figure in her memory gradually overlapped. She couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Wuya, I finally see you. This time, no one can separate us. Lu Kite murmured softly, her expression gradually firming up. At this moment, she secretly swore in her heart. No matter who it was, no one would be able to break up her and Li Wuya anymore. She was going to make her love be consummated in this life, not to leave any regrets. Li Wuya stood in place, looking at the cave not far away, when he saw several female cultivators guarding the entrance of the cave hesitating to leave. He knew that in this cave, there must be some kind of spirit herb or opportunity. Like this, he stood still and watched silently, his expression thoughtful, as if he was making some kind of plan. After a quarter of an hour, he suddenly turned around and left. Lu Kite wiped away the tears on his face, and after calming the excitement in his heart, he hurriedly chased after him. Chapter 74, I'll help you. At noon, the blazing sun was in the sky. In the middle of the ancient ruins, on a mountain path. Lu Kite followed behind Li Wuya from afar, looking at the seemingly familiar back in front of her, she felt a wave of satisfaction in her heart. Seeing her favorite person again. This feeling, it was so good. Suddenly, Li Wuya, who was walking ahead, seemed to have sensed something and suddenly stopped his steps, then jerked his head back. Who is following me? Li Wuya had a vigilant expression on his face. Only in the next moment, when he looked at the person behind him, a trace of amazement flashed in his eyes. What a beautiful girl. Li Wuya was somewhat stunned. Lu Kite, who was suddenly discovered, was immediately startled, and she subconsciously wanted to find a place to hide. Unfortunately, it was already too late. She simply walked over towards Li Wuya in a big way and admitted it with a frank face. It's me, I'm the one following you. Soon, Lu Kite arrived in front of Li Wuya. Who are you? A trace of doubt surfaced in Li Wuya's eyes as he looked at this heavenly beauty in front of him. This strange woman, why was she following him? My name is Lu Kite. Lu Kite looked at Li Wuya in front of her, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but spread a hint of a smile, her mood was pleasant for a while. Lu Kite? Li Wuya frowned and thought for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know you, why are you following me? Lu Kite smiled lightly. You don't know me, but I know you. Your name is Li Wuya, you're 20 years old this year, and you're currently at the 4th level of Qi condensation realm, right? Hearing these words, Li Wuya immediately stared wide-eyed, his entire body stunned. This woman in front of him had actually probed his bottom line so clearly? What did she want? Who the hell are you? Li Wuya took a step back and looked Lu Kite up and down, his expression even more wary. Looking at this nervous look on his face, Lu Kite couldn't help but laugh a little. Don't be nervous, don't worry, I won't hurt you, and I'm only at the 2nd level of Qi condensation right now, I'm not even a match for you, okay? Hearing this, Li Wuya dropped some of his guard. But still, he asked doubtfully. Why are you so clear about my details? Quickly say, have you investigated me? What exactly do you want to do by doing this? What do I want? Lu Kite looked at him with a smile and didn't answer, but deliberately sold a lie. What I want to do, I can't say it now, you'll know later. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Li Wuya had no choice but to ask, then what are you looking for me for now? Lu Kite didn't answer his question, but asked directly, you were just before the cave, and you saw those few female cultivators of the Acacia sect, so just tell me, do you want to go and snatch the purple spirit fruit from those female cultivators of the Acacia sect now? So it was the purple spirit fruit in that cave? Hearing this, Li Wuya's eyes lit up and a hint of greed instantly flashed under his eyes. Purple spirit fruit, that was an extremely rare spirit fruit. It had great benefits for cultivation. It would be great if he could obtain it himself. Seeing Li Wuya's foolish look, Lu Kite knew that Li Wuya was really the same as in his previous life. Wanting to go and grab the purple spirit fruit in that cave. How can this be done? He will be injured. Lu Kite immediately persuaded, yes, there is a purple spirit fruit growing in that cave, but I advise you that it's best not to go. Why? Li Wuya frowned and looked at her with some confusion. At this moment, he was already determined to get the purple spirit fruit within his heart. With such a good opportunity in front of him, he wouldn't let it go. Because you're not a match for those Acacia sect female cultivators, you'll definitely get hurt if you go and grab it like that. I'm doing this for your own good. Lu Kite puffed up her small mouth and said without any good humor. For my good? Li Wuya sneered and said, I don't even know you, you're doing it for my good, you think I'll believe it? You? Looking at Li Wuya's stubborn attitude, Lu Kite didn't know what to say for a while. Because she had come to meet Li Wuya in advance, it caused the other party to be wary of her now, not believing her words at all. This made her not know what to do for a moment. If she really let Li Wuya go and grab the purple spirit fruit, he would definitely still be seriously injured just like in his previous life. Thinking of Li Wuya's miserable appearance in his previous life where he was severely injured and covered in blood, Lu Kite's heart immediately became a little anxious. How can this be? It was not easy for her to be reborn, how could she let Li Wuya be injured again? This was the man she had loved for 3,000 years. She must not tolerate the other party to be hurt a little bit. Not even a little bit. Thinking of this, Lu Kite once again advised, Li Wuya, you really can't go and grab the purple spirit fruit. What strength you have yourself you know well. Do you think you are a match for those female cultivators? Li Wuya was a bit speechless. Indeed, the current him was only at the 4th level of chi condensation cultivation. He was simply no match for those few Acacia sect female cultivators. But that was the purple spirit fruit. If it was given up like this, that would be too much of a pity. Thinking of this, Li Wuya decided to go out on a limb. This is my own matter, I don't need you to care, I will grab the purple spirit fruit. Li Wuya made up his mind, this purple spirit fruit he must not miss. Lu Kite saw this oil and salt look of his, then she was a bit at a loss as to what to do. It was not easy for her to be reborn and return. Do you want to once again see your favorite man in front of you to suffer another injury? But now, no matter how she tried to persuade him, Li Wuya wouldn't listen. What could she do? Looking at how determined Li Wuya was now, she hesitated for a moment and finally compromised helplessly. Alright, since you insist on robbing the purple spirit fruit, then you can go, but you can't go alone. Can't go alone? What do you mean? Li Wuya's face was puzzled, and there was some confusion in his heart. Lu Kite looked at him with a hint of favor in her eyes and said helplessly, I'll help you. She decided. Since her beloved man was determined to grab the purple spirit fruit, she would let Li Wuya go. His own beloved man, whatever he wanted to do, let him go and do it right. However, she wasn't relieved that Li Wuya was going to risk his life alone. She decided to help Li Wuya, who let Li Wuya be the man she, Lu Kite, had loved for 3,000 years. What else could she do? She could only spoil it. You help me? Li Wuya's eyes widened and he was stunned. This woman, who was unknown to him, even took the initiative to help him grab the purple spirit fruit. No? Why? Was he familiar with her? Li Wuya couldn't figure it out, but since this woman was willing to help him, it was undoubtedly a good thing for him. Yes, I'll help you. After the purple spirit fruit ripens, I'll go and help you lure those few female cultivators of the Acacia sect away from you, and you'll go and pick the purple spirit fruit at that time. Chapter 75, Master, you really make me feel sick. Lu Kite nodded, she had already made up her mind. Since Li Wuya wanted to go crazy for once, then she would accompany him for once. Accompanying the man she loved to go crazy, how is this not a kind of romance? Li Wuya hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but say, but have you ever thought that if you do this, you'll be caught by those Acacia sect female cultivators, and when the time comes, they might hurt you? He really couldn't figure it out. This woman, why would she risk her life to help herself? I know, I'll try to escape as much as I can, just go pick the purple spirit fruit. Lu Kite nodded and said. Of course she knew that she would be putting herself in danger by doing so. But for Li Wuya, she was willing. Can I ask why you want to help me? Li Wuya finally couldn't hold back and opened his mouth to ask. Lu Kite looked at the man in front of her who she had missed for 3,000 years, her eyes were extraordinarily determined, and a hint of a smile appeared on her pretty face. Because you are Li Wuya. Li Wuya was slightly stunned. At this moment, he seemed to be in the eyes of the other party, he felt a trace of firm love. Li Wuya was silent for a moment and asked, you really intend to help me? Yes, since I can't persuade you, then I have no choice but to help you. Lu Kite guffawed, her voice carrying a hint of spontaneity. All right. Li Wuya nodded, and then took out a talisman from among his storage bag. This is the blistering wind talisman. If you stick this talisman on your body, it will boost your speed, and when the time comes, it won't be so easy for those few female cultivators of the Acacia sect to try to catch you. Li Wuya handed the talisman to Lu Kite. Lu Kite was slightly stunned, looking at the talisman in his hand, her heart throbbed. She raised her head, looked at Li Wuya, and asked with some excitement, so, you are caring about me? With this move, Li Wuya was obviously worried about her being caught. This made Lu Kite's heart burst with joy. Li Wuya didn't deny it, but nodded, then said, since you've helped me, it's only normal for me to help you out a little bit. Keep this talisman. If you're really caught by those Acacia sect female cultivators, I'll go and save you at that time. Really, are you seriously going to come and save me? Hearing this, Lu Kite's eyes instantly lit up, his eyes filled with anticipation. Of course, you are helping me, I will definitely come to save you. Li Wuya nodded solemnly and said with a serious face. Aha, good, if I really get caught, I'll wait for you to save me. Lu Kite nodded happily. At this moment, she couldn't mention how happy she was in her heart. This feeling of being cared for by her beloved. It was so good. Alright, then let's return to the cave there now to keep watch. As long as we wait for the purple spirit fruit to ripen, we'll act according to the plan. Li Wuya said. Good. Lu Kite sniffed and immediately nodded. Then he couldn't wait to turn around and walked in the direction of the cave. As Li Wuya looked at his cheering back, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a cold smile. Earlier, he was still wondering, who was this girl? Why did she suddenly approach him and what was her purpose? Now he could be certain. This girl should be secretly in love with him for a long time. So that's why she came to approach him on purpose. It's a pity, such a beautiful girl, this crippled person like me is destined to be unable to enjoy it. He shook his head with some regret, his expression was quite unfortunate. In fact, he had another secret, and that was that he was a rootless person. He grew up in a poor family and almost starved to death. With no choice, his parents let him cut off his own life route, preparing to send him to the palace to become a eunuch. However, by chance, he worshipped the devil's sect and embarked on the path of cultivation. He didn't expect that this crippled person of himself. Surprisingly, there is still a woman who will like him. And this woman, also born so beautiful. Unfortunately, he was destined to be unable to enjoy it. However, although he could not enjoy this woman, he could make use of it. Originally, when he wanted to grab the purple spirit fruit, he was still a little unsure in his heart. But now, with Lukite's help, he felt that he had a good chance. He wasn't caring about Lukite at all when he gave her that blast wind talisman. He just disliked that Lukite's cultivation level was too low. He was afraid that Lukite's cultivation level was too low and that he would be caught as soon as he stepped out. That would only scare the snakes. It wouldn't work at all to lure away the female cultivators. With the blast wind talisman, Lukite would be able to successfully help him lure those female cultivators away. As for Lukite being caught, that was none of his business. He wasn't going to save Lukite. He couldn't beat those Acacia sect female cultivators, so he wouldn't go to save them unless he was sick in the head? He only said that so that Lukite could help him even more to his death. At this time, Lukite, who was walking ahead, suddenly turned back and saw that he was still standing in the same place and didn't move. So she smiled and said, "What are you still standing there for? Let's go." "Oh, coming." Li Wuya immediately had a gentle smile on his face, then walked over quickly. After determining that Lukite had no other purpose towards him, at this moment, Li Wuya was no longer on the defensive against Lukite. He quickly came to Lukite's side and walked forward side by side with Lukite. Lukite turned her head and stole a glance at Li Wuya's angular side face, and immediately couldn't help but feel a little thumping. Recalling the way Li Wuya cared for her just now, her heart was even more bursting with happiness. Wuya was really good to her. Obviously, he had only just met her, but he was willing to give her a blast wind talisman. And also risked his life to save her. Such a person was obviously so good. Why in the last life did Master insist on stopping them from being together? Thinking back to the regrets of her last life, Lukite's hatred for Chen Yang instantly deepened by 1 point. She still remembered even now. Back then, Chen Yang had tried to break up her and Li Wuya. In front of her, he said all the bad things about Li Wuya. Saying what Li Wuya's heart is not right, not a good person. He also said that Li Wuya came to her with ulterior motives and ulterior motives. Anyway, in Chen Yang's mouth, Li Wuya was a 10 evil bad guy. Humph. Master really did everything in his previous life in order to break us up. Wu Fei is obviously so good, but in his mouth he has become a 10 evil and unforgiving bad guy. Master, you really make me sick. In order to tear us apart, he even slandered Wuya like this and tarnished his reputation. Lukite thought this in her heart. At this moment, when she thought of Chen Yang's face, she immediately felt a wave of nausea. When she thought of her own master, he was actually a villain who would do anything and distort the truth in order to tear them apart. There was a pang of regret in her heart. She was really blind in her last life to have worshipped such a person as her master. If it wasn't for Chen Yang, she would have been able to be with Li Wuya in her last life. There was no need to wait another 3,000 years. All of this. It's all Chen Yang's fault. Chapter 76, Pain Along the Way. Deep within the ancient ruins, in the middle of a peach forest. At this moment, Chen Yang was sitting cross-legged on the ground, cultivating silently. As he operated the 9 dragon swallowing heavenly skills heart technique within his body, 5 golden dragon chi emerged behind him. The heads of the dragons were raised high, emitting a dragon roar from time to time. Shaking the peach trees in a 10-mile radius, all of them were gently trembling, and a piece of peach blossom fell as it drifted down in a flurry. In front of Chen Yang, Chi Wuji was similarly sitting cross-legged on the ground. However, unlike Chen Yang, at this moment, he was not cultivating, but rather, he was utilizing his energy to heal his injuries. Previously, he had already taken quite a few pills, and after this half-day of running his energy to heal his injuries. At this moment, his face was obviously quite a bit rosier, clearly his injuries had improved. 2 hours later, Chi Wuji opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. After this half-day of healing, his injuries had not fully recovered, but fortunately, there were no more major problems. He immediately stood up from the ground, then turned around and looked towards Chen Yang. The next moment, he then saw the 5 golden dragon chi behind Chen Yang. The 5 dragon chi stood proudly, emitting a terrifying pressure. It was intimidating to look at. For a moment, Chi Wuji's eyes widened and his expression couldn't help but be a little grave. These 5 golden dragon chi were too overbearing. It made his heart involuntarily tremble with fear. Looking at these 5 golden dragon chi, Shi Wuji couldn't help but recall the 3 previous devil sect cultivators who had all died under this golden dragon Shi. Those 3 devil sect cultivators were all at the Yuan Dan realm. However, underneath this dragon Shi, they didn't even have the slightest resistance. Thinking of this, Shi Wuji's gaze shifted down and landed on Chen Yang. His eyes immediately became somewhat envious. Obviously, this set of gongfu cultivated by Chen Yang. The grade was quite high. It was unknown where Chen Yang had obtained this set of gongfu. It would be great if he could also obtain such a gongfu. Shi Wuji sighed, envious of Chen Yang while at the same time lamenting that he did not have such good fortune as Chen Yang. He immediately stopped thinking about it and saw that Chen Yang was still cultivating, so he tentatively called out, "Elder Chen." Chen Yang slowly opened his eyes and saw him at a glance, then asked, "Elder Qi, are you healed?" Shi Wuji smiled and shook his head, "No, but there is no major problem anymore." Chen Yang nodded, then asked, "That's so, then why don't you continue to utilize your energy to heal your injuries?" Shi Wuji smiled somewhat helplessly and replied, "The injuries on my old man's body are no longer in any major way. It was not easy to come to the swift ancient ruins for once. I intend to take advantage of the fact that the secret realm is not yet closed now, and look for some more chances." After all, the swift ancient ruins only opened once every 10 years, so the opportunity was rare. Anyway, now that his injuries had stabilized, Shi Wuji planned to seize the time to look for opportunities. If he waited for the secret realm to close, he wouldn't have the chance to look for the chance again. In that case, then fine, you go. Chen Yang nodded and did not say anything more. Indeed, 2 others. The reason for coming to the swift ancient ruins was to come and look for opportunities and various cultivation resources. Only the little cutie. Only then would they waste their time on cultivation. After all, such a thing as cultivation could be cultivated anywhere. Spending time on cultivation in the middle of a swift ancient ruins was obviously an extremely foolish thing to do. Elder Chen, it's not easy for you to come to a swift ancient ruins once. Do you always plan to cultivate here, rather than searching for a chance? Shi Wuji saw that he was sitting in place without moving, seemingly with no intention of leaving. At once, it was a bit strange. Other people who came to the swift ancient ruins were all scrambling to find all sorts of opportunities, as well as heavenly treasures. This Chen Yang, who had run into the ancient ruins, was doing the opposite. Instead of searching for opportunities, he was just cultivating here. This made him a little puzzled. "I won't go, the environment here is good. I'll first cultivate here and wait for a couple days before going to look for opportunities." Chen Yang smiled faintly. It wasn't like he was like the others, he simply couldn't use up the cultivation resources in his system space. He didn't need to exhaust himself looking for cultivation resources like other cultivators. "Alright then, Elder Chen, I'll leave first then." Shi Wuji didn't say anything more, and after a brief farewell, he turned around and left. He was not like Chen Yang, who had endless cultivation resources. At his age, if he wanted to further his cultivation, he could only go in search of opportunities and various cultivation resources. That was why he was in such a hurry to leave before his own injuries had recovered. After Shi Wuji left, Chen Yang continued to sit on his knees where he was and continued to cultivate. The other side. A mountain path. The 2 girls, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin, were rushing along in a hurry. Among their memories, there were quite a few other places where various cultivation resources existed. They were now rushing to the next place to search for a heavenly yuan fruit in their memories. They were afraid that if they slowed down, this Tian yuan fruit would be taken by someone else first. The 2 women rushed all the way, however, because of their injuries. At this moment, the speed of the 2 of them could not be fast at all. Ruyan Lu had been hit by a sword in her abdomen, although the wound was not deep, but because she was rushing along, every step she took would tug at the wound. This caused her to be in excruciating pain. But even in pain, she could only endure it. Compared to her, Zhou Qingmin was much more miserable. She had been hit by a sword in her thigh. She couldn't move fast at all. Moreover, when she walked, she could only limp, and her posture looked rather funny, appearing to be in a sorry state. With every step, she grimaced in pain. But she could only forcefully endure the pain and rush to the next location. After walking for half an hour, the 2 women couldn't stand the pain anymore and could only stop for a while to rest. It's all because of that Zhao Yi and that guy surnamed Zhang, especially that guy surnamed Zhang. Not only did he snatch away our cultivation resources, but he also injured us like this. Just after sitting down, Zhou Qingmin couldn't help but let out a burst of curses. The thought of all the cultivation resources that they had painstakingly gathered had all been snatched away. She just couldn't really swallow this breath in her heart. And what angered her the most was, because of her injuries, she was now rushing. It was really too aggravating. Not only was she tired, but it also hurt. Every time she took a step, she cursed that young cultivator surnamed Zhang 800 times in her heart. And it was still the kind where the whole family was cursed. Yes, it's all because of that fellow surnamed Zhang, who injured us like this, causing us to suffer like this now that we're rushing. Thinking back to the previous experience of being robbed, Ruyan Lu was also furious and gnashing her teeth. Because they had been rushing, both of them now had wounds that had deteriorated a bit and were bleeding non-stop. Even though they had already torn off their clothes and simply bandaged their wounds, they still couldn't stop the blood. Also, that Chunyang, he should have given us the divine elemental Dan in the first place. He gave it to us in his last life, so it's ours, and he should give it to us in this life as well. It's because we don't have the divine elemental pill, our strength is low, that's why we've been bullied and have been reduced to the current state. Chapter 77, Pouncing Again. The more Zhou Qingmen thought about it, the angrier she became. If they had the divine origin pill, they wouldn't have to worry about being robbed at all. They could have kept all their cultivation resources. In that case, they would have returned home fully loaded from their visit to the swift ancient ruins this time. It was Chen Yang's fault that they were robbed. They lost so many cultivation resources. Yes, if we had the divine yuan pill, why would we be reduced to this? Ruyan Lu also sighed softly. At this moment, she recalled her previous life, when she was in this ancient relic, crushing the peerless prides of the 10 great clans and decimating all kinds of demonic beasts. At that time, what a glorious sight she was. But now, she had once again returned to the ancient ruins. Surprisingly, she had mixed up so miserably. And all of this. It was all because of a small divine elemental pill. If Chun Yang had given her a divine elemental pill, then all of this would have been different. Senior sister, I'm in pain, at this speed we're going, when will we make it to the next place? Zhou Qingmen touched the wound on her thigh and looked at her with some aggravation. Now that they were injured, they couldn't mention how slow they were. When she thought that they were now several tens of miles away from the next place, she was a little desperate. For such a long journey, they must not die of pain if they walked over it. Senior sister, even if it hurts, we have to endure it. When we collect the remaining cultivation resources, we can properly cultivate when we return to the sect. At that time, we will be able to endure the pain. Lu Ruyan comforted her somewhat helplessly. In fact, after walking for so long, she herself was in some pain that she couldn't stand. However, for the sake of cultivation resources, they could only grit their teeth and persevere. They didn't have any healing pills, and if they transported their energy to heal their injuries, it would be too much of a waste of time again because their own cultivation level was too low. By the time they recovered from their injuries, it was estimated that the ancient relics would have been closed long ago. They simply couldn't afford to consume it. Therefore, they could only drag their injured bodies and continue to go collect cultivation resources. Although the process was painful and torturous, they could only grit their teeth and hang on for dear life. Alright, I know, senior sister. Zhou Qingmen sighed and didn't say anything else. After the two women rested for a while, they set off once again. It was just that the injured backs of the two looked a little miserable. Especially Zhou Qingmen, she walked with a limp, not to mention how wretched she was. Su Jiao. The two of them, Ruyan Lu and Qingmen Zhou, finally arrived before a small mountain. The two women stopped their steps and looked up at the small mountain in front of them. In their memories, that heavenly yuan fruit was growing on this hill. Finally, we've arrived. Looking at this mountain in front of her, Zhou Qingmen couldn't help but burst into some hot tears. It was too difficult to walk all the way. She was in pain all the way. God knows how much pain she was in. Luckily, she had finally persevered. Now, as long as they went up the mountain, they would be able to find the Tian Yuan fruit among their memories. Yeah, it's not easy, we're finally here. Ruyan Lu also couldn't help but feel a little emotional. She had gritted her teeth for so long, and she had finally arrived at the place. Senior sister, let's quickly go up the mountain. Zhou Qingmen turned her head to look at her and said with some impatience. After holding on for so long, she could want to get the heavenly origin fruit so badly now. As long as she could obtain the heavenly origin fruit, then all the pain she had suffered along the way would be worth it. Aha, good. Ruyan Lu nodded her head, and her expression was also a little excited. As long as she thought about the heavenly yuan fruit now, her heart was a little on fire. After working so hard to travel such a long distance, it was finally time to harvest the fruits. The two immediately went up the mountain. It was just that. When they followed their memories from their previous life and found the location where that heavenly origin fruit was growing. However, they found that the heavenly yuan fruit had already been taken first. Above the ground, there was only one Tian Yuan grass left. As for the fruit, it had already been picked by someone. The two women stood before this Tian Yuan grass and were completely dumbfounded. My Tian Yuan fruit, who picked my Tian Yuan fruit? Zhou Qingmen instantly broke her defenses. She limped and endured the pain all the way over. But she didn't expect that the heavenly yuan fruit had been picked by someone else first. The moment she thought of the pain she had endured all the way here, only to be rewarded with nothing. She couldn't help herself. The heavenly yuan fruit was gone. Then what was the pain they had endured all this way? Damn it, our heavenly yuan fruit, it was picked by someone else. Ruyan Lu clenched her fists, and at this moment, she was also a little crushed. They had endured great pain all the way here. But now, they had pounced. Such a result made her heart unable to accept it for a moment. Which bastard picked our heavenly yuan fruit? It's ours, ours. Dare to pick our heavenly yuan fruit, you shall not die. Ah! Pissed me off. Zhou Qingmin stood in place and cursed at the air for a while. They had been robbed before and had already held their anger. Now they had pounced again. This made her heart even angrier to the extreme. Alright, senior sister, stop cursing, we have to quickly head to the next place now. Ruyan Lu gazed at the Tianyuan grass in front of her, her expression filled with resignation. Yet she knew very well. It was simply useless for them to complain about the sky here. There were too many people in this secret realm. If they didn't hurry to the next place, I'm afraid that the other cultivation resources would be taken by others first. Senior sister, still going, my legs are killing me. Zhou Qingmin deflated her mouth with an aggrieved expression. She had rushed for so long that her legs were dying of pain. It wasn't easy to get here, but she didn't get anything. Now she was being asked to rush to the next place. This made her instantly remember the pain she had felt along the way, and she was instantly a little reluctant in her heart. She was dying from the pain, she really didn't want to go. Senior sister, don't forget, we came to the Swift Ancient Ruins to find cultivation resources. Only with cultivation resources can we catch up with Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan's cultivation progress, and not be belittled by that guy Qin Yang. Lu Ruyan looked at her deflated appearance and immediately spoke. Hearing this, Zhou Qingmin instantly remembered Chen Yang's hateful face. She immediately clenched her teeth and her fists were clenched. Alright, senior sister, then let's go to the next place now. This time, we can't let someone else get there first. The two turned around and left once again. In order to not let others get the jump on them, this time, the two gritted their teeth and accelerated their speed. Of course, the pain that the two endured was even more intense. However, both of them turned this pain into hatred towards Chen Yang. This made both of their beliefs extraordinarily strong. Whenever the pain was too much to bear, as soon as they remembered Chen Yang's hateful face, they were able to grit their teeth and persevere. Finally, I don't know how long it was, how far they had traveled. The two were finally at the next place. It was only after they found the place where the spirit grass was growing. Yet once again, they found it. They had pounced again. Chapter 78. Whoa. At this moment, the two of them, Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou, were completely dumbfounded. They were currently standing on top of a cliff, and in their memories, there was originally a divine heart grass growing here. However, right now, this place was bare. There was no divine heart grass at all. There wasn't even a single blade of grass on the ground. The familiar scene played out once again. Zhou Qingmin had once again broken her defense. Ah! Why? Why are we late again? They had arrived here with great difficulty, even in order not to be shortchanged by others. They even endured the pain and purposely sped up their speed. But now, they had unexpectedly been shortchanged by others again. Why? They had clearly sped up. Why were they still unable to obtain the cultivation resources? The moment she thought of all the pain she had endured along the way, only to be rewarded with nothing once again, Zhou Qingmin couldn't tense up. Why was she still not getting the cultivation resources even after being so miserable? Damn it, to think that someone else got there first again. Ruyan Lu clenched her teeth tightly and her fists were clenched. At this moment, she couldn't help but break down a little in her heart as well. How were they so unlucky? First they were robbed twice. Then they were pounced on once. It was so hard for them to revitalize and rekindle their fighting spirit. But now, they had been robbed again. This unlucky luck made Lu Ruyan feel more and more angry in her heart, and she couldn't help but get upset and irritated. They had come to the Swift Ancient Ruins to toss and turn for so long, and as a result, up until now, they still hadn't gotten anything. Oh, this is too bullying, we've traveled so far and suffered so much along the way, why can't we get anything? The more Zhou Qingmin thought about it, the more aggrieved she became, and her entire body couldn't help but shed tears and just cry out. They had suffered such serious injuries, and it hurt all the way along the way. But they all always gritted their teeth and held on. They all firmly believed that they would be rewarded as long as they persevered. But now, they unexpectedly floundered twice in a row. Did anyone tell her? Where is the reward? Where's the payoff? Where is it? Where the hell is it? Watching Zhou Qingmin break down and cry, Lu Ruyan's heart was also a burst of acidity. At this moment, she also somewhat wanted to cry. This was too much of a bully. They had worked so hard, but they still couldn't get any cultivation resources at all. However, she was at least a Ruyan emperor. So even though the defense was broken again, she also pursed her lips tightly and didn't let herself cry out. She took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the anger in her heart before turning her head to look at Zhou Qingmin. At this moment, Zhou Qingmin was crying like a child, her nose was crying out. Aggrieved and helpless. She helplessly comforted. Senior sister, don't cry, we have to hurry and head to the next place now. If we go late, I'm afraid that all those cultivation resources will be obtained by others in advance. At that time, we will get nothing. Ruyan Lu's expression was very grave, and she had figured it out now. There were too many people in this secret realm. Their bodies were now injured, greatly delaying their speed. That was why this was the reason why they were shortchanged by others twice in a row. They could only grit their teeth and continue on to the next place now, too. She just couldn't believe it. Their luck would always be this bad. Twice in a row. They couldn't just keep going, could they? Senior sister, still going, at the speed we're going, by the time we get to the next place, it's expected that someone else will have gotten there first. Zhou Qingmen also saw it now. They were too slow. Even if they endured the pain to get to the next place, it was estimated that those cultivation resources would have been taken by others long beforehand. Instead of torturing themselves like this all the time, it would be better to just swing for the fences. The end result would be getting nothing anyway. At this moment, Zhou Qingmen was already somewhat broken. Senior sister, we've already swooped twice in a row, we can't keep having such bad luck. We'll definitely be able to get the cultivation resources as long as we persevere. If we give up now, then we really won't get anything. Ruyan Lu said with a serious face. Although she had worked so hard for so long and hadn't gotten anything, it had hit her hard. However, she was still thinking about it now, going to look for cultivation resources. Then go back to the sect and cultivate properly. And then overtake that Li Qingyun. Prove herself in front of Chen Yang. But senior sister, I'm really tired, we've all tossed and turned for so long and got nothing. Zhou Qingmen looked at her with tearful eyes, her entire body had somewhat lost its fighting spirit. Senior sister, it's because we didn't get anything, that's why we have to work even harder to find cultivation resources now. Senior sister, I believe that our luck won't always be this bad. Zhou Qingmen looked at her and opened her mouth as if she wanted to retort. But she finally nodded. Alright, senior sister, I know. Thinking that they had gotten nothing now, Zhou Qingmen was also very unwilling in her heart. Therefore, she decided to stick with her senior sister one more time. Hopefully, this time, their luck wouldn't be so bad. Soon, the two turned around and left for the next place. Just as the two women rushed to the next place to look for cultivation resources. At this moment in time, in the middle of the swift ancient ruins, cultivators from the 10 great sects, people from the greatly imperial dynasty, as well as devil sect cultivators, and various scattered cultivators. Everyone was frantically searching for cultivation resources. Some people were happy because they found cultivation resources, while others were lost because they found nothing. Of course, there are also many cultivators. In order to cultivation resources and fight, many cultivators are directly killed on the spot. However, to say the most excessive, it was the devil sect cultivators. These devil cultivators, after entering the ancient relics, even united, together robbing other sects of cultivation resources. Even if they robbed the cultivation resources, in the end, in order not to leak it out, they even killed people to exterminate them. But naturally, what they did could not be hidden for too long. Soon, all the major sects knew about the devil sect's heartless deeds. For a time, everyone in the major clans were in danger. Everyone was worried that the cultivation resources they had found with great difficulty would be snatched away by the devil sect just like that. In this situation, the disciples of all the sects were looking for their fellow disciples. Everyone knew very well that only if everyone was united would they not give the devil sect a chance to take advantage of the situation. Of course, among them to say the most scared, it was still those weak and helpless scattered cultivators. They now only dared to hide in the hiding corners and shiver, not daring to appear in front of the devil sect cultivators. It can be said that in order to compete for cultivation resources, at this moment in the swift ancient ruins, the situation had become quite tragic. However, regarding these disputes, Chen Yang, who had always stayed in the peach forest to cultivate, knew nothing about it. He was still in the peach forest at the moment, quietly cultivating and consolidating his own cultivation. For those disputes outside, he was not interested in participating, and he was also too lazy to take care of. As long as others don't come to mess with him, he plans to cultivate in this peach forest until the secret realm closes. Of course, if there were any ungrateful people who dared to mess with him, he wouldn't mind sending the other party to hell. Chen Yang was like this, staying alone in the middle of the peach forest, silently cultivating. Chapter 79, Li Wuya, what a cutie! At the same time, in the middle of a forest, Lu Kite and Li Wuya stood behind a clump of bushes. Li Wuya's eyes looked straight at the cave not far away, a hint of greed showing in his eyes. Ever since he knew that there was a purple spirit fruit growing in this cave, he couldn't calm down in his heart and was bent on getting his hands on this fire spirit fruit. He and Lu Kite had been squatting here for 2 days. Now, the purple spirit fruit in this cave was finally going to ripen. Just as Li Wuya was staring intently at the cave not far ahead, Lu Kite was quietly gazing at his side face. In the middle of her eyes, a deep sense of love flowed out. The corners of her mouth also flooded with a sweet smile. After 3,000 years, she finally saw her white moonlight. This made her feel like she couldn't get enough of it. She hated to make up for all of those missing 3,000 years at the moment. Suddenly, Li Wuya turned around and instantly saw her somewhat infatuated eyes. Lu Kite panicked and averted her gaze, her expression somewhat unnatural. The corner of Li Woya's mouth slightly hooked up a trace of art, and in his heart, he could not help but feel a little smug. This girl really did have a crush on him. However, he didn't pick it out, but directly said, "Lukite, the purple spirit fruit in the cave is already ripe. I see that these few female cultivators of the Acacia sect are already planning to prepare for picking the purple spirit fruit, so we can make our move." He only wanted the purple spirit fruit right now. As for some bull love, he didn't want it. He wasn't really a man anyway. Even if he had love, he wouldn't be able to experience the happiness of a man. Lukite looked at her beloved man and instantly nodded. Then let's stick to the plan. Li Woya hurriedly reminded, "Lukite, you remember to use the blast wind talisman later, be careful not to get caught." Looking at Lukite, who was only at the second level of chi condensation in front of him, he was always a little uneasy in his heart. Lukite's cultivation level was too low. If he didn't use the wind blast talisman, Lukite wouldn't be able to lure away the female cultivators at all. Right now, all he could think about was the purple spirit fruit. He didn't want to see that in a moment, Lukite would spoil his good deed because of a mistake. I know, thank you for your concern." Lukite nodded her head happily, thinking that Wuya was really nice. Right now they weren't even together yet. Wu Fei just cared about taking care of her like this. How could such a man be a bad person with a bad heart, like Master said? Master was really lying to himself. It's good that you remember. Hearing this, Li Wuya was relieved. Lukite suddenly remembered something and looked at Li Wuya with eyes full of anticipation. "By the way, you said that if I was caught, you would come to save me, right? You won't lie to me, right?" Hearing this, Li Wuya was a bit weak, but he still nodded his head with a solemn face. Then with a firm tone, he replied, "Of course I'm not lying to you. If you get caught, I will definitely come to save you, Lukite, just rest assured. With your words, I am relieved." Looking at Li Wuya's serious face, Lukite's heart was completely relieved, and she couldn't help but reveal a pleasant smile on her face. "I'll go then. After I distract these few female cultivators later, you seize the time to enter the cave to pick the purple spirit fruit." Before leaving, Lukite didn't forget to remind one sentence. I know, you go." Li Wuya nodded and waved his hand somewhat impatiently. Lukite didn't see his impatience. At the moment she was immersed in happiness. She didn't hesitate at that moment, and after pasting the blast wind talisman on herself, she directly leaped out of the woods. Then the whole person went straight to the cave not far away. The few female cultivators who had been guarding the front of the cave were always keeping an eye on the surrounding wind and grass. As soon as Lukite showed up, it immediately caused them to be alerted. When they saw Lukite going straight to the cave, several female cultivators immediately took out flying swords from their storage bags and killed Lukite in unison. Lukite had just reached the front of the cave when he was knocked back by a palm strike. Lukite did not hesitate and turned around to escape. Seeing this, several female cultivators immediately chased after her. After everyone had left, the cave had instantly become empty before it, not a single person was left. Li Wuya immediately swept out and instantly landed before the cave. Looking at the direction Lukite had fled, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of a contemptuous smile. What a little cutie. With that, he turned around and walked quickly into the cave. Soon, he found the purple spirit fruit. He nonchalantly plucked the purple spirit fruit and placed it into his storage bag before turning around and leaving. As for what happened to Lukite, that was no longer any of his business. On the other side, Lukite was indeed caught without any surprise. Her cultivation level wasn't high, and even with the help of the blast wind talisman, she simply couldn't escape far. The few female cultivators of the Acacia sect in front of her were all above the 4th level of chi condensation. Wanting to catch her was simply not too easy. "Who are you, a disciple of which sect? How dare you come to rob our Hahuan sect's purple spirit fruit?" A female cultivator of the Hahuan sect came forward and looked at Lukite and asked in a cold voice. "Humph. I'm a casual cultivator, where is the sect from?" Lukite snorted coldly and said without any goodwill. "You." That female cultivator still wanted to say something. At this time, a female cultivator next to her suddenly realized something and her face instantly changed drastically. "Not good, tuning the tiger away from the mountain, we have to hurry back." With that, she turned around and headed straight for the cave. Several other female cultivators, too, reacted. They might have been trapped. So immediately, they took Lukite and immediately rushed back to the cave. Soon, they returned to the cave. It was just that. At this moment in the cave, where was there any purple spirit fruit? Gone. Our purple spirit fruit is actually gone? Damn it, we were really tricked. The purple spirit fruit has already been picked. This is the purple spirit fruit that we've been guarding for 3 days and 3 nights, and now that it's ripe with great difficulty, it's actually been stolen by someone. The several female cultivators were, at once, furious. For this purple spirit fruit, they had guarded it for 3 days and 3 nights. But now, this purple spirit fruit had actually been stolen by someone else. Such a result. It was simply unacceptable to them. A female cultivator immediately came in front of Lukite and angrily asked, "Quickly say, who is your accomplice?" The other female cultivators also came over angrily, gritting their teeth and asking angrily. That's right, quickly tell us or we'll kill you. Right, quickly tell us where your accomplice is? You quickly ask your accomplice to return the purple spirit fruit, or we won't spare you. Even the two female cultivators who were escorting Lukite at this moment, they also angrily increased the force on their hands, then asked in a hateful voice. Right, quickly let your accomplices return the purple spirit fruit. We've been guarding this purple spirit fruit for 3 days and 3 nights, and you guys dare to come and pick up the advantage. You're simply living with impatience. Facing the anger of the several female cultivators, Lukite was not panicking at all at this moment. She knew that these few female cultivators would not kill her before they got the purple spirit fruit. Although she was captured now, Li Wuya would come back to save her. The thought that Li Wuya would come back to stage a heroic rescue, her heart was filled with anticipation. Chapter 80. Didn't you guys eat? Quickly tell me, where exactly are your accomplices? Looking at Lukite's unmoved face, she simply ignored them. A female cultivator immediately couldn't bear it anymore, went forward, and violently grabbed Lukite's collar, somewhat hysterically growling at her. This Lukite caused them to lose the purple spirit fruit, and now she even looks like she doesn't care. This was just too infuriating. That's right, speak up. That's our purple spirit fruit, quickly say it. The other female cultivators, too, were furious. Humph. I won't say it, so you guys just die. Lukite skimmed her mouth with a disinterested look. Li Wuya was her white moonlight. She wouldn't betray the other party. Moreover, all she had to do was wait here and Li Wuya would come to her rescue. She wasn't panicking at all. Seeing Lukite being so tough, a female cultivator was instantly enraged. She angrily walked up and slapped Lukite hard on her face. Slap. A crisp sound resounded throughout the cave. Speak up. Lukite received a slap and only felt a fiery pain in her cheeks, and she couldn't help but spill a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth. However, she still had a stiff upper lip. I won't say it. Slap. Another female cultivator walked up and gave her a slap. Are you saying no? Lukite raised her head, and 2 clear red palm prints appeared on her face. The pain coming from her face was also causing a surge of anger to well up in her heart that she couldn't suppress, and she stared at the female cultivators as she gritted her teeth and held on for dear life. I won't say it. Slap. Another slap. Senior sister, let me do it, I want to fight too, I'm so angry. The other female cultivators were also so angry that they gritted their teeth and walked up, one giving Lukite a slap. But despite this, Lukite still kept her mouth shut and refused to give up Li Wuya. She firmly believed that Li Wuya would come to her rescue. At that time, when Li Wuya saw her being beaten so badly, he might even feel sorry for her. After all, she was beaten so badly because of Li Wuya. Thinking of this, Lukite's heart unexpectedly sprang up a strange thought. That was that she wished that these few female cultivators would hit a little harder. Beat her a little more miserably. In that case, when Li Wuya came to save her at that time, he would definitely be heartbroken. Thinking of this, Lukite raised her head. At this moment, her cheeks were already covered with palm prints, and her entire face was swollen into a pig's head. However, she still looked at the few female cultivators with disdain and deliberately opened her mouth to provoke them. Have you few not eaten? You don't even have the strength to hit people. Hearing these words, the several female cultivators' eyes widened. Immediately afterward, a wave of anger rose up in the bottom of their hearts that they couldn't suppress. It was too arrogant. It was really too arrogant. This woman had been beaten like this. Surprisingly, she still didn't put them in her eyes. She even laughed at them for not having the strength to beat someone. Well. No strength, right? The several female cultivators managed to get enraged and were bound to beat Lukite to death. Senior sister, let me do it, I have to beat her to death today. Pissed me off. Dare to suspect that this girl doesn't have the strength, I'll beat her to death too. Too infuriating, robbing our purple spirit fruit, and now she's arrogant like this. No, I can't stand it anymore. Several female cultivators scrambled up and rushed up, punching and kicking her again. They struck extremely hard, all of them venting the anger in their hearts. Lukite lay on the ground, her whole body hurting from the beating. However, she was very happy. The harder these people hit, the more excited she was. When Li Wuya came to save her, seeing her so miserable, it would definitely hurt his heart to death. Eventually, several female cultivators were tired of beating her before they let Lukite go. They hadn't lost their minds, despite their anger. They all knew that if they really beat Lukite to death, then their purple spirit fruit would really not come back. In the depths of the ancient ruins, in the peach forest, Shen Yang was immersed in cultivation. However, at this moment, he welcomed a group of uninvited guests. This was a group of devil sect cultivators who had joined forces and were going around robbing the cultivation resources of the 10 great sects. Just now, when they were passing through the peach forest, they sensed that the spiritual chi in this peach forest was quite dense. So they planned to enter the peach forest to try their luck and see if there were any spiritual herbs and fruits or whatever. However, instead, they met Shen Yang here. Immediately, a greedy gaze appeared in the eyes of this group of cultivators. Kid, quick, hand over all the cultivation resources you have on you, and I, the old man, can leave you with a whole body. The devil sect cultivator in the lead was an old man who wore a black coat, had a head full of white hair, an old face, and emitted a heavy aura of fury. His bloodshot eyes stared greedily at Chen Yang, who was not far away. Chen Yang, who was disturbed, slowly opened his eyes. When he saw the group of cultivators in front of him, he sighed helplessly. He only wanted to cultivate properly. Why would a group of people come to find death? He immediately stood up. Kid, do you hear me? Quickly hand over all the cultivation resources on your body, or else we will have to make a move to rob. Kid, you don't understand human language, is it? That's right, our Hall Master Zhang has personally spoken. How dare you pretend to be deaf and dumb? Kid, you're not dumb, are you? Behind the black-clothed old man, the other devil sect cultivators also jumped out one after another, each arrogant to the extreme, completely not putting Chen Yang in their eyes. In their opinion, Chen Yang's identity was at most an elder of the top 10 sects. They had already killed many such elders. It was simply not enough to fear. Chen Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense with this group of people, and directly operated his gong method, and immediately 5 golden dragon chi surfaced behind him. The next moment, the 5 golden dragon chi let out a long whistle to the sky, and then whistled away in unison. Kid, you're tired of living, how dare you make a move against us? That's right, I think you don't want to live. Looking at Chen Yang making a move without saying a word, this group of devil sect cultivators were all a bit angry. In their opinion, Chen Yang's move was obviously not putting them in their eyes. Immediately, this group of devil sect cultivators jumped out one by one, ready to teach Chen Yang a good lesson. However, the next moment, aha! These devil sect cultivators, one by one, let out miserable screams. The sounds rose and fell, resounding throughout the entire peach forest. Only to see that under the 5 golden dragon chi, each and every devil sect cultivator's flesh instantly exploded and blood splattered. They died on the spot, with no bones left. The deaths were not to mention how miserable. They had not placed Chen Yang in their eyes before. But now, in front of Chen Yang, they were instantly reduced to dregs. Soon, only the old man in black was left standing in the field. At this moment, his body was trembling, and the eyes that looked at Chen Yang had changed from the greed at the beginning to the fear that he had now. Who the hell are you? His voice was trembling, and his entire being felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Chen Yang's strength was too terrifying. The elders of the 10 great sects were at most at the Yuaning realm cultivation. But Chen Yang's strength was clearly far beyond the Yuaning realm. Obviously, Chen Yang was at least a mighty powerhouse of the God Transformation realm. Such a God Transformation realm powerhouse, even in the Great Li dynasty, there weren't a few of them. And those few, there was no way that they would come to a place like the ancient ruins just for a little bit of cultivation resources. As for the scattered cultivators, it was even more impossible. It was simply impossible for that group of poor bastards to cultivate a strong harmonized God realm cultivator. At this moment, the black-clothed old man's heart shook tremendously, and while he was filled with doubt, he was also scared out of his wits. The thought that he had provoked a mighty powerhouse of the God Transformation realm. He was even more gutted. Noisy! Chen Yang said indifferently, then with a wave of his hand, a dragon chi engulfed him. It directly bit into pieces. There was no dregs left. After doing all this, Chen Yang looked at the broken limbs that littered the ground in front of him and slightly stared. It seems that the devil sect is still the same as the previous life, joining forces to rob the cultivation resources of the 10 great sections. It is estimated that the disciples and elders of all the sects are now in everyone's self-preservation throughout the entire swift ancient ruins. Chen Yang murmured in a low voice. He didn't care about this banditry of the devil sect. He didn't even put the people of the devil sect in his eyes anyway. He would kill as many of these beasts of the devil sect as they came. As for his 2 disciples, Chen Yang did not worry too much. In the outer layer of the swift ancient ruins, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan's strength definitely belonged to the top. Plus, the 2 of them had Saint grade level magic treasures with them, which greatly increased their combat power. Therefore, even if the demon sect disciples were to unite, they should still be able to deal with it. Chapter 81, Meeting Yang Yuyan again. The outer layer of the ancient ruins. As expected, it was just as Chen Yang had predicted. At this moment, all the disciples of the devil sect were all united. Together, they robbed the cultivation resources of the 10 great sects, and even the Great Li dynasty and the various scattered cultivators, they didn't spare them. For a time, the disciples of all the sects were frantically searching for their fellow disciples and seeking refuge. However, for all of this, the 2 girls, Ruyan Lu and Qing Minzhou, were not concerned. With the memories of their previous life, they naturally knew that the disciples of the devil sect would eventually unite and go heartless to rob the cultivation resources of the 10 major sects. They were relatively lucky and had never encountered any devil sect disciples. The 2 of them were physically disabled, dragging their injured bodies, walking and hurting along the way, working hard to collect the cultivation resources. It was good that After 2 flops in a row, they were finally on their third. They obtained a young return grass. This made both women unable to hold back their tears of joy. After being unlucky for so long, they had finally obtained a young returning grass. It wasn't easy. It was too not easy. At the same time, this also made the 2 women's confidence increase. They firmly believed that if this continued, they would definitely obtain quite a few cultivation resources. At this very moment, they were rushing to the next place, which was at the bottom of a cliff. There, a dark moon phantom orchid was growing. Both of them had injuries on their bodies, so even though they gritted their teeth and accelerated their speed, they could never go faster. Especially Zhou Qingmin, who was now a cripple. Every step she took hurt her and she grimaced. It would be strange for her to be able to go faster in this situation. Finally, 3 hours later, they arrived at their destination. At this moment, they were standing at the bottom of a cliff. The 2 of them looked up, and sure enough, they saw a dark moon phantom orchid growing on top of the cliff wall. Great, the dark moon phantom orchid is still there. Zhou Qingmin's eyes instantly lit up, and she couldn't help but have a look of excitement on her face. She was afraid that this time, someone else would get there first. Fortunately, they had arrived early enough. Dark moon spectral orchid was still around. Yes, I told you, how could we be unlucky all the time? Ruyan Lu also let out a soft sigh of relief, a relieved smile on her face. On this journey, they had endured the pain and had been rushing around tightly and slowly, just so that they wouldn't be shortchanged by others. It was a good thing that this dark moon phantom orchid was still here. Senior sister, this dark moon phantom orchid is now ours. Aha! Just as the 2 women were celebrating in advance, a white figure suddenly walked out from the middle of the nearby woods. You guys are saying this a little early, aren't you? Hearing this voice, the 2 women's hearts thumped. Having encountered 2 robberies, both of them couldn't help but have an unpleasant premonition rise in their hearts at this moment. Could it be that they were going to be robbed once again? The 2 women turned their heads to look with frightened hearts. Only after they got a good look at the visitor's appearance, the 2 women immediately let out a sigh of relief. Senior sister Yang? Ruyan Lu looked at this woman who had suddenly appeared with a somewhat stunned expression. This woman in front of her was no one else, it was none other than their Qingtian Peak's senior sister Yang Yuyan. After seeing Yang Yuyan, Zhou Qingmin also relaxed. Although they had always harbored discontent and grievances towards Yang Yuyan. But they and Yang Yuyan, after all, were disciples of the same master. They were disciples of the same master. As the eldest senior sister, Yang Yuyan shouldn't be able to rob them of their dark moon phantom orchid, right? I didn't expect to meet you guys here? As Yang Yuyan looked at the 2 women in front of her, a trace of contempt immediately appeared in her eyes, and an undisguised expression of dislike appeared on her face. Regarding Yang Yuyan's dislike, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin both saw it in their eyes. Although they were a bit angry, Lu Ruyan was still patient and said as kindly as possible. Senior sister Yang, you're late, we saw this dark moon spectral orchid first, you'd better go elsewhere and look again. Right, senior sister Yang, you're late, this dark moon phantom orchid is ours. Zhou Qingmin also stepped forward, nodding her head in agreement, although she couldn't stand Yang Yuyan. But she didn't dare to provoke Yang Yuyan right now. What if the other party got angry and robbed them of their dark moon phantom orchid? If she treated them with courtesy like this now, Yang Yuyan should not rob their dark moon phantom orchid after all. However, the 2 women had forgotten. In Yang Yuyan's place, she had never spoiled their stinky problems. Yang Yuyan immediately sneered, yours? That's really ridiculous, I saw this dark moon phantom orchid as well, how did it become yours? Yang Yuyan had a disdainful look on her face. If it was any other junior sibling, she, as the eldest senior sister, might have turned around and left, giving this dark moon phantom orchid out. But now, facing Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou, she would not allow it. Yang Yuyan, what do you mean? Zhou Qingmin instantly changed her face and angrily questioned. They had all spoken kindly, but this Yang Yuyan even wanted to snatch their dark moon phantom orchid. This Yang Yuyan was also too shameless. Lu Ruyan also frowned, a trace of fire instantly surging in her heart. However, she still tried to suppress her anger as much as possible and politely said, Senior sister Yang, you're our senior sister, are you really going to rob us of our dark moon spectral orchid? Besides, this dark moon phantom orchid, but we saw it first, aren't you losing your status as a senior sister by doing this? Yang Yuyan skimmed her mouth, with a face that didn't care, what do you mean by robbing? This is a relic of the ancient times, not in the sect, why should I give in to you guys? Besides, fighting for cultivation resources doesn't talk about first come first served, whoever gets it in their hands is whoever gets it. You guys are talking about your dark moon phantom orchid. When did the dark moon phantom orchid become your private property? Why are you guys so shameless? I won't bully you either. If you can beat me today, this dark moon phantom orchid is yours. If you can't beat me, this dark moon phantom orchid belongs to me. Looking at Yang Yuyan's taken for granted look, Zhou Qingmin instantly became a little furious. Yang Yuyan, now you're even robbing us of our cultivation resources. How dare you be our senior sister? Is this how you act as a senior sister? Moreover, do you know how much we have paid for our cultivation resources? We were robbed twice, lost all of our cultivation resources, and were severely injured. But even then, we didn't give up. We dragged our injured bodies and worked hard all the way to find cultivation resources. Now it's so hard to find a dark moon phantom orchid, and you even want to snatch it from me. Are you human or not? Do you have any compassion or not? Zhou Qingmin remembered everything that had happened to them after entering the swift ancient ruins, and a huge wave of heartache and aggression suddenly flooded her heart. They were all so miserable. Yan Yuyan, as their eldest senior sister, even had to steal cultivation resources from them. This was really too much. It was even if outsiders bullied them. Now even Yan Yuyan had come to bully them. This instantly caused her heart to be aggrieved to the extreme. That's right, Yang Yuyan, do you know how much we've paid for our cultivation resources? How can you, as a senior sister, rob us of our cultivation resources? Lu Ruyan was also remembering the misery of these past few days. They had never been this miserable. But even if they were reduced to such a state, Yan Yuyan even came to rob them of their cultivation resources. This was really too much. Yan Yuyan looked at the two women who had suddenly broken down emotionally. She instantly rolled her eyes and, somewhat speechless, she said, "No, you two are sick in the head, right? It's none of my business if you guys get robbed. What does your injuries have to do with me? It's hard for you to find cultivation resources, but it's easy for me to find them? Why should I give in to you? Do I owe you? Cut the crap. If you want to fight, fight. If not, get lost. Don't cry and whine here, I'm disturbed by it." Yan Yuyan, as usual, was not used to the two, and immediately took out her own flying sword impatiently, then took a combat stance. She didn't have the time to listen to these two talking nonsense here. She still had to seize the time to look for cultivation resources elsewhere. Chapter 82, Always Being Bullied. Alright, Yang Yuyan, you're insistent on robbing our Dark Moon Phantom Orchid, aren't you? Looking at Yang Yuyan, she had already pulled out her flying sword and assumed a combat stance, clearly acting as if she wouldn't stop until she got the Dark Moon Phantom Orchid. Zhou Qingmin's little violent temper exploded. At this moment, her heart was on fire. They had all lowered their posture to beg Yang Yuyan. But this Yang Yuyan was still shameless and insisted on robbing the Dark Moon Phantom Orchid. This made her unable to endure it at once. That's right, Yang Yuyan, you have to make things so desperate. Do you really think we're easy to bully? Lu Ruyan was also gritting her teeth at this moment, the anger in her heart instantly unable to be suppressed. This Yang Yuyan had repeatedly stomped on her nose. Lu Ruyan had endured it again and again, and finally couldn't stand it anymore. Even if it was a mud man, there were still 3 points of fire. Not to mention, she was once the Ruyan Emperor. She really thinks that she has no temper, right? Yang Yuyan looked at the two women who were furious and impatient. Why are you two talking so much nonsense? If you don't fight, I'll pick the Dark Moon Phantom Orchid away. Fine, Yang Yuyan, this is you forcing us, we'll fight you. The anger that had been suppressed for a long time in the hearts of the two women, Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou, completely exploded at this moment. They were already holding a bellyful of anger. Now they were bullied by Yang Yuyan. This made them completely lose their minds. They didn't want anything right now, they only wanted to teach Yang Yuyan a good lesson. However, they weren't Yang Yuyan's match in the first place, not to mention the fact that they were now injured. How could they possibly defeat Yang Yuyan? In just one round, the two women flew out backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Put. Just after landing on the ground, both women spat out a large mouthful of blood, their faces instantly turning as white as paper. With your three-legged kung fu, you dare to rob my Dark Moon Phantom Orchid from me? You really don't know what you're doing. Yan Yuyan looked at the two women with disdain, a cold smile appearing on her face. After mocking a sentence, she was also too lazy to bother with these two women and directly leaped into mid-air. Taking that Dark Moon Phantom Orchid that was growing on top of the cliff wall, she plucked it off with one hand. Then, raised her head and left. Our Dark Moon Phantom Orchid, ah. Zhou Qingmin stared deathly at Yang Yuyan's dashingly departing back, unwillingness and anger written all over her twisted face. This was what they saw first. This Yang Yuyan, as a senior sister, had actually robbed them of their Dark Moon Phantom Orchid. This was too much of a bully for them. It was fine for them to be bullied by others. But they didn't expect that even Yang Yuyan, who was from the same school, would bully them like this. How could she not be angry? Yan Yuyan, you've humiliated us twice, and now you're robbing us of our cultivation resources. I, Lu Ruyan, swear that in the future, I'll make you pay 1,000 times over. I will let you know what happens when you offend me, Lu Ruyan. Ruyan Lu's entire body was also on the verge of exploding with anger. At this moment, she remembered how Yang Yuyan had repeatedly humiliated them within the sect before. Now she was robbing them of their cultivation resources. These new grudges and old grudges were added together. This caused her hatred for Yang Yuyan to reach an extreme point. At this moment, she couldn't wait to kill Yang Yuyan by 1,000 cuts and grind her bones into ashes to vent her heart's hatred. Yang Yuyan, you dare to rob our Dark Moon Phantom Orchid today. One day, I, Zhou Qingmin, will definitely avenge this, you wait for me. Zhou Qingmin was also so angry that her teeth were about to be clenched, viciously and angrily staring in the direction that Yang Yuyan had left. Equally unwillingly, she put down vicious words, bound to take revenge. Damn it, Lu Ruyan, but wherever I have a divine elemental pill, there's no way I'll be bullied over the head by this Yang Yuyan. There are also those cultivation resources from before, we can keep them too. Lu Ruyan slammed her fist hard on the ground. At this moment, she couldn't mention how unwilling she was in her heart. They had gotten so many cultivation resources, but just because they were weak. So anyone could come and rob them of their cultivation resources. If only there was a divine elemental pill. As long as there was a divine elemental pill, she would be able to become the pride of the heavens just like in her last life. In that case, anyone who dared to come and rob them of their cultivation resources, she could make the other party pay. Instead of being like she was now. She couldn't do anything but be impotent and furious. She could only watch as the cultivation resources she had painstakingly collected were snatched away by others. Senior sister, this Yang Yuyan is too much, how can she bully us like this? Zhou Qingmin turned her head to look at Lu Ruyan with an aggrieved expression, looking like she was about to cry again. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but sigh as she looked at her sad and upset appearance. Senior sister, don't be too sad, although this Yang Yuyan is excessive, it's a good thing that she only took away the Dark Moon Phantom Orchid, and we still have our returning Yang grass. She helplessly consoled a few words. At this moment, she recalled her previous life. In her previous life, Zhou Qingmin was a heavenly pride. Her temper had always been fiery, and she had never been the only one to bully others. How would others dare to bully her? She also never cried her nose. But after being reborn, Zhou Qingmin had been bullied. And often cried her nose. She couldn't even remember how many times Zhou Qingmin had cried. The huge gap between the two lives made Lu Ruyan feel some emotion in her heart for a while. Just after lamenting, she suddenly remembered. Wasn't she herself just like Zhou Qingmin? Ever since she was reborn, she had been bullied. When she thought of this, her heart suddenly felt a little bad. But I'm just not willing, senior sister, the Dark Moon Phantom Orchid is clearly ours, who is Yang Yuyan to come and grab it? Zhou Qingmin puffed out her little mouth, her entire being aggrieved. They were about to get the Dark Moon Phantom Orchid. But in the end, they could only watch as Yang Yuyan snatched it away from under their noses. This feeling of being unable to do anything about it. It made her suffocated and uncomfortable. Alright, senior sister, we at least have the Yang return grass now, we can still go to the next place and look for cultivation resources. Lu Ruyan patted her shoulder and comforted her in a warm voice. Right now, she was unwilling to think back to her last life, and the more she thought about it, the harder it became in her heart. She could only comfort herself now. At least Yang Yuyan had only snatched away the Dark Moon Phantom Orchid, and the Yang return grass they had gotten before was still there. They were at least not left with nothing now. As long as they went to the next place, they could still obtain other cultivation resources. Alright, senior sister. Zhou Qingmin could only hold back her tears from the corners of her eyes before standing up from the ground. However, she was still a bit unconvinced. She turned her head to look at the direction Yang Yuyan had left and viciously put down harsh words. Yang Yuyan, you wait for me, when our cultivation goes up in the future, I will definitely make you look good. After saying that, Zhou Qingmin left in a rage. Lu Ruyan sighed helplessly, then followed. Chapter 83, Li Wuya will definitely come to save me. Deep within the ancient ruins. In the middle of the peach forest, Chen Yang had resolved the group of devil sect cultivators. He looked at the corpses all over the ground in front of him, as well as the ground that was dyed red with blood. He instantly lost the mood to continue staying and cultivating. After thinking for a moment, he still decided to leave this peach forest. Since I've come all the way here, I'd like to see what the situation in this secret realm is like nowadays. Chen Yang stepped on his feet, and his entire body instantly flew up into mid-air before his body transformed into a stream of light and flew into the distance. Since the devil sect cultivators had already united in the current secret realm, everyone in the 10 major sects were in danger. Chen Yang then planned to go and see how far the situation had developed. Very quickly. Chen Yang then passed by a meadow. Here, he saw a field of corpses. Chen Yang stopped and stood in mid-air looking down. He quickly recognized that these corpses were not the corpses of the 10 great sects. Rather, they were a group of scattered cultivators. Without exception, the storage bags of these loose cultivators were all gone. Chen Yang did not say anything more and continued to leave. Obviously, these loose cultivators, all of them had died in the hands of the devil sect cultivators. Their storage bags, too, had been snatched away by the devil sect cultivators. A quarter of an hour later, he passed by a mountain forest. He saw a few more corpses that Chen Yang recognized them at a glance. These corpses, they were all elders of the Taishan Dao sect, which was ranked number 1 among the top 10 sects. Not even the Taishan Dao sect, the demon sect is too arrogant this time. Chen Yang murmured in a low voice. One must know that Taishan Dao sects was the top 10 sects in the southern wasteland. Among the top 10 sects, in terms of heritage and strength, it was the first and deservedly so. But even if it was an elder of the Taishan Dao sect, the devil sect had killed him just by saying so. I also don't know how many of our Heavenly Sword sect's elders have died now. This group of devil sect cultivators were really too heartless. Even the Taishan Dao sect's elders were killed just by saying so. Then their Heavenly Sword sect's elders, I'm sure some of them must have died as well. After all, the Heavenly Sword sect was ranked 10th amongst the top 10 sects in the Southern Wasteland. Whether it was its heritage or its strength, it ranked at the bottom. It was far inferior to the other 9 clans. This group of devil sect cultivators would definitely not let go of the Heavenly Sword sect's elders if they encountered them. Chen Yang turned around and left, intending to go to other places to take another look. The next time, Chen Yang found a few more corpses one after another, from casual cultivators, as well as from other sects. In the end, he even saw the corpses of the Great Li dynasty. On a patch of grass, Lu Kite was lying on the ground with his hands and feet tied. A few female cultivators from the Acacia sect, on the other hand, were not far behind her, building a fire and resting while eating dry food. At this moment, Lu Kite was still waiting for Li Woya to come and save her. She had been waiting for 3 days. During these 3 days, these Acacia sect female cultivators had often punched and kicked her. This caused her entire body to be covered in injuries, with her hair and face disheveled, looking wretched. Not only that, at this moment, her face, still with a blue nose and red face, she couldn't even recognize her own father, looking very miserable. Wuya, why haven't you come to save me yet? Lu Kite murmured softly. She had been waiting for Li Woya to come to her rescue, but the other party never came. The flowers she had waited for were almost thankful, but Li Woya didn't show up either. This made her heart feel a bit deflated. Goo goo. Just then, a grunting sound came from her stomach. Lu Kite immediately felt a hungry feeling coming from her abdomen. In the past 3 days, these few female cultivators of the Acacia sect had not given her anything to eat. She had long been starving her front and back. However, once she thought that Li Woya would come to save her, she kept comforting herself in her heart. Must wait on. Li Woya would definitely come to heroically save her. She would wait until Li Woya came. At that time, when Li Woya saw her so miserable, he would definitely feel distressed. Maybe, Li Woya will even be touched. Thinking of these, the belief in Lu Kite's heart was suddenly firm again. Well, I must wait on. Wuya will save me, he won't lie to me. He must be plotting how to come and save me right now, I just have to wait on. Lu Kite nodded her head heavily, her expression firm. In fact, the reason why she didn't panic after being caught, apart from the fact that she believed that Li Woya would come to save her, that was because she had another means of escape. That was a shadowless talisman. After being reborn, she had come across the corpse of a loose cultivator. From the other party's body, she had obtained a shadowless talisman. This talisman had been kept close to her body and hidden in her underwear, so even though these Acacia sect female cultivators had checked her storage bag, they had not been able to find it. As long as she used this talisman, she would be able to instantly shift to somewhere else at any time, and immediately get rid of the control of these few Acacia sect female cultivators. However, she would not use this shadowless talisman right now. She would wait here for Li Woya to come and save her. Li Woya would definitely come. He wouldn't lie to himself. Just at this moment, those few female cultivators of the Acacia sect came to her side together after they had eaten and drank their fill. Senior sister, if you ask me, let's just kill her. We've been waiting for 3 days and her accomplice didn't come to save her. It seems like her accomplice should have abandoned her. A female cultivator looked at Lu Kite on the ground and said with a cold face. That's right, senior sister, she caused us to lose the purple spirit fruit, let's kill her now. That's right, the thought of losing our purple spirit fruit makes me want to dismantle her, it really pisses me off. Right, kill her. The other female cultivators, too, nodded in agreement. Everyone wanted to kill Lu Kite to vent their anger. Among these female cultivators, there was an oldest female cultivator, and at this moment, she looked at her senior sisters who all looked furious. She said helplessly, sisters, I know you're all angry, and to be honest, I'm also angry. But now is not the time for us to be spirited. If we kill her, we won't be able to get our violet spirit fruit back at all, and by keeping her, we might still have a slight chance. Anyway, she's in our hands now, we can kill her anytime we want to, there's no need to rush. Hearing this, the other few female cultivators immediately stopped speaking. However, they were still a bit angry. One of the female cultivators directly stomped on Lu Kite's face. Then angrily asked, Hey! When will your accomplice come to save you? We still want to get back our violet spirit fruit, if he doesn't come to save you, you're dead. I see her accomplice definitely won't save her, she's clearly being sold by her accomplice now. I think so, why don't we just kill her? Right, it's been 3 days and they still haven't come to save her, it seems that in the eyes of her accomplices, she isn't that important. The other female cultivators also chimed in. Lu Kite, who was stepped on, couldn't help but purse her lips as she listened to these voices. It won't. Li Wuya would definitely come to save her. Li Wuya would not give up on her. Li Wuya right now must be planning how to save her. She only had to wait, Li Wuya would definitely come. Chapter 84, Not Knowing How to Die. Beneath the dimly lit dome of the sky, Chen Yang's silhouette swept through mid-air. His speed was so fast that in just an instant, he disappeared into the sky once again. At this very moment, Chen Yang had already arrived at the deepest region of the swift ancient ruins. As he continued to go deeper and deeper, the originally clear sky was gradually obscured by black clouds. The sky and earth were gray. He had met quite a few corpses along the way. There were cultivators from all sects, as well as casual cultivators, and of course, there were quite a few people from the greatly imperial dynasty. Without exception, the storage bags of these corpses had all disappeared. Chen Yang had searched outside for a long time, but he did not see many living people. So he then guessed that most of the remaining living people should have already entered the deepest part of the ancient ruins. After all, in the entire southern wasteland, it was clear to everyone that in the swift ruins, the more precious the cultivation resources, the more they grew in the deepest areas. Of course, opportunities often come with risks. In the deepest part of the ancient relics, there are also many terrifying and powerful demonic beasts hidden. After flying like this for about a quarter of an hour, Chen Yang finally was able to see a few living people. Only to see on top of a cliff below. There were a few women standing. They were cloaked in hair, scaly and bruised. Their appearance was quite wretched. And around these few women, there stood a group of devil sect cultivators dressed in black. They all wore sardonic smiles on their faces, and their bodies were emitting wisps of black fury. At this moment, this group of devil sect cultivators were staring at the several women with ill will, undisguised greed showing in their eyes. It's someone from the White Lotus sect. Chen Yang stopped and looked carefully, and quickly recognized them. These few female cultivators were all elders of the White Lotus sect, amongst the top 10 sects. After thinking for a moment, he still flew down and landed in front of those few female cultivators. Who are you? Chen Yang's sudden appearance made the group of devil sect cultivators instantly alert. The leading devil sect cultivator, a middle-aged man named Chu Xiaotian, was holding a long sword, and while scrutinizing Chen Yang up and down, he opened his mouth to ask. Chen Yang ignored him and instead turned his head to look at the several White Lotus sect female cultivators behind him. This fellow Taoist, may I ask which sect elder you are? I am Zhao Yumei of the White Lotus sect. Thank you for coming to my rescue today. The several female cultivators had originally fallen into despair, but Chen Yang's sudden appearance instantly sparked a glimmer of hope in their hearts, and their faces all revealed excited smiles. One of the oldest female cultivators, named Zhao Yumei, took the initiative to stand out. She cupped her fists and saluted Chen Yang, then politely inquired about Chen Yang's identity. Elder Zhao doesn't need to be so polite. I am an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. Chen Yang replied indifferently, with a rather calm expression on his face. However, upon hearing his reply, the smiles on the faces of the several female cultivators suddenly froze. Immediately afterward, their bright eyes also dimmed instantly. Zhao Yumei was also slightly stunned, and then a trace of loss flashed across her eyes as she couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Originally, they had thought that Chen Yang might be an elder from a large sect like the Taishan Dao sect or the Holy Spirit sect, who was powerful. So he had come to save them. However, after learning that Chen Yang was an elder from the Heavenly Sword sect, they were disappointed. There was no way. Among the 10 major sects, the Heavenly Sword sect was the weakest and ranked at the bottom. The cultivation of the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect was also far inferior to the elders of the other sects. Chen Yang was an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. How high could his cultivation be? At most, he was only at the Yuan Dan realm. They were also at the Yuan Dan realm, but they still couldn't defeat this group of demon sect cultivators. Chen Yang came alone. Not only would he not be able to save them, he would also get himself involved. Ha, who did I think it was? It turned out to be just an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. You alone, how dare you come to die? At this moment, a disdainful laughter sounded behind Chen Yang. Chen Yang turned his head to look, only to see that Chu Xiaotian, who was originally still scornful of him, was now once again arrogant after learning of his identity. If it was an elder of the Taishan Dao sect or the Holy Spirit sect, they might still be a bit more scrupulous. But if it was the Heavenly Sword sect, then they wouldn't put it in their eyes at all. After all, the Heavenly Sword sect was just too weak. The elders of the Heavenly Sword sect were also not strong enough. The other devil sect cultivators, at this moment, were also relieved, and once again, a fierce smile appeared on their faces. Kid, you, an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, how dare you come to heroically save the beauty? I think you are tired of living. That's right, you don't look at what strength you have, you dare to come here to blindly join in the fun, you really don't even know how to die. Kid, you just like to be in the limelight so much, don't you? It's a pity that you've come to the wrong place. Let's teach you how to behave today. One by one, the devil sect cultivators had a disdainful expression on their faces when they looked at Chen Yang. An elder of the Heavenly Sword sect also dared to come to their place to heroically save a girl. Truly not knowing how to die. Chu Xiaotian took a step forward, a cold smile of greed surfacing at the corner of his mouth. Brothers, let's all go together, kill this Heavenly Sword sect elder who doesn't know how to die, and let's have a good time with the female left behind. Yes. Xu Xiaotian's words fell, the other devil sect cultivators immediately laughed with excitement, and one by one, all of them rushed up with excitement. Devils, you guys don't want to, we won't let you have your way today even if we die. Zhao Yumei's face turned white and she instantly fell into despair. At this moment, she was already prepared to die with these devils at any time. Right now, they no longer placed their hopes on Chen Yang. Still wanting to kill me, I think you guys are looking for death. Chen Yang frowned slightly, then he revolved his gong method. The next moment, 5 golden dragon chi emerged behind him, and a brilliant golden light shone throughout the entire heaven and earth. As his large hand glowed, the 5 golden dragon chi emitted a dragon roar that was deafening and resounded through the clouds. Then, the 5 golden dragon chi whistled out in unison. Ah 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 ah. In the next moment, a miserable scream rang out one after another. Zhao Yumei and a few other female cultivators were instantly stunned by the scene before them. They only saw that under these 5 golden dragon chi, these devil sect cultivators were as if they were dirt chickens and dogs, unable to take a single hit. Wherever the 5 golden dragon chi passed, one by one, the devil sect cultivators exploded and died, their flesh and blood crashing and splattering. The scene was extremely bloody and cruel. How is this possible? When Xu Xiaotian saw the scene, his eyes immediately widened and his entire body was somewhat dumbfounded. What the hell? This was an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect? Since when was an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect so powerful? With a casual strike, he could easily abuse their devil sect's cultivators now. Since when were the cultivators of the devil sect so unbeatable? The other devil sect cultivators, as they watched one of their companions die a horrible death, they were instantly scared to death. One after another, they scattered and fled. However, it was already too late. They simply couldn't escape. Soon, all the devil sect cultivators were all killed on the spot. On the ground, all that was left was a mutilated corpse, and a thick bloody odor filled the air. After resolving this group of devils, Chen Yang turned around, then he saw several female cultivators, all with dumbfounded expressions. At the moment, all of them were looking at him in shock, with deep unbelief flowing from their eyes. Alright, you guys are already safe. Chapter 85, Don't Want to Be Robbed Again. Alright, you guys are already safe. Chen Yang spoke indifferently, with the same calm expression still on his face. It was as if to him, just now, he had just casually done a trivial and insignificant thing that was not worth mentioning. It was only after hearing his voice that the several female cultivators came back to their senses from their shock. This fellow Daoist, are you really an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect? Zhao Yumei looked at the corpses all around her and hesitated for a moment, but she still didn't hold back from opening her mouth to ask. One had to know that these devil sect cultivators were all at the Yuandan realm. The middle-aged cultivator at the head, Xu Xiaotian, was even at the late Yuandan realm, just one step away from breaking through to the Yuanying realm. However, this group of devil sect cultivators had been killed in a single move in front of Chen Yang. This made her wonder about Chen Yang's identity. Was it really from the Heavenly Sword sect? Since when did the Heavenly Sword sect have such a powerful elder? The strength Chen Yang had displayed, even if their White Lotus sect's patriarch came, he might not be able to beat him? Such a person. You tell me that he's just an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. Who would believe that? The other female cultivators, too, looked at Chen Yang with curious faces. None of them quite believed that someone as powerful as Chen Yang would come from the Heavenly Sword sect either. After all, in their impression, the Heavenly Sword sect was the weakest of the 10 major sects. How could such a sect have such a powerful elder like Chen Yang? What? Do you guys think that I don't look like someone from the Heavenly Sword sect? Chen Yang froze slightly, then he cried and laughed a little. He did not expect that there would be a day when others would question his status as an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. Unlike Zhao Yumei and the other female cultivators shook their heads and said in unison. In their eyes, this matter of Chen Yang being an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect was just too unreasonable. If it was said that Chen Yang was from a flourishing great sect like the Taishan Dao sect or the Holy Spirit sect, then they felt that it was still possible. The Heavenly Sword sect was really a little too weak. I'm really an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. Chen Yang shook his head helplessly, then remembering the main matter, he stopped dwelling on this issue. Instead, he directly asked, Right, do you guys know where the others have gone? Speaking of business, Zhao Yumei's face suddenly became serious. That's right, there was a large group of devil sect cultivators that started a siege against the elders of our 10 major sects earlier. The elders of our 10 great sects, as well as the people from the Great Li dynasty, and some scattered cultivators, all escaped to the depths of the secret realm. A few of us were injured and couldn't keep up with the speed, so we fled here, not realizing that we were still caught up by this group of devils. This time, the devil sect came prepared. They came with too many cultivators. The devil sect probably wanted to take this opportunity to drive us to extinction, so that the 10 great sects would all suffer a great loss of energy. Zhao Yumei said with a grave expression. Chen Yang nodded. He remembered that the demon sect in his previous life had indeed killed too many people in the secret realm, resulting in less than a third of the people leaving the secret realm alive in the end. Even their Heavenly Sword sect had also lost a lot of disciples and elders. Their losses were quite heavy. Then do you know which direction they fled to? Chen Yang wrinkled his brows and opened his mouth to ask. I know, it's just north of there. Zhao Yumei reached out and pointed in the northern direction, nodding her head with an affirmative expression. Alright, I'll go over and take a look. Do you guys want to go? Chen Yang nodded slightly. His heart was already clear. He intended to go over and take a look. Well, we'll go as well. Zhao Yumei nodded. Many of their White Lotus sect's elders were still being hunted down by the demon sect today, so she was really relieved. Afterwards, the group then left the place and flew in the direction of the north. Great, senior sister, we got another tie-in grass. Meanwhile, the outer layer of the swift ancient ruins. In the middle of a quiet mountain forest, Zhou Qingmen looked at the spirit grass she had just found, and her face instantly revealed a joyful expression. Yes, now we finally have some cultivation resources. Ruyan Lu sighed softly, and a smile appeared on her face as well. After these few days of collecting, they had finally collected 4 spirit grasses and 3 spirit fruits. Although these cultivation resources were not much, they were at least too much better than when they had nothing before. However, they were able to obtain these cultivation resources because they had the memories of their previous life. They only needed to follow the places in their memories to collect the cultivation resources. It wasn't like other cultivators who needed to go to great lengths to find them themselves. Although during these few days of collecting, they also floundered a few times. However, the final result wasn't bad, and they were now considered to have made a small gain. This amount of cultivation resources was enough for both of them to break through a layer of realm. If they worked harder on their cultivation, and then utilized these cultivation resources to the extreme, breaking through 2 layers of the realm would not be impossible. Senior sister, where are we going to find cultivation resources next? Zhou Qingmen put the tie-in grass that had just arrived into the middle of her storage bag and looked towards Lu Ruyan with an excited expression. She was no longer frustrated after collecting these cultivation resources now. However, it was because they had now gone through all those places in their memories of their previous lives where cultivation resources grew. So next, they would have to search for cultivation resources on their own. Hearing this, Ruyan Lu however frowned. Senior sister, next, we'll have to go find other fellow disciples to rendezvous with. Senior sister, we're not looking for cultivation resources? Zhou Qingmen froze, her expression somewhat puzzled. She still wanted more cultivation resources. Just this amount of cultivation resources would not satisfy her appetite. Senior sister, we can't be greedy anymore. Lu Ruyan gently shook her head and said helplessly, nowadays, throughout the entire secret realm, the demon sect disciples are snatching the cultivation resources of the 10 great sects everywhere. If we meet them, we probably won't be able to keep this bit of our cultivation resources. So, we can't be greedy anymore. We have to go and meet up with the other Heavenly Sword sect disciples now, so that we can preserve this bit of cultivation resources that we have obtained with great difficulty. Lu Ruyan said in a serious tone. Why would she not want to go looking for cultivation resources again? But the situation in the secret realm today was already quite dangerous. If they were to encounter the demon sect's disciples, not only would they not be able to keep their cultivation resources, they would probably have to leave their lives here. Therefore, the most urgent thing was to find other Heavenly Sword sect disciples, so that they could all join together in a group to fight against the demon sect disciples. Alright, senior sister, I know. Zhou Qingmen pursed her lips, her expression somewhat unwilling. However, she also knew that senior sister was right. If they were greedy again, they would probably be at great risk. The thought that they had all been robbed 3 times already. She couldn't help but feel some fear in her heart. She didn't want the cultivation resources they had painstakingly gathered to be robbed once more. Chapter 86 Great Emperor reduced to picking up garbage? Subsequently, the 2 of them, Ruyan Lu and Xingmin Zhou, took their few cultivation resources with them and left once again. This time, however, they weren't going to look for cultivation resources, but rather, they were going to look for other Heavenly Sword sect disciples to rendezvous with. Along the way, the 2 of them were careful, fearing that they would encounter the disciples of the Devil sect and snatch away the cultivation resources that they had managed to collect with great difficulty. After walking for about an hour, the 2 arrived at a meadow. Here, they met several corpses. The 2 women were instantly alert and hid far away in the woods. Only after determining that there were no demon sect disciples in the vicinity did the 2 dare to walk out, and then cautiously approached the several corpses. Senior sister, these people seem to be disciples of the Yunqi sect. Zhou Qingmen bent down and picked up an identity jade tablet from one of the corpses, only to see the words Yunqi sect engraved on it. The Yunqi sect was the 8th-ranked sect amongst the top 10 sects in the southern wasteland, and regardless of its strength or heritage, it was much stronger than the Heavenly Sword sect. Obviously, these corpses in front of them were all disciples of the Yunqi sect. Well, they are indeed disciples of the Yunqi sect. Lu Ruyan nodded. She could also tell the identities of these corpses from their clothing attire. Indeed, they were undoubtedly disciples of the Cloud Brook sect. Senior sister, it seems like we have to quickly find other Heavenly Sword sect disciples to rendezvous with, otherwise it's just too dangerous for the two of us to wander around. Zhou Qingmen looked at these corpses and instantly became a little frightened. These corpses were in a miserable state of death, and the storage bags on their bodies had all disappeared. Obviously, the cultivation resources of these disciples had all been snatched away by the devil sect. If they had fallen into the hands of the demon sect, it was expected that they would also end up like this. Not only would they not be able to keep their cultivation resources, their little lives would probably not be saved either. You're right, as a matter of urgency, we have to quickly find the other Heavenly Sword sect disciples. Lu Ruyan nodded, and in her heart, the idea of going to find the rendezvous of the other Heavenly Sword sect disciples became more and more urgent. However, then she looked at the corpses as if she had suddenly realized something. She immediately squatted down and picked up a mutilated long sword from next to one of the corpses. This sword was 3 feet long, with its body intact, only the tip of the sword had been broken off. Senior sister, what are you doing? Zhou Qingmen froze slightly as she watched her actions, somewhat puzzled. Senior sister, look, these disciples of the Yunqi sect, although they were all robbed of their cultivation resources, but their magic treasures, they are all still there. Lu Ruyan said. Zhou Qingmen heard this and dropped her gaze on these corpses. Only to see that beside each of these corpses, there was a sword scattered. It was just that these swords, almost all of them were already crippled and broken. These swords, which were only the lowest grade lower grade magic treasures, were already of little value, and now that they were crippled, they were even less valuable. Obviously, the demon sect disciples didn't look at these crippled lower grade magic treasures after snatching away the cultivation resources, so they didn't bother to take these swords away. Senior sister, you're not thinking of picking up a sword to use yourself, are you? Zhou Qingmen's eyes widened and she instantly understood what Lu Ruyan was thinking. These broken swords, even the demon sect disciples couldn't look at them. Senior sister actually wanted to pick them up and use them? No, what was the difference between this and picking up trash? That's right, senior sister, we've never had any magic treasures, and these swords aren't broken by much, so we can make do with what we have. Lu Ruyan nodded, she did think so. But senior sister, wouldn't this be a bit too humiliating? Zhou Qingmen hesitated and said somewhat reluctantly. They were great emperors in their previous lives, and they were using the saint-grade magic treasures that Chen Yang had given them. But now, they were actually reduced to picking up other people's unwanted trash. No, this was too much of a price drop. Moreover, these swords, almost all of them were mutilated. Even if they were complete swords, she couldn't even look at them. Not to mention the fact that these swords were all crippled, she disliked them even more in her heart. Ugh! Lu Ruyan looked at her with a reluctant look and knew what was in her heart. She sighed softly and said helplessly, Senior sister, ever since we were reborn, we haven't had any magic treasures. I know you don't look at these lower grade magic treasures, but if we don't pick them up now, I guess we won't even have a chance to pick them up like this in the future. Zhou Qingmen disliked these broken lower grade magic treasures, and why wouldn't she? Compared to the Ice Phoenix sword that Chen Yang had given her in her last life, these broken swords were simply the trash of trash. But there was no way around it. If they didn't pick up a broken sword now, I guess they won't even have the chance to pick up trash like this in the future. These swords are broken. But they can still be used for a while. Senior sister, are we really going to use such broken swords? Zhou Qingmen looked at the several broken swords on the ground, none of them could meet her eyes. The thought of them fighting others in the future. What others pulled out were all kinds of magic treasures, while what they pulled out was a broken sword. And it was still the lowest grade magic treasure. Just thinking about it made her feel so ashamed. Before they even fought, she would probably be laughed out of the room by others. They were at least great emperors in their previous lives, but now they couldn't even afford to use a sword and could only pick up trash. This was really too humiliating. Alright, senior sister, don't be disgusted, we're just making do with what we have right now. In the future, when our cultivation goes up, we'll be able to exchange it for a better magic treasure. Ruyan Lu persuaded helplessly. Zhou Qingmen looked at her and opened her mouth, a little reluctant to speak, but finally chose to compromise. Alright, senior sister. Although she agreed, she had already made up her mind in her heart that in the future, her own broken sword should never be easily shown to others. Otherwise, it would definitely be laughed at by others. Immediately, Zhou Qingmen squatted down and collected the several broken swords on the ground. After picking and choosing for a while, she finally picked out a broken sword. This sword was only 1/3 broken and could still be used. The other swords were too badly broken. Zhou Qingmen didn't even bother to look at them. After the two women picked out their broken swords, they picked up 2 scabbards with their hands. Alright, senior sister, let's go, we have to hurry up and find the other Heavenly Sword sect disciples. After Lu Ruyan put her own broken swords into the middle of her storage bag, she turned her head and spoke to Zhou Qingmen. The fact that there were corpses of Yunqi sect disciples here meant that there were probably demon sect disciples in the vicinity. This caused some uneasiness to lurk in her heart, and she felt that this place could not be stayed for long. Well, senior sister, let's go. Zhou Qingmen nodded, and she didn't want to stay here much longer in. so as not to be seen by others that they were picking up trash here. She was at least a great emperor, and she really couldn't afford to lose this person. Immediately, the two women left together. Chapter 87 Rendezvous. The two girls were back on the road. After meeting those corpses of the Yunshi sect's disciples, they became more cautious this time. Along the way, the two girls were on tenterhooks. They were afraid that they would encounter the demon sect's disciples. They didn't know how long they had walked and how much time had passed. Finally, dragging their injured bodies, they arrived in a valley. Here, they finally encountered a few living people. It was a few women who were currently beating the water at the edge of a pond. Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou didn't dare to go forward at first, but stood at a distance and observed for a long time. Only after determining that these few women were not from the demon sect did they feel slightly relieved. They observed for a while longer, and soon, they recognized that these women were all disciples of the Wanfa sect, which ranked 9th among the 10 major sects. They immediately walked over and climbed into a conversation with these Wanfa sect female disciples. After a short exchange, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin then learned. Their Wanfa sect disciples, as well as the Heavenly Sword sect's disciples and the Yunshi sect's disciples, were all gathered in the deep area of this valley. At this moment, all the disciples of the three sects were gathered together to defend against the demon sect. After learning this news, Ruyan Lu and Qingmin Zhou were overjoyed. They had traveled for so long and had finally found the Heavenly Sword sect disciples to rendezvous. After arriving here, they were considered sheltered and no longer had to worry about being robbed of their cultivation resources by the disciples of the Devil sect. Soon, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin, along with those few female disciples of the 10,000 Methods sect, walked into the depths of the valley together. It wasn't long before they saw a large group of people. Among these people, they saw quite a few familiar faces, and they were all clearly disciples of their Heavenly Sword sect. The two women were immersed in joy when suddenly, amongst the crowd, a familiar young woman stepped out. This woman was no other than Yang Yuyan, who had robbed them of their Dark Moon Pixie Orchid earlier. It was also their senior sister of Qingdian Peak. Yo, you two are really lucky. After strolling outside for so long, you didn't even encounter any demon sect disciples and managed to find your way over here unharmed. Yang Yuyan felt a surge of surprise when she saw that the two girls were able to find their way here unharmed. In this secret realm, so many people had died. These two girls, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin, had been wandering around outside for so long, but they had never encountered any demon sect disciples. What kind of luck was this? Humph. Yang Yuyan, you returned our Dark Moon Phantom Orchid. As soon as Zhou Qingmin saw Yang Yuyan, she was furious. They didn't have many cultivation resources to begin with, and they were also robbed of a Dark Moon Phantom Orchid by Yang Yuyan. This made her feel bloodthirsty in her heart. Lu Ruyan was also gritting her teeth as she stared angrily at Yang Yuyan, her fists unconsciously clenched. She hated Yang Yuyan with the same hatred. If it wasn't for Yang Yuyan's forceful robbing, their cultivation resources could have been one more Dark Moon Phantom Orchid. Yang Yuyan skimmed her mouth with a disinterested expression. Still? You two can't beat me. How dare you still have the face to ask me for the Dark Moon Spectral Orchid? I think it's better for you guys to go back to the sect and stay. Honestly, this kind of vicious and cruel secret realm is not suitable for you. After Yang Yuyan mocked a sentence, she didn't bother to pay attention to the two girls anymore and turned around to leave. In her opinion, this Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin are just two people. Talking to this kind of is a waste of time. There was absolutely no need to hitchhike. Yang Yuyan, what do you mean? Who are you looking down on? Zhou Qingmin's eyes glared, and she was instantly somewhat unconvinced. This Yang Yuyan, how dare she look down on her? With this little violent temper of hers, she couldn't endure it right then and there. She was a great emperor in her previous life. When had she ever been looked down upon? However, Yang Yuyan simply ignored her and directly left. Alright, senior sister, don't be angry, let's just find a place to take a good rest first. Ruyan Lu tugged on her sleeve and whispered. Although she was also angry right now, she also understood that with their current strength, they couldn't do anything to Yang Yuyan at all. Instead of getting angry here, it would be better to find a place to rest first. They had rushed too far and had long been exhausted. They should take a good rest now to recover their strength. Humph, senior sister, this Yang Yuyan is just too angry. Zhou Qingmin snorted coldly with a displeased look on her face. Every time she met Yang Yuyan, it made her furious. Alright, leave her alone, it's not too late to clean her up when our cultivation goes up later. Lu Ruyan said. As she said this, a glint of stern killing intent flashed in her eyes. When her cultivation went up, sooner or later, she was going to find Yang Yuyan, this revenge. Dare to mess with her Ruyan great emperor. It was destined to not end well. Alright. Zhou Qingmin nodded and didn't say anything else. Just made up her mind, waiting for her own strength to improve in the future. I would definitely make Yang Yuyan pay the price. Afterwards, the two girls found a clearing where no one was, so they sat down and began to rest. Senior sister, we're safe now as well. Should we take the cultivation resources out and cultivate now? Zhou Qingmin looked around. Most people were either cultivating or healing their wounds. She instantly became a little foolish. They had managed to collect some cultivation resources with great difficulty, and she had long wanted to refine them. When she thought of those cultivation resources that they had been robbed of, she couldn't tell you how much her heart ached in her heart. Being robbed 3 times made her understand in her heart that only the cultivation resources that were eaten into her stomach and refined by her were her own. Senior sister, now is not the time. Lu Ruyan, however, shook her head. Although now we are now temporarily safe, the devil sect will come to attack at any time. The time needed to refine the cultivation resources is too long, and I'm afraid that this secret realm will all be closed by the time we've refined it. During this period, if the devil sect comes to commit crimes, we will even have no choice but to stop. Isn't this a waste of cultivation resources? In her heart, Ruyan Lu also wanted to refine the cultivation resources that they had managed to collect with great difficulty, as a way to break through the realm and enhance her strength. However, the time needed to refine the cultivation resources was too long. Once the demon sect came to attack, they could only stop. This was also too much of a waste of cultivation resources. They had collected some cultivation resources with great difficulty. She didn't want to waste them at all. She wanted to return to the sect and then settle down to cultivate, so that she could utilize these cultivation resources to the utmost. Zhou Qingmin thought about it for a moment, and had no choice but to give up. Alright, senior sister, I know. Lu Ruyan looked at her as she was a bit lost, so she had to say in a warm voice, Senior sister, don't be discouraged. When we return to the sect, we will be able to refine these cultivation resources in peace. For now, let's just run our energy to heal our wounds. Good, senior sister. Zhou Qingmin nodded. Afterward, the 2 girls sat down on their knees in the same spot and began to run their energy to heal their injuries. Chapter 88, The District of a Heavenly Sword Sect Elder. Deep within the ancient ruins. Beneath the dimly lit dome of the sky. At this moment, Chen Yang was flying towards the northern direction with several female elders from the White Lotus sect. Zhao Yumei had come to his side at some point, her expression somewhat worried as she looked at the side of Chen Yang's face. She hesitated for a few moments, but in the end, she couldn't help but open her mouth to warn. Elder Chen, this time, the demon sect has sent an exalted one in order to wipe out our 10 great sections. I heard that venerable one is a god transformation realm powerhouse. Are you sure you can beat him? Zhao Yumei carefully observed Chen Yang's face, although when Chen Yang saved them before, the strength displayed was very strong. But Chen Yang was after all just an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. And the Devil sect, this time, had sent a venerable. In the entire southern wasteland, who didn't know that the demon sect had 12 exalted ones? Each of these 12 venerables was terrifyingly strong and powerful. Could Chen Yang, an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, really be a match for that venerable? A venerable at the god transformation realm? Hearing this, Chen Yang turned his head to look at Zhao Yumei and frowned slightly. The Devil sect had 12 venerables, he naturally remembered that. In his previous life, after the Heavenly Sword sect was destroyed by the Devil sect, he had later gone to the Devil sect to take revenge. These 12 exalted ones were the ones who all died in his hands. He just didn't know which venerable was sent by the Devil sect for this opening of the ancient relics. Yes, a venerable at the god transformation realm. I heard that it was the green ghost venerable amongst the 12 venerables. Zhao Yumei nodded, her heart was really a little apprehensive. There was no way that venerable green ghost was at the god transformation realm. Could Chen Yang really be defeated? If they went now, could they really save the elders of the 10 great sects? If they couldn't be defeated, what was the difference between them going this time and sending them to their deaths? Venerable green ghost, Chen Yang murmured in a low voice, his brows instantly stretching as a look of realization appeared on his face. If it was any other venerable one, the current him still had something to fear. But if it was venerable green ghost, then he would not place it in his eyes at all. Among the 12 venerables of the Devil sect, the green ghost was the weakest. Although he was at the god transformation realm cultivation, his cultivation had stagnated and his strength had been weakened because he had gone off the deep end early in his life. Therefore, his strength was quite a bit weaker than that of an average spirit transformation realm cultivator. Now that Chen Yang had broken through the god transformation realm and was cultivating the Saint grade level technique, 9 dragons swallowing heaven, it was completely sufficient to deal with a mere green ghost. Elder Chen, previously, several elders from the Taishan Dao sect and the Holy Spirit sect joined hands and were not a match for this venerable green ghost. If you go, will you be able to defeat him? Zhao Yumei asked with some uneasiness. At this moment, the other female elders of the White Lotus sect were also looking at Chen Yang with nervous faces. Although Chen Yang was very strong. But they really couldn't rest assured in their hearts. After all, that venerable green ghost was just too strong. Previously, several elders from the Taishan Dao sect and Holy Spirit sect had joined hands, but they were unable to defeat the green ghost venerable. For Chen Yang to go, was it really not sending him to his death? Let's go and take a look first. Chen Yang turned his head to look at Zhao Yumei with a faint smile on his face. He did not assert in front of Zhao Yumei that he would definitely be able to defeat the green ghost venerable one. Although he was very certain in his heart. But in this life, he hadn't fought a green ghost after all. so there was still a certain amount of uncertainty. Alright. Zhao Yumei didn't ask anything more, only that the worry on her face increased by a few points. The other White Lotus sect female elders, too, were silent, their hearts even more uneasy. The group flew for a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, a group of black-clothed people suddenly appeared 1,000 meters away in front of them. These black-clothed people stood in the air, and from afar, they looked as if they were a black cloud. These black-clothed men gathered together, emitting a monstrous fury. From a long distance away, Chen Yang could feel this dense fatal qi, which was chilling. Before this group of black-clothed men, the person at the head was a green-clothed man with a slim figure, long hair draped over his head, and an evil cold smile on his face. This person was none other than one of the 12 venerables of the devil sect Venerable Green Ghost. Chen Yang recognized the identity of the other party at a glance. After all, that green outfit was too conspicuous. And on top of the ground below, at this moment, there were elders from the 10 great sects sitting, as well as various scattered cultivators, and people from the Great Li Imperial Dynasty. When Chen Yang glanced over, he saw quite a few familiar faces. Soon, he saw the elders of their Heavenly Sword sect, as well as Qi Wuji, whom he had met by chance before. At this moment, most of these people were injured, their breath weakened and their faces pale, like lambs to the slaughter. Over there. Zhao Yumei pointed ahead and said with some excitement. They had been flying for so long, and they had finally found the people from the 10 great sects. Let's go, we'll go over first. Chen Yang said before flying off first. Zhao Yumei and the other female cultivators of the White Lotus sect also followed behind him and flew over together. Very soon. Chen Yang then arrived in front of the 10 great sect elders. He stopped, stepped into the air and looked towards the bottom. He only saw the elders of the 10 great sects below, as well as various scattered cultivators, and people from the Great Li Imperial Dynasty. Most of them were already injured at this moment, and some were even directly lying on the ground, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. Elder Chen, why have you come? Among the crowd, Qi Wuji was startled when he saw Chen Yang, who had suddenly appeared, and then he frowned, a worried expression on his face. In his opinion, today, the elders of their 10 great clans were destined to be doomed. Chen Yang shouldn't have come over. Although he knew that Chen Yang was at the God Transformation realm, the demon sect had sent an exalted this time. Even if Chen Yang was stronger, he couldn't possibly be a match for that venerable. Elder Chen, quickly go and escape. The other Heavenly Sword sect elders, when they saw Chen Yang suddenly appear, each of them were also anxious and immediately urged him to leave. They didn't know that at this time, Chen Yang had already broken through to the Transformation God realm. In their opinion, for Chen Yang to come out at this time was no different from sending him to his death. Being elders of the same Heavenly Sword sect, they didn't want Chen Yang to see stay and send himself to death. The elders of the other sects, as well as the various loose cultivators, as well as the people from the Great Li Dynasty, saw Chen Yang suddenly appear. Originally, they were still a bit excited, thinking that Chen Yang had come to save them. However, after hearing that Chen Yang was an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, they then hung their heads and fell into despair once again. An elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, even if he was strong, how strong could he be? With so many of them, it was difficult for them to escape death even if they were united. What could Chen Yang alone change? Alas! It was hard to escape death after all. Yo, here come a few more to die, this is just right, saves me the trouble of having to look for you one by one. At this time, a disdainful cold laughter came from behind Chen Yang. Chen Yang turned his head, only to see that Venerable Green Ghost, who was currently looking at him with a smirk, a hint of contemptuous disdain in his eyes. Chapter 89 Heavenly Sword Sect Elders So Strong? Venerable Green Ghost, right? Laugh, you won't be able to laugh in a while. Chen Yang looked at the Venerable Green Ghost in front of him with a calm expression. At this moment, he recalled the image of his previous life, where the other party knelt before him and begged for forgiveness. You, a Heavenly Sword Sect Elder, how dare you talk to me like this, do you want to die? Venerable Green Ghost's face instantly turned cold. A Heavenly Sword Sect Elder was just that. To dare to act recklessly in front of him, he simply did not know how to die. In his eyes, Chen Yang was no different from a mole cricket. It was too simple for him to want to crush it to death. Chen Yang even dared to provoke him, he really didn't know what he was doing. Die? Chen Yang smiled faintly and said, the person who will die later on may not necessarily be me. Arrogant. Venerable Green Ghost's eyes narrowed steeply, and his face instantly turned gloomy. At the same time, a mighty pressure of a transformation God realm powerhouse emanated steeply from his body. In an instant, it enveloped the sky and earth in a 10-mile radius. The elders of the 10 great sects below, the scattered cultivators from all walks of life, as well as the people from the Great Li Imperial Dynasty, all of a sudden looked unsightly. Under this powerful pressure, some people even lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Venerable Green Ghost above them. A God Transformation Realm powerhouse was truly terrifying. However, Chen Yang still looked as normal, unaffected. Seeing this, Venerable Green Ghost let out a soft eep, and his face couldn't help but be a little surprised. An elder of the Heavenly Sword sect was actually able to resist the pressure of his transformation god realm powerhouse. This was simply unimaginable. Kid, it seems like you still have some skills, so let me see just how strong you are. Venerable Green Ghost came to be interested, and after letting out an evil laugh, he formed a seal with both hands, and his entire person suddenly swooped down. He was extremely fast, and almost in just the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Chen Yang. The huge Dharma seal fell down, carrying an unrivaled and vast might. It pressed down in such a vast manner. Chen Yang's face remained unchanged as he operated his gung-fu and raised his hand to wave out a golden dragon chi. In an instant, a dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Only a golden dragon's shadow was seen rising up into the sky. In an instant, it broke through the huge legal seal, and the brilliant golden light illuminated the entire heaven and earth. Poof! Venerable Green Ghost's eyes instantly widened, and he couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood from his mouth. At this moment, his expression was filled with shock, and his entire being was somewhat confused. He didn't expect that an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect would be able to break his spell seals. And it was also able to seriously injure him. Nima, was this person really just an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect? However, he did not have time to think too much because at this moment, Chen Yang's figure had appeared in front of him at some point. Chen Yang threw a punch. A huge fist print emerged in mid-air, soaring to tens of feet against the wind. No! As Venerable Green Ghost felt this terrifying pressure that came upon him, his entire face instantly changed drastically, his soul trembling in fear. He could feel that this punch was strong. He would die. At this moment of life and death, he let out a cry of unwillingness. However, everything was already too late. The huge fist print whistled past, carrying a furious aura that crushed everything. His body instantly exploded. For a moment, blood and flesh splattered. The next moment, everything returned to calm. Chen Yang's figure still stood in mid-air, his robes fluttering and hunting as the breeze blew by. Below, the elders of the 10 great sects, the scattered cultivators from all walks of life, as well as the people from the greatly imperial dynasty, all of them fell into a stupor as they looked at Chen Yang's back at this moment. Venerable Green Ghost was dead? Just like that? In the hands of a Heavenly Sword sect elder? At this moment, the people below all felt a wave of unreality. They had originally lost hope. But Chen Yang, surprisingly, easily killed the Green Ghost Venerable One in front of them. The situation was turned around in an instant. Everyone was shocked. Of course, the ones who would say that they were the most shocked were the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect. They were all from the same sect as Chen Yang. They were relatively familiar with each other. But now looking at Chen Yang's back, they only felt unfamiliar. Yes, unfamiliar. Too unfamiliar. The Chen Yang in their impression was about the same strength as all of them. But now, Chen Yang had actually single-handedly killed Venerable Green Ghost with his own strength. That was one of the 12 venerables of the Devil sect. Just like that, he died. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, who could believe it? Zhao Yumei, who had followed Chen Yang, and several other female elders of the White Lotus sect. At this moment, they were all stunned as well. They were originally worried that Chen Yang wasn't a match for Venerable Green Ghost and that they had rushed here on this trip just to die. But they didn't expect it. That Venerable Green Ghost, who was rumored to have a terrifying and unpredictable strength, was actually this unbeatable in front of Chen Yang. Just as everyone was stupefied, Chen Yang raised his head and looked towards the group of demon sect cultivators in front of him. At this moment, this group of devil sect cultivators were also all dumbfounded. Their demon sect's Venerable Green Ghost had actually died in the hands of a Heavenly Sword sect elder. No! This person in front of them, is he really an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect? Since when is an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect so strong? With this strength, no one would question it if you said he was the Taishan Dao sect's patriarch who had come. Before they could regain their senses, the next moment they noticed Chen Yang's gaze looking over. In an instant, everyone's hearts and minds trembled tremendously. Even though Chen Yang, at this moment, still had a calm demeanor. However, all the devil sect cultivators felt a great pressure. At the same time, they also felt the threat of death. After all, Venerable Green Ghost was dead. These little minions of theirs were no match for Chen Yang. Chen Yang didn't say anything, he just revolved his gong methods. The next moment, 5 golden dragons emerged behind him, their heads standing tall and emitting a terrifying pressure. Looking at this scene, all of the devil sect's cultivators were so scared that their livers cracked and their bodies trembled. Some of the less courageous ones even turned around and fled. Chen Yang waved his hand and instantly 5 golden dragon chi whistled away. Run away. I don't want to die. All the devil sect cultivators immediately turned pale with fear and fled. The large group of devil sect cultivators were instantly routed. However, those who were able to escape were only a small portion after all. Wherever the 5 golden dragon chi passed by, each and every devil sect cultivator instantly exploded and died, blood and flesh bursting out. For a time, miserable screams rose and fell, resounding through the heavens and earth. Below, the elders of the 10 great sects, as well as the scattered cultivators from all walks of life, as well as the people from the greatly imperial dynasty. They could only see the 5 golden dragon chi roaming and raging in the sky, emitting bursts of dragon roars from time to time. As for those devil sect cultivators, they were dead, injured, and fleeing. Half a quarter of an hour later, the scene finally returned to calm. The 5 golden dragon chi gradually dissipated. In mid-air, only Chen Yang was left standing alone in the air, and that slightly thin back seemed to emanate a burst of greatness at this moment. Chapter 90. Speak later. Great, venerable green ghost is dead, the demon sect ran away, we don't have to die anymore. Yes, we're saved, none of us have to die. What's this person's name? When did the Heavenly Sword sect produce such a powerful elder? That's right, even venerable green ghost died at his hands, he's too strong. I don't think even the Heavenly Sword sect's patriarch Yunyan is as powerful as this elder in front of us, he actually saved all of us with his own strength. Above the ground, the elders of the various sects, as well as the various loose cultivators, and the people from the Great Li dynasty. At this moment, they were all gazing at Chen Yang's back in mid-air. It could be said that Chen Yang at this moment, all eyes were on him. Looking at Chen Yang alone, he had killed venerable green ghost, scared away a group of demon sect cultivators, and saved them. Everyone was cheering and exhilarated. Of course, while being happy, there were also people who were curious about Chen Yang's identity. After all, the Heavenly Sword sect had always ranked at the bottom of the top 10 sects in the entire southern wasteland, and could be said to have little presence. But now, there was such a powerful figure like Chen Yang. This made everyone curious about Chen Yang's identity. After all, amongst the 10 great sects, the great elders of each sect, they almost all knew each other. However, they never knew that the Heavenly Sword sect still hid such a powerful elder like Chen Yang. Even in the eyes of many people, Chen Yang, this elder, I'm afraid, is even more powerful than the Heavenly Sword sect's patriarch Wenyan. On the side of the Heavenly Sword sect, all the elders looked at Chen Yang's back. They all felt a wave of disbelief as well. Chen Yang had actually killed venerable green ghost and had turned the situation around and saved them all by himself. No, was this still the Chen Yang they knew? When had Chen Yang become so powerful? That venerable green ghost was one of the 12 venerables of the demon sect. Even if their patriarch Yunyan came, I'm afraid he's no match. But now, it had died in Chen Yang's hands just like that. Doesn't this mean that Chen Yang is now even stronger than their patriarch? Thinking of this, the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Again, they were elders, but at this moment, they felt the terror of Chen Yang. At this moment, even Qi Wuji was a bit dumbfounded. He knew that Chen Yang was strong, but he didn't expect that Chen Yang could be this strong. Even the green ghost venerable one could be easily killed. Right in the middle of everyone's gaze, in midair, Chen Yang slowly turned around. Looking at the excited and thrilled faces below, he didn't say anything, his expression remained calm. With that, he flew down and landed in front of a group of Heavenly Sword sect elders. Elders, are you all alright? Chen Yang looked at these Heavenly Sword sect elders in front of him and opened his mouth to inquire, while also silently counting the number of people in his heart. Soon enough, he realized that amongst this group of people, there were a few elders missing. Obviously, the few elders that were missing should have already died in the hands of the devil sect. No. It's fine. The dozen or so elders, looking at the Chen Yang in front of them, all had somewhat unfamiliar eyes. The Chen Yang in front of them was simply too strong. This caused them to be impressed with Chen Yang as a whole, at this moment. Previously, they all thought that Chen Yang's cultivation level was similar to all of them. But only now did they realize that Chen Yang was too much stronger than them. Chen Yang was so powerful that even their Heavenly Sword sect's patriarch couldn't compare to him. They were even more incomparable. Elder Chen, I didn't expect you are so powerful that even the Green Ghost Venerable One can't even defeat you. Qi Wuji walked forward, looking at Chen Yang in front of him, he couldn't help but shake his head a little in exclamation. Both were elders of the Heavenly Sword sect, how could the difference be so great? Chen Yang alone was able to fight against Venerable Green Ghost and a large group of Devil Sect cultivators. But they, united, could only escape death. At this moment, he felt the huge gap between himself and Chen Yang. The other elders, at this moment, also couldn't help but have some complicated feelings. Yes. The same Heavenly Sword sect elder, how could the gap be so big? Just at this moment, a group of Yunqi sect elders came to Chen Yang's side. This elder, thank you for saving me today, dare to ask your name, in the coming day, my Yunqi sect will be grateful. A group of Yunqi sect's elders, standing in front of Chen Yang, respectfully cupped their fists and saluted with a very humble attitude. I don't dare, my name is Chen Yang, I'm just an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, there's no need for all of you to be so polite. Chen Yang similarly clasped his fists and treated them with courtesy. So it's Elder Chen, thanks for saving me today, my Yunqi sect will be grateful in the future. At this moment, the gazes of this group of Yunqi sect's elders, looking towards Chen Yang, were filled with gratitude and reverence. At this moment, a group of Wanfa sect's elders also came behind Chen Yang. Elder Chen, thank you for saving me today. My Wanfa sect will be grateful in the future. Chen Yang turned to look at the group of Wanfa sect elders in front of him, waved his hand, and said in an unimpressed manner, "You are welcome, all the elders." Soon, a group of White Lotus sect elders also walked over towards Chen Yang. Elder Chen, if it wasn't for you today, all the elders of my White Lotus sect would also have a hard time escaping death. This favor, my White Lotus sect has taken note of it, and after I return to the sect, I will definitely thank you. At this moment, Chen Yang was already a little tired of dealing with it. He could only say helplessly, "Everyone is polite, there's really no need for that." After dealing with the elders of the White Lotus sect, a group of female cultivators of the Acacia sect also came to him and gave Chen Yang some thanks. Elder Chen, thank you for saving our Acacia sect's elders today. When we get out of the secret realm, please also follow us to the Acacia sect. Our Acacia sect's female cultivators will definitely repay Elder Chen's kindness. Chen Yang looked at the group of beautiful and moving female cultivators in front of him and perfunctorily nodded his head. Let's talk about it later. Let's talk about it later. Soon, the elders of the other sects, in turn, came over to say thank you. Elder Chen, many thanks. Elder Chen. The elders of all the sects all came over to Chen Yang and thanked him in turn, with a respectful attitude. Even though the Heavenly Sword sect was ranked at the bottom of the top 10 sects, but right now, no one was belittling Chen Yang just because he was an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. On the contrary, everyone's gazes towards Chen Yang were tinged with reverence. It was a kind of admiration and respect that the weak had for the strong. Even the various loose cultivators came forward to thank Chen Yang, some even kneeling down in public. After dispatching this group of loose cultivators, the elders of the Taishan Dao sect and Holy Spirit sect also came before Chen Yang. Elder Chen, I really thank you for saving my life today. If it wasn't for you, my Taishan Dao sect's elders, I'm afraid that they wouldn't have been able to walk out of this Taiku ruins. Yes, Elder Chen, today is really thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, the elders of my Holy Spirit sect would have had a hard time escaping death. The elders of the Taishan Dao sect, as well as the group of elders of the Holy Spirit sect, all bowed deeply to Chen Yang to express their gratitude. This made Chen Yang a little embarrassed for a moment. Elders, you don't have to be so polite, all of you get up. He walked forward and hurriedly helped up a few of the leading elders with a somewhat helpless expression. Elder Chen, you're really powerful. Several of our Taishan Dao sect's elders, as well as the Holy Spirit sect's elders joined forces, and none of them were a match for that venerable green ghost. I didn't expect he died in your hands just like that. Elder Chen is really amazingly strong. That's right, with Elder Chen's strength, I'm afraid that your sect master is not even your opponent, right? The elders of the two sects, looking at such a young Chen Yang, could not help but feel some emotion. Both of their clans were the most flourishing clans in the southern wasteland. However, the elders of their two sects had joined hands, and surprisingly, they were not even a match for that green ghost venerable. But Chen Yang, an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. Surprisingly, he had single-handedly killed the green ghost venerable one. Looking at Chen Yang in front of them, they all had a feeling that a hero was a young man. Facing the compliments of the two sect elders, Chen Yang was really a bit helpless, so he could only casually perfunctory. Where, the elders are flattering. After easily dispatching the elders of the Taishan Dao sect and Holy Spirit sect, Chen Yang hadn't had time to catch his breath when he didn't expect the people from the Great Li dynasty to also come. One must know that in the entire southern wasteland, the Great Li dynasty was above the top 10 clans. However, right now, they were actually acting respectfully and courteously in front of an elder from the Heavenly Sword sect, completely not daring to make a move. Seeing this scene, Qi Wuji and the other Heavenly Sword sect elders all had somewhat complicated emotions for a moment. They didn't expect that one day the people from the Great Li dynasty, as well as the elders of the Taishan Dao sect and the Holy Spirit sect, which were all great sects, would be so respectful and polite to one of their Heavenly Sword sect's elders. In the past, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. But now, because of Chen Yang, this scene had truly happened in front of their eyes. Chapter 91 Li Wuya, why didn't you come to save me? Just as Chen Yang saved the 10 great clans, the outer layer of the ancient ruins. At this moment, on the edge of a small river, a few female cultivators of the Acacia sect were sitting on the ground and resting. And in the open space next to a few people, Lu Kite was currently lying on the ground breathlessly. Her face was still bruised and swollen, her body was covered in injuries, and her entire body was cloaked in hair, looking extraordinarily miserable and wretched. These days, she had been suffering from the verbal abuse and beatings of these few Acacia sect female cultivators every day. This caused her to be in so much pain that she couldn't sleep every night. Not only that, these few Acacia sect female cultivators also did not give her anything to eat. This caused her entire person, these days, to starve and lose a lot of weight. The entire person had no strength. It could be said that she had simply suffered a lot these days. But even so, she hadn't thought of escaping. Because she had been waiting for Li Wuya to save her. Because Li Wuya had said that he would come to save her. She had also been waiting for Li Wuya to appear. However, she had waited for so many days, but Li Wuya had never appeared. This made Lu Kite from being full of expectation at the beginning to complete despair now. Wuya, you said you would come to save me, why haven't you come until now? Lu Kite lay on the ground, looking into the distance, tears could not help but flow down. Waiting until now, how could she not understand that Li Wuya would not come? When she thought of the torment she had suffered these days, Lu Kite's heart was a pang of misery. She had endured so much torture for Li Wuya. But now, Li Wuya had abandoned her. Wuya, you said you would come to save me, you said it, why didn't you come? Wuya, I have paid so much for you, why did you abandon me? Lu Kite couldn't hold back any longer and cried out in pain, her tears falling. When she was first captured, she could have actually used the shadowless talisman to escape from the start. There was no need to be here to suffer the severe beatings of these Acacia sect female cultivators, nor did she have to endure their verbal abuse. And even less need to go hungry. But just because Li Wuya said that he would come to save her, she then chose to stay and didn't run away. But the end result was that Li Wuya had abandoned her mercilessly. When she thought about the fact that she had waited here foolishly for so many days, she felt like a joke. Wuya, I waited for so long, why didn't you come to my rescue, why? You obviously promised me that you would come to save me, why don't you come? Lu Kite's heart was filled with unwillingness, and at the same time, it was also filled with aggression. For the sake of Li Wuya, she had persisted until now. However, now she got such a result, which made her unable to accept. Lu Kite was lying on the ground, tears flowing silently, her heart was in extreme pain. Just crying and crying. She suddenly shook her head again, and her expression became firm once again. No, Wuya won't abandon me, he won't lie to me either, he must be out of something, yes, he must be out of something, that's why he didn't come to save me. Yes, it must be so. I'm going to find him, I'm going to ask him face to face. Lu Kite kept shaking her head, denying her previous thoughts. She had loved Li Wuya for 3,000 years. At this moment, she simply couldn't accept that the man she had loved for so long would abandon her like this. In her heart, Li Wuya was perfect, pure, and without any flaws. The Li Wuya in her heart is so beautiful. And how could he cheat her? Yes, something must have happened to Li Wuya, that's why he didn't come to save her. Right, it must be like this. After all, this was a secret realm, and the outside was so dangerous, something must have happened to Li Wuya. That's why he didn't come to save her. Thinking of these, Lu Kite's heart was once again firm. She decided. She was going to find Li Wuya. Then ask clearly, why the other party didn't come to save her. Just as Lu Kite made a decision in her heart, a few female cultivators of the Acacia sect also came to her side at this time. They surrounded Lu Kite and looked at her condescendingly, their faces all carrying anger that they couldn't hide. Senior sister, we've been waiting for so many days, and her accomplices aren't coming, so it seems that they've really abandoned her, so let's just kill her. Right, kill her to vent our heart's hatred. The moment I think of our purple spirit fruit, which was lost because of her, I can't wait to dismantle her. That's right, it's been so many days, she must have been abandoned, there's no need for us to keep her. Several female cultivators of the Acacia sect were all gnashing their teeth as they stared angrily at Lu Kite, who was lying on the ground, all of them clenching their fists, itching to break her into pieces. The oldest female cultivator, at this moment, when she heard the words of the several senior sisters, she also nodded her head and didn't stop anymore. Well, having waited for so long, it seems that her accomplices really won't come to her rescue. Let's kill her now, and then go find the other disciples to rendezvous. The devil sect is too rampant now, there's no need for us to waste time on her. Seeing her own senior sister agree. The other female cultivators couldn't hold back any longer at this moment, each one of them showing a fierce light, ready to kill Lu Kite to vent their anger. Hearing these words, Lu Kite knew that she couldn't wait any longer. She immediately used the shadowless talisman and instantly shifted out. Previously, in order to facilitate her escape, before she was captured, she had pasted the shadowless talisman in her underwear on her chest. So now, with just a thought, she could escape at any time. In an instant, Lu Kite's figure disappeared in place. Seeing this scene, the few female cultivators of the Acacia sect who were present immediately stared in disbelief. No, where is the person? Where did she run off to? I don't know, in the blink of an eye the person disappeared. Damn it, we haven't even killed her yet, and she even ran away. Surprisingly letting her run away really pissed me off. A few female cultivators of the Acacia sect were instantly furious. They had restrained themselves for so long, and had easily waited until it was time to kill Lu Kite. But Lu Kite ran away. This made the women, who were already holding a bellyful of fire, suddenly become even more furious. Damn it, she even has a means of escape. Among these few female cultivators, the oldest one, the senior sister, looked at Lu Kite's sudden disappearance. She also clenched her fists, a pang of unwillingness in her heart. They hadn't even had the chance to kill Lu Kite to vent their anger, but they let Lu Kite escape. This made her furious. That's not right, since this woman has the means to escape, why didn't she escape all this time before? At this moment, a female cultivator suddenly reacted. Hearing this, the other female cultivators also all froze. Yeah, why didn't she escape earlier? Right, she has such means, she clearly could have escaped a long time ago. Why does she still want to stay by our side all this time, taking our beatings, enduring our insults, and we still don't give her anything to eat? She stays here. What does she want? That's right, why didn't she escape earlier if she could? She had to wait until we were about to kill her before she escaped. Is she a masochist? The several female cultivators, at once, also all reacted. Lu Kite had such means of escape, why didn't she escape earlier? Instead, she had to stay by their side all the time and endure so much torture. Isn't this? Chapter 92, Where did the ugly bastard come from? The other side. At this moment, Lu Kite had already appeared in a deserted mountain forest. She wasted a lot of effort before she was able to break free from the ropes tied to her hands and feet, and then stumbled down a mountain path into the distance. Wuya, something must have happened to you, that's why you didn't come to my rescue, right? I must find you. While walking, Lu Kite muttered to herself. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind, and that was to find Li Wuya and determine if something had really happened to the other party, and that was why he hadn't been able to come to her rescue. However, since she didn't know where Li Wuya was, she could only look around aimlessly. It was just that. She had been tortured too much by those few female cultivators of the Acacia sect in the past few days. Her whole body was covered in injuries, plus she hadn't eaten anything for several days. At this moment, she had long since lost much of her strength. So without taking a few steps, she was already panting with exhaustion. At the same time, a gurgling sound came from her stomach. Immediately afterward, a strong feeling of hunger hit her. After Lu Kite forced herself to walk for a while, she couldn't hold on any longer and directly fell forward onto the ground. So hungry. She couldn't help but murmur. The intense hunger made her brain a little dizzy and she desperately wanted to eat. But this mountain forest was full of trees as far as the eye could see. Where was there anything for her to eat? No way, she could only lie on the ground, enduring the hunger. After lying on the ground and slowing down for a while, she then got back up, and then continued to slowly walk forward. If only there was something to eat. Lu Kite unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and while walking, she looked around, wanting to see if there was anything to eat in this neighborhood. Finally, a quarter of an hour later, she found a few red mushrooms on the ground. Lu Kite didn't care if the red mushrooms were poisonous or not. She directly squatted down, pulled up a mushroom and stuffed it into her mouth, then wolfed it down. Soon, a mushroom is down. But Lu Kite still feel not enough. She will be a few other mushrooms uprooted. Also do not care about this mushroom is dirty, just like this feast eat down. After eating, Lu Kite regained some of her strength. She stood up from the ground and continued to walk forward. It wasn't long before she arrived at a river. Feeling a little thirsty, she couldn't help but squat down by the river, ready to drink some water before going to find Li Wuya. Just as she squatted down, she saw her reflection in the water. She only saw that at this moment, her hair was unkempt and disheveled like a chicken's nest. Her original heavenly beauty stunning face, at this moment also nose green face red. Not only that, the clothes on her body were also dirty. The whole person looked as wretched as possible. Unexpectedly reborn back, I would actually make myself so miserable. Looking at the reflection in the water, Lu Kite couldn't help but be a little stunned. At this moment, she couldn't help but think back to her last life. She was at least a great emperor. The scenery was infinite. But after being reborn, she would actually make such a mess of herself. If others knew about this, they would probably laugh their asses off. But for Wuya, it's all worth it. I need to find him now. Something must have happened to him, that's why he didn't come to my rescue. Lu Kite was a little worried about Li Wuya's safety in his heart, so after drinking a few mouthfuls of water, he left the place in a hurry. Once again embarked on the long road of searching for Li Wuya. The next time, she searched aimlessly by herself, eating wild fruits when she was hungry and drinking water when she was thirsty. I don't know if it was just her luck. After 2 days of searching, it turned out that she really let her find Li Wuya. At this time, she has come to a lake. Not far away, her heartness Li Wuya, at this moment is lying on the grass near the lake, leisurely sleeping. Seeing this scene, Lu Kite was instantly a little dumbfounded. How could it be? Nothing happened to Wu Fei him. Lu Kite had originally thought that Li Wuya might have gotten into some kind of trouble, encountered some kind of danger, and that's why he wasn't able to go and save her. But now, Li Wuya was actually lying here leisurely sleeping? It looked like nothing was wrong at all. No, I have to go up and ask. Even if she saw Li Wuya sleeping here, Lu Kite was not willing to believe that Li Wuya was deliberately not going to save her. She had to ask clearly in person face to face. Lu Kite immediately walked over. Li Wuya. From a distance, she called out. Li Wuya was currently lying on the grass and sunbathing when he suddenly heard someone call his name. He instantly turned his head to look, and when he saw a dirty, unkempt person walking towards him, he was instantly confused. Where did that ugly bastard come from? He was a bit puzzled and immediately stood up from the ground. Soon, this dirty ugly monster arrived in front of him. Li Wuya, why didn't you come to save me? Lu Kite bulged her small mouth and asked with some anger. Li Wuya looked at her with a dumbfounded look on his face, and at the same time, he took 2 steps back in disgust. Hey! You ugly, what nonsense are you saying again? At this moment, he didn't recognize Lu Kite at all. There was no way, the Lu Kite from before was heavily and stunning, and the Lu Kite in front of him was a dirty ugly. The difference was just too great. He couldn't recognize it at all. Moreover, in his opinion, Lu Kite had died a long time ago. After all, Lu Kite had helped him take away the purple spirit fruit of those Acacia sect female cultivators, and there was no way those female cultivators would let Lu Kite go. Ugly? Lu Kite looked at the disgusted expression on Li Wuya's face and was instantly a little confused. She had suffered so much torture for Li Wuya. He was now calling himself ugly? Lu Kite felt a burst of anger in her heart. However, she quickly reacted. With this image of herself, Li Wuya should not have recognized her. Li Wuya, it's me, I'm Lu Kite. Lu Kite reached out and lifted up the dirty hair covering her face, trying hard to let Li Wuya see her face clearly. After she escaped from those few female cultivators of the Acacia sect, she only wanted to find Li Wuya. But she forgot to clean up her image. That's why it led to now, Li Wuya couldn't recognize her. When Li Wuya heard Lu Kite's name, his eyes instantly widened and his entire body was slightly confused. He took a closer look at the still somewhat red and swollen pig's face in front of him, and sure enough, upon closer inspection, who was the person in front of him, if not Lu Kite? Lu Kite? Li Wuya was a bit incredulous. Previously, that heavenly kite had turned into this ghostly appearance now. Yes, it's me. Seeing that Li Wuya recognized her identity, Lu Kite hurriedly nodded her head, and the aggression in her heart instantly surged up. Li Wuya, why didn't you come to save me? Do you know that I have been waiting for you? Chapter 93, Wuya, you're so nice. Li Wuya, why didn't you come to save me? Do you know that I've been waiting for you all along? Thinking back to these days, all those tortures she suffered at the hands of those few female cultivators, the grievance in her heart grew a few more points. Just because Li Wuya had said that he would go and save her. That was why she had been waiting foolishly. Otherwise, she would have used the shadowless talisman to escape long ago. There was no way she would have suffered so much torture. Facing Lu Kite's pressing questions, Li Wuya was instantly a bit weak. He scratched his head with a somewhat awkward expression. He stammered, struggling to find an excuse, trying to muddle through. However, Lu Kite's appearance was just too sudden. For a moment, he simply couldn't think of a good excuse. Li Wuya, did something happen to you, that's why you didn't go to save me? Lu Kite then asked again. Li Wuya, who was worried about not being able to find an excuse, immediately saw his eyes light up and hurriedly nodded his head. Yes. He was worried that he didn't know how to explain, but he didn't realize that Lu Kite had even found an excuse for him. Hearing this answer, the aggravation in Lu Kite's heart instantly subsided for the most part. Her guess was really good. Li Wuya really did have something happen. That's why he didn't come to save her. Li Wuya is not intentionally not to save her. Thinking of this, Lu Kite was no longer angry. Instead, she looked at Li Wuya and asked with some worry, then what happened to you? Did you meet other cultivators, or did you meet a demonic beast? Did you get hurt? Li Wuya immediately covered his chest and pretended to be injured, following her words down. I encountered a few cultivators, they wanted to snatch my cultivation resources, I couldn't beat them, so I was injured. Li Wuya said and deliberately sighed before putting on a look of necessity. Lu Kite, I'm sorry, I originally wanted to go and save you, but I was injured, so I was delayed, if you want to blame me, blame me. Hearing these words, where could Lu Kite still bear to blame Li Wuya? She looked at the man in front of her that she had loved for 3,000 years. At this moment, her eyes were filled with heartache. Wuya, it's good that you're fine, as long as you're fine, I'd rather suffer some more aggravation than be fine. Feeling the deep love that flowed out from Lu Kite's eyes, Li Wuya couldn't help but burst into laughter in his heart. This silly woman. It was really good at fooling off. She actually believed in her own words. How could there be such a stupid woman under the sky? But in his heart, he laughed at Lu Kite's stupidity, he still put on a guilty face on the surface. Lu Kite, I'm sorry, I wasn't able to go and save you, causing you to suffer so much, look at how thin you've gotten. Hearing her beloved say this, Lu Kite remembered the torment she had suffered these days, and instantly, she couldn't help but feel a little like crying. She shed tears and was moved for a moment in her heart. Wuya, with these words from you, even if I die, I have no regrets. At this moment, Lu Kite couldn't help but think to herself. Li Wuya really did still care about her. Still cared about her. When she thought that she had even wrongly blamed Li Wuya before. She felt so excessive. Wuya hadn't gone to save her because he was injured. Yet she kept blaming Li Wuya. By the way, Wuya, where are you hurt? Lu Kite sniffled and wiped away her tears, then asked with concern. Still covering his chest, Li Wuya said without blushing, I suffered internal injuries. He didn't dare to say that he had suffered external injuries. If Lu Kite were to check his wounds, he would be exposed. Lu Kite really didn't have the slightest doubt, she only had heartache now. Then you must be in a lot of pain, right? Lu Kite raised her hand and touched his chest position, and the tears in her eyes couldn't help but fall again. Those cultivators really deserved to die, how dare they hurt her beloved Li Wuya. At this moment, in addition to her heartache for Li Wuya, she was also filled with hatred for those cultivators who had injured Li Wuya. When Li Wuya looked at her like this, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. In order to avoid laughing out of himself, he hurriedly changed the topic. By the way, Lu Kite, how did you escape? He originally thought that Lu Kite had already died. But he didn't expect that Lu Kite had managed to escape. This rather made him quite curious. Lu Kite was only at the second level of chi condensation cultivation, but he was able to escape? How was this possible? Oh, I have the Shadowless Talisman on me. I used the Shadowless Talisman to escape. Lu Kite told the story of how he used the Shadowless Talisman to escape. You have the Shadowless Talisman? Hearing this, Li Wuya's eyes immediately widened, his expression somewhat astonished. Yeah, I used the Shadowless Talisman to escape. Lu Kite nodded. Looking at Lu Kite's innocent face, Li Wuya only felt a pang of blood loss in his heart at this moment. At first, in order for Lu Kite to distract those Acacia sect female cultivators, he had given Lu Kite a Blast Wind Talisman. If he had known that Lu Kite had the Shadowless Talisman, he wouldn't have given Lu Kite the Blast Wind Talisman in the first place. He had wasted one of his talismans for nothing. Li Wuya's heart immediately felt a meaty pain. Wuya, what's wrong with you? Lu Kite looked at Li Wuya's constipated expression as if he had eaten. Lu Kite was instantly a bit puzzled. No, nothing. Li Wuya shook his head and pulled a stiff smile on his face. Looking at the silly girl in front of him, he asked again in a fake manner, by the way, Lu Kite, these days, for me, you must have suffered a lot. Alas, it's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have suffered all these tortures. Saying that, Li Wuya revealed a look of shame and heartache. Seeing that Li Wuya actually cared about herself like this, Lu Kite recalled the experiences she had suffered in the past few days, and her heart immediately sank. She could no longer control her emotions and went forward to fiercely hug Li Wuya. Wuya, you are so good. She didn't expect that Li Wuya would care for her so much. This was the man she had loved for 3,000 years. One really did not look at the wrong person. Her beloved Li Wuya was indeed a good man. At this moment, she couldn't help but think of her previous life. Her master, Chen Yang, had repeatedly spoken ill of Li Wuya in front of her, saying something about Li Wuya not being a good person and having a bad heart. Also said that Li Wuya didn't love her at all, and that approaching her only had ulterior motives. Now it seems that Chen Yang is really slandering her beloved Li Wuya. Li Wuya was obviously so good. How could he have a bad heart? Chen Yang was just trying to break them up, so he slandered Li Wuya's reputation in front of her 3 times. Thinking of Chen Yang's face, Lu Kite only felt a wave of nausea. Such a person had been her master for 3,000 years. She was really blind in her previous life to have worshipped such a person as her master. Lu Kite now only regretted why she was so stupid in her previous life and had to worship Chen Yang as her master. Otherwise, she would have been able to be with Li Wuya in her previous life. At the same time, at this moment, she was also more determined. In this life, she had to be with Li Wuya, never to be separated. She would marry Li Wuya, be Li Wuya's wife, and give her children, many children. At this moment, Li Wuya, who was being held by Lu Kite, had a disgusted look on his face. After Lu Kite was captured, he didn't know how long he hadn't bathed, and his body had a sour odor. At this moment holding him, that flavor straight into his nose, is really on the head. However, despite the disgust in his heart, Li Wuya still forced himself to endure the nausea and did not push Lu Kite away. I don't know how long I hugged him. Lu Kite finally let go of Li Wuya. She took a step back and looked at this man she had loved for 3,000 years, only feeling that she couldn't get enough of him. Li Wuya, on the other hand, let out a long sigh of relief without revealing it, then asked. Right, Lu Kite, do you have any plans for the future? Chapter 94. You right? By the way, Lu Kite, do you have any plans for the future? Hearing this, Lu Kite looked at Li Wuya, she bit her lips and after hesitating for a moment, with a firm expression, she said. Wuya, I want to follow you in the future, I will go wherever you go. Returning from rebirth, it was not easy to see her white moonlight again. Lu Kite only had one thought in her head right now. That was to be with Li Wuya. Making up for the regrets of her last life. She never wanted to be separated from Li Wuya again. Li Wuya looked at her determined face, and his heart was a bit of a dilemma. He was a rootless person. If Lu Kite stayed by his side, he would only be able to look at her but not eat her. He would not be able to experience the pleasures of a man at all. This made him fall into hesitation, whether to let Lu Kite follow him or not. Suddenly, he steeply thought of something, and his eyes snapped open. Then, he immediately agreed. Good, Lu Kite, then you can follow me from now on. It suddenly occurred to him that this Lu Kite was a rare beauty. It just so happened that he could offer this silly girl, Lu Kite, to the elders of the demon sect. He happened to know an elder. The other party didn't love money or wealth, but only loved women. He was just a bit older, almost 500 years old. If he offered Lu Kite to that elder would definitely give him a lot of rewards, and might even promote him because of it. Thinking of this, Li Wuya's heart was a burst of excitement. This was a surefire deal for him. Really, you really agree to let me follow you? When Lu Kite saw that Li Wuya had agreed, she was all smiles. She was finally going to be with Li Wuya. Although the two of them had not yet confessed their love and were not officially together. But as long as the two stayed together, they would soon develop a love for each other over time. By then, she would be able to get the love she wanted. Of course it's true, Lu Kite, you've been so good to me, I can't wait for you to be willing to follow me. A smile appeared on Li Wuya's face, and on the surface, he put on an appearance of being happy to accept Lu Kite. In his heart, he was calculating how to offer Lu Kite to the demon sect elder. Good, then wherever you go in the future, I will go. Lu Kite nodded happily. At this moment she already had a feeling in her heart of marrying a chicken to follow the chicken and a dog to follow the dog. Aha, good, then let's leave here first, I'll take you along to find my companion. Good. Afterwards, Li Wuya left with Lu Kite. Lu Kite happily followed behind Li Wuya, looking at the other party's tall back. She was already longing in her heart for the happy life she would have when she married Li Wuya in the future. Soon, the two came to a forest. Li Wuya, who was walking in front, suddenly remembered something, turned his head to look at Lu Kite and asked with some doubts. Right, Lu Kite, I suddenly remembered something. What is it? Lu Kite looked at Li Wuya, her face filled with a pleasant expression. She was in an extremely good mood at the moment, and even her voice carried a few leaps in her speech. Li Wuya was puzzled and asked, Lu Kite, you said that you have the shadowless talisman, then why didn't you run away at the first opportunity when you were caught by those Acacia sect female cultivators before? Li Wuya was a bit puzzled. Lu Kite obviously had the shadowless talisman, why didn't she escape earlier? Instead, she had to stay in the hands of those Acacia sect female cultivators and suffer torture. In the end, she even tortured herself into this ghostly state. Lu Kite said with a smile. Because you said that you would come to save me, so I was waiting for you to save me. Ah? Hearing this reply, Li Wuya's entire body froze. No, you don't run when you have the shadowless talisman? Have to wait for me to save you? No, you right? Wuya, what's wrong with you? Looking at Li Wuya's stagnant face, Lu Kite asked with some doubt. She felt that waiting for her beloved man to save her was originally a very romantic thing. Was there anything wrong with this? No, nothing. Li Wuya came back to his senses and hurriedly shook his head, but the way he looked at Lu Kite was like looking at a retard at the moment. Then let's continue walking. Lu Kite didn't notice any abnormality in Li Wuya's eyes. At the moment, she was immersed in her own fantasies. She was still fantasizing about the happy life she would have with Li Wuya in the future. Well, let's go. Li Wuya didn't say anything else and led her away. Deep within the ancient ruins. At this moment, Chen Yang ended his cultivation and slowly stood up from the ground. He turned around and looked, only to see the elders of the 10 great sects. Most of them were running their energy to heal their wounds. Ever since he had killed Venerable Green Ghost and the demon sect had collapsed. A small portion of the elders of the 10 major sects had already left the area, and these people wanted to take advantage of the time before the secret realm closed to seize the opportunity to look for a chance. The majority, on the other hand, had chosen to stay behind to transport their energy to heal their injuries. This portion of the people had all suffered extremely heavy injuries before and did not want to take any more risks. Right at this moment, Qi Wuji stood up from the ground and walked towards Chen Yang. Elder Qi, have you recovered from your injuries? Chen Yang looked at him and opened his mouth to ask. Yes, it's no longer a problem. Qi Wuji nodded and quickly came to his side, looking at Chen Yang in front of him. Elder Chen, thanks to you this time, or else all of us, I'm afraid we'd all have to be buried here. If it wasn't for Chen Yang, they would probably be a corpse by now. Wouldn't have survived at all. Elder Qi, you and I are both Heavenly Sword sect elders, there is no need to be so polite. Chen Yang smiled, not caring too much. At this time, Qi Wuji looked like he suddenly thought of something and turned to look at the distant sky with a somewhat worried expression. Alas, the elders of our 10 great clans, with Elder Chen Yu saving them, are already unharmed. But I don't know how those disciples of mine are doing in the outer layers of the swift ancient ruins now? Qi Wuji sighed, and in his heart, he was really worried about those disciples of his. In the depths of the swift ancient ruins, they had Chen Yang come to their rescue and were out of danger. However, in the outer layer of the swift ancient ruins, the disciples of the 10 great sects, facing the siege of the demon sect's disciples, were not so lucky. Unfortunately, their cultivation levels were too high to travel to the outer layer of the swift ancient ruins. Therefore, even if he was worried about those disciples of his now, there was nothing he could do. Don't worry, the disciples of the 10 major sects should all join together and won't let the demon sect disciples take advantage. Chen Yang patted Qi Wuji's shoulder and comforted him. He wasn't too worried about those two disciples of his own. After all, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, both of them were at the middle stage of the Heavenly Dipper realm. What they were cultivating now were also saint-grade techniques, and the magic treasures they were using were also saint-grade magic treasures. It could be said that in the entire outer layer of the swift ancient ruins, his two disciples could walk horizontally. There was simply no one who was their opponent. Chapter 95. What a ridiculousness. On the other side, the outer layer of the swift ancient ruins. In a valley, the two girls, Ruyanlu and Qingmin Zhou, were currently sitting cross-legged on the ground, running their energy to heal their injuries. After these 2 days of running their energy to heal their injuries, the injuries on their bodies had finally improved. I don't know how long it has been. The two stopped running their energy and slowly opened their eyes. Senior sister, how are the injuries on your body now? Zhou Qingmin turned her head to look at Lu Ruyan and opened her mouth to ask. Senior sister, I'm much better, how about you? Ruyanlu slowly said, although her injuries were still not completely healed now, she was no longer in any major trouble. I'm also much better, my feet aren't limping anymore now. Zhou Qingmin nodded, a smile appearing on her face. She had injured her thigh earlier and walked with a limp. After arriving in this valley, many people saw that she was a cripple and laughed at her in private. Although she was annoyed at the strange gazes of others, she could only break her teeth and swallow them in her stomach. After all, her cultivation was low, so she didn't dare to start a conflict with others. It would be a big loss if she got injured again. It was good that now, her leg was finally not crippled. She also finally didn't have to be laughed at. That's good. Ruyanlu nodded gently and didn't say anything else. Zhou Qingmin thought of something and suddenly said with some worry, Senior sister, you say we've been here for 2 days, will those demon sect disciples still come? What she was most worried about right now was the fear of the devil sect coming. In that case, they would be in danger. I don't know, speaking of which, the secret realm is also about to close, so I guess the devil sect shouldn't come. Lu Ruyan gently shook her head. She now only wanted to safely return to the sect, and then use the cultivation resources they had collected in this secret realm to properly cultivate. She didn't want to meet those damnable demon sect disciples when the secret realm was almost closed. However, sometimes the more you fear something, the more it tends to come. Just when the two women were worried about whether the devil sect would come to commit a crime, someone in the distance suddenly shouted loudly. The devil sect is coming, the devil sect is coming. In an instant, everyone in the valley instantly perked up. One by one, the disciples, one after another, stood up from the ground and looked towards the distance in a panicked manner, then they all pulled out their magic treasures as if they were on the verge of an attack. The two girls, Ruyanlu and Qingmin Zhou, were also instantly stunned, then hurriedly stood up from the ground. In the first instance, Ruyanlu pulled out the broken sword she had picked up from her own storage bag and assumed a stance to meet the enemy. On the contrary, although Zhou Qingmin also took out her own broken sword. However, she did not unsheath her sword. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but there were people all around here. She was a little embarrassed to take out her broken sword in the first place. When she was crippled before, others laughed at her for being a cripple. Now that broken sword was taken out, others might look at her in a different way. Damn it, those damnable demon sect disciples, why did they come at this time? Zhou Qingmin couldn't help but curse in a low voice as she looked at the direction the devil sect was coming from. She was still thinking that it wouldn't be long before she could leave the secret realm. She didn't expect the devil sect to come at this time. Alright, senior sister, stop talking, prepare to meet the enemy. Lu Ruyan was holding a broken sword and her expression was grave. Right at this moment, in the distant sky, a group of black-clothed people were flying towards the depths of the valley at great speed. On top of the ground below, there were also thousands of devil sect disciples that were rapidly rushing towards the depths of the valley. It wasn't long. These people in black stopped. On the contrary, on the side of the Heavenly Sword sect, 10,000 Laws sect, and Yunqi sect, the disciples of the three sects had all gathered. All of them had pulled out their magic treasures and were ready to meet the enemy. The three of them, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, as well as Lin Fan, stood before the crowd. Because the three were the Heavenly Sword sect's pride, all the Heavenly Sword sect's disciples were looking up to the three of them at the moment. In addition, on the side of Wanfa sect and Yunqi sect, there were also Heavenly Pride disciples who stood out and led their own disciples to fight against the enemy. At this moment, the disciples of the three sects were on the same page, ready to fight the devil sect's disciples to the end. Kill. Both sides didn't have too much nonsense, and the battle started immediately. In an instant, the disciples of the three sects fought with the disciples of the devil sect. Just as Chen Yang expected, at this moment, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, the two of them were carrying their respective intrinsic holy weapons. Between a group of demon sect disciples, they were killing each other in a chaotic manner. There was simply no one who was their opponent. The two of them were already at a high cultivation level, plus they were practicing Saint grade level techniques and had Saint grade level magic treasures in their hands. There was simply no opponent. On the side of the devil sect, there were naturally disciples with notable strength as well. However, when they met Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, they were quickly defeated. Within a few rounds, they all died under the swords of Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan. It could be said that on the battlefield right now, Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan were the two that shone the brightest. The two were too sharp. Killing the crowd of demon sect disciples was chilling and also causing the disciples of the three sects to be shocked to the core. Compared to the outstanding performance of Li Qingyun and Zhao Chuan, The two girls, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Qingmin, were in a situation that could be described as wretched at this moment. With broken swords in their hands, they appeared to be struggling to face the demon sect disciples. Not long after, several wounds appeared on both girls' bodies. However, both of them were relatively lucky, and none of these injuries were fatal. It was just very painful. Damn it, I was only just a little bit injured before I got hurt again. Zhou Qingmin fell to the ground, feeling the pain coming from her wounds. She couldn't help but clench her teeth. Looking at these devil sect disciples in front of her, she couldn't help but think back to her previous life. In their previous lives, when they faced these demon sect disciples, they did not give a damn and killed as many as came. It could be said that there was no pressure at all. But now, having been reborn and coming back, they were once again facing these demon sect disciples. They were unexpectedly this unbearable. Senior sister, get up, let's go to the back and hide. At this time, Ruyan Lu came to her side and hurriedly helped her up from the ground. Looking ahead at the steady stream of demon sect disciples that seemed to be endless, she knew deep down that with their current strength, it was simply unrealistic to want to survive in such a cruel battlefield. Right now, the two could only hide for the time being. When the battle was over, they would come out again. Good, senior sister. Immediately, the two women broke away from the crowd and secretly retreated towards the back. Within a short time, the two were out of the battlefield. They found a boulder, then hid behind it and sat down to rest. Damn it, we just got better from our injuries and now we're injured again. Zhou Qingmin had a pained expression on her face as she said with some reluctance. If she were in her previous life, killing these demon sect disciples would be as simple as killing chickens and slaughtering dogs. These devil sect disciples, not to mention injuring her, wouldn't even be able to touch the corners of her clothes. But now, she was actually injured like this by these hateful demon sect disciples. Lu Ruyan gently gasped for a few breaths and also couldn't help but feel emotional. Unexpectedly, after being reborn and coming back to face these demon sect disciples again, I, Lu Ruyan, have actually become a deserter. At this moment, she also recalled her previous life. At that time, she had killed these devil sect disciples to the point where they were pissing in their pants. It could be said to be as imposing as possible. But now, when she faced these demon sect disciples again, she had become a deserter. Thinking about it, it's really ridiculous.